This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Survivor Game. Welcome to the Survivor Game. Your number, 9527. The following is the game rules. 1. Any form of death in the game represents real death. 2. The supply box will be refreshed on the map. There will be supplies in the supply box. And there may also be dangers. Please open it with caution. Number of survivors, 10,000. Remaining survival time, 7 days. A voice came, waking up Chungmu, who was lying on the steering wheel. Chungmu looked at the endless desert in front of him and fell into deep thought. He was originally a failed online writer on Blue Star. After updating 20,000 words every day for half a year, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Chungmu was shocked. Writing novels is a dead end. When he opened his eyes again, he came to this survivor game. Fuck. I actually traveled through time? Chungmu, who has rich experience in online writing, immediately made a judgment. After making a rough judgment, he gradually calmed down and observed the general situation around him. Looking at the steering wheel and dashboard full of mechanical atmosphere in front of him, a message suddenly appeared in his eyes. Medium-sized muck truck. 200 liters of gasoline remaining. 35 liters of fuel consumption per 100 kilometers. He was a little shocked. But then he realized that he had really entered this survivor game. He turned his head to look at the passenger seat next to him. There was a small box on the seat. Level 1 storage box. Capacity 10 prop slots. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. In the survivor game, the survival time is 7 days. If you want to survive in this desert, you must find survival supplies. The game prompt just now said that the supply box will be refreshed on the map. Chungmu decided to drive the mud truck to find the supply box. Luckily, before becoming a code writer, he passed the driver's license test. Turning the key, he stepped on the accelerator. After driving at 50 kilometers per hour in this desert for half an hour, he didn't see any other cars. You know, just now he said there were 10,000 survivors in this game. This map is bigger than he imagined. While thinking, he saw a white box lying quietly on the ground. He hurriedly got out of the car to check. When he walked to the supply box, a voice suddenly came from his ear. System has been activated. Current system level, level 1. When he looked at the supply box again, a small word suddenly appeared in front of him. White supply box. Benefit level, F. Danger level, none. System dad? Chungmu was ecstatic. His years of online writing experience told him that those with systems are the protagonists. Although this system is only level 1 at the moment, it seems that it can be upgraded. And this function that can help detect the danger and benefit of the supply box is very practical. He hurriedly opened the supply box, and an M9 bayonet and scabbard appeared in front of him. He picked up the bayonet and observed it. It was good. Very sharp. A self-defense weapon. He inserted the bayonet into the scabbard, but did not choose to put it in the storage box, but put it on his waist. After looking around vigilantly, he got in the car and continued to move forward. What Chungmu needed most now was water. It was noon, and the temperature in the desert was as high as 40 degrees. He had just driven for half an hour, but he felt thirsty. He heard that people can live for 7 days without eating. He felt that if he couldn't find water, he would not survive today. System, where can I find water? No one responded. It seems that this system does not have many functions in the early stage. There will be a chance to upgrade the system later. I don't know what functions the upgraded system will have. After driving for about 10 minutes, another white supply box appeared in front of him, and Chungmu hurriedly got out of the car to check. White supply box. Benefit level, F. Danger level, none. After opening the supply box, there was a bottle of black liquid inside. About 500 milliliters. Pick up the black liquid, and a circle of red wrapping paper is wrapped around the transparent bottle. It's called Coke. For big words came into view. It's a pity that it's not iced. Chungmu drank 2 sips and felt his throat was even stickier. But fortunately, he also replenished some water. Chungmu didn't dare to drink too much, so he kept half a bottle. If he couldn't find water next time, this half bottle of Coke would be his hope to survive today. He had watched wilderness survival shows, where people could drink their own urine if they couldn't find water. Yeah. Recycling. He kept this half bottle of Coke, thinking that if this situation really happened, he could neutralize the taste and not make it so hard to swallow. There was no other way to survive. When he was on Blue Star, he didn't think death was so scary. But when there was really a survival problem in front of him, Changmu truly realized the power of human survival desire. Only when you are infinitely close to death can you better understand the true meaning of life. After putting half a bottle of Coke into the storage box, Changmu continued to move forward. Half a bottle of Coke occupies a storage compartment. I don't know if the same items can use the same storage compartment. If not, this storage box is obviously not enough. Changmu frowned. Keep going. Mud King. Mud King is the name he gave to his mud truck. He sat in the car, looking at the dazzling sunlight outside the window, the endless sand and rocks, and felt a sense of loneliness, as if he was wandering alone in a car. Just as Changmu was enjoying this mood with his hand on the car window and one hand on the steering wheel, he suddenly thought of something and was frightened. This is a desert. There are only sand and rocks on the surface, which also means that the temperature difference between day and night is huge. And this is not the world on the blue planet. This is another world. What if this broken game makes it 40 degrees during the day and minus 40 degrees at night? Thinking of this, Changmu was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, there are still a few hours before sunset, and there is still time to find supplies for heating. Changmu was scared and stepped on the accelerator to speed forward. Changmu was thinking about opening a few more boxes while his physical strength was not depleted. This crappy game made the environment so harsh, and it didn't strengthen the physical fitness of the players. Rubbish game. Ruined my youth. After driving on the road for about half an hour, Changmu found a supply box. This supply box was different from the previous two. It was yellow. After he stopped the car, he looked around and didn't find anything unusual. He walked forward with his bayonet tightly in his hand. Yellow material box. Benefit level, E. Danger level, none. After opening the material box, there was a 1-liter bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches mineral water and a Casio solar watch. Changmu was overjoyed and hurriedly took the things back to the car. He drank 2 sips of Farmer's 3 Punches first, and his dry and hot throat was immediately moisturized. It's really a bit sweet. Resisting the desire to drink the water in one breath, Changmu put the remaining water into the prop box. After putting the watch on his hand, he looked at the time. It was 1:47 in the afternoon. It was much more convenient to have a watch. Before, I could only judge the time by feeling. Now it's better. Besides, there is no shortage of solar energy in this place, and Casio is famous for its durability. Just when Changmu couldn't help but feel proud, a text appeared in front of him. Chapter 2, Searching for Supplies. Player number 4444 died after crashing his motorcycle at 250 kilometers per hour. 9,999 survivors remaining. Changmu. Racing is fun for a while, but it's a funeral procession afterwards. Luckily, Changmu was more obedient to traffic rules on Blue Star, and would yield to others without getting anxious or angry even if someone cut in line. So when he saw this empty desert, he had no desire to speed. He also got a lot of valuable information from this death notice. This person drives a motorcycle, and I drive a dump truck. So are there other types of cars, such as cars, SUVs, and even supercars? Changmu roughly guessed that motorcycles have low fuel consumption and high speed, but they have no defense capabilities and are not safe. Ordinary cars are just average. SUVs may have a larger space, but the rest are not much different from cars. Supercars are fast, but they also consume a lot of fuel. A mud truck like his own has high fuel consumption and low speed, but it has high defense and is durable. If you encounter someone who is blind, you can just attack him. He does not envy those players who may have supercars, although he has never experienced supercars in his previous life. In this world, a Lamborghini may not be as useful as a 50 Hongguang. After all, not everyone can afford high fuel consumption, and even he himself has not found gasoline supplies yet. The road to finding supplies is a long and arduous journey. He continued to drive the Mud King forward. For Changmu now, if there is no heating, he dare not say that he will definitely survive tonight. Given the nature of this game, the temperature at night will definitely be set very cold, because this is a survival game, and a survival game for 10,000 people, or maybe a game of raising insects. The game will end only when there is only one survivor left. Changmu found out through the pattern of searching for supplies just now that he can find a supply box almost every 20 to 30 kilometers. Speed up. Mud King. Time waits for no one. After the car's speed reached 100 kilometers per hour. If the speed is increased further, the Mud King will be a little overwhelmed. After driving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for more than half an hour, he still hasn't found the supply box. Just when he was confused, a bright purple appeared in front of him. Purple supply box? He drove the Mud King to stop next to the purple supply box. Purple supply box. Profit level, D. Danger level, low. The system prompted. Low danger level? He clenched his bayonet. This box has a low danger level. And the 3 boxes he just opened are not dangerous. Chung Mu is considering whether to give up this box and look for the next one or take the risk to open it. After thinking for 2 minutes, he decided to take the risk to open the purple supply box. The system prompts that the danger level is low, and there should be nothing wrong. Chung Mu reached out to the switch of the supply box. And just as he was about to press the switch, he suddenly felt a panic. He stood up, walked around the back of the supply box, and kept a half-squat position with his legs one in front and one behind, holding the bayonet tightly in one hand and reaching for the switch with the other hand. Swoosh! A sharp arrow shot out of the box at a very fast speed. He was frightened by the arrow and broke into a cold sweat. If he had opened the box from the front, the arrow would have shot a hole in it. In this wilderness, getting injured like this is undoubtedly equivalent to being sentenced to death. Oh my god! Is the danger level low? Fortunately, I am smart. Otherwise, I would have died here on the first day today. Chung Mu was very angry. No one can stay calm in the face of death. At least Chung Mu can't do it now. However, after venting his anger, Chung Mu calmed down and thought. To be honest, although the danger of this purple supply box is fatal, the danger level is indeed not high enough. All dangers can be avoided by opening the box from the back. He underestimated this supply box and the difficulty of this survival game. Thinking of this, Chung Mu was scared again. Never be careless in the future. Under the threat of death, he quickly learned this truth. Going around to the front of the box, he wanted to see what supplies this box that almost cost him his life could bring him. I'm rich. This was Chung Mu's first reaction when he saw the supplies in the box. A 50-liter barrel of gasoline, a blanket, a blueprint, a large 5-liter bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches, and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Chung Mu hurriedly put all these things into the storage box of the co-pilot. He was surprised to find that although the storage box was just a small box, it could even hold a 50-liter gasoline barrel. As if all these items were put into another space. After all, this is in another world, and it cannot be measured by the common sense of the blue star. After driving away from the purple supply box, he drove in another direction for another 10 minutes before stopping the car and began to check the items he had just obtained. He did not dare to be careless now. After opening the storage box, Chung Mu saw that the bottle of water he had drunk before and the newly obtained large barrel of mineral water were combined and placed in the same item slot, and did not occupy 2 item slots. Not bad. Not bad. This storage box is quite silver-oriented. Chung Mu praised. It's not that he doesn't have enough storage space. His Mud King has a large bucket behind him, which can easily hold dozens of pigs. But many things can't be put in the back. For example, mineral water. After opening, the ceiling of mineral water is not as good as before. In this hot sun, because the car has no air conditioning, even if it is placed in the car, it will probably evaporate a little, let alone put it in the back. I have to upgrade the air conditioning for the Mud King quickly. But Chung Mu thought of those players who were assigned to motorcycles, and suddenly felt that it didn't matter if there was no air conditioning. Chung Mu continued to check his harvest, and he took out the blueprint first. Pistol manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: steel ingot *1, alloy ingot *1. Manufacturing comes with 10 bullets. I'm really rich now. After I make a pistol, I will be able to protect myself completely. Chung Mu was still a little worried about his safety. Because of the storage box, there would be many people who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. He had to be on guard. With this pistol, at least he had the power to defend himself. Whoever dared to look for trouble without a clear eye, he would be shot. But it seems that the manufacture of bullets also requires corresponding drawings. It seems that he has to keep looking for supply boxes. Chung Mu took out the compressed biscuits, ate 2 bites, drank a few gulps of water, and continued to move forward. After walking on the road for more than an hour, he still didn't see any supply boxes. It seems that the distribution of supply boxes is completely random. Some places have more boxes, and some places have no boxes at all. In this hour, several player death messages appeared in front of him. They all died because of supply boxes. It seems that after several hours of exploration, most players are constantly looking for supply boxes. But some people are unlucky and are killed by supply boxes. These death messages will make the remaining survivors more cautious. No one wants to be the next to die. Fortunately, I have a system. Chung Mu couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 3 Motorcycle Guy. Chung Mu continued to drive the Mud King forward. After half an hour, he still found nothing. During this period, several death messages came one after another. One of them caught Chung Mu's attention. Player number 1494. Died of poisoning after being bitten by a poisonous snake. Are there poisonous snakes in the desert? If there are poisonous snakes, there must be other creatures. What worries him most is whether there are poisonous insects in this place. If it is a large beast, you can just drive the Mud King away or kill it. But those poisonous insects that are too small to be found are the most deadly. In this wilderness, if you get bitten, you will be helpless. After driving a few minutes, Chung Mu found a yellow supply box. He observed it in the car for a while, then threw the scabbard hard to the place where he was going to land, in order to prevent there from being any poisonous creatures where he was going to land. If there were any, at least he could make some noise to scare it away. Yellow supply box. Benefit level, E. Danger level, none. Open the box. There is an alloy ingot, and 2 loaves of bread inside. 1 more ingot is needed to make a pistol. When he put the bread into the storage box, a prompt appeared in the storage box. Bread can be stored for 72 hours, and will go bad after 72 hours. It seems that these things cannot be stored forever, and we need to keep looking for supplies. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. The current time is 4:36. The sunset time in the desert should be around 8 or 9 o'clock. He still has 3 or 4 hours to find supplies. Continue to search. Chung Mu drove on the road for 20 minutes, and suddenly saw something approaching the distant skyline at high speed. He narrowed his eyes and tried to look into the distance. Damn! It's a car! Chung Mu turned the steering wheel without saying anything, and then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove in the opposite direction. Looking through the rearview mirror, he found that the car also turned around and ran away. Chung Mu's current self-protection ability is not enough, and he has no plans to meet other players. After all, this is a world without laws, and the law of the jungle. He does not deny that there may be good people among these 10,000 people. But what if the other party is with the purpose of killing and robbing? He didn't dare to gamble, nor was he willing to hand his life over to others. He preferred to control his own destiny. It seemed that the other side also had this mentality. It's important to be on guard against others. After this incident, Chung Mu decided to shift his focus from finding supplies to finding a safe camp. It would be dark in a few hours. After driving aimlessly in the desert for a while, a tiny wisp of smoke caught his attention. How could there be smoke in the desert? Did someone start a fire? He took the gasoline out of the storage box, got off the car, and filled the tank with gasoline to prevent the battery from running out of range in case of an emergency. He decided to go and have a look, and watch from a distance. If it was really another player, he could just turn around and leave. He still had confidence in the defense of the Mud King. Chung Mu concentrated and drove in the direction of the smoke, while vigilantly observing the surrounding movements. After a few minutes, he saw a nearly broken motorcycle lying on the ground in the distance. After slowing down, he slowly approached the motorcycle. About 100 meters away from the motorcycle, Chung Mu saw a person lying on the ground. A mutilated person. To be precise, it was a mutilated body, with his broken limbs and arms scattered not far away. This should be the person who died in the car crash. Chung Mu mourned for him for 3 seconds in his heart. After confirming the safety of the surroundings again, he got off the car to check. An item on the motorcycle attracted Chung Mu's attention. A storage box. He opened the storage box on the motorcycle, and the things inside jumped out of the storage box. There were not many things. Just an open bottle of water, a piece of gnawed bread, and a blueprint. Chung Mu took the open water and bread out of the storage box. He didn't plan to take these 2 things. He didn't lack food and water at the moment, and he didn't want to eat dead people's food because there might be some viruses or bacteria on these foods. If he got sick, it would be terrible. He took the blueprint from the box. Second level storage box manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, alloy ingots *2. It actually requires 2 alloy ingots. In comparison, he still plans to make the pistol first, and then upgrade the storage box when he has surplus alloy ingots. As he spoke, Chung Mu's eyes fell on the storage box on the motorcycle. He wanted to take the storage box back and use it as his second storage box. But when Chung Mu tried to open the storage box again, he found that it could not be opened. Could it be that other people's supply boxes can only be opened once? No wonder all the supplies popped out when he opened the box just now. Then when his eyes fell on the motorcycle, a line of subtitles appeared in front of him. Motorcycle disassembled. Disassembled to obtain power core *1. Power core, an essential material for upgrading vehicles. Disassemble. Disassemble. This is a good thing. He was thinking about upgrading his Mud King quickly. After obtaining the power core, he drove away. In the car, Chung Mu thought about the power core. Can it be disassembled as long as it is a car? Or must the owner of the car die before it can be decomposed? If it is the latter, it will surely attract a large number of players to fight. Although I don't know what it will look like after upgrading. As long as it can be upgraded, it will increase the possibility of survival. Even if there is only one possibility, people will fight for their lives. He took bread and water as dinner, and then drank 2 sips of Coke. He planned to save the compressed biscuits for tomorrow. Compressed biscuits are good things. They have a long shelf life and are full. But they are a bit choking if you eat too much. Chung Mu planned to store more compressed biscuits in case he couldn't find anything to eat in the future. He only ate 1 piece of bread, but he still felt very hungry. He could only drink more water to fill his empty stomach. There was no other way. Chung Mu didn't know what tomorrow would be like, so he could only be frugal. He continued to look for supplies. After driving for more than an hour, he found 2 more white supply boxes and took out a piece of compressed biscuit and a piece of bread from them. As the sky gradually darkened, there was already a hint of coolness in the air. He stopped looking for supplies and prepared to welcome the arrival of night. After a day of sweating, his body felt sticky and uncomfortable. But he couldn't waste precious water resources to wash his body, so he could only sleep in the car. The sun slowly set, and he took out a blanket from the storage box. The blanket was very thick, and he didn't know what animal fur it was made of. But it looked good for heat preservation. As the sun completely set, Chung Mu laid the back seat flat, locked the car doors and windows, and slowly fell asleep with the blanket in his arms. Chapter 4: A Dog. At about 12 o'clock in the morning, Chung Mu was woken up by the cold as expected. He wrapped himself tightly in a blanket and looked up at the sky outside. The sky was full of stars, and the scenery was very good. However, he was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery at the moment. Although he had wrapped himself tightly in a thick blanket, he was still shivering from the cold. According to Chung Mu's estimation, the temperature outside the car was at least a few degrees below zero, and the temperature inside the car was slightly higher. In front of him, several subtitles of players being frozen to death were heard one after another. He took out the half bottle of Coke left in the storage box. He needed to replenish some sugar, which can provide calories. After drinking the Coke, Chung Mu ate a piece of bread and a few bites of compressed biscuits. Now he had to eat more so that his body could generate enough calories. At 1:30 in the morning, there were dozens of news of players being frozen to death. Chung Mu's scalp was numb when he read these messages. These were dozens of lives. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the number of survivors in the game had risen to several hundred. There were only 9,523 survivors left. He was numb. It was getting light at this time, and he decided to set off to continue searching for supplies. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he was just sitting there doing nothing. The hundreds of people who froze to death yesterday gave him the target to look for, which was the power core and supplies of these people. The importance of the power core was self-evident. These people might have been unlucky and didn't get heating supplies, but that didn't mean they didn't have other supplies. He looked at the amount of fuel in the tank, and it could still run for a few hundred kilometers. I need to save more gasoline. I always feel uneasy with only a few hundred kilometers of range. Just like driving a new energy vehicle, Chung Mu muttered, then turned the key and set off. Fortunately, the high beam of the Mud King is quite powerful, and even if it is very dark, it does not affect his driving. He turned into a high-beam dog and drove forward. After driving for a while, he saw a familiar purple in front of him. Oh my god. It's another purple supply box. Even Chung Mu had to sigh at his luck. He actually encountered 2 purple supply boxes in one day. He looked in the mirror in the car. Well, it must be because I am too handsome. After confirming the safety of the surroundings, he hurriedly got out of the car to check. Purple supply box. Income level, F. Danger level, low. Chung Mu? How can it be an income level of F? F is the lowest income level. This situation should not appear in a purple box. Never mind. Open it and see. After opening the box, Chung Mu couldn't help but exclaim at the contents inside. Shit! It's a dog. There's actually a dog in the box. And it's a puppy. Looking at the puppy, he regretted opening the box. If he wanted to keep the dog, he would have to take out some of his own supplies to feed it. But if he left it here, it would probably be killed by the sun or eaten by other creatures. Besides, in this desert, it would definitely be better to have a dog as a companion than to be alone. The puppy in front of him seemed to know his situation, so he looked at him pitifully with his eyes wide open. Damn it. Never mind. You can't eat much anyway. He carried the dog to the car, cut open the water bottle he had drunk before, and made a simple food bowl for it, poured some water into it, and broke off a few pieces of compressed biscuits and bread. Looking at the puppy eating, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a good thing to have a dog accompany you on the way to survival. After all, dogs are much more loyal than people. 1 man and 1 dog bravely travel the world. Little thing. If you want to poop or pee in the future, call twice in advance. If you dare to poop in the car, I will make you into braised dog meat. The puppy Wong Wong barked twice, with a tone that showed a little dissatisfaction with Chung Mu's cruelty. I'll call you Wakai from now on. Wong Kai wanted to express his protest, not wanting to use such a rustic name, as he was a noble Chinese rural dog. However, after Chung Mu added a piece of bread to his food bowl, Wong Kai and Chung Mu reached a consensus and said that both sides would face future difficulties together on the principle of friendship and mutual benefit. After driving for another hour or so, Chung Mu saw what he wanted. Not far ahead, there was a motorcycle lying on the ground, and not far from the motorcycle was a body. When he got closer, he saw clearly that it was a female body, not wearing any clothes, and there were a few pieces of clothing scattered around the motorcycle. He knew that the woman had been frozen to death. Before a person is frozen to death, he will feel very hot and then take off all his clothes. If he does not receive timely treatment at this time, he will have no choice but to face death. He picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and covered the body, and then began to search for supplies. A 50-liter barrel of gasoline, 2 apples, and 2 unopened loaves of bread were found in the woman's supply box. There were also some open compressed biscuits and drinks, but Chung Mu didn't plan to take them. He was mainly worried that the food might go bad after being opened. If someone got sick in this desert, it would greatly affect the speed of searching for supplies, so he would not take the open food unless it was absolutely necessary. After disassembling the motorcycle to obtain the power core, Chung Mu drove away. In the car, he ate an apple and a piece of bread. This was the first time he felt that the apples that were easily available on Blue Star were so sweet. After picking out the core of the apple, Chung Mu handed the remaining apple to Wang Kai. After driving slowly on the road for more than an hour, the sky was completely bright. During this time, Chung Mu opened another yellow supply box and found a Zippo lighter and a pair of military boots in it. Chung Mu tried the military boots and found that they fit him very well. It seems that the item models in the storage box will automatically adapt to the player. These 2 items are very practical, especially the lighter. A pile of flames can bring great encouragement to the survivors. Moreover, if Chung Mu can kill some beasts in the future, he can also make barbecue. I just don't know if there are any seasonings here. Keep driving forward. There will be barbecue and bread. The weather outside is getting hotter. Chung Mu opened the car window to get some fresh air. Wang Kai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, barked. Chung Mu, who was concentrating on driving, glanced at Wang Kai. This glance was not a big deal. When he turned his head and looked out the window again, there seemed to be a car wreckage behind the right side of the Mud King. The distance was not far, so Chung Mu drove over to check. It seemed to be a car, and Chung Mu roughly saw the outline of the wreckage. A few minutes later, the Mud King arrived at the scene, with the same scattered clothes and the same naked body. Another person who was frozen to death. It seemed that even if he could spend the night in the car, he could not withstand the huge temperature difference. Leaving Wankai in the car, he got out of the car with a bayonet in his hand to cover the dead with clothes, mourned for 3 seconds, and then prepared to search for supplies. Opening the car door, Chung Mu leaned into the car and prepared to open the storage box. At this moment, there was a sudden sound. Looking up, a huge and ugly black rat bit Chung Mu's palm. Chapter 5 Desert Eagle. The black rat was about 1 foot long, with a long tail behind it, bloodshot eyes, and disgusting saliva dripping from its mouth. It was extremely fast, and in a split second, Chung Mu had no time to think. So he quickly pulled back his left hand, and with his right hand holding the bayonet, he predicted where the black rat would land and stabbed forward with force. The bayonet penetrated the black rat's body, and Chung Mu used so much force that the black rat was nailed to the seat. And the black rat, whose body was penetrated, let out a sharp cry. The black rat nailed to the seat twisted its body wildly. Its ugly body twisted nearly 180 degrees, and bit at his hand holding the bayonet like a snake. He quickly pulled back his right hand, and the black rat continued to struggle, its sharp claws scratching the seat with shocking scratches. He raised his foot and kicked the black rat in the head, and then stepped on the black rat with his foot. Chung Mu held the bayonet and stabbed the black rat a few more times, then inserted it into the black rat's body and scratched it hard. As the internal organs flowed out, the black rat struggled wildly for a few times and then lost its movement. It was a close call. If I had been bitten by this rat, I would have been infected with the Black Death. Chung Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he cut open the seat, wiped the bayonet with a sponge inside the seat, and then looked at the black rat corpse. Animal corpse. Decomposable. If not decomposed, it will disappear after 5 minutes. Decomposition can obtain microfur *1. Rat meat with bacteria. *1. A prompt appeared in front of him. After he chose to decompose, the black rat corpse disappeared, replaced by a piece of fur and a piece of meat. He ignored the meat and put away the fur. The system just prompted that the meat had bacteria. Although it is still unknown what the fur is used for, it is definitely a good idea to keep it. At worst, it can be used as a doghouse for Wankai. After solving the black rat incident, he searched the storage box in the car and disassembled the power core. In the storage box, he found the steel ingot he had been thinking about, and also found a 50-liter barrel of gasoline, something similar to a pressure cooker, and a can of salt. Chung Mu focused his eyes on the pressure cooker-like thing, and a prompt subtitle appeared in his eyes. Cooking pot. Put food in it, and it will cook automatically. The cooking method will change with the food, and it will clean automatically after cooking. This is a magic tool. Chung Mu exclaimed in surprise. It seems that I don't have to eat dry bread and compressed biscuits every day. Pick up the cooking pot, and he can't wait to go back to the car to experiment. Put a piece of bread in the pot, sprinkle some salt, and cover the pot. There is a crackling sound in the cooking pot, and then the pot body expands and recovers several times, and the lid pops open automatically. The aroma made Wankai scream. Chung Mu looked at the crispy toast in the pot, and his appetite was aroused. He and Wankai ate the toast in no time. After eating, Wankai kept licking the crumbs. I am so happy to have a hot meal. Be good to me, and I will take you to eat delicious food every day. Chung Mu patted his belly with one hand and Wankai's head with the other hand. Wankai jumped up excitedly and barked twice, and he solemnly declared that Chung Mu would be his good brother in the future, and whoever dared to mess with Chung Mu would mess with Wankai. After eating and drinking, the man and the dog continued on their way. Before setting off, Chung Mu added all the gasoline he found into the tank. He had to ensure sufficient endurance at all times. Less than 20 minutes after driving, Wankai barked at Chung Mu again. What? You want to poop? Chung Mu looked at Wankai with a squinting eye. The dog nodded humanely. He didn't plan to stop the car. If the Mud King stopped and started again, it would be a bit fuel-consuming. He slowed down the car, opened the window, picked up Wankai from under his armpits, and held him out of the window. Just make do with it. Then they flew all the way. After Wankai finished flying, Chung Mu slapped his head and stopped the car immediately. He almost forgot something important. Just now, he found a steel ingot from the car, which was enough to make a pistol. Sorry. I should have stopped the car and let you pull it. Chung Mu smiled at Wankai. Wankai looked at Chung Mu with resentment. After taking out the pistol manufacturing blueprint from the storage box, a prompt message appeared in his eyes. Pistol can be manufactured. Consumption: steel ingot *1. Metal ingot *1. Make it. Make it quickly. Before he finished speaking, a silver-white pistol appeared in the car. The pistol looked a bit like the Desert Eagle on Blue Star, and it felt heavy in his hand. Although he had never seen a real gun on Blue Star, he had watched many gun battle movies and played many pistol games, so he knew the most basic loading and loading. After getting the gun, Chung-Mu suddenly felt that his body was filled with happiness. No, a full sense of security. However, there are not enough bullets at present. Only 10 rounds. And I don't know when I can find the blueprint for making bullets. After putting the Desert Eagle on his waist, Chung-Mu continued his journey to find supplies. The sun has risen, and the air is full of scorching heat. This is the second day of the Survivor game. Chung-Mu is quite satisfied with his current situation. He has food and drink, the ability to protect himself, and a dog. I just miss the ordinary life on Blue Star. Although I will worry about the RV. At least I don't worry about my life. But since we have come to this place, we can only try our best to survive. Looking at the rising sun, an inexplicable feeling took root in Chung-Mu's heart. He has completely accepted this world of the survival of the fittest. The death of hundreds of people yesterday has already brought him enough shock. He was a little distracted, but a dark figure caught his attention. If there is a telescope, it would be better, so that you don't have to get so close every time to see it clearly. After driving for a few minutes, Chung-Mu roughly saw the black thing. It was an animal, but he couldn't see what it was. After getting closer again, he saw clearly that it was a wild boar. He could even see the fangs in the wild boar's mouth. "We have roasted pigs to eat today," he said to Wang Kai. If Chung-Mu was unarmed, he really couldn't beat a wild boar. But now he had the Desert Eagle, the bayonet, and the big killer, the Mud King. Not to mention one wild boar. Even if there were 10, Chung-Mu would kill them all with the Mud King. The wild boar not far away seemed to sense the danger, looked at the galloping Mud King, turned around and ran away. Humph! If I can't outrun others, why can't I outrun you? He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and soon he caught up with the wild boar. The wild boar felt the Mud King roaring behind it, and made a sharp turn to run in another direction. Chung-Mu didn't dare to turn the steering wheel suddenly, as there would be a risk of overturning. But he was not in a hurry. Although the Mud King was not as agile as the wild boar, its endurance was far beyond that of the wild boar. After exhausting its physical strength, it would be easy to kill it. After adjusting the direction, he continued to chase the wild boar. Chapter 6: Killing. As Chung-Mu continued to chase, the wild boar gradually lost its strength after several turns, and was knocked away by the Mud King. Car body durability, 195 to 200. A game prompt appeared in front of him. It seems that I can't use this creation method often in the future. Creating a pig has deducted 5 points of durability. If I create something else, it will definitely deduct more. Chung-Mu said silently in his heart. The wild boar that was knocked away has not completely lost its life. After getting off the car, he stabbed it into its neck with a knife and ended the life of the wild boar. Animal corpse. Decomposable. If not decomposed, will disappear after 5 minutes. Decomposition can obtain, medium size for *1. Pork chunks *5. This game is too shady. Such a big pig only gives 5 pieces of meat. Looking at the meat that weighs about 1 pound. He wants to cry, but has no tears. And it seems that when decomposing animal corpses, only the game can decompose them. If you do it yourself, the decomposed meat will disappear after 5 minutes. Crap game. Refund. But fortunately, anyway, I can eat meat today. And I also got a piece of fur. Although I don't know what this thing can be used for. It's not bad to use it as a quilt. If he is asked to peel the skin himself, he will definitely not be able to play such a technical job. He guessed that these furs could be used to make some clothes and equipment. But they needed the corresponding blueprints. After putting the meat into the storage box, it showed that the storage time was 48 hours. And 2 days was enough for him and Wang Kai to eat all the meat. After upgrading the storage box, in addition to more storage slots, will the storage time of perishable items also be longer? He now has the blueprint for the second level storage box, and only needs 2 alloy ingots to upgrade. He plans to upgrade the storage box after getting the alloy ingots. After driving for half an hour on the road, a sound caught Chung Mu's attention. It seemed to be the sound of a vehicle hitting a small dirt slope not far away. He decided to go over and take a look. He now had the ability to protect himself, and was no longer the Chung Mu who ran away when he saw someone. Before I had a gun, I was timid. After I had a gun, I punched hard. After a while, he bypassed the dirt slope and roughly saw the situation in front of him. About 10 meters away, a bald tattooed man was trying to do something indecent to a woman, and the woman was struggling frantically. Chung Mu didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. When there are no laws to restrict people, people will become no different from animals. The man not far away was interrupted by the roar of the Mud King's engine and found Chung Mu. The man punched the woman in the abdomen, and the woman immediately curled up on the ground like a shrimp. After knocking the woman down, he pulled out a half-meter-long machete from the car next to him and pointed it at Chung Mu. "Boy, get out of here, or I'll chop you with a knife. If you have any supplies, you can bring them to me. In exchange, I will make you happy after I am done." Ha ha ha. The bald man grinned. He did not intend to care about this kind of shit, and was ready to drive away. There were too many such things. Bullying the weak happened all the time in this world. He really could not take care of it. Being too saintly would only hurt himself. Looking at Chung Mu, who was about to leave, the bald man laughed strangely again. Hee. I have done so many women before. I didn't expect that I could enjoy it after traveling from prison to this place. Hee. Hearing this, Chung Mu took out the pistol from his waist, loaded it, put it in his trouser pocket, opened the car door, and slowly got out of the car. Looking at Chung Mu getting out of the car, the bald man's eyes gradually became cold. "Boy, are you looking for death?" He walked towards the bald man step by step. Just when the bald man couldn't help but walk towards him with a knife, Chung Mu took out his pistol, and before the bald man could be shot, the bullet had already passed through his head. The white brains fell on the woman next to him, and the woman held her head and howled like crazy. Chung Mu still has a sense of justice. Although this world forces him to accept the reality of the law of the jungle, he doesn't like it. If justice can't judge you, then let me do it, because I'm stronger than you. Looking at the bald man's body with disgust, Chung Mu stepped over him and walked towards the two cars that collided. When he walked in front of the woman, he slapped her in the face, so that she would stop howling like crazy. "Which car is yours?" he asked the woman. That one." The woman raised her hand and pointed to one of the cars. He turned and walked towards another car. After looting the bald man's supplies and power core, he turned and left. He did not touch the woman's supplies and vehicles. As for how long the woman could live, it depended on her own ability. It had nothing to do with him. Thank you," the woman said to Chung Mu's receding back, and then broke down and cried. Chung Mu, sitting in the car, had his hands trembling slightly. This was his first time killing someone, and also the first time he took action for the so-called justice in his heart. He was not trembling because of fear, but because of excitement. He had adapted to this place without any rules. The constant death reminders in the game had changed his mind in a very short time. Wang Kai, who was sitting on the co-pilot, didn't know what happened yet. He jumped into Chung Mu's arms and rubbed him. Chung Mu immediately smiled. One man and one dog continued to drive forward. In the bald man's supply box, they found a blueprint, 2 alloy ingots, 2 potatoes, a 100-liter barrel of gasoline, a 5-gene bag of flour, a machete, and some unopened water, bread and compressed biscuits. This bald guy has quite a lot of supplies. Alas, it seems that bad people can adapt to this world better than good people. He sighed in his heart. He took out the blueprint, and a line of small words appeared in front of him. Second-level vehicle manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: power core *3, steel ingot *5, alloy ingot *5. Good stuff. The bullets are not in vain. Chung Mu praised. He has collected 4 power cores in the past 2 days. As long as he collects enough steel ingots and alloy ingots, he can upgrade the Mud King. Unexpectedly, he had gathered the most difficult power core first. Chung Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Steel ingots and alloy ingots are not rare items. They can be found in white supply boxes. It is not difficult to collect 5 of each. Just search more. There seemed to be more animals in this area than yesterday. During the time he was driving on the road, He saw several different animals one after another. But Chung Mu didn't plan to take them now. 5 kilograms of meat is enough for the next 2 days. Meat can be stored for a short time. It is a waste to go hunting now. And it will also consume precious time. At present, the main focus is on collecting supplies. Chapter 7 Eat and Drink. After driving for 2 or 3 hours with Wang Kai, it was noon. Chung Mu planned to use the flour he had seized and the meat he had hunted to make a big meal. A delicious meal could greatly boost morale. During this morning, he found a steel ingot, an alloy ingot, and some miscellaneous water and food. He took out the cooking pot from the storage box. The game had previously prompted that the pot would automatically cook according to the ingredients put in it. So Chung Mu planned to give it a try. He first poured a little flour into it, then a little water, and as the pot jumped a few times, a fragrant little steamed bun came out of the oven. Then he added more flour, this time adding more water, and then a bowl of hot noodles jumped out of the pot. Fuck. Awesome. Chung Mu exclaimed at the pot. He decided to make noodles for lunch. He had been eating instant food for the past 2 days. Although the weather was hot, he still wanted to eat a bowl of hot noodles. After adding flour for 1 person and 1 dog into the pot, he poured in the right amount of water and salt. And after waiting for a while, a bowl of noodles jumped out. Then he took out another piece of wild boar meat, cut it into thin slices, sprinkled some salt, and put it into the pot. And another piece of fragrant barbecue came out of the pot. Looking at the noodles and barbecue in front of him, which were simply salted, Chung Mu felt that it was so fragrant, so authentic, and so fragrant that he burst into tears. He felt that any delicacies he had eaten before could not compare to this bowl of noodles in front of him. Although it was only the second day in this broken place, and although I was not hungry for the past 2 days, I was able to eat a hot meal under such a high mental tension. This feeling is indescribably comfortable. After eating and drinking, Chung Mu patted his belly and burped for a long time. Then took out a blueprint from the storage box, which was the manufacturing blueprint of the second-level storage box. He collected a total of 4 alloy ingots in the past 2 days, and consumed 1 to make the Desert Eagle, leaving 3. Second-level storage box upgradable. Consumption, alloy ingot *2. A message appeared in front of him, and Chung Mu chose to confirm the upgrade. The upgraded storage box did not look any different from the previous one. But after opening it, he found that the storage grid had become 20 grids, and the storage time of wild boar meat had become 72 hours. Neopikilas. The upgraded storage box greatly improved his material storage capacity. The previous space was obviously not enough, and the storage time was not long. Chung Mu continued to look for materials. He wanted to see if he could collect enough materials to upgrade the vehicle today. After finding 2 white material boxes in a row, he was a little disappointed. Now the low-level material boxes can no longer meet his needs. Although there is no danger in the low-level material boxes, the benefits inside are also very low. For example, you can only find 1 material in the white material box, and they are all low-level. What he wants to find now is various blueprints. But so far he has only found 1 by luck, and the other 2 were found in other people's storage boxes. Blueprints should only appear in purple and above supply boxes, and low-end supply boxes will only refresh some ordinary daily necessities and low-end weapons. Blueprints can be used to manufacture equipment or upgrade equipment. Through the process of searching for supply boxes in the past 2 days, he has a general understanding of the mechanism of refreshing supply boxes in the game, which is random refresh. You may find several boxes in a row within 10 minutes, or you may not see the shadow of a box for an hour or 2. But as long as you work hard to find it, you can always find it. This game is not so perverted that it is determined to kill everyone. You still have to work hard to find supplies. If you don't work hard, you may be killed by others tomorrow. The road to survival in another world is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Chung Mu drove on the road until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon before he found another purple supply box. During this time, he also encountered 2 white boxes and opened 2 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches from them. The more water, the better. Anyway, it will not go bad. Chung Mu was planning to take some water out to wipe his body after finding enough water. He was almost stinking after these 2 days. If other people knew Chung Mu's idea, everyone would definitely want to punch him. We are still worrying about the next meal. And you want to take a shower? After stopping next to the purple supply box, Chung Mu carefully checked the surrounding environment. After confirming that there was no danger, he patted One Eye's head. Wait for me to come back from shopping for you. He held the car door with one hand. Half of his body was leaning out of the car door, and one foot was constantly stepping on the sand around the purple supply box. If there is a quicksand trap or spike trap set by the game next to this broken box, then he will be in trouble. So he can't be careless. After trying it a few times, he was relieved. Purple supply box. Profit level, D. Danger level, low. A prompt appeared in his eyes. Chung Mu made up his mind that no matter what came out of it, he would immediately take the supplies and run. Holding a machete in his left hand, and a loaded Desert Eagle in his right hand, Chung Mu slowly moved towards the switch of the supply box. As the switch was turned on, a large ugly lizard over 3 meters long appeared in front of him along with the supplies. Every time the tongue in its mouth stretched and retracted, a lot of disgusting saliva would drip. I really don't know how such a small supply box can hold this thing. Chung Mu recognized this thing. The notorious Komodo dragon on the blue planet. It is also called the Komodo dragon. In order to watch animals mate. No. To learn about animals. He downloaded dozens of gigabytes of Animal World. He knew that if he was bitten by this thing, he would have to dig a hole and wait for death. The viruses and bacteria in its mouth were comparable to a small ecological chain. And this thing was as fast as Bolt. Looking at the giant lizard rushing towards him, Chung Mu didn't have time to shoot. If he shot, he would be bitten by it even if he killed it. Chung Mu had no intention of exchanging one for one with him. He pulled his legs up, but did not choose to run in a straight line. If he ran in a straight line, Chung Mu would die. Chung Mu chose to run around the Mud King. Although the Komodo dragon was very fast, its turning speed was definitely not as fast as Chung Mu. He ran, and it chased. After circling the Mud King, the man and the lizard came to the supply box again, and picked up everything in the supply box with one hand. Chung Mu looked back and saw the Komodo dragon's bloody mouth biting his butt. Chung Mu could smell the fishy smell in its mouth. Without thinking too much, he ran again, and after circling the Mud King again, Chung Mu jumped into the car, immediately closed the door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Chapter 8: The Autolite. After driving away, Chung Mu was too lazy to bother with the giant lizard. If it weren't for the impact that would reduce the durability of the Mud King, he would have to kill it. After walking a distance, he looked down to check his gains. A blueprint, 3 steel ingots, and a 5-gene bag of rice. Hunter's Gloves Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Micro for *2. Alloy Ingot *1. Equipment Effect, Hand Defense +3. Weapon Damage +5 except firearms. This game on Wonkai Day. Defense +3. Damage +5. There is no clear explanation of how much it increases. What if it is just a little bit of increase? Chung Mu mistakenly thinks the increase is awesome, and directly uses a machete to chop people, and then gets killed. What if the increase is really awesome, but he doesn't use it? Then it will be a big loss. Thinking of this, Chung Mu was so angry that he slapped Wonkai on the butt. Wonkai! He was really angry that he risked his life to get the supply box, and gave him such a thing. Chung Mu decided to go back and kill the giant lizard to prevent it from harming other creatures again. Well, I definitely didn't kill the lizard to vent my anger. I did it for everyone. To protect all the creatures here from harm. Chung Mu said indignantly. An image of Chung Mu, a man of high moral character, emerged in One Eye's mind, leaving an indelible psychological shadow on the young boy. The idle Komodo dragon in the desert was basking in the sun leisurely, and the roar of the engine and the flying dust in the distance aroused its vigilance. From its perspective, a giant steel monster was speeding towards it at a very fast speed, and a handsome face with a calm smile appeared in the steel monster. Isn't this the guy I was chasing just now? Why is he back again? After a while, there was one less Komodo dragon on the land, and one more Komodo dragon mud. Although the durability of the Mud King dropped by 5 points, it was all worth it. It is our duty, as young people, to eliminate harm for the people. One man and one dog continued to embark on the treasure hunt happily. Chung Mu didn't plan to rest this afternoon. He was going to look for the supply box frantically to see if he could get enough alloy ingots and steel ingots needed to upgrade the Mud King today. No one knows what will happen in the next second. Maybe the game will suddenly increase the difficulty of survival. The environment will become more severe, and maybe another survivor will attack him tomorrow. He dared not stop, let alone relax. After driving in the desert for 2 or 3 hours, he only found 2 alloy ingots. In addition to the ones he had obtained and consumed in making items before, he still needed 2 alloy ingots and 1 steel ingot. In the area where he was driving now, there were more hills and giant rocks. It seems that the maps in the game are not fixed, which is good, as you can see different scenery along the way. After crossing several hills, looking down from the top of a hill, a slightly unreal scene in the distance attracted Chung Mu's attention. It was an oasis with green trees and a blue lake. However, this did not make him too excited. He knew that this should be a mirage, which would not only appear in the sea, but also in the desert. As a failed writer, it is natural for him to know everything about astronomy and geography. But he still planned to go over and take a look. Chung Mu probably knew that the reason for the formation of mirages was the refraction of light. But this also showed that there was indeed such an oasis on this land, because light could not project something that did not exist. Although this game could not be measured by common sense, it was similar to the situation on the blue planet in most cases. After a while, he approached the oasis. As the distance got closer, the scene in front of him became more and more illusory, until it slowly disappeared. A yellow supply box appeared on the sand after the oasis disappeared. Yellow supply box. Benefit level, E. Danger level, none. The familiar system prompt subtitle appeared in front of him again, giving Chung Mu a great sense of security. If there was no system, he might have become a string of numbers in the death prompt. Coordinate meter can display the current location coordinates, according to the game's introduction to the items in the box. Chung Mu found that he had found a very powerful prop. Before, he was running around in the map like a headless fly, going wherever he went. But now with this coordinate meter, at least he won't go the wrong way. And he can also build a camp according to the coordinates. If there are house construction drawings in the game, he put the coordinate meter into the storage box and continued to set off. After another 2 or 3 hours of boring searching, he only found an alloy ingot and some basic supplies. Chung Mu's, but was numb from sitting. So he found a place on the top of a mound to park the car, got out of the car, stretched his waist, and stretched his muscles. Wang Ai also got out of the car and had a good time. Being in a closed space for a long time is a double torture for the mind and body. It would be great if we could build a house. The whole day be desert. It would be best if we could build it in that oasis. Build a swimming pool. And take in a few sisters in distress. Hee hee. Wang Ai's cry interrupted his fantasy. Chung Mu kicked its fat butt. Dog, don't you see I'm thinking about something? He looked at the sky. It was late, so he made some food. He put the sliced meat into the pot, added some rice and salt, and after a while, a pot of fragrant meat porridge appeared in front of him and Wang Ai. He took bread as the staple food, and the man and the dog ate heartily. After dinner, Chung Mu crossed his legs and held Wang Ai to admire the sunset for a while. The evening air was filled with heavy humidity, and a few dark clouds were floating in the distant sky. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. This broken place really doesn't play by the rules. He activated the Mud King and found an open place to spend the night. If the mound was washed by heavy rain, it would be in danger of collapse. Not long after arriving at the open space, a force 8 gale suddenly blew in the air. As the gale raged, the world suddenly became dark. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a building fell from the sky, and then split into countless small lightning bolts like tree roots. After a few seconds, another thunderclap sounded between heaven and earth, frightening Wang Ai so much that he ran to Chung Mu's arms and trembled. Then, heavy rain fell from the sky, hitting the car window, and Chung Mu could no longer see anything except the inside of the car. He took out a blanket and fur from the storage box and wrapped it tightly, and he slowly fell asleep holding Wang Ai. After getting a medium-sized fur, plus the blanket he got before, he could sleep warmly even in this cold night. Chapter 9: The Long Night. The rain was a little lighter, and Chung Mu woke up. If you sleep in the car, you will wake up after a few hours because of the cramped space. After waking up, looking at Wang Ai who was still curled up in his arms and sleeping peacefully, he smiled slightly, gently stroked Wang Ai, and looked out the window at the dark night. The night was very dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Chung Mu adjusted his posture and continued to sleep. After sleeping for a while, a slight throbbing in his heart woke him up. He sat up and looked out the window. There was nothing unusual, and he couldn't see anything unusual. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, He saw a few green flames flickering in the dark. Could it be a ghost fire? He was not surprised by any natural phenomenon in this place. Even if there was something unnatural, he would be able to believe it. The ghost fire-like things were getting brighter and brighter, as if they were constantly approaching this side. Chung Mu was completely sleepy and slapped Wonkai to wake him up. "You are still sleeping." Wonkai was woken up and didn't know what happened. He whimpered twice and then fell asleep again. In the dark night where nothing can be seen, watching the green lights approaching him. This situation is really a bit creepy. He started the Mud King, turned on the high beam, and the green light disappeared. But after turning off the lights, after a while, the green lights reappeared. After repeating this several times, there was still no progress. Chung Mu's hair stood on end, and he felt uneasy in his heart. He began to have wild thoughts. He remembered the various ghost legends in his previous life. He could deal with people. But what about ghosts? He remembered the most primitive fear of the night that was engraved in human genes. This was the first time he had such a strong fear since he came to this world. When facing various dangers, when killing the bald man, he was not afraid, because those were all things he could face. They were all living people. But he was scared because he didn't even understand what was going on. Could it be a ghost? Chung Mu held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and the gun with the other. Sweat kept oozing out of his palms. He stared at the direction of the green light. The green light didn't seem to stop. Although it was still far away, it was still approaching this side little by little. What to do now? Drive back? But what are these damn things? What if they appear again in the future? What if they will always follow him? Running to another place is the simplest and crudest method for him now. But this fear will always haunt him. In this place, if he can't maintain a good mental state, then death is only a matter of time. Chung Mu breathed in the cold air and forced himself to calm down. He had died once. So what was there to be afraid of? They should be afraid of me. He kept brainwashing himself in his mind. And a trace of courage gradually appeared in his body and spread to his limbs. Time passed second by second, and he could clearly hear his heavy breathing and rapid heartbeat. The green light was getting closer and closer. Ah! A howl came. This is... He turned on the high beam of the Mud King, and several huge, pitch-black wolves appeared in front of him not far away. Chung Mu. Damn you! He remembered that wolves' eyes would glow green at night, and the wolves in front of him were obviously mutants, with greener eyes. Damn it! I scared myself half to death. There was no other way. In the pitch-black night, it was difficult for people to think normally and calmly like in the daytime. After a long sigh, he found himself in a cold sweat. People scare people, and scare people to death. In the final analysis, it was because he was too nervous these 2 days, so he didn't think calmly when encountering such things. Although this game is abnormal, it won't create things that people can't deal with. Otherwise it will lose the meaning of survival. If everything can come out and kill randomly, what's the point of living? Looking at the wolves in front of him, Chung Mu only regarded them as big lucky money. He was in the Mud King, and these wolves could not hurt him. He closed his eyes and relaxed his body. After the high tension and fear, the sudden relaxation of his spirit made him feel a little sleepy. The wolves outside the window wanted to open a box for Chung Mu, but he ignored them and prepared to lie down and sleep. -1-1-1. The durability of the Mud King continued to decrease. Alpaca, will you let me sleep? Chung Mu cursed angrily. These wolves obviously have no sense of public morality and always like to do things that disturb others' sleep. He had no choice but to start the car. The wolves that were still chewing the tires and iron sheets of the Mud King jumped away alertly when they heard the roar of the engine. He was too lazy to argue with these wolves and drove the Mud King away. After driving away from the group of wolves for nearly half an hour, he slowly fell asleep again. The next morning, the sun was very dazzling at only 6 or 7 o'clock, shining on Chung Mu's face. He felt his face was sticky and itchy. It turned out that Wonkai, the dog, was licking his face. He slapped Wonkai away and got out of the car to move around. After being washed by the rain all night, the Mud King looked brand new, except for a few claw marks on both sides of the car body. Chung Mu felt a little distressed. The Mud King was the key to his survival in this alien world. After the heavy rain last night, the bucket behind the Mud King accumulated a bucket of rainwater. The bucket became a small swimming pool. He picked up Wonkai. I heard that dogs are born to swim, so I guess you are no exception. Right? Wang! Wang! Wang Kai shouted excitedly at the swimming pool in the Mud King after hearing this. The man and the dog washed their bodies in the swimming pool. And Chengmu washed his clothes by the way. And then put the clothes in the car to dry. In this kind of weather, the wet clothes will be dried in less than an hour or two. He sat naked in the car with Wang Kai. Cooked a pot of broth in a cooking pot. Ate some bread. Lay on the seat and dozed for a while. And set off after the clothes were dry. An hour and a half later, the air became hot, and the clothes were dry. Mud King. Go. Go. Go! Chengmu started the engine and drove off. The sandy ground was a little muddy after a night of rain. But it didn't affect driving. Not long after driving out, Wang Kai in the passenger seat began to bark frantically, while barking and scratching the doors and windows frantically with his claws. What are you doing? You want to poop again? Didn't you just poop a while ago? Wang Kai was still barking constantly. So he had to stop the car and look at Wang Kai. Wang Kai saw that he had attracted Chengmu's attention. So he kept jumping around. And his two paws kept scratching upwards. Are you letting me look in the rearview mirror? Wang Wang. Wang Kai barked twice excitedly. Chapter 10 Black Supplies Box. Nothing. He glanced at the rearview mirror and found nothing unusual. Wang Kai was still jumping around excitedly beside him, almost giving him a bite. He had no choice but to look carefully in the rearview mirror again. The heavy rain had just passed, and the color of the sand was still very dark. The ground where he had parked just now was slightly uneven, as if something was buried. Chengmu focused his sight and tried to look. It seemed that there was an inconspicuous corner of black exposed in the sand. Black supply box? He rushed to the black corner at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. And after digging through the sand, a black supply box appeared in front of him. Black supply box. Benefit level, C. Danger level, run for your life. Ah. This system makes me run away quickly. The black supply box is so scary. It seems that I can't open this box now. But it should be okay to take it away first. When he opened the box before, the supply boxes would slowly disappear after opening it. He has never tried to take the supply box with him. If it is not opened, the supply box should not be dangerous. Chengmu tried to lift the supply box and picked it up easily. It was as light as a feather in his hand. For the sake of safety, he did not put the supply box in the cab, but in the back of the truck. Well done. I will give you a snack at noon. Meat is enough. He patted Wang Kai's head and said. Wang Kai was excited again. The income in the supply box is proportional to the danger. And the system also said that the income level of this box is C. There must be a lot of good things in it. But he can't get it now. He can only open this box when he finds some life-saving equipment or awesome weapons. Thinking of this, he remembered the glove manufacturing blueprint he got yesterday. The game introduced that gloves can increase hand defense. Although it did not say how much it can increase. It is definitely better than bare hands. He plans to make this glove when he has enough materials to see how it works. There are glove blueprints. And there must be blueprints for other parts. After finding these blueprints and making a full set of equipment, it will not be too late to go for the black box. There must be some high-level supplies in the black box, which is not very helpful to him now, because there is no danger that can threaten him at present. He has no worries about food and drink now, and he has the ability to deal with some emergencies. If he encounters a situation that cannot be solved, he will just run away. For example, since I don't have the ability to open this supply box now, I won't open it for now. As a survivor in another world, you still need to have this patience and awareness. The only threat at present comes from other players in the game. But they definitely don't have high-level equipment and weapons now. And they may still be worried about food and drink. Thinking of this, a sense of happiness arises spontaneously. Happiness can only be reflected by comparison. I have been here for 3 days, and have basically achieved freedom of food and drink. He smiled crookedly, started the Mud King and set off. And then another morning of searching. In just a few hours this morning, Chengmu found 2 more alloy ingots and 2 steel ingots. The materials for upgrading the Mud King were sufficient. He took out the vehicle upgrade blueprint from the storage box, and the system prompted that the upgrade was available. However, he did not plan to upgrade the Mud King at the moment, because he was not sure how long it would take to upgrade. If it took a long time, and he could not drive the Mud King during the upgrade, it would waste a lot of precious time. He planned to wait until the evening to upgrade, so that even if it took time, he could sleep while waiting for the upgrade. After getting a large piece of barbecue for Wan Kai and eating a little, Chung Mu wanted to take a nap. But the weather outside was too hot, and he couldn't sleep. So he had to continue looking for supplies. After driving for a while, he saw another huge black rat not far away, and drove the Mud King directly to run over it. Although he was not interested in the meat of the black rat, the fur of this thing could be used to make hunter gloves. After easily running over the black rat, Chung Mu decomposed its fur. At present, the fur is enough to make gloves, and he still needs an alloy ingot. But there is no hurry now. We all have desert eagles. So who doesn't have time to use a knife to cut people? After another hour of searching, he saw a car wreckage in the distance, and immediately drove over to take a look. When he arrived, he found that the car in front of him was only a wreckage. The power core had been disassembled by someone, and the body next to it had been torn into pieces by some unknown animal. He covered his mouth and nose to resist the stench of the body, and walked over to observe the body closely. The flesh on the legs of the body had been eaten by animals, but the fatal injury came from a cut on the neck. Although the flesh had begun to rot in this hot weather, a slightly smooth wound could still be seen, which was different from the surrounding area. Unnatural death. It seemed that he was killed by other players, and his supplies were taken away. Alas, I'm afraid there will be more and more such cases in the future. Chung Mu sighed. Those who survive later should not lack basic food and water. But this does not mean that they will not attack others. And the power core is their reason for killing. He was about to leave, when suddenly a roar of an engine came from behind a hill in the distance, and a car was rushing towards him at a very fast speed. And it seemed that the person coming was not friendly. Chung Mu climbed into the car, and rushed towards the oncoming car with even more sturdy momentum. The vehicles in this game will not explode, but will only reduce their durability. When the durability reaches 0, the vehicle cannot be driven. And when the player who owns the vehicle dies, the vehicle will also be scrapped. This is what he deduced from the collision between the bald man and the woman's car yesterday. The bald man must have stopped the woman's car after a fierce collision. But the vehicle was not too deformed at the time. When he killed the bald man's car was directly scrapped. Except for motorcycles, which have the lowest defense. The defense of other vehicles in this world is still very strong. So when he saw someone rushing towards him, he sneered and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed towards the other party. Dare to attack me? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. To be honest, although the Mud King is heavy, fuel-consuming, and not fast, its momentum is far beyond that of ordinary cars. Just like a heavyweight boxer weighing 250 kilograms fighting a lightweight boxer weighing more than 100 kilograms. The opponent's vehicle was confused when he saw that Chung Mu was so fierce. He just wanted to rush to him and kill Chung Mu before he could react. But he didn't expect that this person would react so quickly. Chapter 11 Bullet Blueprint. Looking at the mud truck rushing towards him at high speed, the guy was really scared, and turned the car around and sped away. Chung Mu saw the other party turn around and run away, so he gave up after chasing for a while, because the speed of the Mud King could not catch up with him. He originally wanted to kill this guy and plunder his power core and supplies, but he didn't expect that this guy was so fast. Since this person dared to make plans for others, he should be prepared to be killed by others. This is fair. Chung Mu saw that the man's car was getting farther and farther away, until it finally disappeared in the distance. So he changed direction and continued to search for supplies. If I hadn't been unable to catch up with that person, I would have definitely given him some good juice today. After searching for about 40 minutes, he found another purple supply box. Purple supply boxes must be opened. Although there are dangers, the degree of danger is not high, and basically a blueprint can be opened from it. But the quality of the blueprint depends on each person's face. Purple supply box. Profit level, D. Danger level, low. The same prompt appeared in front of him again. Fortunately, it didn't open a dog again. He now had some experience in opening a purple box, which was to hold the weapon well. Open it from the back, and be ready to run away at any time. He first walked around the box and planned the escape route. The main escape route was to run towards the Mud King. After confirming that it was safe, he reached forward and pressed the switch of the box. After pressing the switch, he immediately ran several meters back. This time, it was not a sharp arrow or a giant lizard, but a snake several meters long and as thick as a wrist that crawled out of the box. Fortunately, it was not the kind of snake that could spray venom. Chung Mu kept a distance of several meters from the snake. thinking about how to deal with it. This snake was not like other wild animals that would chase others, but huddled around the supply box. This was a bit difficult. If it chased after him, the snake was not fast, and he could get rid of it by running a few steps. But now the snake was determined to stay next to the box. Humph! Do you think I can do nothing to you like this? He ran to a nearby place, picked up some stones and came back. He picked up a medium-sized stone and threw it at the snake. The stone was very fast and was about to hit the snake's head, but it was easily dodged. You're quite flexible. Try my heavenly flower scattering skill. He held several small stones in one hand and threw them at the snake. Although the snake was flexible, it couldn't avoid the attack from so many stones. After Chungmu went back and forth several times, the snake gradually became dizzy. If it continued like this, its life would be in danger. So it decided to run away. It couldn't use the things in the supply box. It was all because of this rubbish game that it had to stay here and didn't pay itself. Seeing that it was about to be crushed to death, it was the best choice to run away quickly. Chungmu watched the snake slowly crawling away, and he didn't plan to find it again. It had been shrinking around the box from the beginning and didn't attack him. In this case, he let it go. After confirming the safety of the supply box again, he looked down to check the supplies. As expected, there was a blueprint inside, and then 2 alloy ingots and a big gold chain. He looked at the big gold chain and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This game was quite black humor. Gold was useless in this world. In his eyes, this heavy gold necklace was worth less than a pack of compressed biscuits. Pistol bullet manufacturing blueprint 10 rounds. Consumption, alloy ingot *1. Good stuff. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart as he took out the blueprint from the box. This blueprint is the biggest gain today. In Chungmu's mind, the importance of this blueprint is far greater than the black material box he found today. Although the things that can be opened after the black box is opened are definitely far better than this blueprint, he is not capable of opening it yet. With this blueprint, he has complete self-protection ability. As long as he can find enough alloy ingots, he can fire unlimitedly. The 10 bullets before were 1 less bullet, so he didn't dare to use them carelessly. But now he feels more at ease. He feels at ease with a gun in his hand. Otherwise he will become a warehouse for others to store goods. Chungmu opened the game player panel and saw that more than 100 people died in the past 2 days. Some died of freezing, some died of heat, and many were killed by other players. The competition between players is getting more and more fierce. I don't know how many people will leave this place alive in the end. Don't think about it. It's useless to think about it. Let's continue to look for supplies, he murmured. I don't know what the Mud King will look like after upgrading. The durability will definitely increase, and the speed may also increase. I don't know if there will be any other functions. I need to get an air conditioner and a stereo. I can't think about it anymore. Chungmu felt that if he thought about it, he would not be able to hold back the desire to upgrade the Mud King immediately. So he shook his head, emptied his mind, and forced himself to concentrate on driving. Today's luck is good. In the afternoon, I found a lot of food and water, including 2 bottles of drinks, 1 bottle of Coca-Cola and the other bottle of Coca-Cola. He found that since he found Wankai, his luck had obviously improved, and the chance of finding supplies had obviously increased. I'll give you another meal tonight. I'll cook you a pot of meat porridge and some barbecue. Thank the Lord for his grace. Wankai bowed his head immediately after hearing this. He looked at his watch. It was 7:13. It was not dark yet. He was so focused on finding supplies in the afternoon that he forgot the time. After making some food and eating with Wankai, he chose to take a rest and wait for the arrival of night. He woke up at around 9 in the evening, and it was pitch black outside. No one should be out searching for supplies at this time. He decided to upgrade the Mud King now, and took out the blueprint from the storage box. Level 2 car manufacturing blueprint upgradable. Consumption, power core *3. Steel ingot *5. Alloy ingot *5. Upgrade. The vehicle is already being upgraded, and the time required for the upgrade is 2 hours. The vehicle cannot be driven during the upgrade. Sure enough, it was a good thing that he did not choose to upgrade the vehicle immediately after collecting enough materials, which would have wasted 2 hours of precious time. Besides, other players are also active during the day, and they may encounter danger. If others attack him, the Mud King who cannot move will put him in a very dangerous situation. Chungmu couldn't help but feel happy about his wise decision. So he decided to reward himself with a bottle of Coke, roast the remaining meat, make a midnight snack, and then go hunting tomorrow. Looking at Wonkai, who was sleeping soundly next to him, Chung Mu decided not to wake him up this time. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a childlike joy in his heart. Chapter 12 Attribute Points. After eating, he took a nap in the car. The 2-hour wait was coming to an end. Chung Mu was looking forward to what the upgraded Mud King would look like. So when there were only a few minutes left in the upgrade countdown, he really felt like he was living a year. With only a few dozen seconds left in the countdown, his heart began to pound, and his eyes were fixed on the number that was decreasing second by second. It was a wonderful feeling to be able to watch himself getting stronger bit by bit. Finally, after a long 2-hour wait, the upgrade time finally came to the last second. Vehicle has been upgraded. Vehicle installation, air conditioning, audio. Bumper vehicle does not reduce durability when it hits a small object head-on. Vehicle durability increased, 300 of 300. Vehicle skill obtained. 60-second railman driving mode. The vehicle can burst out extremely fast speed in a very short time. Can only be used once within 24 hours. Vehicle speed increased by 20%. Vehicle fuel consumption reduced by 10%. Vehicle exterior paint can be modified once. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chung Mu really wants to sing a song now. The effect of the upgraded Mud King has greatly exceeded his expectations. He thought it would only increase durability and install some useless things. But he didn't expect it to be so awesome. It can be said that his Mud King is now the most powerful vehicle among the remaining players. Especially the skill of 60 seconds of real manliness, which greatly makes up for the disadvantage of Mud King in speed. This skill is an indispensable weapon for chasing and killing enemies, and an indispensable magic weapon for escaping. And the things installed in the vehicle are even more delicious. Needless to say, the air conditioner can greatly improve the sense of happiness. Imagine once, in this hot weather, you can blow the cold wind in the car, while others can only silently endure the scorching sun. How the hell is this? The sound system can also add a touch of color to the search for supplies. After all, he also liked to listen to music in his previous life, and his favorite was Kuin's. The bumper is a great artifact. In the future, you don't have to worry about the durability of the Mud King being reduced when creating a wild boar. But other large animals and objects should still be affected. As for the skill of 60 seconds of real manliness, he plans to find an opportunity to experiment first. At present, he doesn't know how fast the Mud King can burst out. But according to his estimation, it should not be less than 200 kilometers per hour. Imagine a heavy-duty mud truck rushing towards you at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. This scene. Player number 9527 has upgraded the vehicle to a second-level vehicle, currently ranked first in the entire district, and awarded 5 attribute points. Attribute points? What is this? Before Chung Mu could wonder, another message appeared in front of him. The chat system and trading system will be opened at 12 o'clock tonight. When players make a transaction, the game will deduct a handling fee based on the value of the item. And the handling fee is designated as gold. Gold? The big gold chain I got today? Luckily, I took it to the car today. It seems that gold is hard currency no matter where I go. Although the gold in this game cannot be used to directly exchange items. If you want to trade with other players, you must use it as a handling fee. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy for his good luck. That's right. Attribute points? Just now the system said to give me 5 attribute points. How do I use this thing? He tried to open the game panel. And sure enough, he saw a point-adding page with 5 attributes. Namely, strength, agility, charm, precision, and luck. He saw that the values behind these attributes were all 0. Chung Mu looked at his face in the mirror. Well, there's no need to add more charm. It would be a crime to be more handsome. However, he guessed that charm in the game should not make the player's appearance better, but that players with high charm are more likely to gain the trust of other players or charm others. Strength and agility need no further explanation. As the names suggest, accuracy should increase the shooting accuracy of long-range weapons, which is good. The only time he touched a gun in his previous life was during military training in college. It was okay to aim at close range, but he was exhausted at a long distance. This attribute is very useful to him. Luck. This attribute is also good. It should increase the chance of finding a supply box. And if you encounter danger, a high luck value may save the player's life. These are his rough guesses about the effects of adding points to these attributes. But there is no rush for these things. Let's talk about them after we wake up tomorrow. Although Chungmu was calm and planned to sleep before worrying about these things, other players were not so calm when they saw the prompts from the game. As soon as midnight passed, the chat channel that had just been opened exploded. This 9527 upgraded the vehicle so quickly. He must have a lot of supplies. Anyone formed a team to hunt him down? Share the supplies equally. Oh, brother. Can you help Injia? Injia can do anything. Fuck. Boss. The vehicle is upgraded so quickly. Can you tell everyone what the upgraded vehicle looks like? Yes. Boss. Can you share what the attribute points are used for? The traitor has been found. This 9527 must have some PY transaction with this game. Otherwise everyone is worried about food and drink. How come this BYD even upgraded the vehicle? You know. I love you. The boss must have his own abilities. What are you? A little jerk? Talking nonsense here. By the way, boss, please take me with you. TMD. I don't want to be in this game. I want to go home. Does anyone know if those who are prompted to die by the game are really dead or have returned to the blue planet? Brother. You must be very tired after searching for supplies for so long. Do you want your sister to take care of you? Is there anyone who wants to team up with me? I swear, I will never backstab my teammates. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 3 days. Selling a pair of original black silk, excluding handling fees. Is there any brother who wants it? Seeing all kinds of information coming at him, Chungmu suddenly felt overwhelmed and was too lazy to care about them. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. He planned to upgrade the exterior paint first, in case the upgrade of the exterior also requires waiting time. In this place, not a minute or a second can be wasted. Although the current Mud King is powerful, it still lacks one thing. That is, handsomeness. The momentum of the Mud King is absolutely impeccable. But the green garbage truck paint does not look very beautiful. The performance has been improved, and the appearance must also be in place. Chungmu had no choice before, but now he wants it all. Chapter 13 All-Round Enhancement. Chungmu opened the vehicle exterior panel, and several different color options came into his eyes. Black Warrior, Far Peak Blue, Thousand Mountains Green, Dark Moon White, Lava Orange, Ant Red, etc. A variety of colors filled his eyes, and he chose the Black Warrior paint without saying a word. Exterior paint modification. Waiting time, 1 hour. Sure enough, it takes time to modify the body color. But fortunately, it doesn't take long. Only 1 hour. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to see the effect of the change. No need to rush for now. He glanced at Wonkai, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. You are still lucky. You eat and sleep every day without having to think about anything. He stroked Wonkai's dog head while speaking. After being in a daze for a while, he picked up Wonkai and crawled into the blanket. Slowly fell asleep, waiting for the arrival of dawn. When the dazzling sunlight shone on Chungmu's face, he slowly woke up. Maybe because of the upgrade and attribute points of the Mud King last night. He was in a good mood and slept particularly well last night. After sitting up, he saw the handsome black front of the car and got out of the car immediately to check it out. The overall appearance of the Mud King has changed greatly. It is no longer the earthy green paint of the past. The bright black paint makes the current Mud King look more domineering from the outside. There is a huge bumper in front of the car, which is also black. The extra bumper makes the Mud King look bigger. He is very satisfied with this change. The current Mud King is intimidating. If it is upgraded a few more levels, it may become a transformer. He went back into the car to check the air conditioner and stereo. He hadn't had time to try them out at night. The strength of the air conditioner was beyond his imagination. To describe it in one sentence, frost on the first gear, frostbite on the second gear, and see the northern lights on the third gear. As for the stereo, Chungmu was a little disappointed. There were only some old songs from Blue Star, and there was no search function, so he couldn't find his favorite. But fortunately, these old songs were classics, and he couldn't expect too much. He took a casual look at the chat channel. Some of the more active ones chatted until more than 3 in the morning. These people were really energetic. He couldn't help but sigh that people's physiques are not comparable. If he had to endure this long, he would definitely not have the energy to look for supplies the next day. And lack of energy means a greatly increased chance of death. For example, If you encounter a wild beast or open a dangerous supply box, you may die if you are careless. But it is understandable that everyone was inexplicably teleported to this hellhole. Some players may not have seen anyone for 3 days. Now that they can suddenly communicate with others, they naturally say everything they can. The content of the chat was varied. Some people scolded him. Some flattered him and asked him to lead. Some wanted to kill him. And some were even more exaggerated, saying that Chungmu used to cheat in this game. It was pure nonsense. Chung, just brought a system. I don't know what a cheat is. In short, there were all kinds of remarks. These remarks would not have any effect on him. He didn't care about those who scolded him at all. And he didn't even know whether those who asked him to lead would live or die tomorrow. So how could he care about others? As for those who are clamoring to form a group to kill him, let them try. Chungmu no longer paid attention to these. After making some breakfast and eating with Wang Kai, he began to think about attribute points. In addition to charm, he wanted to increase the other 4 items. He also considered adding 1 point to each of the 5 attributes. But he had no intention of seducing others yet. And this would also waste some precious attribute points. If he hadn't been lucky, how could he have obtained attribute points so quickly by upgrading the Mud King? You know, most people in the chat channel talked about food and drink. Therefore, each attribute point must be carefully considered before choosing to add points. He planned to add 1 point each to strength and agility. These are basic physical qualities that are helpful for anything he does, so they must be added. However, he is not a person who relies on physical strength to make a living, so he does not need to focus on these 2 items. The dilemma is which of the 2 items, accuracy and luck, to add 2 points to. After thinking for a while, he decided to add 2 points to accuracy. After all, he cannot always rely on luck to make a living. Luck can help him temporarily, but not forever. In the final analysis, it still depends on strength. After confirming the additional points, Chungmu only felt a surge of energy from his heart to his limbs. And then he felt that his strength had become stronger, and the muscle lines on his body were a little more obvious. He got out of the car and ran around the Mud King twice, and found that his running speed and reaction were much faster. In his previous life, he was actually in good health, and he would exercise regularly. He had some not-so-obvious muscle lines, and was thin overall. However, updating 20,000 words a day was a double destruction to his mind and body. So he would be so. The current body is a world of difference from the previous one. Although he only gained a little strength and agility, he felt that his current physical fitness was comparable to that of a first-class athlete. He placed a slightly larger stone about 20 meters away, and picked up some small gravel, and threw them at the big stone one by one. Although he couldn't hit the target 100%, he could hit 70% to 80%. And even those stones that didn't hit were not far away. So there was no situation where the target was too far away. All-round enhancement. After testing his body functions, Chungmu had an urge to open the black supply box. After suppressing the urge, he embarked on today's journey to find supplies. Don't get cocky just because you become a little stronger. He warned himself in his heart that if he got cocky after achieving a little success, he wouldn't be able to live long in this world. Time really passed much faster with the air conditioner on and the music on. And more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 hours, he found an alloy ingot, 2 apples, a bottle of water, and an electric kettle, which could be plugged into the center console of the Mud King for use. Although the kettle was not needed during the day, it was still quite comfortable to boil a pot of hot water to drink on a cold night. After putting all these things into the storage box, he continued to drive forward for a while, and a black figure appeared in his field of vision. When he got closer, he could see clearly that it was a thing that looked like a leopard. The creature had shiny black fur all over its body and long limbs. A bit like the cheetah Chungmu had seen in the animal world, but much larger than the cheetah. The game must have enhanced the cheetahs on the blue planet and put them here. It was just right. Using this Black Panther to test the Mud King's 60-second True Man mode. Chapter 14 Extreme Spear. The Black Panther in front of him seemed to sense the danger, but he had never seen a car before. So when he saw the huge Mud King, he just watched the Mud King from a distance with caution, and did not run away immediately. When the Mud King rushed towards him at high speed, he felt the horror of this black mass. Chungmu watched the Black Panther running away in the car, stepped on the accelerator to speed up and chased after it. The speed of the Mud King soon increased to about 120 kilometers per hour. But this speed is still not enough to catch up with the Black Panther in front of him. This Black Panther is faster than the cheetah on the blue planet. And its endurance is much better. He didn't plan to waste any more time. He hugged Wankai, who was sitting on the passenger seat next to him, and then tightly grasped the steering wheel and pressed the 60-second Reelman button. I only felt row, and the front half of the Mud King was lifted a few inches by this powerful acceleration. Chung Mu, who was sitting in the car, almost flew up. But fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt. Then, there was a strong feeling of being pushed back and weightlessness, which almost made him urinate. Fortunately, Wankai in his arms was not affected much, because he was holding him tightly. Otherwise, he would have to clean the cab every time he used this skill. He held the steering wheel tightly with all his strength. The speed indicator on the instrument panel in front of him reached 260, and it would explode if it went down. At this time, he dared not have the slightest deviation. If he didn't hold the steering wheel tightly, there would be a risk of overturning. At this speed, Chung Mu and Wankai would definitely be killed. The Black Panther felt the Mud King coming with the wind behind him. Just as it was about to turn sharply and change direction to escape, it was run over by the Mud King at high speed before it could do so. After running over the Black Panther, Chung Mu continued to rush forward in a straight line. After the 60-second Reelman mode ended, he turned the car back to decompose the Black Panther's body. After decomposing the Black Panther, he obtained a medium-sized fur and 10 pieces of meat. After putting these things into the storage box, he continued to look for supplies. He was driving while recalling the feeling just now. 60 seconds of real manliness can only be described with one word: cool. After all, which man doesn't like speed and passion? With this skill, he can directly chase other players in the future. Although most players' cars can reach a speed of 200, the Mud King can accelerate instantly, which is far inferior to ordinary people's cars. He opened the chat channel in the car again, wanting to see if he could trade some useful materials. Is there anyone who wants to trade blueprints? I can pay the handling fee. Please chat privately for the price. Fuck. 9527 boss is here. Give him a shout. Brother, I want original black silk. Can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 4 days. I have a blueprint that I can't use for the time being. Let's talk in private. Chung Mu then received a private chat invitation, and he chose to accept it. I have a weapon manufacturing blueprint. Are you interested? Oh my god. Weapons. Is someone here to give me AK blueprints? He was a little excited, but he still pretended to be calm and replied to the other party. Sure. Send it to me. The Domination Spear, a throwing weapon, contains the domination power. After being thrown, it can be automatically retrieved to the user. The stronger the user's power attribute, the higher the damage. Manufacturing requirements: alloy ingots *3. Steel ingots *2. This person took out the weapon blueprint for trading. It is estimated that he has already made one himself. He originally did not intend to trade with this person. He already had a Desert Eagle. This kind of throwing weapon was a bit useless to him. But he suddenly thought of something and asked the other side. What supplies do you plan to exchange for? Power core, blueprints, or enough food and water that won't expire? This guy is really asking for too much. Chung Mu can't trade the power core. The stronger others become, the greater the threat to him. As for food and water, he doesn't plan to exchange them. These are necessary supplies. Level 2 storage box upgrade blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: alloy ingots *2. Take this blueprint to trade. Anyway, you should have made the extreme spear. The blueprint is useless. Add another 5 liters of water and 5 compressed biscuits. The other party replied. No way. If you don't want to trade, I will find someone else. If he didn't see that this extreme spear was still useful to him, he would not pay attention to this person. Add another liter of water and 2 compressed biscuits, and we will trade immediately. The other party sent another message. No. I have already paid the handling fee. If you don't want to, just cancel the transaction. Okay. Sure. But if there is a subsequent transaction, you have to give me a discount. Is there a follow-up? It seems that this kid has a lot of stuff. Do you have other supplies? What are they? You will know when I need to trade. You have personality. I like it. Chung Mu confirmed the transaction with him and closed the conversation. The game deducted 10 grams of gold as a handling fee for this transaction. When the transaction was completed, his big gold chain was missing a small section. Fortunately, this game is not so shady. According to his estimation, this gold chain should be more than 100 grams. If the handling fee is too high, most people may not be able to afford it. Looking at the blueprint of the extreme spear, he couldn't help but sigh that this weapon that needed a blueprint to build was indeed different from the weapons opened in ordinary supply boxes, and it could even be automatically recycled. Chung Mu began to imagine himself standing between the heaven and earth, and shouted, "Spear!" And the extreme spear rushed towards him with an unmatched momentum. The reason why he chose to trade this extreme spear was mainly to practice his accuracy. Although the game attributes can be improved, it also requires continuous practice to truly control the skyrocketing strength. Although he could train his aiming accuracy by throwing stones, that method was far less convenient than the extreme spear. He could aim at the target and throw the extreme spear, and summon it back directly after hitting it. Also, the hunter gloves he got before. The blueprint said that the gloves could increase the damage of non-firearms, and the two would be more powerful when used together. Although the materials for making the extreme spear and gloves were already collected, he did not plan to make them now. He wanted to stock up on alloy ingots to make pistol bullets. Although the extreme spear is good, it is far less intimidating than a desert eagle. Moreover, he doesn't have many bullets now. If he encounters any emergency later, and he doesn't have bullets or alloy ingots, he will be completely stuck. A gun without bullets is worse than a fire stick. After putting the things he traded into the storage box, he looked at the boy's number, 4396. He must find a chance to see what else the boy has in stock. Chapter 15. The trick is very deep. Chung Mu continued to drive the Mud King, and searched for another 1 or 2 hours. He only found an alloy ingot, a bottle of Coke, and a bucket of instant noodles. When he saw the bucket of instant noodles, he was so excited that he burst into tears. Although this thing is not healthy, it tastes really good, and the seasoning packets inside can be saved for cooking. In this place, it is good to be full. So why bother to consider whether the food is healthy or not? It was noon in a blink of an eye, and Wong Kai was so hungry that he was pacing around. "Don't worry. I'll get you some leopard meat later." He had never eaten this kind of wild game before. He had read on the internet that the meat of this kind of beast was very unpalatable. But the wild boar meat he had gotten before tasted quite good when cooked in a cooking pot. He first took out a piece of meat, cut a little bit, and put it in the pot, then added a little salt. If it didn't taste good this way, he would try another cooking method. So he only put a small part of the meat in the first time to avoid wasting it. After a while, the meat was out of the pot. He picked up a piece and tasted it. It tasted good, chewier than wild boar meat. Not as bad as he had imagined. After cooking a meal and eating with Wong Kai, he planned to take a nap. Before, he couldn't sleep because he was sweating all the time due to the heat. But now it's different with the air conditioner. After sleeping for about half an hour, Chung Mu woke up in a daze. If it weren't for Wong Kai moving around next to him, he could have slept for a while. After getting off the car and moving his body, he felt much more awake. A half-hour nap is equivalent to 2 hours of sleep at night. After drinking a few sips of water, he continued on his way to look for supplies. He opened the chat page to see what others were talking about, and found that he had received another private message request. "Boss, do you have a theodolite? I'll send you the coordinates. I have a purple box here, and I don't dare to open it myself. Can you come over and open it together? We can share the things we open." Then, there were the coordinates sent over. He took out his theodolite and looked at it. He was not far from this person. About 2 hours drive away. Chung Mu looked at this message. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to believe that others would share the supplies. Although the purple supply box is dangerous, it will not be life-threatening if you are careful. However, he plans to test this person first. He accepted the private chat request of this person and then asked him, "Well, do you have other drawings? If so, I can exchange some supplies with you. And I want to take the lion's share of the things in the supply box." This sentence is to make the other party feel that he is interested in this supply box. "Boss, I have a blueprint for equipment here, and I have no problem with you taking most of the stuff in the box. After all, I can't get anything without you. Well, wait for me at the coordinate point. I'll be there in a while." After a few short conversations with this person, Chung Mu judged that this person was definitely not a good person. First of all, Blueprints usually only appear in purple supply boxes. But this person said that he didn't dare to open a purple box. If it wasn't obtained from the box, then it could only be obtained from other players. There are only two possibilities to get it from other players. One is to find it from a player who died accidentally, and the other is to kill others and then loot it. He prefers the latter possibility. Unfortunately, when a player kills another player, the death prompt of the game does not indicate the specific player number. Otherwise, it can be checked whether this person has killed anyone. He plans to see what this person is thinking. But of course, he has to take protective measures. If this person dares to make plans for him, he will have to send him off. More than 200 kilometers away in the desert, a middle-aged man with a big belly had a cruel sneer on his face. This cruelty was gone in an instant. And then a simple and honest face appeared on his face. Chung Mu drove to the coordinates set by the man. He was also very interested in the man's supplies and wanted to kill him. After all, he had never provoked this man, but he wanted to set a trap for him. Did he really think I was a fool? The routine was played deeply, and no one took it seriously. On the way, he took out the manufacturing drawings of the hunter's gloves and made the gloves. One more piece of equipment means one more guarantee. A pair of tough-looking black gloves appeared in front of him. The gloves were completely black and radiated a faint luster. There were several alloy rivets on the fists. These gloves were not very hot to wear even in this weather. And it seemed that even if you hit someone with your bare hands, the other person would not feel good. 2 hours passed quickly. On the way, he came across 2 white supply boxes, from which an alloy ingot and a bottle of pepper were opened. And then, he saw a car parked not far away. "Boss, are you driving a big black car?" "Yes," Chung Mu replied calmly. "Okay, boss, I'm right in front of you." He drove to the man's car quickly, loaded the bullets in the car, put the gun behind his waist and covered it with clothes, put the bayonet in his trouser pocket, put a faint smile on his face, and got out of the car. "Wait in the car. Don't shout." He patted one guy on the head before getting out of the car. The bald middle-aged man opposite saw Chung Mu getting out of the car. He was stunned at first, probably because he didn't expect him to be so young. Then a contagious smile appeared on his face, and he trotted over to greet him. "Big brother." "Haha. I didn't expect you to be so young. If you don't mind, I'll call you little brother." "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call me, little brother. You are really young and promising. You have achieved such great success in such a short time in this damn place. It's really admirable. It's just that you are a little luckier. By the way, little brother, it's so hot. Are you a little uncomfortable wearing gloves? I have a refrigerator in my car. Do you want me to get you a bottle of iced drink?" The middle-aged man's eyes lingered on his gloves for a moment, and then flashed away. But this did not escape Chung Mu's eyes. "I didn't care just now. But after hearing what you said, I really feel uncomfortable. There's no need for drinks. I just drank a lot of water, and my stomach is bloated." He took off his gloves to lower the middle-aged man's vigilance. "Brother, your car is nice. And there is even a refrigerator." "Haha. This refrigerator was made by me by chance with a blueprint. Little brother, wait for me to give you this blueprint right away. We should help each other now, so that we can live longer in this hellhole. It's well written." I almost believed it. To be honest, this greasy middle-aged man's acting skills are really good. If he acts in a movie, he will probably win an Oscar. If a person who is not experienced in the world, this sincerity will definitely not be seen as abnormal. Chapter 16. Who takes who seriously? Watching the middle-aged man's performance, Chung Mu sneered in his heart. Helping each other? I think you want to pit each other. Although he thought so in his heart. But his face showed an expression of a big brother's reasonableness. "By the way, little brother, you upgraded the car to level 2 so quickly. Where did you get the blueprints and materials?" "Oh, brother, to be honest, most of the materials I got these days were found in the storage boxes of those players who died accidentally. And some were opened by luck. Little brother, luck is also a part of strength. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. By the way, do you have any weapons? I found a machete in my car 2 days ago. If you want it, I will get it for you later. Anyway, I can't use it." "Haha. Testing me again." Chung Mu took out a bayonet from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged man. "The weapons are okay. At present, I only have this bayonet and the boxing gloves I just brought. It's enough." "Haha. Good. These weapons are enough. In fact, as long as everyone unites, we can survive here easily. After looking at the bayonet, the middle-aged man returned the knife to Chung Mu. What you said is nonsense. If we can unite everyone, why do you need to say it here? The selfish gene in human nature makes this impossible. Chung Mu said in his heart. Yes, brother. So we must help each other. This sentence was said to him from the bottom of Chung Mu's heart. I help you on the road. You provide me with supplies. And help each other. The middle-aged man looked at his sincere eyes and thought that Chung Mu was really a gullible rookie, and immediately relaxed his vigilance. Oh, brother. The supply box you just mentioned. He slapped his head. Look at my memory. I've been busy telling you all this. I'm old. Not only are my legs and feet not as flexible, but my brain is not as good either. The box is just ahead. Follow me. Chung Mu walked side by side with him. The middle-aged man always had a smile on his face. They arrived in front of the supply box after walking a few steps. Little brother, I'll tell you something. I think this supply box should be dangerous, but not fatal. I'm old. I'm afraid I can't handle this kind of danger. But you're so young. There will be no problem. And little brother, you've become the best in the district in such a short time. You must have something special, so you don't have to worry at all. In return, you can choose whatever you want in the supply box after opening it. Just leave some for me. The middle-aged man flattered Chung Mu again, hoping to lower his vigilance. If someone lacks experience, he might be flattered by these words, and he wouldn't have to do anything, and would die directly from the danger of the supply box. Okay, brother. Step back a little. I'll see what's so great about this box. Chung Mu squatted down, facing the middle-aged man with his back, pretending to carefully examine the supply box in front of him. Finally, the opportunity has come. This thought came to both of them at the same time. The middle-aged man slowly reached into his pocket and took something out of it at a very fast speed. It was a crossbow that was originally the size of a toy. After the middle-aged man took it out of his pocket, the crossbow became normal size in the blink of an eye. A cruel and fierce look appeared in his eyes, and he immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow. With a whoosh sound, a steel arrow shot towards Chung Mu's back. Just as the middle-aged man pulled the trigger, Chung Mu kicked hard, burst out at a very fast speed, and rolled to the side. In the air, he took out the gun from behind with one hand and supported himself with the other hand to keep his balance. You? Before the middle-aged man could say the next word, a bullet had already passed through his head, leaving a pile of brains on the ground. Buzz, buzz. Half of the crossbow arrows shot from the middle-aged man's hand sank directly into the hard rock on the surface, and the remaining half kept vibrating in the air, making a buzzing sound. Damn it. This guy's equipment is so good. I almost got caught. Chung Mu cursed. But then, there was a great harvest of joy. Your stuff is very good, but it will be mine soon. The equipment of this middle-aged man is the best among the players he has seen so far. But it is not surprising. This person is cruel and ruthless, sweet-mouthed, and can play the pig to eat the tiger. Such a person will live very comfortably in such a place, so he can get so many supplies. When the middle-aged man first saw the notification from the game, Chung Mu upgraded the vehicle to level 2. He set his sights on him, thinking of using some benefits to trick him first, and then sneak attack and kill him. A man who was blinded by benefits. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chung Mu too much, so he paid the price with his life. Chung Mu got up from the ground, confirmed that the middle-aged man was dead, and picked up his crossbow. Ghost crossbow. Players can shrink the size when not in use. It is powerful, and the crossbow arrows can be reused. The game's introduction to the crossbow appeared in his eyes. This thing can almost be used as a gun at a short distance, and the crossbow arrows can be reused, but the endurance is too slow. If you miss an arrow, you will be easily killed. Chung Mu walked over and took a lot of effort to pull the crossbow arrow from the ground, which shows how powerful this crossbow is. After putting the crossbow away and putting it in the Mud King's storage box, he went to search for supplies in the middle-aged man's car. After opening the storage box in the middle-aged man's car, the first thing that caught his eye was 2 drawings, and then some other miscellaneous things. He guessed that one should be the manufacturing drawing of the crossbow, and the other should be the manufacturing drawing of the refrigerator. The 2 middle-aged men had already built it for him, so he didn't need to bother gathering materials. He could just move it. The most outrageous thing was that he found a box of highly loud self-heating hot pot in this man's supplies. Boil. Eat better than me. Chung Mu was very angry. He moved all these things to his car and threw away some iced drinks and water in the refrigerator because he was worried that the man had poisoned the water. Whistling happily, Chung Mu disassembled his vehicle core, looted all his supplies, and put the purple supply box into the truck bed. Chung Mu drove the Mud King and turned away. After getting in the car, he first took a look at the refrigerator. The refrigerator was not big, and there was a wire that could be connected to the power interface of the center console of the car, and then it could be used. He plugged in the power socket, took out a bottle of Coke from the storage box, and put it in. In less than a few minutes, a layer of mist climbed on the bottle of Coke. He quickly took it out and took a sip. Refreshing. My heart was flying. Cool all over. Chapter 17 Double Open Purple Supply Box. After drinking a bottle of iced coal, Chung Mu began to count the supplies he had harvested today. 2 blueprints, a crossbow, a small refrigerator, 3 alloy ingots, a steel ingot, a barrel of 100 liters of gasoline, a box of Haliluo, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 potatoes and 5 eggs. Of course, there is also the most important power core. It was a great harvest. This job was worth 2 days of hard work to find supplies. I hope that there will be more people who have improper thoughts about me in the future, so that he can rob these people's supplies without any psychological burden. He couldn't rob those innocent people. At least not yet. If his life was threatened in the future, he wouldn't care about that much. He could only let his friend die instead of me. Chung Mu first used 2 of the 3 alloy ingots he had looted to make 20 bullets, and then used the remaining 1 and the steel ingot to make a Desert Eagle. Although the Desert Eagle is powerful, the Desert Eagle in the game can only hold 7 bullets. After the 7 bullets are used up, there will be a window period. Although there is no situation that cannot be solved by 1 bullet, he is afraid that as the game becomes more difficult, he will encounter situations that he cannot handle. So he took advantage of the fact that all the materials are complete, and used the dual-wielding Desert Eagle. After driving for about half an hour, he encountered another purple supply box. When he saw the box on the ground, an idea suddenly came to his mind. There is another unopened purple box in the truck bed. What if I put these 2 boxes face to face, and open them at the same time? Now my physique has been greatly enhanced. Even if I open 2 boxes at the same time, if I encounter danger, I can always run away. If the things in the 2 supply boxes will attack each other, then I will save myself a lot of trouble, and I won't have to face danger when I open the boxes later. If the experiment can really succeed, then opening the black supply box is just around the corner. He did it right away, wearing hunter gloves, holding the extreme spear in one hand and the Desert Eagle in the other, with a bayonet on his waist and a ghost crossbow in his pocket. Then he placed the 2 boxes face to face, squatted down, stretched out his fingers with both hands and pressed the switch at the same time, then turned around and ran. In 2 seconds, he ran nearly 20 meters away. After reaching a relatively safe distance, Chung Mu looked back and saw a medium-sized wolf with fierce eyes crawling out of one box, and an ugly vulture jumped out of the other box. After the vulture and the wolf looked at each other, they did not attack each other as he imagined, but one rushed towards him, and the other flapped its wings to come over. Zhao, aren't vultures scavengers? Why are they interested in a living person like me? It seems that most of the animals in this place that are similar to those on the blue planet have been modified by the game. He planned to get rid of the vulture first. This thing can fly. If it flies up and then dives towards him, it will be difficult to deal with. He has never shot anything in the sky. He held the extreme spear in his right hand, ran forward a few steps, and threw the extreme spear at the vulture in the posture of a javelin thrower. The extreme spear rushed towards the vulture like a bullet, and pierced through the vulture's body in the blink of an eye. The tip of the spear pierced through its body and stabbed into the ground, buzzing. Although the vulture was pierced by the extreme spear, it did not die immediately, but kept flapping its wings and struggling. Just after getting rid of the vulture, the wolf rushed in front of him at a very fast speed. Chung Mu did not have time to retract the extreme spear, and directly took out the Desert Eagle and shot at the wolf. At this time, he did not dare to save bullets. Although the wolf in front of him was not very big, its physical fitness was very strong and its momentum was fierce. The fierce eyes showed that it wanted to tear Chung Mu into pieces immediately. So Chung Mu emptied the magazine directly. No matter how fierce the wolf was, It couldn't withstand the 7 bullets from the Desert Eagle at close range. After it fell, it slid a few meters to Chung Mu's feet. Before dying, it wanted to bite Chung Mu. Chung Mu was a brave man who didn't want to suffer a loss. So he quickly retreated. Seeing the vulture still struggling not far away, he walked forward, stepped on the vulture's head with his foot, pulled out the bayonet from his waist, and killed the vulture with one knife. Animal corpse can be decomposed. Decomposition can obtain meat *5. Flight feathers *2. The game's decomposition prompt appeared in front of him. Flying feathers? What is that? System. Are you here? Explain it to me. The retarded system did not respond. The current system level was too low, and it could only prompt the dangers and benefits of the supply box. It seemed that only after upgrading this stupid system would it have other functions. But how to upgrade it was a question worth thinking about. Forget about it. Just decompose it first. After decomposing the vulture corpse, I got 5 pieces of meat and 2 white feathers about 1 foot long, which felt very textured. He went back to disassemble the wolf and got 10 pieces of meat and a medium-sized fur. Now he had too many pieces of meat, which he couldn't finish. If he kept it for a long time, it would go bad. He planned to put the meat on the trading channel to exchange for other supplies. Now he was going to see the harvest in the 2 purple boxes. A blueprint, a barrel of gasoline, a small bottle of cooking oil and 2 oranges. These were the supplies in one of the boxes. There were no blueprints in the other box, but there were a lot more other supplies. A bag of 5 kilograms of rice, a bag of 5 kilograms of flour, 10 eggs, a bag of bread, 2 buckets of black elephant instant noodles, a box of highly low self-heating hot pot, and 2 small green vegetables. Now he won't be short of food in the short term. These things are enough for him to eat for many days. He will eat the perishable food in the next 2 days, and save the others slowly. After moving all these things to the car, he opened the blueprint. Hunter's Inner Armor Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Medium for *2. Steel Ingot *3. Equipment Effect, Chest and Back Defense plus 10. Remarks, lightweight and breathable inner armor. It won't be hot even in summer. Not bad. Not bad. Good stuff. I'll make it later to see the effect. This seems to be a series of equipment with hunter gloves. This series should also have blueprints for other parts. I don't know if there is any bonus after gathering them all. After carrying everything in the box back to the car, Chung Mu opened the chat channel and planned to sell the meat for 5 yuan. He now had 20 or 30 pieces of meat. He and Wonkai would only eat 1 piece at each meal. It would be a waste if they were left alone. Fresh meat for 5 yuan. Each piece weighs about 1 pound. Each piece of meat will be exchanged for 1 liter of water and 1 compressed biscuit. The handling fee will be paid in half. If you are interested, please contact me. First come, first served. Chapter 18. Fuck. The boss is here again. Hurry up and catch him. Don't let him run away. Can I change the original black stockings? Brother? We are all eating bread. But this guy is eating meat. Is it in the river? Boss. Can I change the compressed biscuits to bread? Boss. Can I change it with something else? Can you help me process it? I can pay the handling fee. Looking at the dense messages, he selected a few people and sent private messages. These people all hoped that Chung Mu would process the meat before trading, and they could bear the handling fee. This was no trouble for Chung Mu, and he could also avoid a handling fee. He traded 6 pieces of meat in a short time, in exchange for 5 liters of water, 2 bananas, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 bags of bread. He took out the banana and ate most of it himself and left some for Wonkai. Eat some bananas. Eating only meat these days can easily cause constipation. Although Wonkai didn't know what constipation was, he was still very happy to have something to eat. Moreover, the Mud King now had air conditioning, and he slept in the car with the air conditioning on all day. It could be said that he was as happy as a god. Looking at Wonkai, who was eating with his head down, a smile climbed onto Chung Mu's face, and the air was suddenly filled with joy. Just when he was feeling comfortable with his current life, a private message appeared in front of him. Sent by the Kid 4396. 3rd level storage box manufacturing blueprint. Are you interested? Damn. This kid is pretty awesome. I just gave him the 2nd level blueprint not long ago, and he actually got the 3rd level blueprint again? Such awesome people are not allowed to exist in the Survivor game. Chung Mu decided to punish him severely. This time, he must lower his price severely. You are awesome. You are diligent in finding blueprints. Yeah. I just found them randomly. What color boxes did you find these blueprints in? Mostly yellow boxes. And I also found one in a white box. But the blueprints in white boxes are not very useful. 4396 replied calmly. You can find blueprints in these two boxes? Chung Mu was shocked. You can't open it? Damn. It's not fair. This game is so unfair. No longer dwelling on this issue. After all, there are differences between people. Chung Mu shifted the focus of the conversation to trading. What do you plan to exchange this blueprint for? Another blueprint? Plus some food. A small refrigerator manufacturing blueprint. Plus 1 liter of water and 2 boiled eggs. I'll pay the handling fee. This is the price he offered. After all, he already has a small refrigerator now. And this blueprint is of little use to him. But the storage box upgrade blueprint must be obtained. Otherwise, if there is not enough storage space, some ingredients will be exposed to this hot weather and may go bad in a day. Add 5 more pieces of barbecue. Why don't you go grab it? I'll give you 2 more pieces of barbecue. Anyway, he has too much meat to eat now. So it's no big deal to give him 2 more pieces. Okay. Deal. The two of them confirmed the transaction. And his big gold chain lost another small section. Looking at the blueprint in hand, Chung Mu opened it. 3rd level storage box manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, alloy ingot *5. Note, only when you have a 2nd level storage box can you use the 3rd level blueprint for upgrading. It seems that 4396 should have obtained this blueprint a long time ago. When I gave him the 2nd level blueprint, he upgraded his storage box. And then took out this blueprint to trade with me. I have a question for you. Can you answer it for me? 4396 sent another message. Put it. What color is the highest level box you have opened? Is it dangerous inside? If it were someone else, Chung Mu would definitely not answer this question, and would even lead the other person into a trap. The stronger the other person becomes, the greater the threat to him. However, he could answer this question for this kid. Not because he had developed trust after trading with him twice, but because this person was useful to him. This kid could easily find various blueprints, and he might be able to trade with him when he needed blueprints in the future. So Chung Mu planned to go with the flow and do a favor. Anyway, there was no loss to himself. There are no eternal enemies or friends. Only eternal interests. I can answer this question for you. But if we trade in the future, you have to give me some discounts. And notify me first when you find good blueprints. Okay. No problem. The best supply box I've opened so far is the purple one, which is dangerous but not fatal. There are some ferocious beasts hidden in the purple supply box. There may be all kinds of animals. And there may also be some hidden weapons. If you don't have strong self-defense capabilities, it's best not to touch it. Chung Mu gave him a general introduction. Okay. Thank you. I will tell you if I find anything later. Yes. The two of them ended their chat. And Chung Mu continued to look for supplies. Today's luck was bad. I drove for a long time, but didn't see any purple boxes. I only found 2 white boxes and 1 blue box, from which I found a bottle of vitamin tablets, 5 eggs, a set of summer clothes, and a barrel of gasoline. Time passed quickly, and it was past 7 o'clock. A few huge dark clouds floated in the distance. It seemed that it would rain again tonight. But it was good. Rain could clean the body and clothes. Tonight he and Wonkai made a big meal. Fried a plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of scrambled eggs, and a box of highly loud small hot pot, and a pot of fragrant rice. Wonkai thought this meal was his last, and didn't dare to eat for a long time. After finishing the meal, he patted his belly, and admired the sunset for a while. Then he found an open place to park the car, and prepared to welcome the arrival of the night. Before the night fell completely, he practiced the throwing accuracy of the extreme spear for a while. Chung Mu planned to take time out every day to practice the extreme spear in the future. What did you do on Blue Star before? 4396 sent another message. Anyway, he was free. So Chung Mu simply chatted with him to kill time. So far, this person gave Chung Mu a good impression. I'm a writer. Because my works are so good, people envy me and then plot against me. So I came to this place. Oh, what's your pen name? I used to like reading books. Damn it. This guy is talking about something else. I have to change the subject quickly. I can't let him know that I'm actually a failure. Otherwise it will damage my glorious image. Let's not talk about this. How did you get to this damn place? I got cancer. After I woke up from a sleep. I came here. It seems that those who were teleported to this place are people who died in some accidents in their previous lives. Chapter 19 System. You finally came to the task. After chatting with 4396 for a while, he felt sleepy. The two of them were talking about bragging and gossip. Although their relationship was much better than that with other players, they must have been a little wary of each other. So it was impossible to talk too deeply. After casually ending the chat, Jungmu hugged Wan Kai and slowly fell asleep. In a daze, he heard a voice coming from where he had just fallen asleep. System task. Kill 5 medium-sized or larger beasts. After completing the task, you can receive a mysterious reward. Mysterious reward level. Complete the task within 24 hours to get the first-class reward. Complete the task within 24 to 48 hours to get the second-class reward. Complete the task within 48 to 72 hours to get the third-class reward. No reward after 72 hours. Hearing this voice, he jumped up from his seat with a start, and all his sleepiness disappeared immediately. System. You finally came to give me a mission. Jungmu was so excited that tears were streaming down his face. He had always thought that the first-level system only had the function of prompting the supply box. But he didn't expect that he would suddenly be assigned a mission today. Good. Jungmu slapped his thigh and wished he could find some beasts and fight them fiercely. He was praying in his heart that the wild wolves that scared him half to death that night would come to harass him again today. He would just kill all the Mud Kings. He waited excitedly for an hour. Except for the heavy rain and strong wind outside the window. He didn't see even a wolf hair. Ahem. Wait another hour. This must be a test from the system. Another hour passed, and Jungmu was already sleeping with Wan Kai. At around 4 in the morning, he woke up. After all, he was still thinking about the task given by the system, so he couldn't sleep too soundly. Since he woke up, he didn't plan to continue sleeping, and quickly set out to do the task. Fortunately, the rain outside has stopped, and the Mud King's high beam is also quite powerful, so the vision is not bad, but it is definitely not as good as during the day. The range of vision is only about 100 meters ahead, and it is not clear if it is farther away. His goal today is to find purple supply boxes and beasts. Usually a medium-sized beast will jump out of the purple supply box. Since the system says that the reward for completing the task within 24 hours is the best, then he must take the best reward. In the past, he had no choice. But now, he has to do his best in what he can do. It's just 5 beasts. Let's eat them. After casually eating a few pieces of bread and drinking a few sips of water, he got out of the car and filled the tank with all the gasoline he had collected in the past few days, and then set off to search. After driving for more than an hour, he saw 2 white supply boxes on the road. Jungmu didn't even look at them and ignored them directly. Now completing the task given by the system is the most important thing. This level of supply box can no longer attract his attention. If it was a yellow box, he would stop to pick it up and throw it into the truck bed. While driving, he suddenly remembered something. And then he opened the game's trading system and found that the black supply box he picked up could also be traded. 4396 is a smart guy. He should have discovered that the supply box can be taken away, he thought to himself. So he sent a message to 4396. Do you have a purple supply box? He should not be awake at this time. After sending the message, Jungmu continued to drive to find supplies. After driving for more than an hour, Jungmu finally saw what he had been thinking about. There was a wild boar not far away, and there was a blue supply box next to the wild boar. He ignored the blue supply box and went to the wild boar, because he had the experience of killing a wild boar before. He killed it without much effort this time. Middle-sized and above beasts have been killed, 1 out of 5. Jungmu was overjoyed. System. Just prepare the first prize for me and wait for me. After getting off the car and dissecting the wild boar, he got a medium-sized fur and 5 pieces of meat. To be honest, some behaviors in this game are really weird. It's really weird. The wild boar and the black panther that was killed yesterday are both medium-sized beasts. But the black panther can be decomposed into 10 pieces of meat, while the wild boar can only be decomposed into 5 pieces. Does it mean that the amount of meat produced by the pig is not as good as that of the leopard? Now he has no time to think about these things. After decomposing the wild boar, he immediately turned around and picked up the blue supply box. He was too lazy to look at what was inside and threw it directly into the truck bed. Then he continued to search without stopping. At around 6 o'clock, 4396 replied to Chung Mu. What do you want the purple box for? Do you have one? If you do, trade it to me. I'll open the box for you and give you everything inside. I mainly hunt for wild animals that may appear in the box. If there are any wild animals, I'll kill them and give you the fur and meat after decomposing them. All the fees incurred in the transaction will be borne by me. If you don't trust me, I can put some supplies with you as collateral. After a few messages were sent, 4396 fell silent. Maybe you still don't trust me. Chung Mu laughed at himself in his heart. Yes, if it were me, I would definitely not trust others easily. He shook his head, emptied his inner thoughts, and continued to drive forward. Less than a minute after driving out, he received a transaction reminder from 4396. He opened the transaction system and saw that 4396 traded a purple supply box. I was looking for a box just now. This is the only purple supply box I have. Remember to give me what you said. If there is nothing else, I will be busy first. A warm current rose in Chung Mu's heart. At this time, thousands of words would be pale. He could only express his inner gratitude with practical actions. It's not that he didn't think about asking others in the trading channel, but he didn't trust others. Others certainly didn't trust him. Moreover, even if others had purple boxes in their hands and traded them to him, it would be hard to explain how much more things they got. Even if he gave others more supplies than the quota, they would probably feel that he had embezzled a lot of things in the box. This was what Chung Mu thought. If he bought the purple material box directly, he might not be able to exchange it with ordinary materials. After all, no one who can survive to this day is a fool, and he doesn't want to exchange the drawings in his hand yet. As for 4396, after getting along with him for the past 2 days, he felt that this person was not bad. At least he could talk to him. So he sent him a message as soon as possible. If he didn't kill enough beasts by the time today, he could only find someone else to buy them at a high price in the trading channel. Definitely. I will contact you as soon as I am done with my work. He replied to 4396. Chapter 20 Giant Beetle. After sending a message to 4396, Chung Mu took out the purple supply box. Purple supply box. Profit level, D+. Danger level, medium. Did the danger level change? The system previously indicated that the danger level of purple supply boxes was low, but the danger level in this box is medium, and the profit has also become D+. It seems that the supplies in this box are better than those in ordinary purple boxes. This 4396 is a European emperor. The things he got from the same box are better than what I got. Chung Mu was thinking whether to open the box. The danger level was medium. As long as nothing too abnormal was released, it should be no problem to deal with it with his current strength. However, if he was injured by accident, it would definitely affect the progress of today's mission. But if he gave up this box, he didn't know when he could find other targets. By the way, make the hunter's inner armor to enhance the defense. He suddenly remembered that he still had an equipment blueprint. However, there is still a lack of steel ingots for the materials to make the inner armor. He did not intend to bother 4396 again, and directly opened the trading channel of the game. A piece of barbecue, a pack of compressed biscuits, a small bottle of water, in exchange for a steel ingot, excluding handling fees. First come first served. As soon as he sent the message, several people rushed to trade with him. Chung Mu randomly chose one of these people to complete the transaction. Because he was afraid of wasting time, he directly offered a high price right away. The steel ingots can be found in the white material box. The things he gave are definitely more valuable than the steel ingots. It is useless for ordinary people to ask for steel ingots without drawings. After all, this thing is not very useful for hitting people. After exchanging for the steel ingot, Chung Mu took out the blueprint from the storage box. Hunter's inner armor manufacturable. Manufacturing consumption, medium for *2. Steel ingot *3. He chose to manufacture, and a light inner armor appeared in his hand in a moment. He took out the bayonet and scratched the surface of the inner armor hard, but it didn't leave any marks on it. The defense is very good, almost can be used as a bulletproof vest, and it feels full of security. After putting on the inner armor, I didn't feel the slightest bit of stuffiness. On the contrary, the inner armor provided a sense of coolness. It seems that this series of equipment is not bad. I will find a chance to collect it in the future. After Chungmu put on the equipment and weapons, he got off the car with the box traded by 4396 and walked to a giant rock not far from the Mud King. If there are any particularly perverted creatures coming out of it, they can use the terrain to fight guerrilla warfare. After taking a deep breath, stretching the muscles and bones of the whole body, and adjusting his own state to the best, Chungmu pressed the switch of the supply box and quickly ran back. After running for a distance, he looked back and saw something that jumped out of the supply box that was beyond his imagination. It was a beetle the size of a car tire. It had a halberd on its head, and 6 legs as thick as a baby's arm were covered with barbs. The carapace on its back spread out, revealing 2 pairs of wings inside, and it exuded a mysterious metallic luster. Chungmu immediately raised his hand and shot. The bullet hit the beetle, but it did not cause any substantial damage. It only pushed it back a few steps, leaving a not very deep crater on its hardened carapace. After being shot by Chungmu, the giant beetle became even more angry. Its 6 legs bent toward the ground, and then it kicked hard, which directly kicked its body into the air more than 10 meters above the ground. Then the beetle folded its 6 legs at the bottom of itself in the air, protecting its weaker parts, and then fell towards Chungmu at a high speed. Chungmu raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. But unfortunately he still failed to break its defense, so he had to roll to the side to dodge. With a loud bang, the beetle's huge body fell to the place where he had just stood, and the hard rock on the ground cracked directly. If this hit Chungmu, it would probably smash him into pulp. The beetle did not stop after landing, but rushed towards him again. Chungmu had to dodge again, thinking about how to deal with the beetle while dodging. Desert Eagle bullets can't break the defense of this thing at all. Its shell is extremely hard. The only weakness should be the parts of the abdomen that are not covered by the shell. But every time the beetle jumps, it will use its legs to protect those vital parts. Since I can't break your defense for the time being, I will break your legs first. Chungmu knew that although the beetle's legs were good for defense, they were far inferior to the carapace on its back. However, he could no longer use the Desert Eagle to hit its legs. With the beetle's extremely fast speed, it was difficult for Chungmu to guarantee that every bullet would hit the target. He had no bullets left, so he couldn't waste them like this. So he put his pistol on his waist, holding the extreme spear in one hand and the bayonet in the other for self-defense. When the beetle jumped up again, Chungmu aimed at one of its legs and threw the extreme spear with force. Unfortunately, the extreme spear flew past its leg at high speed. Chungmu summoned the extreme spear back and continued to look for opportunities. He now planned to slowly wear down the giant beetle. Fortunately, the beetle's attack was relatively simple, with only 2 attack methods: leaping up and smashing down and rushing forward. It was also relatively stupid. Although Chungmu's enhanced body could not withstand its attack, it was still no problem to dodge it. Fortunately, his enhanced body endurance was also greatly enhanced. Otherwise, he would be out of breath after dodging a few times. At present, he was calmly looking for an opportunity to hone his combat skills with this beetle. He had killed most of the beasts he had encountered before with his gun. As the beetle rushed forward again, Chungmu finally stabbed one of its legs with the extreme spear. The beetle felt pain and let out a strange wail. After hitting the beetle, he did not stop, but directly recalled the extreme spear. The extreme spear flew backwards, bringing out some green juice and some shell fragments from its legs. It really worked. The beetle with one leg injured was not affected too much. The anger and pain made it burst out at a faster speed and rushed towards Chungmu. Chungmu was not panicked and still dodged easily. More than 10 minutes later, Chungmu broke the 6 legs of the beetle. It could not move on the ground. Chungmu walked forward, holding the extreme spear tightly with both hands and raised it high, and stabbed the beetle's head, ending its life. Middle-sized and above beasts have been killed, 2 out of 5. Fortunately, this giant beetle is also a medium-sized beast. Otherwise, he would be angry to death after working for a long time. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Giant beetle shell *1. After he decomposed the beetle's corpse, he got a palm-sized shell. The shell was very hard, and Chungmu couldn't bend it even with all his strength. Chapter 21 Magic Core. After getting rid of the giant beetle, Chung Mu went to check the harvest in the supply box. When he saw 2 blueprints in it, he was shocked. No wonder there was no blueprint in one of the purple boxes he opened yesterday. It must have gone to the box of 4396. I must find a chance to kill him. I must punish him severely. In addition to the 2 blueprints, there were also some food materials in the supply box. He put all these things into the box without opening the blueprints. If he opened some top-quality blueprints for 4396, he would be heartbroken. So he planned to trade all these things at once after finishing the system tasks. Out of sight. Out of mind. There were 3 more to the task. Mud King. Go. Go! Chung Mu hadn't found the next target in the whole morning, which made him a little depressed. After a simple meal, he planned to take a nap and send a message to 4396. Do you have a coordinate machine? Do you know where there are more large beasts? Within a minute, 4396 sent a coordinate. Chung Mu looked at his coordinate machine and found that it was about half an hour's drive from this place. Good brother. This guy is good? You are lucky. I saw a mammoth here yesterday. I was quite impressed and marked the coordinates. Good brother. For life. He replied excitedly. By the way, I just opened the purple box you sent. There are 2 drawings and some miscellaneous things in it. I will trade them to you after I finish my work today. Okay. Got it. Little guy. Quite arrogant. Wake me up in half an hour. He sent another harassing message to 4396. Get lost? Chung Mu smiled faintly and took a break. Staying alert was the key to completing the task. After all, mammoths were not that easy to deal with. About 20 minutes later, he woke up, drank a few sips of water, and stretched his muscles. Then, he immediately drove towards the coordinates set by 4396. After driving for more than half an hour, he saw the mammoth that 4396 mentioned. It was very large. About 1/5 the size of a mud king. There are 2 tusks more than 1 meter long in its mouth. And its body is covered with long brown hair. I don't know if it is hot or not. Chung Mu saw the mammoth and planned to use the Mud King to attack it directly with a 60-second real-man attack. Otherwise, with the weapons in his hand, he might not be able to break its defense. Not afraid, but 100% unable to break its defense. So he could only try the Mud King, hoping that it would not reduce the durability too much. After all, the attack on the dead boar only reduced it by 5 points. And that was without upgrading the bumper. Although the mammoth is much larger than the wild boar, its durability should not be reduced too much. After all, his Mud King is not a vegetarian. Chung Mu took Wang Kai, who was in the passenger seat, into his arms. This dog now sleeps after eating every day. He was so angry when he saw it. After driving to a suitable distance, he pressed the 60-second real-man button. Wang Kai, who was sleeping in his arms, didn't know what happened. He just felt a strong push on his back. So he woke up. Wang Kai woke up and saw himself rushing towards a huge monster, and immediately screamed, "Damn it! I just ate a little more of your food. I will double the shit for you later. I don't want to die. I haven't made any female friends yet. And I still have a lot of things to do in my dog life. Let me go! Let me go! I will never pee in the pool when you are taking a bath next time." Looking at Wang Kai screaming in his arms, Chung Mu pinched its mouth with his hand. And then it really became much quieter. A few seconds later, the Mud King, which was running at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, rushed to the unlucky mammoth. The collision with the mammoth did not cause much noise, probably because the mammoth's meat was thicker. Vehicle durability, 250/300. The vehicle's durability dropped by 50 points. Chung Mu felt a little sad, but it was still within the acceptable range. He could only wait for another opportunity to see if he could restore the durability of the Mud King. The mammoth was knocked more than 10 meters away by the Mud King in extreme speed mode. But it did not die immediately. So Chung Mu drove the Mud King back and forth to crush it several times. Middle-sized and above beasts have been killed, 3 out of 5. As the system's killing prompt came, Chung Mu opened the car door and got out to check. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Large for *1. Meat *50 pieces. Large magic core *1. A prismatic thing that looks like crystal appeared in front of him. If you look closely, you can see that there seems to be materialized energy flowing in it. This should be the magic core in the game. Although I don't know what the magic core is used for now. Chung Mu concluded that it must be a good thing. Good-looking things are always good. After collecting these things, he raised his hand to check the time. It was a little after 1 p.m. And if his luck wasn't too bad, it shouldn't be a problem to find 2 more beasts in the afternoon. However, he didn't dare to pin his hopes on luck, but continued to move forward in other directions without stopping. Wang Kai, who was still frightened in the co-pilot seat, seemed very angry. He turned his butt towards him without making any sound. Wang Kai was very angry that Chung Mu did such a dangerous thing without communicating with him in advance. It seems that this guy doesn't know his own identity. He actually did such a thing without reporting it to me in advance. He must be severely punished. So he decided to ignore Chung Mu all day. Ahem. I'll add some meat to your dinner tonight and make something delicious. You want to bribe me with a little meat? What kind of dog do you think I am? Wang Kai. Seeing that it ignored him, Chung Mu continued to raise the price. I'll give you a whole piece of meat and give you a meal tomorrow morning. Is that okay? Wang Kai shook his head in a very human way and made a sound similar to humph. Chung Mu slapped his thigh and gave Wang Kai an offer that he couldn't refuse. I'll give you a whole piece of meat tonight, and then I'll give you a whole day's meal tomorrow. Wang Kai immediately turned from a Chinese rural dog into a pug when he heard this, and threw himself into Chung Mu's arms and licked his palm happily. Dignity is secondary, and being able to eat meat is the most important thing. Chung Mu was driving while calculating today's harvest. 50 pieces of meat. This is definitely not enough to eat. He planned to take out 30 pieces to trade for other supplies. You need to exchange more steel ingots and alloy ingots, as they are needed to make many things. You can exchange the rest for other things. After you have alloy ingots, upgrade the storage box so that the meat can be stored longer. Then he opened the game panel and found that many people had died for various reasons in the past 2 days. And there were only more than 8,000 people left. Chapter 22, the last one. Too many people died in the past 2 days. I wonder how many people will be left after 7 days. Chung Mu sighed. But he didn't have much time to care about others now. There were only a few hours left in the 24-hour mission. After another 1 or 2 hours of searching, he came across 2 yellow supply boxes on the way. He didn't dare to waste time and picked them up and threw them directly into the truck bed. After 10 or 20 minutes, Chung Mu saw a car parked in front of him. Not far from the car, a man was fighting with an animal. He drove over in a hurry. He honked the horn while driving the Mud King to attract the man's attention. At the same time, he lowered the window and waved to the man to express that he had no ill intentions. After slowly stopping not far from the man, Chung Mu saw the man's appearance clearly. He was a boy about 18 or 19 years old, and the childishness on his face had not completely faded. The boy looked at Chung Mu with a mace in his hand and was full of vigilance. Next to the boy was a wild boar, which had been beaten half to death by the boy. But fortunately it was still breathing. Chung Mu gave the boy a smile that he thought was sincere. But sincerity was useless in such a place. Only substantial benefits could impress others. Ahem. Brother, can you let me kill this wild boar? In return, Chung Mu would give him a reason that he couldn't refuse. I'll give you 5 pieces of meat, plus an unopened yellow supply box. And I won't take a penny from the decomposed meat and fur of the wild boar. I'll exchange it with you for the right to kill this wild boar. Do you think it's okay? Chung Mu said to the boy in a negotiating tone. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard such a generous reward. But then he asked Chung Mu more vigilantly. Why do you have to kill this wild boar? I have been staying in this place for a few days. I am a little stressed, and I need to vent my anger in this way. How do I know that the things you gave me are not poisoned? The boy continued to ask. So Chung Mu took out 5 pieces of meat from the storage box in front of him, and then used the cooking pot to make 5 pieces of barbecue, and then tore off a little from each piece of meat according to the boy's instructions, and put it into his mouth. At this point, the boy finally believed that Chung Mu did have some special hobbies. Anyway, he could get so many benefits. And the things that the wild boar decomposed also belonged to him. So he decisively gave up the right to kill the wild boar. However, the boy still watched Chung Mu cautiously beside the car, not far away to prevent any changes. Chung Mu laughed awkwardly twice, then walked towards the wild boar with the extreme spear. He directly killed the wild boar with a spear, so that it would not suffer any more pain later. After all, he still had to act to show that he was a person who killed to vent his desires. Since it was to vent his desires, it was naturally impossible to end it with a knife. Middle-sized and above beasts killed, 4 out of 5. Chung Mu was delighted. Only one beast was left to complete the mission. Then he pretended to be crazy and stabbed the wild boar with dozens of spears, until the wild boar's body was full of holes, and there was no place to attack. Then he drove the Mud King away, and said thank you to the boy before leaving. Only the boy was left with a frown in the wind. Chung Mu, who was in the car, now had only one thought in his mind. That is, to let him meet another beast as soon as possible, no matter what it was. Hard work pays off. After more than an hour of searching, he finally found it. But this one was not easy to deal with. It was a giant eagle circling in the sky. He put the desert eagle on his waist, and got out of the car with a machete and a super spear. It was not easy to use a gun to deal with this giant eagle. The eagle was very fast, and it was difficult to aim in the air. In addition, due to its huge size, it was very likely that only feathers could be hit instead of the torso, which would only waste bullets. So Chung Mu chose to use the super spear and the machete to deal with this eagle. The super spear was used for long-range attacks. The machete was used for close-range self-defense. And the pistol was used to prevent emergencies. After everything was ready, Chung Mu aimed at the eagle circling in the sky and threw the extreme spear at it. The extreme spear rushed towards the giant eagle at high speed. But unfortunately, its flying speed was too fast. And the position Chung Mu had just aimed at was quite different from its current position. He immediately recalled the extreme spear, although it did not hit the giant eagle once. The flying extreme spear also attracted its attention. The giant eagle saw Chung Mu on the ground, expressed great anger, and then swooped down at him. The giant eagle folded its wings and swooped down at Chung Mu like a cannonball. Chung Mu aimed again, took a few run-ups, and threw out the extreme spear again. Chung Mu threw it with great force, and the extreme spear made bursts of sonic booms in the air. But the giant eagle just turned sideways to avoid the extreme spear. In the blink of an eye, the giant eagle swooped down from a height of 100 meters in front of Chung Mu. The giant eagle spread its wings, and its wingspan was as long as 5 or 6 meters. From Chung Mu's perspective, it could be said to cover the sky and the sun. Then it stretched out its claws and grabbed Chung Mu. Its nails were extremely sharp, and each claw was more than 10 centimeters long, thicker than Chung Mu's fingers. The tail of the claw was curved and hooked, flashing with cold light. If the giant eagle gave it a claw, it would probably be killed. If the limbs were caught, the limbs would probably be torn off by the giant eagle in an instant. However, Chung Mu was not a pushover, and immediately raised his pistol and shot at it. The giant eagle had excellent eyesight and could see the trajectory of the bullet in the air, and then dodged to the side. The bullet only knocked off a few feathers of the giant eagle, and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Then Chung Mu swung his knife hard to chop its claws. Just when he was about to chop it, the giant eagle's wings shook, and it instantly raised its body several inches higher. The knife flew past the giant eagle's feet. After swinging the knife in the air, Chung Mu immediately adjusted his posture. Although his movements were fast, the giant eagle's movements were faster than his. Before Chung Mu could adjust his posture, the two sharp claws grabbed Chung Mu again. If he was caught by this claw, Chung Mu would definitely die. He had no choice but to sit back and hold the machete across his chest. The giant eagle's claws suddenly tightened as soon as they touched the machete, and as it flapped its wings and flew upward, Chung Mu felt that his arm holding the machete was about to be dislocated by it. Fortunately, his body was not so fragile after being strengthened. At this moment, Chung Mu used all his strength to pull the hand holding the machete down, and the giant eagle lost its balance for a short time. Chung Mu immediately raised his hand to shoot. Just as it wanted to release its claws to dodge, the bullet had already passed through its body, spraying a stream of hot and fishy blood. And then the giant eagle fell to the ground, flapping its wings weakly and struggling. Chapter 23 First Prize. Chung Mu did not dare to be careless. Looking at the giant eagle still struggling weakly on the ground, he immediately went to finish it off and ended its life. Then a system prompt appeared in front of him. Middle-sized and above beasts have been killed, 5 out of 5. Complete the task within 24 hours and get the first prize. Task reward, 5 attribute points, 1 blueprint. System experience asterisk 10%. Listening to the voice of the system, Chung Mu's heart finally settled down. And then, he was ecstatic. The stupid system, no, the awesome system, actually directly gave him attribute points and blueprints without playing the game. This is too awesome. As the only person who has been enhanced in the game, he naturally knows how awesome attribute points are. So when he saw that the system gave him attribute points as a reward, he was overjoyed. The system experience also increased by 10%, which means that as long as he continues to complete the tasks given by the stupid system, it can be upgraded, and the upgraded system will definitely bring him great help. As for the blueprint, Chungmu didn't care at first. After all, the preciousness of the blueprint was far less than the attribute points. However, when he opened the blueprint given by the system, he immediately shouted. It turned out to be a level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint. To be honest, vehicle upgrade blueprints are not too rare. He also looted the level 2 blueprint from others at that time. The main reason is that the power core used for upgrading is difficult to collect. However, thousands of people have died in the game in the past few days. People with better luck may be able to collect enough cores by picking up corpses. He estimated that in a few days, other players might upgrade their vehicles to level 2. Even so, he didn't expect to get level 3 blueprints so quickly. After opening the blueprints, the game displayed the manufacturing requirements. Level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprints. Manufacturing requirements. Level 2 vehicle. Power core *8. Reinforced steel ingots *10. Reinforced alloy ingots *10. Reinforced steel ingots and alloy ingots? Is this thing open from a box or does it need blueprints to be manufactured? Chungmu guessed that these two items should require blueprints to synthesize. After all, he has opened so many boxes and has not even seen the shadow of this kind of reinforced material. Wait until the evening to ask in the trading channel. There is no rush now. He has not collected the most critical power core. It must be said that the trading section and chat section in the game are still very popular among the majority of players. If there were no these two functions, I am afraid that many people would die in the past few days. Chungmu raised his hand and looked at Kakshu. It was getting late. It was time to make some dinner. Wonkai in the car should also be hungry. After driving to a safe place, he cooked a sumptuous meal and enjoyed the food with Wonkai. After eating and drinking, he took out the yellow supply box he picked up today. He picked up 2 yellow boxes today, one of which he gave to the wild boar boy, and the other he planned to give to 4,396 as a reward for his willingness to help him. Yellow supply box. Income level, E. Danger level, none. After confirming that the supply box was not dangerous, Chungmu traded everything he found in the purple box given by 4396 today to him. He was also given a yellow supply box and 5 pieces of barbecue. Thank you, Lord. He sent a message to 4396. Get lost. Another word of get lost came. Chungmu smiled faintly and then sent a message in the chat channel. Selling 30 pieces of barbecue. Price negotiable. Fair and honest. Interested parties can chat privately. By the way, does anyone have the drawings of reinforced alloy ingots or steel ingots? Buy them. As soon as Chungmu sent the message, several people immediately replied, the boss is here again. Come and watch. The boss is the boss. And he is generous when he makes a move. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 5 days. Brother, I want to exchange 3 pieces. Private chat. Reinforced alloy ingot. What is this? I haven't heard of it. If you have seen it, please let me know. Kill 9,527. Grab the supplies. If you are a brother, come with me to kill him. Deduct 1 and send Hellfire. 111. Are you really sending it? Search the whole network for the kid who attacked me today. Don't let me catch you, or you will be in trouble. Chungmu's messages always attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone in the game now knew his name 9527. Soon he traded all 30 pieces of barbecue, some of which he did not pay the handling fee, and some of which he did not pay the handling fee either. After all, he had only found a big gold chain so far, so he had to use it sparingly. He exchanged 30 pieces of barbecue for 10 alloy ingots, 8 steel ingots, and some vegetables and fruits. Just as he was counting the gains from the transaction, a game prompt message came. Player 4396 has upgraded his vehicle to level 2. His vehicle upgrade notification instantly made the chat channel explode. Zhao. This kid. He immediately sent a message to 4396. Where did you get the power core? I picked up 2. And then killed a blind one. Oh my god. He's pretty ruthless. Where's the blueprint? You just sent it. Chungmu was completely speechless. He had been busy all day, and Chun Chun had become a wage earner. He drove around for a while, and thought about adding attribute points. The system gave him another 5 attribute points, and he planned to distribute them evenly. He thought charm was useless before, but what happened today also reminded him. If his charm value was high, he might not have to pay so much to gain the trust of the boy today. Every attribute in the game is useful, and although 4396 also upgraded the vehicle to level 2, he did not get any attribute point bonus. From this perspective, attribute points are very rare. You don't need to worry about others easily getting attribute points, and you don't need to go off the beaten track and specialize in one of them. If you add points to each of them evenly, you will be stronger than most people. So he added the attribute points in a balanced way. With the 5 attribute points given by the game before, he now has 2 points for each attribute. After adding the attribute points, another warm current spread throughout his body. The first thing Chung Mu felt was that his physical strength was further enhanced. And then he felt that his movements became lighter and his reactions became faster. He could even feel that his internal organs became stronger. Now his physique has probably surpassed all the humans on the blue planet before, and he has evolved into a superhuman. If I were to describe it more specifically, it would be that he could kill titanium deep in 3 punches without any effort, and lead Bolt by 5 seconds in the 100-meter race, which is even more of a piece of cake. If his body can be strengthened 1 or 2 more times, he should be able to directly use his strong body to fight those beasts. Chapter 24 Tornado. As the sun had completely set, Chung Mu found a safe campsite to park the car, then picked up Wang Kai and prepared to go to sleep. He was a little tired from the non-stop running and fighting all day, so he felt sleepy as soon as he stopped the car, and then he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already past 7 in the morning, and the sun was still not visible outside. Only yellow sand could be seen all over the sky. It looks like a sandstorm is coming, judging from the intensity of the sandstorm. I can't go out to look for supplies today. I can only stay in the car. The visibility outside the window is 0. Chung Mu, who was bored, was about to check if anyone was talking in the chat channel when he received a transaction reminder. It was sent by 4396. He sent some food, water, and some fruits. Not bad. He is still very conscientious, which I like very much. Is there a sandstorm over there? Yes. Chung Mu wanted to confirm whether the sandstorm was only in some places, or in the entire map. He opened the chat channel again to see the messages sent by others. Shua, why is there such a big sandstorm today? I can't see anything. You have one too. I thought it was only in my area. Haha. It seems that everyone can only stay in the car today. What the hell? I'm still waiting to go out to find supplies. Fuck you. Little BYD dares to scold your father. I will kill you within 3 days. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 6 days. There were all kinds of people chatting, arguing, trading, and Chung Mu just watched them chatting to kill time. After all, if he didn't go looking for supplies, he would be bored. I don't know what the 3rd level Mud King will look like. Can the back truck be converted into a motorhome, so that even if he doesn't go looking for supplies, he can still have something to do to kill time? It's Chung Mu's favorite fantasy time again, watching people chatting and playing Wang Kai in the chat channel. Time soon came to noon. He made some food and prepared to take a nap. Before he closed his eyes, the sandstorm outside suddenly became more violent, and the yellow sand hit the Mud King truck, making a patter-patter sound, and the sky became darker. Is the big one coming? Chung Mu opened the chat channel, and there were indeed a bunch of people howling in the chat channel. It's terrible. It's dark here, and I can't see anything. What's going on? Is there any brother who can come and save me? I'm small and can warm the bed. Sob. Send me the coordinates. My brother is coming. Run. It looks like a tornado is coming. I can't see anything. Where to run? If a tornado blows, my car will definitely not be able to withstand it. I'm selling a box of Durex. If you're interested, please chat privately. Looking for 2 blue pills. They must be imported from the United States. I'll cough if I take anything else. Is there any brother somewhere with a slightly better environment? Send me the coordinates. The wind is not strong here. Let Dad tell you the coordinates. Dad. Oh my God. You are such a good son. But it's a pity that Dad lied to you. Fuck you. Hack your mother. Do you know where to run? My family? I don't want to die yet. Before they chatted for a while, a strong tornado appeared wherever there were players on the map. And Changmu was no exception. With the appearance of the strong tornado, his visibility became slightly higher, because the dust in the sky flew in the direction of the tornado. As more and more dust was sucked by the tornado, Changmu could roughly see the scene in front of him. It was a tornado as high as a building, and various objects were already caught in it. He planned to drive closer to see, because there were tornadoes everywhere on the map, and it was not necessarily safe to run to other places. In addition, he had enough confidence in the Mud King, and the tornado in front of him was not enough to affect the driving of the Mud King. After getting closer, he saw through the sand that there were many supply boxes and gravel in the tornado, and it seemed that the outlines of 2 cars could be seen inside. Make a fortune. Although the tornado brought great danger, it also brought opportunities. The supply boxes he could see inside were the amount he could only find after searching for several days. Changmu decided to follow the tornado to collect the supplies that were swept into it. The tornado was also moving aimlessly and quickly, and he drove the Mud King to keep a distance from the tornado and followed it. After running with the tornado for more than half an hour, a car appeared in front of him behind a hillside. It was a large SUV, which looked quite imposing, and its shape was a bit like the Prado on the Blue Planet. Before Changmu could get close to the man, he saw a message on the chat screen. Little bastard driving a black dump truck. Get out of the way. Don't get in my way of picking up boxes. Haha. You really don't take the road to heaven, but you choose to go to hell. I'm lucky enough that I didn't have any intentions on you. But you dare to provoke me? Changmu sneered and replied. 9,527. Just right. So I don't have to look for you again. I'll take your 2nd level vehicle today. 2. Hee. This man has already decided to die. Changmu immediately drove the dump truck towards the man. But the man didn't dodge and drove towards him. Changmu loaded his pistol to deal with various situations that might happen. When the 2 cars approached a certain distance, the other party suddenly lowered the window, and then a shotgun leaked out of the window, with the black muzzle aimed straight at Changmu. Humph. Changmu snorted coldly. So there is a gun. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Your shotgun is very good, but it will be mine soon. Following the gunshot from the other side, he turned the steering wheel quickly, and did not let the fragile glass of the Mud King be attacked by the other side, but used the car body to withstand the volley. Then Changmu quickly lowered the car window, raised the Desert Eagle, and aimed at the other side. Changmu's enhanced aiming accuracy was far beyond the opponent's. He only heard a gunshot, and then a flame drilled out of the Desert Eagle's muzzle. The bullet went along the open car window, reached the opponent's window, and drilled into the opponent's neck. In Changmu's expectation, this shot should directly blow the opponent's head. But the aiming accuracy of the vehicle while driving is still not as good as aiming in place. So the bullet only had a slight deviation and only hit the opponent's neck. After being hit by the bullet, the driver of the opposite vehicle lost the ability to move. The vehicle slowly slid for a distance and then stopped. Changmu did not dare to be careless. He threw the extreme spear to make up for the knife before getting out of the car to check. Chapter 25 After the Hurricane. Fortunately, Changmu was more skilled. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he would have been killed by this idiot. The man he met today also made him not dare to be arrogant in the future. As time goes by, some people may have powerful weapons. He got out of the car and disassembled the man's power core, and then carried all the things in the man's supply box to the car. 3 blueprints, a shotgun, 5 alloy ingots, 7 steel ingots, and the rest were some basic food supplies. He opened the blueprints, and the contents of the 3 blueprints came into view. Shotgun production drawings, manufacturing requirements, steel ingots *2, alloy ingots *2, shotgun bullet production drawings 2 pieces, manufacturing requirements, steel balls *10, alloy ingots *1, steel ball production drawings 10 pieces, manufacturing requirements, steel ingots *. This shotgun consumes a lot of bullets. It takes 1 steel ingot and 1 alloy ingot to make 2 bullets. And this gun can only hold 2 bullets at a time, which is a relatively useless firearm, although it has strong lethality at close range. The cost of use is too high, and the endurance is insufficient. This is a fatal weakness. Who will give you time to change bullets when a fight really starts? In addition, Changmu already has a Desert Eagle, Although the Desert Eagle's close-range damage is definitely not as good as this shotgun. With his current shooting skills, he will probably kill others before they get close. After sorting out these supplies, Chung-Moo continued to move forward in the direction of the tornado. As time passed, the wind force of the tornado gradually weakened, and a vehicle that was caught in it was thrown out. He hurriedly followed the trail of the vehicle that was thrown out. And when he arrived, he saw that the car was empty, and the things in the vehicle storage box had disappeared. But fortunately the power core could still be decomposed. He disassembled the power core of the car, and continued on his way. Not long after, 2 more cars were thrown out by the tornado. Chung-Moo disassembled the power cores of the 2 cars, and continued to follow the tornado's forward steps. This tornado may be a death warrant for others, but it is a treasure pot for him. Time passed by minute. Some people died because of the tornado, but not many. After all, if you don't deliberately chase the tornado, you can still run away by driving. Most people died because they were killed by others for snatching scattered supplies. He had a good harvest today. So far, he had obtained 4 power cores. When the wind stops, there will definitely be a lot of supply boxes inside. He can just drive to pick them up. It can be said that today is the easiest day he has ever had. He even hopes that there will be more tornadoes in the future. He sent a message to 4,396 and asked about the situation over there. It is estimated that 4,396 should have obtained a lot of good things. At that time, they can exchange the unused supplies with each other. Then he opened the chat channel to see if there was any valuable information. I'm rich. I picked up a lot of boxes following the tornado. Fuck. Can a tornado drop a supply box? Go back and take a look. Wow. I saw my good brother being sucked in with my own eyes. And I licked the bag with tears. Selling 2 Jin. Just opened from the box. Haven't had time to disassemble it yet. This is good. Chung-Moo hasn't eaten Jin meat for a long time. And plans to buy 2. I want these too. Private chat. Chung-Moo sent a private message to the seller. Boss 9527 is here. Let's take a photo. Brother 9527. I need your care. Come and take care of me. Ahem. Sister. Don't worry. After I upgrade the Mud King to a motorhome, I will definitely reserve a room for each of you sisters. However, he did not send these words out. After all, he still had to maintain his glorious image. After the transaction was completed, he saw that the tornado in front of him was getting weaker and weaker, and it would stop completely soon. There are at least a dozen boxes of supplies in the wind, and he is determined to get them. If someone dares to mess with him, he can only kill them. And tomorrow is the 7th day. I don't know what kind of tricks the game will come up with after 7 days. After more than half an hour, the tornado finally stopped slowly. And then, there were boxes of supplies scattered all over the ground. After picking up the boxes of supplies, Chung-Moo ran away immediately. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. With the brilliance of the tornado for so long, the game map has also changed a lot. Some places have leaked out of the surface, while some places have accumulated more sand, forming a huge desert. Some of the huge rocks were split into small pieces, and some of the small pieces were piled together to form a huge mountain of broken rocks. Chung-Moo was driving and enjoying the scenery along the way. Before he knew it, he had driven more than 100 kilometers. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, he began to count today's harvest. 8 white supply boxes, 6 yellow supply boxes, and 4 purple supply boxes. These boxes are almost the amount he can find in 2 to 3 days. Chung-Moo was in a good mood instantly. He opened all 4 purple boxes and killed the creatures in no time. The only thing that caused him some trouble was a giant bear that came out of one of the boxes. The giant bear was very tenacious and could continue to fight after being shot several times. But it only caused him some trouble now. 3 blueprints came out of the 4 boxes, and he opened them. 1. Dryer Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Wood *4. Alloy Ingot *1. Plastic *1. Note: the air dryer can be used to air dry meat to extend the storage time of meat. 1 kilogram of fresh meat can make 1 kilogram of jerky. 2. Vehicle Repair Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements, Steel Ingots *5. Alloy Ingots *5. Note: the durability of the repaired vehicle is 100 points. 3. Wine Barrel Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements, Wood *10. Alloy Ingots *2. Note: Putting grain or fruit in the wine barrel can brew wine. 1 kilogram of materials can brew 1 kilogram of wine. The type of wine varies depending on the materials put in. This game is quite well thought out. Even alcoholics are taken into consideration. And the wine output rate of the wine barrel is as high as 1 to 1. If the wine is brewed and sold, there will be no worries about sales. After all, under such great pressure of survival, it is a luxury to be slightly tipsy. Drinking a little can relax your mood. Children, please do not drink. Drinking is harmful to the body. But if you drink too much, it also means that the chance of death will be greatly increased. However, those who are still alive now have experienced various life and death ordeals, and they must not have even this little self-control. So he concluded that there would be 100% someone who would buy the wine. But he didn't know if anyone else had obtained the blueprint now. Chapter 26 Wine Master. The sooner the better. After Chung Mu saw the drawing of the wine barrel, he immediately felt that it was profitable. He first purchased the materials for making the wine barrel, and after making the wine barrel, he began to sell it in the chat channel, processing wine and beverages on behalf of others. 1.2 kilograms of grain or fruit can make 1 kilogram of wine. No cheating. Come quickly. 20% profit is a relatively reasonable profit margin. After all, he can't work for others for free, and he has no obligation to do so. The type of alcoholic beverage will change according to the type of raw materials delivered. For example, if grapes are delivered, then wine will be brewed. And if apples are delivered, then cider will be brewed. The minimum amount for brewing is 1 kilogram each time. There is a discount for brewing more at a time. It does not include handling fees. It is first come first served. He explained to everyone again. With Chung Mu's words, the chat channel exploded again. I want it. I want it. Give me 2 kilograms of wine first. Then Chung Mu saw that this person traded 2.4 kilograms of grapes. This deal was a good deal, and I made a net profit of nearly a pound of grapes without any effort. Boss is a boss. He has started selling wine. Awesome. 9,527. It's so scary. Boss, can you give me a bottle? I'm a girl. You can't even be a beast. Someone cursed immediately. Give me 2 bottles. Mixed flavor fruit wine. Boss, can you exchange it with other materials? Not for now. Only grain and fruit are accepted. Chung Mu replied. If there are other materials to exchange, then the raw materials in his hand are obviously not enough. Chung Mu continued to sell in the chat channel, and soon sold several hundred kilograms of wine, making a lot of money on grain and fruit. Looking at these materials piled up like a mountain, he took out the third-level storage box blueprint from the storage box. Third-level storage box manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, alloy ingot *5. Note, only when you have a second-level storage box can you use the third-level blueprint for upgrading. He upgraded the supply box. The current storage box was not enough, and the upgraded storage box could store supplies for a longer time. After upgrading the storage box, he put all the supplies in it, and then sent a message to 4396. Do you have any good drawings? Let's exchange them. Go find your good sister to exchange. Damn. Why is there a sour taste in this reply? This 4396 can't be a woman. Chung Mu recalled that every time he sent a message in the chat channel in the past few days, it would cause a sensation. There were indeed a few women who expressed special concern for him. 4396 should have seen those messages today. That's why he said such a sour thing to me. I guess 4396 must have been conquered by my domineering spirit. No. What if he is a man? This kind of thing can't be taken lightly. What if I chat with him for a few days, but find out that things are not what I thought when I meet him in person? That would be the end of me. So he decided to wait and see. He must be cautious. Cautious and cautious. This is related to the happiness of his lower body. No. The second half of his life. He sent a message to 4396 to deal with it. I'm just flirting with him. We're real lifelong brothers. Get lost. Another simple and rude word get lost came. Chung Mu was too lazy to care about it anymore. He was a little hungry, and it was getting late. He took out the fruits he earned and planned to make some fruit wine for himself. Fruit wine has a low alcohol content and tastes good. It can almost be regarded as a beverage. It is also produced at home and is very healthy. Looking at the abundant materials he earned, he smiled knowingly. But then a trace of worry appeared in his heart. If someone else also found the wine barrel blueprint, then his business would not be so easy to do. However, he was able to sell so much today because his name 9527 was well known in the game. If someone else came to sell, the first thing everyone would think of was whether this person was a liar. And they would definitely not believe it easily. In addition, his profit margin was within a reasonable range, and he did not raise the price drastically because of his current monopoly position. If someone else finds the wine barrel blueprint, then I will sell it at a lower price. Chung Mu took out a bottle of water from the storage box, washed his face, and then simply cleaned his body, and began to prepare for today's dinner. He first bought a portion of curry and some tomatoes from the trading channel, then made a potato curry kun, a tomato egg soup, and steamed buns as the staple food, and then had a big meal with Wang Kai. Then he took out the homemade wine as a pastime after dinner. Wang Kai, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, smelled the aroma of the wine and wanted to try some. But Chung Mu kicked it away. Although he had never raised a dog before, he knew that dogs cannot drink alcohol. If they drink too much, they may die. As compensation, he still got some fruit for Wang Kai to eat. After the man and the dog had eaten and drunk enough, Chung Mu played some music in the car, and then continued to watch people chatting in the chat channel. After all, at night, he could only rely on these to kill time. Selling a Japanese movie player. You know the content of the movie. It is an indispensable companion for your lonely journey. Wow! There is such a good thing? This message instantly caused a stir in the chat channel. And you, my friend, you are the real hero. Chung Mu immediately praised this man. Brother, is the player mass-produced? Brother, is there a teacher in it? Brother, can you lend it to me first? I will return it to you in 3 minutes. Good people will have a peaceful life. What types are there? Can you tell me? Brother, there is such a good thing that needs to be shared with everyone. I propose to let everyone use it for free. 5 minutes each. I second the motion. I second the motion. What the above person said is right. This kind of thing is meant to be shared by everyone. Don't think of eating it all by yourself. I agree with what the above person said. Let's all share it together. Brother, please tell us which teachers are there. We are all so frustrated. When it comes to certain topics, everyone reached a consensus and stopped cursing. People no longer hurt each other. The chat channel was full of harmony, and a happy atmosphere filled the air. Everyone, stop arguing. I only have this one. The auction will start now. The highest bidder wins. Chung Mu originally wanted to join in the fun, but the price of this player was quickly raised to an outrageous price, which was far beyond his budget. Although the player is good, it is not worth paying such a high price. After all, he has a group of licking dogs. If all else fails, he can just find a sister to chat with, which is much more interesting than this. The player was eventually bought by someone at a very high price. Chapter 27 Giant Ball Chung. Fuck. The player contains the complete Ultraman series. Damn it! Give me back. Don't be so mean. I just said it's a Japanese movie player. I didn't say what it is specifically. You misunderstood it. The chat group was suddenly filled with shouting and cursing again. Ha ha ha. The silly netizens are so happy. Chung Mu was in a good mood looking at these fools. In the evening, some people sent him private messages, mostly some sisters, saying how fragile they were, and how they urgently needed his care. But now, he has no intention to do these things. There are still serious survival problems in front of him. After solving these problems, he will take good care of the physical and mental health of his sisters. After more than half an hour of yelling and cursing, the people in the chat group gradually calmed down. During this period, Chung Mu also cursed a few words. After all, this behavior is too shameful. In his previous life, he was deceived into downloading dozens of G of Calabash Brothers. He hates this behavior very much. As time passed slowly, everyone started to talk about other topics. After tonight, tomorrow will be the 7th day. Can we return to Blue Star? At the beginning of the game, it only said that we can survive for 7 days. We should be sent back after 7 days. I think we will be sent back tomorrow. I don't think so. There may be more brutal challenges after 7 days. Well, let's talk about it after tonight. Do you want to form a team? More people can better deal with danger. Team? What can you do to guarantee that you won't backstab your teammates? Yeah. Aren't there enough people killed by other players these days? Do you still dare to form a team? Alas, this place is clearly set up for us to kill each other. I don't know what tomorrow will be like. No more talking. Go to sleep. Looking at the chat content in the group, Chung Mu was also thinking in the car. What will be like after 7 days? Will it be a short respite? Or will there be greater challenges? Bored Chung Mu could only sip fruit wine in the car and look at the scenery outside the window. Today's scenery is good, with stars all over the sky. You can't see this kind of scenery on the blue planet. The air quality there is not good, and the PM 2.5 is seriously exceeded. Although he knew that the hope was very slim, Chung Mu, like everyone else, had fantasies about returning to Blue Star. As he thought about it, he felt a little sleepy, so he closed his eyes and took a nap. At midnight, a subtitle prompt of the game appeared in front of everyone. The game has entered the 7th day, and everyone will have a chance to open any level of supply box without injury. Starting at 8 o'clock today, the game will launch a giant ball Chom holding a chainsaw. Ball Chom will randomly appear around a player every 10 minutes and attack him until he kills the player. He will disappear only when someone defeats Ball Chom. This message was like a bomb dropped on the hearts of all players, including Chung Mu. Giant Ball Chung. I don't know how big he is. If he is too big, then he can't be dealt with his current equipment. I can only rely on the black supply box. The game says that every player will have a chance to open any level of supply box without injury. He immediately took out the black supply box from the truck bed. Black supply box. Benefit level, C. Danger level, none. The danger level indicated by the system has indeed changed, but the profit level has not changed. It seems that what the game said is true. The game suddenly gave such a generous reward, which also means that the upcoming danger must not be easily dealt with. He resisted the urge to open the black supply box immediately. It was just past 12 o'clock, and there were still about 8 hours before the giant Ball Chon appeared. Even if Ball Chon appeared, the probability of him appearing on his side at the beginning was very small. After all, there were more than 8,000 players in the game. Moreover, he would wait 10 minutes after killing a player before looking for the next target. In this way, as long as he was not too unlucky, Chung Mu still had a lot of time, and he could not waste this time. And he had to use it to see if he could find a higher level supply box. The opportunity to open the box without injury was not easy to get, and he had to try to maximize the benefits. As the subtitles of the game came, various topics also emerged in the chat channel. I just opened a purple supply box, and there is indeed no danger inside. Damn it. I was opening a white supply box when the game prompted me, and I wasted such a good opportunity. How do we deal with the giant Ball Chong that will appear later? Easy. Just pray that he doesn't appear next to you. Yeah. We still have more than 8,000 people here. Even if he kills one every 10 minutes, it will take several months to kill them all. I don't think he will appear on my side. What if the game changes later? Yeah. What if he kills one per minute as time goes by? Yes. I think this is very likely, because this stupid game doesn't play by the rules at all. A player named 1736 cursed the game. Player 1736 is banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. Ciao. This game is still a permission dog. What are the best supply boxes you found over there? Another person continued to ask. The best I opened was the purple box, but a gorilla jumped out of it, and I was almost killed by it. Me too. The best I opened was the purple box. I've never seen anything more advanced. How will we deal with Ball Chan tomorrow? Where's 9527? Come out and think of a solution. I hope Ball Chan will kill 9527 first tomorrow. I agree. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Why can he get so many supplies? I wish he would die soon. You bunch of bastards. 9527 has sold a lot of things to everyone. By the way, boss, I have always stood by you. I support 9527. The wine 9527 brewed for me yesterday was delicious. After a while, a group of people who supported Chung Mu and a group of people who wished him dead started cursing at each other, as if they had completely forgotten the impending danger. Chung Mu looked at these chat records with a frown on his face. But these did not affect him at all. It is normal to be loved by someone, and it is even more normal to be scolded by someone. It is better to think about how to deal with the upcoming dangers than to argue with these people. He decided to take a nap first to maintain sufficient energy, and then go to see if he can find a higher level supply box when it is almost dawn. If he can't find it, he can only pin his hopes on the black box next to him. Chapter 28 Fierce Ball Chong. The hypnotic effect of alcohol made Chung-Mu sleep well. But because he was always thinking about the upcoming danger, he woke up at around 4 in the morning. Fortunately, his strengthened body can maintain sufficient energy even if he only sleeps for a few hours a day, which makes him stronger than others. Maintaining more energy than others means more time to find supplies, and thus gain more opportunities. Chung-Mu simply washed up, ate something to fill his stomach, and then set out to look for a supply box. His goal today was to see if he could find another black supply box, or a box of a higher level than the black supply box. He had not opened a black supply box before, so he didn't know what would come out of it. And he didn't know if the things in it could deal with the so-called giant ball chung. It would be fine if some lethal weapons could be directly opened. But if it turned out to be blueprints or other supplies, that would be a disaster. So he planned to wait until noon, and if he couldn't find a high-level supply box, he would open the black box on hand. Although according to the current probability, a player will be hunted down every 10 minutes, and it may take a long time for him to get his turn. But according to Chung-Mu's judgment of this game, the difficulty will definitely increase as time goes by. First it was 10 minutes, then 1 minute, then it might be a few seconds, or even directly hunt down an area. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace to search for supplies. After more than 3 hours of searching, Chung-Mu only found 2 purple supply boxes, 3 yellow supply boxes, and 2 white supply boxes. This won't work. He was a little anxious. But the supply boxes are randomly refreshed, so there's no point in being anxious about this. System, do you know where I can find a high-level supply box? He asked the system with a glimmer of hope. And the stupid system didn't respond as expected. Then he looked at his watch. It was past 7 o'clock. 4396 should be awake. He sent a message to 4396. Do you have any advanced weapon manufacturing blueprints? Yes. You are so cool. Send it to me. 4396 typed, and sent a description of the weapon manufacturing blueprint. AK-47 automatic rifle manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: reinforced steel ingot *2. Reinforced alloy ingot *2. Reinforced wood *2. Note, it comes with 30 rounds of ammunition. AK-47. Not bad. Not bad. Chung-Mu knows that this kind of firearm is powerful and has sufficient battery life. But the material used to make it is a bit difficult to make. So far, even he has never seen this kind of reinforced material. Ask in the chat group. Does anyone have reinforced steel ingots? Reinforced alloy ingots? Or reinforced wood? I have never heard of this thing you are talking about. Brother, I don't have it. But I have original black silk. Do you want it? This kind of thing should be made with blueprints. I haven't seen it yet. There are no enhanced ones. But there are some ordinary ones. Brother, if you want one, the price is negotiable. Looking at the replies from the group, Chung-Mu was a little disappointed. It seems that it can't be made in a short time. But it's not a big problem. Because if the Desert Eagle can't break the defense of the Ball Chung, then the AK may not be able to do it either. After all, although the lethality of the Desert Eagle is not as good as that of the AK, it is not much weaker. According to Chung-Mu's prediction, ordinary weapons will definitely not be able to break the defense of the giant Ball Chung. He had a hard time fighting a beetle 2 days ago. And even the Desert Eagle could only leave a groove on its shell. Not to mention this more perverted existence. It seems that the players in this game will suffer heavy casualties. He sighed, and continued to try his luck. He couldn't even guarantee his own safety now. So how could he care about others? Wang Kai, who was next to him, seemed to have a bad premonition. He sat listlessly in his seat, and didn't eat much breakfast. After more than half an hour of searching, let alone a higher level supply box, he didn't even see a white supply box. Looking at the watch, it was less than a minute to 8 o'clock. Chung-Mu stopped the car and stared at the watch. As the numbers on it jumped second by second, his heart was lifted. When the numbers on the watch jumped to the last second, the game prompt came. Giant Ball Chung has appeared around player 1736 and is hunting him down. Damn. This crappy game is shady. Just because player 1736 cursed at it at night, it took the opportunity to retaliate. Player 1736 has been killed by Giant Ball Chung. So fast? Only a few seconds have passed? Chung-Mu took a breath of cold air. This Ball Chung has become so strong. It is beyond his expectation. Ordinary players can't even survive a few seconds. The subtitle of 1736 being killed instantly caused a heated discussion in the chat channel. Damn. This Ball Chong is too scary. Killing a person in a few seconds? My car window moved. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Game Dad. You are the most fun game I have ever played. You are not stupid at all. Please don't kill me. 10 minutes later. Another game prompt came. Giant Ball Chong has appeared around player 5623 and is chasing him. Chung Mu looked at the time on his watch. This person lasted longer than the last person. 1 minute and 35 seconds. After he died, there was another commotion in the group. I saw the giant bald guy getting stronger. He's not far from me. Someone said. Then how are you still alive? He only hunts one person every 10 minutes. He won't kill anyone else within range. Now he's stopped moving. What does he look like? Tell us quickly. Call me Dad, and I'll tell you. It's already this fucking hour. And you're still thinking about your dad. Tell me now. The act of asking others to call him Dad immediately aroused public outrage. Unable to withstand the abuse from everyone, the man quickly stopped his behavior. After all, he still had to work here in the future. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Tell me now. Shh. Everyone. Stop talking. Listen to what this kid has to say. That Ball Chong wore a yellow safety helmet, a ragged cotton jacket with blue and shit yellow color, and held a broken electric saw in his hand. He's very tall. I estimate he's about 100 to 200 meters tall. How can we play this game? At 100 to 200 meters, the weapons in our hands can't break his defense at all. What else did you see? Chung Mu continued to ask the man. He needed to know more information. Chapter 29 System Task. I didn't see the others. I only saw him after I heard a huge noise and drove up a hill. Okay. Thank you. Chung Mu expressed his gratitude to this person. He learned some useful information from this person, such as Ball Chong's size and weapons. He also roughly deduced Ball Chong's attack method. If he encountered a small car that was easy to deal with, he might just step on it. For a mud truck like his, he might need to use an electric saw. Just as he was thinking, a system voice came into his ears. System task: defeat Giant Ball Chong. Note: the reward level is unified and does not change due to the length of time to complete the task. Another task? But he couldn't be happy at this time. The difficulty coefficient of this task was really high, and even the system didn't care about the length of time to complete it. After all, if he couldn't complete the task, he would just die. Wait. The system said to defeat Ball Chong. Not kill him? He began to recall the game prompts from last night. The game only said to defeat Baldy. So does he have other weaknesses? For example, can he be broken through by mental attacks? Or does he have a natural enemy? He immediately thought that Baldy had a natural enemy. Even if Baldy was in the Wushuang mode with a chainsaw in his left hand and a sniper rifle in his right hand, he couldn't beat the big bear. Damn. I just killed a bear yesterday. I should have knocked it out and thrown it into the truck bed. Where can I find a bear at this time? Even if I open the purple supply box, there may not be a bear. And even if he finds it, the bear won't help him deal with Baldy Chong. He has tested this by opening 2 purple boxes. The creatures in the game will only attack players and won't attack each other. However, this is just a guess. The bigger possibility is that he can't be killed. After all, if he is killed, no one will go back to the forest to cut trees. So the game will only prompt to defeat him. As Chung Mu thought, time was passing. 10 minutes later, another player died. I saw how this giant Ball Chong attacked. A famous player said excitedly in the chat group. Tell me quickly. He swung his broken chainsaw a few times. And then I saw a death notification in the game. This is too scary. We can't even block one move. Where is 9527? Come out and think of a solution. Yes. If you see Ball Chong, send the coordinates to the group and let 9527 go and kill him. Haha. A bunch of people talking without any worries. Since you are so good at giving advice, why don't you deal with him yourself? That's right. What obligation does 9527 have to help you? Seeing that another fierce quarrel was about to break out in the group, Chung Mu quickly typed to stop it. It's so hot. And this group of people are still quarreling here. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to find more opportunities and see if they can increase their chances of survival? He couldn't understand these people's brain circuits. Maybe they felt that they would not be hunted down for the time being, so they were not so anxious. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these people. It was useless to think about them. He turned his attention to the higher-level supply boxes. While driving, Chung Mu was also thinking about the range of Bald Chong's pursuit. Is it true that after he appears in an area, he will not appear in a similar area for a short time? This idea was quickly ruled out by him. Even if it was true, because Bald Chong's killing interval was too short, and he always teleported directly, it was impossible for him to reach this so-called range every time. Safe area. Not to mention that it may not be really safe. And then you will waste time and lose your life. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye, when the watch hands just passed 12 o'clock. Another game subtitle appeared in everyone's eyes. The interval time of the giant bald man's pursuit was changed to 5 minutes. The chat group was in a panic again. It's over. It's over. What can we do? The pursuit time has been shortened again. The time will definitely become shorter. And then we will all die. Forget it. Let's reward ourselves and then wait for death. Alas, I don't want to run anymore. Wait for death. There is no way to deal with this Baldy Chong. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 7 days. You haven't eaten for 7 days, and you're still not dead? Get away. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die yet. I haven't seen my beloved brother 9527 yet. Will the interval between the chases be shorter next time? Of course it will be. It should be 1 minute soon. And then it will be 1 second to kill one person. Stupid game. I hack you. Player XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. Another warrior rushed to the tower. Warrior. I will pay tribute to you. Warrior. You said what we wanted to say but didn't dare to say. You are the real hero. Warrior. I am impressed by your dedication. Please PM me your coordinates. I will go to loot with tears. No. I will go to collect your body. Looking at the various words in the group, Chung Mu couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't wait any longer. Maybe Bald Chong would come to kill him in the next second. He took out the black supply box next to him, and then took out some food and water from the storage box and placed them in front of Wang Kai. If Bald Chong really chases me later, these things will be enough for you to eat for a meal. As for the rest, you will leave it to fate. Wang Kai next to him seemed to understand what Chung Mu said. His eyes were filled with tears, and even his voice was choked with sobs. It's no wonder that Chung Mu arranged the farewell ceremony in advance. Bald Chong's strength is too terrifying, and his only hope is this black supply box. It is still unknown what will be found in the black supply box. It is more likely that what is found cannot compete with the giant Bald Chong. Speaking of which, this black supply box was discovered because of Wang Kai. Chung Mu patted Wang Kai's head next to him. I hope our luck is not bad. He thought of the 2 attribute points he added to the luck attribute, and the luck attribute seemed to have no effect so far. System Dad. Bless me. I will never say you are a stupid system again. I swear in the name of Wang Kai. He looked at the black supply box in front of him. Black supply box. Income level, C. Danger level, none. The familiar system prompt appeared in front of him again, which calmed his nervous mood a little. Chapter 30: A Broken Knife. After confirming that there was no danger in opening the black supply box, Chung Mu pressed the button to open the supply box, waiting anxiously for what would appear inside. Soon, a knife appeared in front of Chung Mu. According to his memory, this knife should be called a katana. He liked to play Monster Hunter in his previous life. This knife looked very similar to the knife in the game, but it looked much cooler and sharper than the one in the game. But, damn it, you just gave me a broken knife? Although there was no danger, the gift was too rubbish. The system prompts that the benefit level is clearly C. This broken knife is useless no matter how you look at it. If this is the case, I will definitely be dead. Chung Mu felt sad. If this knife had any special functions, then when he saw it with his own eyes, the game should have subtitles to prompt it. But now there is nothing. I finally opened the black supply box. But you made me lose so completely? He still didn't believe it. Took the knife in his hand, and after studying it for a while, the knife still didn't show any abnormal changes. Chung Mu was very angry. I didn't ask you to make something golden, but you have to give some reaction. Apart from being handsome, it seems to be really useless. Zhao. Run away quickly and continue to look for supply boxes. Take this broken knife with it first, just in case it has any use. After all, it was opened from a black box. As soon as he stepped on the Mud King, a game prompt appeared in front of him. Giant Bald Chong has appeared around 9,527, and is chasing him. Fuck. He has reached 9,527. Boss. Kill Bald Chong. I will provide you with all support except for specific help. Ha ha ha. I finally see him die. Boss died before us. Not bad. It's worth it. What about your mother? Boss is not dead yet. Woo woo woo. Brother. You have to do your best. Sister will miss you. All kinds of words immediately appeared in the chat group. And then Chung Mu saw a transaction reminder, which was sent by 4396. The transaction content is a helmet that looks very textured and durable, very much like a UFO flying saucer, and a micro submachine gun, and a message from 4396. Live. Sister, I also want to live, but I don't have the confidence to deal with this thing. After taking a deep breath, Chung Mu did not hesitate and directly accepted the items traded by 4396. Qing Dynasty Veteran Steel Helmet. It is said that the defense is very strong and can withstand 3 firearm attacks. Note, for some reason, when the player puts on the helmet, you may hear the BGM of carrying the bag. There is nothing special about the submachine gun. It is just a gun with a single clip of 25 bullets and a fast firing rate. Chung Mu equipped all the props that can be equipped, then lightly stepped on the accelerator of the Mud King, said a brief farewell to Wang Kai, and then jumped out of the car, letting the Mud King take Wang Kai away from this place of right and wrong. Wang Kai in the car frantically grabbed the window, as if he wanted to rush out to fight with him. But unfortunately the door had been locked by Chung Mu. He could not outrun Bald Chong, who could teleport, and would chase the player until he died. So he had to get out of the car and fight him to the death, so that Wang Kai and his beloved car, Mud King, could survive. He sent a coordinate to 4,396, and then told 4,396 his last words. There is a black mud truck at this coordinate point. It's mine. There are a lot of supplies in it. And there is a dog in the car. If I die, please take care of it for me. After doing all this, Chung Mu patted the dirt off his body and looked at the giant Bald Chong holding the chainsaw in front of him. In his eyes, Bald Chong estimated that he was nearly 200 meters away and could easily step on him to death with a stomp of his feet. With 2 Desert Eagles on his waist, a submachine gun in his right hand, and a sword in his left hand, Chung Mu laughed and faced it calmly after equipping all the protective gear. He had died once before, and it was enough to live for another 7 days. Bald Chong looked at the little man in front of him, who looked like an ant, and pulled the chainsaw casually, which emitted huge bursts of black smoke and a huge roar. The teeth on the chainsaw rotated at high speed, and each tooth was the size of a person. This was the most terrifying scene Chung Mu had ever seen, and it was actually happening in front of him. Is there anyone around 9,527? Live broadcast to everyone. I want to see how he died. Silly. Will anyone really tell you? They are all waiting to lick his bag. No more talking. I'm going to look for 9,527's legacy. Slip. Slip. I'm going to. The boss's legacy must be very fragrant. If you lick his bag, you will definitely live a few more days. You can live 1 more day. Yes. He must have advanced equipment. If you take his equipment, you can also be arrogant here for a few days. It's better to have a few days of fun before death than to die in vain. When Chung Mu was thinking about how to deal with Bald Chong, everyone in the group was thinking about his supplies. But now, he didn't have time to care about these. Bald Chong in front of him was what he had to face. He raised his submachine gun directly, aimed at Bald Chong's crotch, and emptied the magazine. It's not that he didn't want to shoot Bald Chong in the head, but Bald Chong was too tall. The bullet's power would definitely decrease after flying so far, so the vulnerable crotch became his first choice. After firing the bullets from the submachine gun, he immediately pulled out 2 Desert Eagles from his waist and shot at Bald Chong again. Dozens of bullets poured into Bald Chong, but he didn't even move, as if nothing had happened. It's over. This was the only thought in Chung Mu's mind now. His most powerful weapon had no effect on Bald Chong. Before he could despair, the giant Bald Chong stepped on him. Chung Mu used all his strength to run to the side. When Bald Chong's foot was about to land on him, he jumped up and barely jumped out of the trampling range. This was his body that had been strengthened twice. If it was an ordinary person, he would be trampled into meat paste by this foot. Before Chung Mu could catch his breath, Bald Chong's attack came one after another. He swung the electric saw directly, and the huge electric saw made a burst of wind-breaking sounds and cut towards Chung Mu vertically. Chung Mu instantly became alert and dodged to the side again. The electric saw cut into the ground, leaving a huge gully on the ground. He just dodged the attack of the electric saw and immediately stood up, one hand on his waist, one finger pointing at Bald Chong's face, and then shouted at him. Bald Chong. Chapter 31 Life and Death. When Guang Tuchong heard Chung Mu shout, he looked doubtful and stopped attacking. He just stood there and looked down at Chung Mu. Seeing that Guang Tuchong had no more moves, Chung Mu was overjoyed. This move was really useful. Although he didn't know how long this move could stop him, it at least gave him a chance to breathe. This also showed that the move he was going to use next might really cause some damage to Guang Tuchong. Thinking of this, he felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. During the time when Chung Mu and Bald Chong were dealing with each other, a heated discussion broke out in the chat group. It's been several minutes, and the game hasn't sent any notification about 9,527th kill. He can't really kill Bald Chong. Don't talk nonsense. You're going to cut trees after killing Bald Chong? If he can really get rid of Bald Chong, everyone who survived owes him a favor. Bald Chong is not that easy to deal with. Maybe his car is just running faster, and he is circling around Bald Chong. Running fast is also a skill. If you can do it, go for it. Let's pray for him. If he gets rid of Baldy Chong, it will be good for all of us. Yes, then we don't have to worry about our lives all the time. 9,527. Come on. I'm your idol. No. I'm your fan. 9,527. You will always live in my heart. I prayed for 9527. I directed to 9527. No. I prayed to 9527. 9,527. Give me a photo of yourself after you survive. I will offer you a tribute every day. The photo must be in black and white. After 9527 survives, everyone give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 7 days. When the result of whether Chung Mu can defeat Bald Chong is related to everyone's interests, the chat channel becomes unprecedentedly united. Everyone is praying for him. After all, after he defeats Bald Chong, everyone else will no longer have to worry about their own safety. However, Chung Mu doesn't know these things now. He is concentrating all his energy and staring at Bald Chong in front of him. His roar only stopped Bald Chong for a short while, and then Bald Chong raised his foot to step on him again. Chung Mu planned to repeat the same trick, so he shouted again. Bald Chong. Unfortunately, it didn't work this time. Bald Chong ignored his words. Seeing that Bald Chong's foot was about to step on him, Chung Mu didn't panic or dodge. Instead, he looked at Bald Chong more calmly. It seems that I can only use that trick. As long as I use that trick, it will definitely work on him. Chung Mu muttered in his heart. He has a trick that can kill Bald Chong. Then Chung Mu moved his chi to Dantian and set all his strength to his throat. Then he used all his strength to shout to Bald Chong. Bald Chong. Bosley won't pay you this month. Bald Chong in front of him was stunned when he heard this sentence, as if struck by lightning. Then he squatted down, held his head with both hands, and even threw away the chainsaw. His eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Chung Mu was almost killed by the chainsaw he threw down. At this moment, he was no longer the giant Bald Chong who controlled Chung Mu's life and death. Instead, he became a fragile person. He suddenly remembered the 2 stupid bears in Bear Ridge, the salary he had never received in these years, and the fact that he had not cut down a tree in all these years. He suddenly felt like a waste. It really works. Chung Mu was overjoyed. Since physical attacks can't break your defense, I will directly use the most brutal mental attack. You will definitely not be able to withstand this move. Unbearable memories played out in Bald Chong's mind. He thought of the 2 bears, because they always prevented him from cutting trees. His throat suddenly choked. And finally, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He cried. Chung Mu looked at the poor Bald Chong in front of him, and was considering whether to comfort him. After all, as a worker who was also miserable, it was really painful to not get his salary back and have nowhere to complain. Just when Chung Mu was happy that he had broken Bald Chong's defense, something unexpected happened. Bald Chong cried for a while, then suddenly stood up, picked up the chainsaw, and then his eyes turned bloodshot, bursting with chilling power, and then chased Chung Mu with hatred in his eyes. It's over. It's too late. Looking at Bald Chong, who turned his grief and anger into strength, Chung Mu regretted it very much. He shouldn't have attacked him with such cruel words right away. It would have been better if he had said at the beginning that he couldn't cut down the tree, and then attacked him step by step. Bal Chong's strength suddenly increased several times, and his body expanded again. The chainsaw in his hand turned faster, as if it had turned on the violent mode, which made people feel a chill in Bal Chong's eyes. The ant who had poked his pain had already found a way to die. He must be killed today. But the other players in the game did not see this. As time went on, they thought Chung Mu was about to kill Bal Chong. More than 10 minutes have passed, and 9,527 is still not dead. I knew it. Our brother 9527 is the best. I'm going to vomit after hearing what's going on upstairs. Get out of here. He's really good at it. Maybe everyone will see a hint that he defeated Bal Chong in a while. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Chung Mu is really ready to die now. His verbal attacks didn't work at all, and Bal Chong went into violent mode. He really wants to slap himself twice. I saw Bal Chong in violent mode squatting. Then he jumped up to a height of several hundred meters as if teleporting, and then fell at a high speed. Watching Bal Chong falling at a high speed in the sky, Chung Mu's adrenaline surged, arousing the last potential in his body. He burst out with an unprecedented speed and rolled out of Bal Chong's trampling range at the last moment. Although he is now very desperate, he will never surrender until the last moment. With a loud bang, the huge sound produced by the giant Bal Chong landing directly broke Chung Mu's eardrum, and blood dripped down his ears, making him look very creepy now. If his body had not been strengthened twice, the huge noise alone would have knocked him unconscious. At the same time, as Bal Chong landed, the entire ground shook a little, and the land quickly cracked in all directions with Bal Chong as the center. Chapter 32 Dragon. Enemy that devours me. As the giant bald man Chong collided with the ground cracked, and a visible shock wave rushed towards Chung Mu. Chung Mu could dodge the giant bald man Chong's physical attack at a very fast speed, but he couldn't dodge the powerful shock wave generated by the collision. He could only use his body to resist it. As for whether he could withstand it, that was unknown. Chung Mu bent his body like a shrimp, protecting his fragile internal organs with his body, hugging his head with his arms, and then squatting on the ground. As soon as the shock wave touched Chung Mu's body, he was knocked away by this powerful energy for more than 10 meters. After landing, Chung Mu could no longer bear it and spit out a mouthful of blood, which fell on the sword at hand. After falling to the ground, Chung Mu felt that his internal organs were burning. If it were someone else, there would be no chance of survival under this powerful shock wave. Although he survived by chance, the damage caused by the shock wave also made him lose the ability to move. Chung Mu tried to struggle to get up several times, but all ended in failure. Am I going to die here? Looking at Bal Chong, who was wielding a chainsaw and continuing to chase him, Chung Mu closed his eyes and prepared to face the impending death. He could do nothing now. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared in front of him, and Chung Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Genji's Dragon Blade, activated. Activated? Is this the sword in his hand? He turned his head to look at the sword in his hand. Could it be because of the blood that just spurted out? Because of the ravages of wind, sand and dust? The sword lost its luster when it was first seen. However, when the game prompt came, it suddenly glowed with a more mysterious brilliance, and there seemed to be an emerald green dragon hovering on the surface. Could it be because of the blood he just sprayed? Before Chung Mu could think, the sword in front of him suddenly flew horizontally, emitting a burst of green light, and the light spread towards Chung Mu. As soon as this emerald green light touched his body, it instantly healed his injuries, and at the same time made his condition feel better than ever before. Chung Mu was ecstatic. It seemed that this sword was not the broken sword he imagined, but a powerful artifact. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. With this sword, he might not be unable to defeat Bal Chong. He was alert again, stretched out his right hand and grasped it forward. The sword suspended in the air automatically flew into his hand. Chung Mu squatted slightly, grasped the handle with both hands, and felt a powerful force he had never felt before. It seemed that holding this sword, he could look down on the world. When he was excited about gaining powerful strength, a series of game prompts slowly appeared in front of him, introducing the sword in his hand. Genji's Dragon Blade. Skill, Divine Dragon. Eat my enemies. Skill introduction. The user uses the dragon blade to summon a giant dragon, which will penetrate objects on the road and cause huge damage to any enemies on the road. Note 1. Do not use this skill when there are gays around the user. Otherwise, the user will be at risk of having his zipper pulled open by the gays. Note 2. Please do not use it together with Hanzo's windbow. Otherwise, the user will suffer a huge backlash. Note 3. Dragon Blade consumes 1 point of Dragon Soul each time it uses a skill. Currently remaining Dragon Soul points, 1 point. Just after reading the introduction of this sword, Bald Chong attacked him again. Bald Chong was very annoyed by the jumping little ant in front of him. This ant could evade his pursuit again and again. His patience was being exhausted by this ant. After killing everyone here, Bald Chong was still waiting to go back to chop trees. Compared to being dragged here by this broken game to be a giant and chop people with a broken chainsaw, he preferred to go back to Bear Ridge to chop trees. So, Bald Chong no longer hesitated and directly picked up the chainsaw to kill Chung Mu in a more ferocious manner. Chung Mu clenched the sword in his hand. At present, this was his only reliance, and the only possibility to defeat Bald Chong. He thought about it, and directly used the sword's skills. Chung Mu shouted, "Dragon! Eat my enemies!" Another voice suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. And it seemed to come from the void. A gay unzipped my pants. As the voice fell, a small emerald green dragon moved from the handle of the sword to the tip of the sword. When the green dragon just left the tip, its size instantly increased 1,000 times. A giant dragon several hundred meters long appeared in front of Chung Mu in an instant. The dragon was covered with mysterious runes, and its body was surrounded by constantly beating, visible, and materialized energy. A dragon roar shook the world. Bald Chong, who was holding a chainsaw, looked serious when he saw the giant dragon in front of him. He pulled the chainsaw on the chainsaw a few times again to make the saw teeth in his hand turn faster so that he could face the giant dragon that was about to attack. After the dragon roared through the world, the giant dragon shrank and then rushed towards Bald Chong with unmatched momentum. With the impact of the giant dragon, sonic boom sounded in the air, and dark clouds gathered in the sky of this world in an instant. After a loud bang, thunder and heavy rain came at the same time, pouring down on the world. As the thunder and rain fell, the dragon's strength seemed to be strengthened a bit, and it rushed to Bald Chong in the blink of an eye. Bald Chong looked at the terrifying dragon in front of him, and his not-so-handsome face was calm, with no expression. He held a chainsaw in his hand, and his eyes revealed a trace of determination. Then, a burst of flames emerged from the bottom of his feet, instantly covering his body, and even the air was burned by the flames and distorted. The flames surrounded his body from bottom to top like an inverted triangle. When the flames appeared, even Chung Mu could sense that Bald Chong's strength had increased again. It was the explosive energy. Bald Chong used the explosive energy. The invincible mode was turned on. Chung Mu was scared. If Bald Chong used this move right at the beginning, he would definitely die. He didn't even need to do anything. He couldn't even withstand the residual heat of the flames. He was afraid that he would be burned to ashes when he just summoned the flames. Fortunately, the flames of Bald Chong and the rain from the dragon offset each other. So Chung Mu, the instigator of all this, was not affected much. When Chung Mu summoned the dragon, a strong sense of weakness enveloped his body. His legs softened, and he could no longer stand. So he sat down on the ground. He quietly watched the dragon that was about to collide with Bald Chong. Chapter 33. After the battle. Instantly, the green dragon collided with Bald Chong. There was no earth-shaking movement, as Chung Mu expected. The dragon just passed through the chainsaw, the flames, and Bald Chong's body. It seemed that nothing happened, and it seemed that everything happened. After a while, the dragon disappeared, and the flames disappeared, leaving only the giant Bald Chong standing on the ground. Bald Chong raised his hand and touched his chin, as if thinking about something. After a while, Bald Chong also disappeared. No, he didn't disappear. He turned into a normal size and appeared in front of Chung Mu. Bald Chong walked towards Chung Mu with his hands behind his back, looking harmless and showing his master's demeanor. When he walked in front of Chung Mu, he took a closer look at the young man who defeated him. Looking at Chung Mu in front of him, Bald Chong seemed to remember his youth, when he was also so handsome. He stared at Chung Mu for a long time, then smiled calmly, and then said to Chung Mu, "Your strength is very strong, but there is still some gap compared to my two old friends in the forest." As if thinking of something happy, A happy smile appeared on Bal Chang's face. Chung Mu looked at the smile on his face, and felt that his mood became cheerful. Just a casual move can affect the mood of others. He is so strong. Bal Chang of Gaoqingling is worthy of his reputation. The dark clouds and thunderstorms brought by the dragon are still roaring. Bal Chang looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Is it going to rain again? He remembered that some of his friends in the forest seemed to get sick after being caught in the rain. So he didn't like rain. He really didn't like it. He raised his hand and waved it. And the dark clouds disappeared in the sky and earth, as if they had never appeared. After doing all this, Bal Chang reached out and stroked his chainsaw, closed his eyes, and listened quietly to the wind in the desert, and then smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. With Brother Chang here, no one will get wet. Then he turned his head and looked at Chung Mu. Goodbye, my friend. I promise my two old friends to protect the forest. If I don't go back, they will be waiting anxiously. Before he finished speaking, Chung Mu saw the figure of Bal Chang in front of him become illusory. After a few seconds, it completely disappeared, as if he had never been there. Then, a game prompt subtitle appeared in everyone's eyes. Player number 9527 has defeated Giant Bal Chang. Player number 9527 received the reward for defeating Giant Bal Chang. Attribute points * 10 points. Before the second message was finished, cheers, like a tsunami, broke out in the chat group. 9527. You are my god. 9527. I am crazy about you. 9527. I want to give birth to your child. 9527 is too powerful. Everyone shout out to him quickly. Not to Nima. I will kill Nima with one knife. Who are you scolding? You grandson of the grass mud horse? Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Is 9527 here? How did you defeat Bal Chang? Yes. Yes. Boss. Tell me how you defeated Baldi Chang. How? Of course. I used my handsome face to force Baldi Chang to retreat. Chung Mu did not intend to reply to these people in the group, because it was meaningless. The louder these people flatter me today, the deeper the knife may be stabbed in the back tomorrow. Boss. You must have obtained a lot of supplies after defeating Baldi Chang? Yes. Boss. Can you tell me what you got? Yes. And boss. Can you tell me what the attribute points are used for? After all, you are the only one in the whole district who has obtained attribute points. Yes. 9527 needs to answer this question for everyone. 9527. You must have gained a lot of benefits by killing Baldi Chang. Right? Why don't you share some with everyone? Are those idiots above mentally ill? Why should others share with you? That is, you contributed a little to killing Baldi Chang? A few more people appeared in the group to defend Chung Mu. These people are helping 9527 so much. They must have received benefits from him. That's right. Otherwise, how could they defend 9527 so much? Damn it. It turns out that the benefits that 9527 was going to give me were intercepted by you first. Everyone, join me in cyberbullying them. Chung Mu felt a headache when he saw these words. There was nothing he could do. This is the internet. People are not responsible for what they say online. So any of people's strengths or weaknesses will be magnified without limit. He no longer paid attention to these. He first returned the helmet and submachine gun that 4396 had traded, and also added some other supplies to the trade. Although the equipment given by 4396 didn't help much in dealing with Baldi Chang, these two things might be his best. Chung Mu couldn't have said nothing when he was supported so strongly. After the transaction, Chung Mu received a message from him. Oh, I thought you were dead. Huh? Am I such an easy person to beat? Not to mention Baldi Chang. Even if Big Bear or Little Bear came, Chung Mu would beat them up. No. He replied to 4396 with one word. Get lost. An equally concise word came from the other side. Chung Mu laughed loudly and teased 4396. He was in a good mood. He just wanted to laugh wildly now. The pressure of facing Bal Chang was unimaginable to others. Although it took only 10 to 20 minutes from meeting Bal Chang to defeating him, these 10 to 20 minutes were constantly hovering between life and death for him. If it were someone with a slightly weaker psychological endurance, he would scare himself to death. When Bal Chang gradually disappeared in front of him, he realized what it meant to survive a disaster, and was also glad that he could survive for a few more days. After all, who would want to die if they could live? After laughing, Chung Mu suddenly thought of something. Something very, very, very important. Where is my dump truck? When Bald Chung appeared, he thought he was going to die. So he stepped on the accelerator and sent the truck and Wonkai out. During the time of fighting with Bald Chung, he changed so many places that he didn't know his location now. If he couldn't find the car in this desert, it would be a complete disaster. Mud King. How can I live without you? Chung Mu stood up, dusted off the dirt, and observed the surroundings. After the battle just now, the land had almost completely cracked. In some places, the cracks were so big that it was impossible to walk. If you were not careful, you would fall into the pit. Fortunately, there was a hillside not far away. The Mud King should not have run far away. If he climbed up the hillside, he should be able to find them. Chapter 34 System Rewards. After the battle, Chung Mu was very weak. After the overload, his waist and knees were sore. His spirits were weak, and he felt that his body was hollowed out. I don't know if there is kidney treasure in the game. If there is, I have to buy a bottle now. Now it would be a bit difficult for him to climb the small hill not far away. He felt his legs shaking every 2 steps now. The last time he felt this was when he just graduated from high school. He was still very young at the time, and had just found a girlfriend after the college entrance examination. After the two of them stayed in the hotel for a few days after the exam, he was almost in the same state as now. In his current state, he definitely couldn't climb up. So he directly opened the game's attribute panel and added the 10 attribute points he had just obtained to the equal points. And each of the 5 attributes was 2 points. After a while, he felt full of happiness again. Chung Mu felt that his waist was no longer sore, and his legs were no longer painful. He could climb 6 floors in one breath. After recovering, Chung Mu quickly ran to the top of the hill. After a while, he reached the top of the hill. Looking from the top of the hill, he could easily see his Mud King. After being strengthened again, his vision was also greatly improved. Fortunately, the Mud King did not run far. With his current physical strength, he could run over in a few minutes. However, why is there a car next to the Mud King? Why did a person come down? Why is there a crowbar in his hand? Why are you prying my car? Is there still a law? Is there still a law? Damn you. In broad daylight. How dare you steal my car? Chung Mu immediately rushed over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Fortunately, he was not on Blue Star now. Otherwise he would definitely be captured for slice research at his current speed. While running, he sent a message to 4396. Currently, only 4,396 knew his location in the entire game. Have you come to the coordinates I sent you? I was going to go there at first, but I didn't go when I saw you were alive. Okay. The car thief in front of me must die. 4396 shouldn't lie to me. If he said he didn't come, he probably didn't come. If he really wanted my supplies, he wouldn't have sent me equipment in the first place. Chung Mu took a detour that was not easily discovered by the car thief and ran all the way. When he was about to get close to the man, he slowed down and approached him quietly. When he ran behind the man, he was still concentrating on prying the door open. He should not be a professional car thief. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to pry open the car door for a long time. He patted the man's shoulder, and the other party was shocked. He turned around and looked at Chung Mu standing in front of him with a sword in his hand. Without saying a word, the man pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Chung Mu in the abdomen. Chung Mu looked at the man inside. Since you don't say anything to me, I have to say nothing to you. The other party's action of taking out a dagger and stabbing him seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. Chung Mu stretched out a hand and instantly grabbed the man's neck. With a force of 5 fingers, he directly twisted the man's cervical vertebrae. Then, he threw the man's body out like throwing away garbage. After killing him, the car he drove over also showed that it could be decomposed. Chung Mu decomposed his power core without saying a word, and then searched his supply box. There was nothing good in the supply box. He took some food and basic materials from it and turned away. As soon as he opened the passenger door of the Mud King, he saw Wonkai lying on the seat, looking very depressed. Wonkai looked up and saw Chung Mu, his eyes full of disbelief. And then he took a run and flew directly into his arms. Wonkai in his arms stretched out his tongue and licked Chung Mu's cheek. After letting Wonkai do whatever he wanted for a while, he sent Wonkai to the passenger seat and turned to walk towards the door of the driver's cabin. He opened the door and just sat in the Mud King's seat. A strong feeling of fatigue suddenly hit him. This fatigue is not physical, but a kind of fatigue that emanates from the depths of the spirit. Just like you have experienced many life and death events outside, and then suddenly return to a warm home. At this time you just want to lie in bed and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Chung Mu is feeling this way now. When he was about to go to bed, he suddenly remembered that there was one thing he had not done. Where is the reward promised by the stupid system? He complained in his heart. System Dad, come out quickly. Stop being naughty. We should fulfill the promised reward. He rubbed his hands and said with a chuckle. This time the system did not disappoint him. Before he finished speaking, the system prompt appeared in front of him. After all, he had actually completed the task. After all, his attitude was not bad this time. He did not insult the system. The system just temporarily forgot to give him the award. Not to cheat. So after he pleaded, the system immediately appeared to redeem its reward. Everyone is happy. System task: defeat Giant Bald Chong. Task status: completed. Task reward: 10 attribute points, 1 blueprint, 30% system experience, 1 black material box. Current system level: level 1. System experience value: 40%. The rewards for this mission are so generous. Chung Mu was extremely excited. Not to mention the attribute points, black material boxes and blueprints. The rewards for this mission alone have increased the system's experience value by a full 30%. It seems that after completing a few more missions, the system can be upgraded. Now he is looking forward to what the upgraded system will look like. At the same time, he was very grateful for this system in his heart. Although he often said that this was a stupid system, Chung Mu knew in his heart that he would have died long ago without this system. As soon as the subtitles of the system fell, a black supply box and a blueprint appeared on his legs. Black supply box. Income level, C. Danger level, run for your life. The familiar subtitles came into view again, and Chung Mu's heart warmed up. And then he said to the air, "Thank you," which was his gratitude to the system. The system's prompts always make people feel at ease. Even if it does nothing and is just a simple prompt, it gives Chung Mu great courage. Looking at the black supply box in front of him, Chung Mu began to look forward to the scene after opening the box. After all, the black box he opened today gave him a big surprise and saved his life. He did not touch the newly acquired things for the time being, but put them all into the storage box. Chapter 35: Unlucky Bear. He slept very peacefully on the Mud King, and woke up slowly at around 5 p.m. Wang Kai beside him was also very obedient, and did not disturb him. The first thing Chung Mu did when he woke up was to take out the blueprint he had just obtained from the storage box. He was too sleepy just now, and had no time to read the content of this blueprint. Enhanced Alloy Ingot Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Alloy Ingot *5. 5 alloy ingots are needed to synthesize an enhanced one. This is too harsh. In this way, it takes 50 alloy ingots and steel ingots to upgrade the Mud King to level 3. Fortunately, alloy ingots and steel ingots are relatively low in materials. When they are needed, they can be purchased directly in the trading channel. The most important power core is not enough. He counted the storage box. At present, he already has 7 power cores, and he only needs 1 to upgrade the Mud King. However, there is still a blueprint for a reinforced steel ingot. There is no rush. You can find it slowly. If you can't find it, someone else will definitely find it. Then you can exchange it with other materials. Chung Mu looked at his big gold chain. The originally thick gold chain was now only a thin piece. The transaction fees during this period had almost used up all the gold in his hand. He still had to continue looking for supplies, although other things were not in short supply at the moment. The gold necessary for trading was still insufficient. However, before looking for supplies, he had to fill his stomach first. When he just woke up, he felt hungry. You should be hungry too, right? He turned his head and said to Wang Kai next to him. But Wang Kai was sleeping with his butt sticking up and didn't hear what he said. Chung Mu took out the ingredients from the storage box and prepared a sumptuous dinner. There were many dishes, but the quantity of each dish was not large to avoid waste. He also took out a bottle of homemade fruit wine and put it in the refrigerator to freeze it. He would take it out and drink it later. After a big battle, he needed to relax. After doing all this, he slapped Wang Kai, who was sleeping soundly. Wang Kai looked at the dazzling scene in front of him and thought he was in a dream. So he continued to fall asleep crookedly. Chung Mu pulled it up by its ears. Wakai looked at so many dishes, and his first reaction was not excitement, but confusion. Is this my one-size-last meal? However, after carefully observing Chung Mu's expression, he found that this kid had no intention of murdering him. So he ate with him at ease. After eating, he drank a bottle of iced fruit wine to sweep away the heat of the day. This little life was really pleasant. After resting for a while, seeing that it was not dark yet, Chung Mu drove around to see if he could come across any supply boxes. Today's luck was pretty good. After driving for more than half an hour, he got 2 white boxes of supplies, and all of them were gasoline. Although he didn't lack any basic supplies for the time being. The more gasoline the better, as gasoline was a hard currency here. After getting 2 white boxes of supplies, he planned to find a suitable place to stop and sleep. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar purple in the distance. Another purple box of supplies? It seems that the attribute of luck is still quite useful, since I added some points. My luck has indeed improved. By the way, the attribute points awarded by the system have not been added yet. He opened the attribute panel and added the 10 points awarded by the system in an equal manner. Chung Mu's current attributes: Strength, 6 Agility, 6 Charm, 6 Accuracy, 6 Luck, 6 regarding the charm item. He has not yet felt that this has any practical use. The other attributes have greatly enhanced him. Without thinking about these for the time being, he drove the Mud King to the location of the purple supply box. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D. Danger level, low. He directly pressed the switch button. Now the purple level supply box was no longer a threat to him. After the supply box was opened, a black giant bear over 3 meters tall jumped out. This bear was slightly different from the one he had killed in 2 consecutive days. The one in front of him was taller and bigger, with more exaggerated bulging muscles all over his body. Its right paw also looked a circle larger than the left one, and the color was white instead of black. The bear came just in time, and Chung Mu planned to use it to test his enhanced physical strength. He did not take out any weapons, but chose to fight the bear directly. Of course, he could not fight hard, so he planned to use guerrilla style. After all, his life was much more valuable than the bear's life. The giant bear landed on all 4 claws and rushed towards Chung Mu. It was very fast, but in Chung Mu's eyes now it was like slow motion. When the giant bear rushed in front of Chung Mu, it stretched out its huge bear paw and slapped him head-on. Its paw was several times bigger than Chung Mu's head, and each claw on the paw was more than 10 centimeters long and looked very sharp. If it were an ordinary person, this palm would have directly smashed someone's head. Unfortunately, it met Chung Mu. Chung Mu moved his body and easily dodged it. Then he pushed the ground with his feet, twisted his waist, and hit the giant bear's face with a beautiful right hook like lightning. The giant bear was hit by this punch, and its whole body leaned back a little. But it was definitely not a big deal that this punch caused him much damage. Bears are known for their thick skin and toughness, and they are known for their resistance to blows. The more you hit them, the more excited they become. If you really punch them to pieces, they can still continue to fight you with their intestines hanging out. This is Chung Mu's memory of the bears on Blue Star. The bear in front of him is obviously a mutant species, and it must be more resistant to blows than the ones on Blue Star. The giant bear, who was hit in the face, was obviously very angry. He immediately turned around and opened his bloody mouth to bite Chung Mu, and at the same time, his 2 huge bear paws slapped his body. Chung Mu dodged easily again, and then quickly punched the giant bear several times. The giant bear was very angry. It beat its chest like an orangutan, and then rushed towards Chung Mu with even more anger. It wanted to eat the villain in front of it alive. 10 minutes later, the poor giant bear had been beaten black and blue, and it didn't even touch a hair of Chung Mu. This can't go on. After all, the giant bear is a mutant giant bear transformed by the game, and its IQ is much higher than that of the one on the blue planet. So it roared again, and then turned around and ran away. A good bear doesn't suffer a loss in front of it. The villain in front of him is too perverted. He has no sense of public morality, and only abuses animals. Chapter 36: Doing Business. Looking at the giant bear running away, Chung Mu did not chase it. He was in a good mood today, so he let it live. Originally, he wanted to throw the bear into the truck bed and keep it in captivity, so that it could practice boxing with him every day and improve its close combat skills and reaction speed. However, considering that it might scratch the Mud King everywhere, he let it live. Take the kind-hearted Chung Mu. After driving the bear away, he turned around and picked up the things in the purple supply box. A blueprint. Nothing else. Only some miscellaneous fruits. How could there be so many fruits in the box? He was a little confused. And then opened the blueprint inside. Juicer Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements. Steel ingot *1. Alloy ingot *2. Plastic *4. Note: 1 kilogram of fruit can produce 1 kilogram of juice. No wonder. It turns out that the blueprint is the manufacturing blueprint of a juicer. This juicer is pretty good. It can produce juice of the same weight as the amount of food you put in. It is much better than the one on Blue Star. Alas, the only flaw is that it would be better if there was another G character. This juicer is not useless. I will sell it in the group later to see if anyone wants to buy juice. He estimated that no one would buy it. This thing is a luxury. Serious people can just eat fruits directly. There is no need to spend money on this. But it is not a big problem. At the very least, it is good to use it for yourself. After packing up his things, he returned to Mud King. After driving to a safe camp, he first bought some plastics and made a juicer. Then he sent a message in the chat group. Selling juice and wine. 1.1 kilograms of fruit can produce 1 kilogram of juice. And the price of wine remains unchanged. This thing is not like wine. It is not addictive and cannot be sold at such a high profit point. He even thinks that the profit of 10 points is a bit high. After all, the blueprints in the game are not unique. Boss, give me another 2 caddies of wine. Boss, can you make ergwota? I want to drink ergwota too. This fruit wine tastes like a drink. If I really make ergwota for you, you won't survive the next day. Boss, who's going to buy juice? I guess only women will buy it. The men will just eat an apple. Brother, I want to buy a bottle. You've done so much for everyone. I feel so sorry for you. Yes, brother. You must take a rest. People will feel sorry for you. Woo woo woo. After hawking for a while, the most sold items were various kinds of drinks. And only a few people bought some juice to try. He exchanged for a batch of abundant grains and fruits. He planned to make all these things into drinks and juice, so that they could be preserved longer and more convenient to trade. After working for a long time, he finally processed all these things. After making all the raw materials earned in the past 2 days into drinks and juice, he used these things to exchange for a lot of steel ingots and alloy ingots. Both steel ingots and alloy ingots are low in materials. After a while, he exchanged dozens of each. These ingots are enough to upgrade the Mud King after they are made into enhanced ones. The reason why the raw materials are processed into wine and then traded is that if they are exchanged with grain and fruit, there will definitely be bargaining. This person thinks it is too little, and that person thinks it is too much. It will be very troublesome at that time. I might as well process all these raw materials into wine, and you can buy it or not. I will sell it like this. Anyway, I am the only one in the game at present. After trading enough alloy ingots and steel ingots, he took out a blueprint from the storage box. Vehicle Repair Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements. Steel ingot *5. Alloy ingot *5. Note: the durability of the reparable vehicle is 100 points. The previous Mud King had lost dozens of points of durability in order to complete the task of killing the beast. Now he repaired the Mud King to keep it in the best condition. After using the car repair blueprint, the Mud King instantly became brand new. It would be great if I could help others repair their cars, so I can make a lot of money. Chung Mu thought to himself. But this blueprint is used directly to repair vehicles, not to make any objects to repair vehicles. What a pity. He missed a chance to make money. He sighed. If others knew what Chung Mu was thinking now, they would definitely have the urge to strangle him to death. You have so many blueprints that you can use them for business? Don't blame others for being jealous. The number of Chung Mu's blueprints is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, he would definitely not take out the weapon blueprints to make money. If others have weapons, that would be the biggest threat to him. That's why he would only take out these material blueprints for trading. But this business might not last long. As time goes by, more and more people will definitely find these blueprints. And then business will be difficult to do. So now Chung Mu wants to take advantage of the current monopoly to make more money. He originally planned to do the business of processing reinforced alloy ingots, but gave up after a little thought. The only uses he knew of for the enhanced alloy ingots were to upgrade level 3 vehicles, and to make powerful weapons. So doing this business was like cultivating powerful enemies for himself. And he would not do such a stupid thing. Just as he was about to end it, he suddenly thought of another business to do. He took out another blueprint from the storage box. Dryer manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, wood *4. Alloy ingot *1. Plastic *1. Note, the dryer can be used to dry meat to extend the storage time of meat. 1 kilogram of fresh meat can make 1 kilogram of dried meat. Chung Mu slapped his thigh. He could also sell dried meat. This is a good point of the game. The same amount of fresh meat can make the same amount of dried meat, which is obviously impossible on Blue Star. The storage time of meat in the game is not long, and the air dryer can extend the storage time of meat. Even he himself forgot this. After all, the taste of dried meat is definitely not as good as fresh meat, and it is estimated that it will not be delicious to cook with it. This is what Chung Mu thought at the beginning. But no one else dared to have such an idea. If the shelf life of meat can be extended, who cares whether it tastes good or not? It's good to have something to eat. After all, every piece of meat is obtained by hunting at the risk of life. Oh, it seems that people's pessimism is really different. Everyone is thinking about whether they can eat enough. But some people have already started to think about how to eat well. It's more than infuriating. It's simply infuriating. Thinking that this business is profitable. Chung Mu immediately purchased the materials for making air dryers in the trading market and made air dryers. Chapter 37 Version Update. After making the air drying machine, Chung Mu immediately went to the chat group to sell it. Selling air dried meat. 1.2 kilograms of fresh meat can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of air dried meat. And the storage time of air dried meat is much longer than that of fresh meat. After sending this message, he still thought that not many people would buy this air dried meat. After all, the taste of this thing is indeed not as good as the taste of fresh meat. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he sent this message to the group, countless replies appeared immediately. I want it! I want it! I have 5 kilograms of meat. Make it all into dried meat for me. Fuck. It's so awesome. Big brother can even make this. I want it too. Move back a little. I came first. Big brother. Let me do it first. Wow. Brother is so awesome. Come and help your sister. Big brother. Let me go first. I'll give you 1.5 kilograms. I have more meat. Where's the game? Quickly mute this introverted bastard. He's still in this place. Seeing that the group was about to quarrel again, Chung Mu quickly stopped it. Stop quarreling. Come one by one in order. Seeing that the boss had spoken, the people who wanted to trade did not dare to say anything more, and they all lined up honestly waiting for the transaction. However, in addition to these people, there were also some people who were jealous and envious of Chung Mu and slandered him crazily in the group. And some people wanted to form a team to attack his supplies. Of course, Chung Mu would not pay attention to these. He was busy making money now. After a while, he finally finished all the transactions. Today's harvest was quite rich. There were dozens of dried meat in the storage box. These meats were enough for him and Wang Kai to eat for a long time. After finishing all this, he read the messages in the chat group to kill time. Time passed quickly. It was almost 10 o'clock in a short while. He planned to take a nap. Not because he was sleepy, but because he needed to rest and wait for the arrival of 12 o'clock at midnight. After 12 o'clock tonight, it was the 8th day of the game, which was the end of the 7 days mentioned at the beginning of the game. What will this place be like after 7 days? He didn't know. Even if he knew, he had no ability to change it. It would be better to sleep more and replenish his physical strength. He would know it naturally when the time comes. The chat group was already discussing what the world would be like after 12 o'clock. Some people said that everyone would return to Blue Star tonight, and some said that everyone would die tonight. He also ignored these and focused on recuperating. Chung Mu closed his eyes for a while, and soon the time came to more than 11 o'clock. After waking up, Chung Mu wrapped himself in a blanket and quietly waited for midnight to come. The first 7 days of the Survivor game have passed, and the game version will be updated. A game prompt subtitle appeared in everyone's eyes. As expected, the game will change after 7 days, and Chung Mu continued to wait for the next prompt subtitle of the game. Each surviving survivor on the map will receive 5 attribute points. The Survivor game map will be doubled. The game will randomly place 100 oases on the map after 8 o'clock this morning. Oasis is a rule-based item. There are abundant basic supply boxes inside the oasis. The oasis cannot be moved or traded. Rule 1. The first player to find and enter the oasis is the master of the oasis. Rule 2. Each oasis can accommodate up to 5 players. Rule 3. The master of the oasis can choose 4 other players who can enter the oasis. Rule 4. Unselected players cannot enter the oasis and cannot destroy the oasis. Rule 5. Players in the oasis cannot attack each other. Otherwise, the first attacker will be eliminated from the game. Watching the information coming one by one, Chung Mu slowly digested the information. First, all players were rewarded with 5 attribute points. He opened his attribute panel and saw the 5 attribute points he had just gained. These 5 attribute points came just in time, and Chung Mu added 1 point to each attribute. His current attributes: Strength, 7 Agility, 7 Charm, 7 Accuracy, 7 Luck, 7 This looks much better, 7 Will. After adding the points, he carefully looked at the information about the oasis. The game first said that the entire map would double in size. He hadn't even seen the edge of the current map, and it would double again. How big would it be? In this way, it would be quite difficult to find the 100 oases that were randomly placed in this map, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition, the probability of encountering other players would be greatly reduced, and the probability of finding a power core would also be reduced a lot. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of power cores before. He took a look at the storage box and found that he had 7 power cores left. If he found one more, he would have enough for the Mud King to upgrade to level 3. Although the map has become much larger, it should not be difficult for Chung Mu to find another power core. Then there is this oasis. Chung Mu has seen the projection of the oasis before. The environment inside is really good. If he can find it, it is like a vacation. I don't know if the oasis in the game is the same as the projection. Even if it is different, it must not be much worse. He must get this oasis, regardless of whether the oasis has any other uses. It is also nice to go in and live a peaceful life for a few days. Moreover, once you become the lord of the oasis, it means that you will be absolutely safe for a period of time. Without his permission, you cannot enter or destroy the oasis. People in the oasis cannot attack each other, so you don't have to worry about your teammates' backstabs. However, Chung Mu feels that with the nature of this game, it will never let people in the oasis feel comfortable for too long. When the next version changes, who knows what kind of tricks it will play. However, it is too early to think about this now. First find the oasis, live comfortably for a few days, and then respond to any danger later. I don't know if my lucky attribute can help me find the oasis. The game says that it is randomly released. So will I wake up tomorrow morning and find an oasis right in front of me, saving me the trouble of looking for it myself? Jiao. Thinking of this, Chung Mu couldn't help but imagine his life after getting the oasis. When I become the master of the oasis, I have to take over 4396 first to see if he is a man or a woman. The other 3 places must be reserved for my sisters, who often support me in the group. They support me so much, I can't abandon them. They need their care. Protecting my sisters and upholding justice is both a mission and a responsibility. This is Chung Mu, a person who has gotten rid of vulgarity. Chapter 38, Oasis. While Chung Mu was immersed in his own fantasy, a wave of discussion had already been set off in the chat channel. Brothers, have all your attribute points been credited? I have already added them all. Me too. I added all 5 points to charm. I will fascinate you. I added all 5 points to strength. I feel like I can easily kill a cow now. I added a little bit of everything. I feel my body has become much stronger. Oh! I put all 5 points on luck, hoping to meet brother 9527. Are you going to form a team to find the oasis? Wait until you find the oasis before forming a team. Instead of looking for the oasis, come with me to hunt 9527. He has a terrifying amount of supplies. Do you know where he is? I don't even know where he is. You're killing people all day long. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chung Mu looked at the chat records of these people and couldn't help but find it a little funny. He took out 2 sips of water from the storage box and prepared to go to bed. The oasis will not appear until after 8 in the morning. It is useless to think about it now. Just go find it when it appears. What we need to do now is to sleep quickly and get enough energy so that we can find the oasis after waking up. He shook his head, drove all thoughts and fantasies out of his mind, and then fell asleep slowly. There is a strong ability to sleep that can keep people energetic anywhere. Chung Mu is obviously the owner of this ability. At nearly 7 in the morning, Chung Mu woke up. After waking up, he simply washed up and prepared to cook something. He put the dried meat from yesterday into the cooking pot, added some salt, and a piece of dried meat came out after a while. He tore off a small piece and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of this cooking pot. Everything can be made delicious. Then he made a pot of white rice porridge, boiled 2 eggs, and had a delicious meal with Wong Kai. In just a few days, One Sai's body has grown a circle, and his appetite has also increased. If you keep going like this, I can't afford to support you. Chung Mu put his feet on the steering wheel and said to Wong Kai while picking his teeth. Wong Kai immediately pretended to be pitiful when he heard this. Seeing Wong Kai in this state, he laughed and started the Mud King and set out on the road to find supplies today. He looked at his watch. It was 7:15. He drove to search for supply boxes while waiting for 8 o'clock. In these dozens of minutes, he only found a yellow supply box, from which he opened a combination set of seasoning packages, which contained various common seasonings: salt, sugar, pepper, chili powder, and other things. This seasoning pack is a good thing. He has no shortage of ingredients now. But these seasonings, it seems that he has good luck today. I hope that an oasis will appear in front of him later. But Chung Mu also knows that this is just an illusion. The game will definitely not let the oasis appear directly near the player. Otherwise it will not expand the map. This game will definitely put the oasis in a place far away from any player. According to Chung Mu's guess, it will definitely do so. After all, this game is for risking one's life, not for vacation. Although Chung Mu lives a carefree life every day, driving a car, using an air conditioner, being teased by a little girl, having enough food and drink all day, and even raising a dog. But the game has just passed 7 days, and more than 1,000 people have died in these 7 days, with a 7-day mortality rate of more than 10%. It's a horror game. There are currently more than 8,000 people left in the game. It was difficult to meet others in the previously unexpanded map. This time it has doubled in size. So it is estimated that he will have to play single player for a long time. Fortunately, the game has a chat channel. Otherwise everyone would be bored to death. Time soon reached 8 o'clock, and the game prompt appeared in front of everyone again. The game has randomly placed 100 oases. The first player to find and enter an oasis will be rewarded with 5 attribute points, the second 3 points, and the third 1 point. When all 100 oases are discovered by players, all players in the game will receive 5 attribute points as rewards. Random placement? I don't believe you. The placement was 100% calculated precisely, and it was absolutely accurate to avoid every player, and it was necessary to make it difficult for everyone to find the oasis. If it was really random, why didn't it come to me randomly? So Chung Mu concluded that this placement was definitely not random. And the first 3 players who found the oasis will receive additional attribute points as rewards? It seems that we have to speed up. The importance of attribute points is self-evident. If you have more attribute points than others, you will be stronger than others in all aspects. If you are stronger than others, you will not be bullied, and you can occasionally bully others. If violence is not used to bully the weak, then the attribute points will be meaningless. However, after all the oases are discovered, each remaining player will also receive a 5-point reward. This should also be the game to balance the strength between players and prevent a single player from dominating. Chung Mu just finished thinking about these things when he saw someone in the group send a striking message. Fuck. The oasis actually appeared in front of me. He would never believe such a thing. As the person with the highest attributes in the game, the oasis didn't appear in front of him. So how could it appear next to this person? Chung Mu wanted to continue watching this person's performance and see what tricks he could play. Fuck you. You are a whole family of liars. A curse immediately rang out in the group. Really? I have entered the oasis and am now recruiting for companions. Those who want to enter the oasis need to give me a certain amount of supplies as a guarantee. After I receive the supplies, I will send a coordinate point. When you arrive, I will open the oasis for you to enter. This liar's trick is not very clever, but it is very simple and crude. Chung Mu believes that there will definitely be people who will be deceived, and more than one person. Sometimes, the simpler and more crude the trick is, the more useful it is. This liar's trick is indeed easy to be exposed. As long as you think about it, you will find that his words are full of loopholes. since he said that he has entered the oasis. But the game did not send a prompt for the bonus attribute points. Just based on this point, his words are self-defeating. However, those who are deceived will not consider these things. It may be because they are confused by the authorities. Or it may be because they are lucky. Or more likely they just want to take a simple gamble. What if they win? Chung Mu is sure that there are definitely not a few people with this mentality. Even if this liar is scolded and exposed as soon as he said this, there will definitely be people who believe him. Chapter 39 Another System Task. Chung Mu drove out to find the oasis, while waiting for the follow-up progress of this matter. As expected, not long after, several people cursed the liar in the group and cried about how much supplies they had been cheated of. There was no way. This kind of thing was really a matter of one willing to fight, and the other willing to suffer. He no longer paid attention to these, but focused all his energy on finding the oasis. After driving on the road for an hour without interruption, he didn't even see the shadow of a supply box. Could it be that the number of supply boxes did not increase after the map was expanded? Or have some of the supply boxes been moved to the oasis? He remembered that when the game explained the rules last night, it said that there would be abundant supply boxes in the oasis. It should be that some of the supply boxes have moved to the oasis. Otherwise, with his current lucky attributes, he would not have not seen a box after opening for so long. But it's not a big problem. The supplies he has stored now are enough for him to live for a long time. And the reduction of boxes will not have much impact on him. Others were not in such a good situation. Although the reduction of supply boxes would not cause any fatal impact, they had to cut back on food and clothing. He sent a message to 4,396 to ask about the situation there. Have you started looking for the oasis? Yes. Still a cold reply. This 4396 was like a big block of ice. When did you start looking? 8 o'clock. Did you find any supply boxes on the way? No. It seems that there are indeed fewer supply boxes. Even with 4,390 SIXS European physique, he didn't even encounter a box. In this way, his luck is not bad. He found a yellow supply box early in the morning. After chatting with 4,396 casually, he continued to look for supplies. With one-size company along the way, it didn't seem too boring. If he was really anxious, he would watch the chats of the stupid netizens in the chat group. This is much more interesting than looking for supplies. Now he has to hide and watch everyone chat every day. Of course, what he likes to watch most is the quarrels between netizens. And this happens at any time. Anyway, we don't meet each other easily, and people won't tolerate you online. Chung Mu was most impressed by a person who called himself brother in the group all day long. And the momentum of this ing in the group that day can be said to be the most fierce one Chung Mu has ever seen in his life. He couldn't help but think of a sentence on the blue planet. Pink Lolita hair, scolding a cow to death. But it is still unknown whether this ing is a man or a woman. This is the bad thing about this game. The gender of the player is not marked. This made Chung Mu afraid to chat with those girls in the dead of night. Imagine, what if the girl you chatted with for a few days turned out to be a man? The morning passed quickly with the help of stupid netizens. In the few hours of the morning, Chung Mu's luck only found 3 low-end boxes, which was a bit miserable. The situation of other players, whose luck attributes were not good enough, was even more imaginable. He opened the 3 boxes he found. 1 yellow supply box and 2 white supply boxes. He took out a bottle of cooking oil and 2 boxes of Durex. Why give me this? I don't need it. Chung Mu looked up and asked the sky. It was noon soon, and it was time to make some food. He planned to make a bowl of oil-splashed noodles with the chili and cooking oil he found today. First, he cooked a bowl of noodles with a cooking pot, sprinkled chili on it, and then poured boiling hot oil on it. A bowl of oil-splashed noodles with good color, aroma, and taste was ready. Wong Kai couldn't eat spicy food, so he made something else for Wong Kai. Then another bottle of iced fruit wine came. Cool. After eating and drinking, he rested for 2 minutes and continued to look for supplies. While Wong Kai was sleeping beside him, he didn't plan to take a nap during this period. With his current physical condition, he could maintain sufficient energy even without a nap. Others would definitely not be able to do it. People are prone to drowsiness under the scorching sun, and there is no air conditioning in the car. They can't sleep even if they want to, and they don't have the energy to work. This feeling is so uncomfortable. He opened the game panel and saw that some people had upgraded their vehicles to level 2 during this period. However, There were not many, including him and 4396. There were only a dozen people. While driving, a prompt subtitle appeared in front of him. System task. Please be the first player to find and enter the oasis. Note, you must be the first player to find and enter the oasis. Otherwise it will be considered an unfinished task, and you will not receive a reward. The conditions of this task are a bit harsh. Chung Mu is confident that he can find an oasis. There will definitely be a place for him in these 100 oases. After all, his attributes are here. However, it is still very difficult to be the first person to discover an oasis. After all, this thing depends purely on luck. You may drive along a road for a whole day without seeing an oasis. Or you may find it after driving for a short time, when the game just distributed attribute points. Some people said that they had added all 5 points to luck. There must be many such people. After all, there are more than 8,000 people. He added points in a balanced way. A little bit of everything. But there are definitely people who go for extreme flow, adding all attribute points to one attribute. In this case, there may be many people who are not much weaker than him in terms of luck alone. After all, being 2 points ahead in luck attribute is not a decisive factor. That's why he felt that this task was a bit difficult. But it was not a big problem. Difficulty also meant that there would be generous rewards. Chung Mu cheered up and drove forward faster. Since 8 o'clock this morning, he would take out the coordinate meter to record his position after driving for a while. Otherwise, in this vast desert, it would be easy to go around in circles because there were too few reference points. In the car, he opened the chat channel again and looked at the chat content of the stupid netizens. Most of them were complaining that there were fewer supply boxes and no oasis at all. It seems that the game will become more difficult as time goes on. After the first 7 days, the map will become larger and the supply boxes will decrease, forcing players to look for oases. But looking for an oasis means that players will inevitably kill each other. After all, there are only 100 oases. And if a player can't get an oasis, then he will definitely not want other players to get it, which will also make the phenomenon of mutual harm between players more serious. This game is quite good at taking advantage of human nature. Chung Mu thought about these things while driving, until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when he finally got a little bit of harvest. In front of the field of vision, there was a purple supply box lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 40 Changes in Danger Level. Chung Mu drove over in a hurry. When he arrived at the purple supply box, he picked up the purple supply box with a little excitement. Alas, supply boxes are hard to find. Now a purple supply box can make him excited. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D. Danger level, low. After opening the supply box, a sharp arrow shot out from it. This sharp arrow was different from the one shot from the purple box at the beginning. This arrow was green, as if it was covered with deadly poison. He had long developed the habit of opening the supply box from the back, so this supply box did not cause him any trouble. I hope I can open a blueprint, he muttered to himself. After all, purple boxes are too hard to find now, and you may only find one in a day. When he walked to the front of the box, the first thing that caught his eye was a blueprint, and a few pieces of rubber and lubricant. He looked at the rubber and lubricant and fell into deep thought. Could there be Direct's manufacturing blueprints in the box? Don't be Direct's. Don't be Direct's. Don't be Direct's. After repeating it 3 times in his mind, he opened the blueprint in the box. Direct's manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, rubber *1, lubricant *1. Note, 3 small packages of Directs can be produced each time. Chow. This is a rip-off. In a sense, Chung Mu did get what he wanted, and the box was indeed not Direct's. This blueprint can be said to be the most useless blueprint he has found so far. He can't sell it. And who would buy this thing if he has nothing to do? If he wants to use it, he has to find someone to use it with him. He suddenly had the urge to throw away the blueprint. But after thinking about it, it took a lot of effort to find it. He could only pick up the things in the box and return to the car with some depression. He could only continue to look for other boxes of supplies. He took out the coordinate meter and looked at it. After confirming that he had not taken a detour, he continued to move forward. While driving, he was still thinking that he still had a black box of supplies in his hand, which he was not yet able to drive. I can only wait for the next chance to open a box without taking any damage. Or I can open it again when I get a chance to become stronger. Another hour or 2 of searching. But I didn't see anything this time. This shouldn't happen. With my luck. How could this happen? Ask 4396 to see how many boxes he found today. How many boxes did you find today? 1. What color? Yellow. Chung Mu immediately felt balanced. 4396 only found a yellow box. If other players didn't max out their luck, they probably wouldn't even find a white box. This game is too abnormal. After only 7 days, so many supply boxes have been reduced. How do you allocate your attribute points? He asked 4396 again. 3 points of agility. 2 points of luck. Not bad. Not bad. Only a girl would hit points like this. But you can't believe it easily without seeing it with your own eyes. After chatting with 4396 for a while, he ended the chat and turned around to continue to concentrate on finding supplies. At around 7 o'clock, Wang Kai was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He kept wailing in his seat, begging Chung Mu to cook quickly. Chung Mu was concentrating on finding the oasis. While the sun had not completely set and the visibility was good, he hurried to find more. Otherwise, it would be pitch dark when it got dark. If he spent a little more time now, he would have a chance to find the oasis before others, which would kill them. There was no other way. The task given by the system was to be the first person to find the oasis. In order to achieve this goal, he didn't even dare to waste more time peeing today. So with such a high concentration, he even forgot the time to eat. It was not until Wang Kai pounced on him that he looked at his watch and found that it was almost 8 o'clock. He casually took out a piece of bread from the storage box and gave it to Wang Kai to eat, and ate a piece himself to fill his stomach. He did not stop, but continued to rush on his way. Hard work pays off. When it was almost dark, he saw a purple supply box in the distance. Although he did not find the oasis he had been thinking about, finding a purple box was also a good harvest. He estimated that there might be thousands of people in the game who have not even found a box. This number will not be too many, but it should be 1 or 2,000. When the Mud King drove to the purple supply box, he got out of the car and picked up the box. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D. Danger level, low. He opened the box directly, and a giant python crawled out of it. The giant python was obviously much more aggressive than the venomous snake he encountered before. Maybe after 7 days, all the creatures in the game have been strengthened. Chung Mu didn't intend to waste time dealing with this giant python. He took out a machete and chopped directly at the snake's head. With Chung Mu's current strength, it would be no problem to kill it with one knife. Who knew that the scales on the python were so hard that when he chopped it down with a knife, the knife collided with its scales, and sparks flew. Chung Mu's strength was so great that he even broke the machete directly, and the head of the python was only smashed down a few inches, leaving a shallow wound. It seems that the creatures have really been strengthened after 7 days. Such difficult things would not appear in the purple box before. The most difficult thing to deal with in the purple box at that time was the giant beetle. But the danger level of that box prompted by the system was medium, and the benefit level was also D+. And that one is the advanced version of the purple supply box. The one in front of me is just the most common one. Now the creatures in the most common one are as fierce as those in the advanced box. Before, he was always wondering why the system prompts that the danger level of the box has not changed after he has improved so many attributes. While his body is strengthened, the danger in the box is also increasing as the game progresses. Even if he opens the black supply box now, he will probably die. Thinking of this, he threw away the broken machete and pulled out Genji's dragon blade from the scabbard. Chung Mu prefers to call it a katana. After all, the katana is a prop from the black supply box. Although it cannot use skills for the time being, it is still no problem to chop the snake that ran out of the purple supply box. He swung the katana, and the katana touched the body of the giant python, just like cutting tofu with a knife, and cut the snake into several pieces in the blink of an eye. After cutting the giant python into several pieces, Chung Mu did not take it lightly, but inserted the katana into the snake's head before putting it away with confidence. He had seen in the animal world before that even if the snake's head was chopped off, the snake's head could still attack the enemy. Chapter 41 Strengthened Steel Ingot. After getting rid of the giant python, the game prompts that its corpse can be decomposed. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain meat *10. Snake gall *1. Snake blood *2. Medium size fur *1. This giant python can actually decompose so many things, which is beyond Chung Mu's expectation. But I don't know what the snake gall and snake blood are used for. I can only find out after finding the corresponding drawings. It seems that after the beasts in this game are strengthened, more things can be decomposed. Yes, this is in line with common sense. Otherwise, if the game difficulty is increased without adding other things, then everyone will be killed. This game is quite humane in some aspects, and it is not determined to kill all players. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something. Why did he appear in this game? He knew that he came here after a sudden death. But why did he come here? Could it be that there are more advanced species using people like them for entertainment? Just like playing online games in his previous life. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, because it was useless to think about it. He could only survive first. Only after surviving would he be qualified to find the truth. He collected the materials decomposed by the giant python. There was a blueprint, a steel ingot, and some other things in the purple material box. He picked up these things and returned to the Mud King. I hope it's not a cheating blueprint. He prayed in his heart again, and then slowly opened the blueprint. Reinforced steel ingot manufacturing drawings. Manufacturing requirements, steel ingots *5. Chung Mu was very excited when he saw this drawing. He had no shortage of steel ingots and alloy ingots, but the reinforced ones. He had found the drawings of reinforced alloy ingots before, and now there was a reinforced steel ingot. The materials for upgrading the third-level vehicle were almost complete, and the only thing missing was a power core. He used 50 steel ingots and 50 alloy ingots to make 10 reinforced steel ingots and alloy ingots. These materials are needed to upgrade the Mud King. Prepare them first, and then find a power core to upgrade directly. For the next power core, if you can't find the car of someone who died in an accident, then you can only set your sights on other players. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, if you have excessive sympathy for others, it would be irresponsible to yourself. After doing all this, after putting all the things into the storage box, it was completely dark outside, and the visibility was basically zero. There was little point in looking for an oasis, let alone the problem of sight. Chung Mu's body couldn't bear it. After driving for more than 10 hours a day, an ordinary person would probably have a broken back. So after returning to the Mud King, he planned to rest, go to bed early tonight, and go to find the oasis early tomorrow. Before going to bed, he opened the chat channel again, and saw that most of them were complaining about the fewer supply boxes. Many people searched for a whole day, and didn't even find a box. Some people just planned to give up. What a broken oasis. They would not look for it anymore. After reading the messages for a while, he ate something to fill his stomach, and then forced himself to sleep. At 4 a.m. in the Survivor game map, the hardworking Chung Mu had already gotten up, washed up, and prepared to find an oasis. After eating something, he started today's journey to find an oasis. He casually opened the chat channel, and saw that there were already a few people sending messages in the group at this point. And they had also started today's search. The early bird catches the worm. Under the same conditions, those who work harder will definitely get more. Even if they can't find an oasis, the chance of encountering a box on the road will also increase. We drove until nearly 7 o'clock, when Wang Kai, who was sitting next to us, finally woke up. This dog is getting sleepier and sleepier now. He sleeps after eating every day, and then eats again after sleeping. This behavior makes Chung Mu angry, and he must find a reason to beat Wang Kai up later. After eating with Wang Kai, Jianding got out of the car to stretch his muscles and bones, and then continued to set off. At around 10 o'clock, he vaguely heard the roar of an engine behind a hill not far away. Is there a car? He stopped the Mud King where it was, to prevent the sound of his car from attracting the other party's attention, picked up his weapons and equipment, and ran all the way to the top of the mountain to see the situation. With his current physical fitness, this distance was nothing to him, and he soon climbed to the top of the mountain. Sure enough, it was a car, which looked slightly different from the cars he had seen before, and it seemed to be a second-level vehicle. He immediately thought of hunting this player. A second-level vehicle should be able to decompose more than one power core, and this person must have a lot of other supplies. Unfortunately, this person did not stay here, but drove away in a flash. Chung Mu gave up the idea of hunting him. If this person was a level 2 vehicle, he would definitely have a 60-second realman mode, and the Mud King could not catch up with him. After sighing, he returned to the Mud King and continued to look for the oasis. The current situation did not allow him to be soft-hearted. If he met other people on the road, he would take action directly. Otherwise, when others became stronger, they would definitely take action against him. There are still a bunch of idiots in the group who want to hunt him down all day long. He sent a message to 4396. What color is your car? Tell me about its appearance. I may hunt others to find the power cord during this period. I will ask you about your car model first so that I don't run into you later. Red sports car. 4396 actually drives a sports car. This girl is not simple. If she is really a woman. Sports cars have no other advantages except fast speed and cool appearance. Small space and high fuel consumption are two fatal disadvantages. He felt uncomfortable just thinking about sleeping in such a cramped space. Sports cars are probably only slightly better than motorcycles. The players who were assigned motorcycles at the beginning probably died or robbed other people's cars. This is an inherent disadvantage. There is nothing you can do about it. Although his Mud King has no advantage in chasing others, it is still no problem to protect himself. A whole morning passed like this. Chung Mu was a little irritated. He didn't gain anything in the whole morning, and didn't even find a supply box. He got out of the car, stretched his body, washed his face, and adjusted his mentality. This kind of thing can't be rushed. There is no rule to find an oasis, and the game doesn't give any hints. You can only accumulate the possibility of finding an oasis through a lot of time. Fortunately, Chung Mu's psychological quality is good, and this irritable feeling didn't bother him for too long. Chapter 42 Oasis. After adjusting his mentality, Chung Mu took out the cooking utensils and cooked a meal, then continued to set off without rest. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after circling around again and again, a round hill similar to a crater appeared in front of him. Looking at this hill, his little heart suddenly twitched, and then a strong premonition suddenly rose in his heart. And Wonkai, who always liked to sleep, didn't sleep at this time. He scratched his 2 paws and shouted at the round hill in front. Chung Mu immediately accelerated the driving of the Mud King and rushed towards the circular hill. At this moment, a large off-road vehicle suddenly rushed out from the side of another earth slope in the distance, also rushing towards the circular hill, looking for death. He cursed in his heart. According to his premonition, there is a high possibility that there is an oasis in this circular hill, and the man in front of him actually wants to get there first. Chung Mu would never let him reach the top first. If there is really an oasis in the hill, then he will have no way to deal with him after he enters the oasis. And all his 2-day search was in vain. He finally had a hint of finding an oasis, even though it was just a hunch. But he would never give up. According to his estimation, most oases might be found on the 3rd or 4th day, because after 7 days, the game will be updated again. The game can't set a goal that players can't complete, so the goal loses its meaning. He stepped on the accelerator of the Mud King. The roar of the engine hummed, and rushed towards the man in the distance. Let's deal with the man in front of us first. The other party was closer to the circular hill than Chung Mu. So when he saw Chung Mu rushing towards him, he did not dodge, but rushed straight to the top of the circular hill. It seems that this person also had a premonition that there would be an oasis in the hill. If this person met another player, he would really let him reach the top in advance. Unfortunately, he met Chung Mu, and he met the Mud King with a 60-second real man mode. When the man just arrived at the foot of the circular hill, Chung Mu activated the 60-second real man driving mode. With a strong push on his back, Chung Mu was getting closer and closer to the man's car. When he was less than 100 meters away from the man suddenly threw a fist-sized black object out of the car window. Damn! Grenade! This man actually has such a high lethal weapon. Chung Mu didn't have time to change the direction now. The Mud King was now on a sloping hillside and was driving at a very fast speed. If he changed the direction of travel at this time, he would definitely overturn. He had to take it head-on. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded on the right side of the Mud King, stirring up dust. But fortunately, the grenade did not cause much damage to the Mud King. Vehicle durability, 250/300. Although it did not cause much impact on the Mud King, it also directly reduced its durability by 50 points. You know, last time he drove the Mud King to kill a giant mammoth at high speed, and only deducted 50 points. The power of this grenade is still quite strong. If there were more, I'm afraid Chung Mu would have been killed here. After the explosion, Chung Mu just rushed out of the thick smoke while driving the Mud King when he saw 2 more grenades thrown out of the window of the car opposite. As the explosion sounded, the windshield and window glass of the Mud King were cracked, But fortunately, they were not completely shattered. A moment later, Chung Mu also drove the Mud King to kill the person in the car directly. Chung Mu was still careless today. He expected that the person in the car might have a gun, but he didn't expect that this person would have a grenade. After he killed the man, he immediately looted everything in his supply box, then disassembled the vehicle's power core and threw it all into the car without even looking at it. Then, he hurriedly drove the somewhat tattered Mud King to the top of the mountain. As he got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, his little heart was beating very fast. "Don't let me down," he prayed in his heart. When he finally climbed to the top of the mountain, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge basin. And in the middle of the basin, there was an oasis, which was out of tune with the surrounding desert environment. He could no longer hold back his excitement, and hurriedly drove the Mud King towards the oasis. When he was close to the oasis, he felt as if there was a layer of light curtain covering the oasis. He reduced the speed of the Mud King to the minimum, and slowly approached the light curtain. Without any obstruction, he easily passed through the light curtain. When the body of the Mud King completely entered the light curtain, a game prompt appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this message, Chung Mu's tense heart finally relaxed. Player number 9527 has become the first player to find and enter the oasis, and is awarded 5 attribute points. Current number of oases found, 1 out of 100. System task completed. Task reward, 10% system experience. The system only awarded 10% experience? This reward is a bit small. The difficulty of this task is not low at all. There are more than 8,000 players in the game, and I am the first to find the oasis. I shouldn't be rewarded with only this little experience. I should at least give some other supplies. Even a blueprint. Chung Mu was a little confused, but he didn't have time to think about it now. He hurried in to check the oasis he had just obtained. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a huge clear swimming pool. When his eyes fell on the swimming pool, the game prompted that the water in the swimming pool would automatically update every day. Damn! Is this too much? Chung Mu took off his clothes and ran into the swimming pool. As a result, his pants were half taken off, and he tripped and fell. However, he didn't care at all, as if there was a peerless beauty waiting for him in front. He jumped up several meters high and landed in the huge swimming pool with a plop. Cool. These are the only words that can describe his mood at the moment. In the past week, he has not thought about taking a proper bath. So when he saw the swimming pool, he could no longer hold back. And when the cool water in the swimming pool wrapped around his body, he could not describe the feeling. It can only be described with one word: cool. Wang Kai on the Mud King also jumped off the vehicle and rushed towards Chung Mu quickly. Chung Mu caught Wang Kai, who was flying towards him, and threw him into the air again. Then caught him. Then threw him up again. And then caught him again. Wang Kai barked excitedly in the air. The man and the dog played like this for a long time before they stopped. Only then did Chung Mu take the time to look around. Chapter 43 Grenade Blueprint. First, there are supply boxes everywhere. I can't say everywhere. There is a supply box every 10 to 20 meters. However, these supply boxes are basically white, the lowest end ones, and yellow ones are rare. Then, there are forests. Looking at so many trees, Chung Mu fell into deep thought. There are trees and water here, so there won't be a lot of mosquitoes at night. Right? Next to the forest are 5 houses, each of which is a 2-story small Western-style building. The rest are just some miscellaneous scenery. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Chung Mu suddenly felt that all the hard work of searching in the past few days was worth it. That's right. Chung Mu slapped his head. He was so busy enjoying the beautiful scenery that he forgot to send a message to 4396. Ask him if he can come over. And by the way, see if this guy is a boy or a girl. Have you found the oasis? No. I found it here. Yeah. I saw it. Chung Mu remembered that he was prompted by the full screen of the game when he entered the oasis. Would you like to come over? No one is here yet. 4396 didn't reply for a long time. Chung Mu decided to try harder. With 4,390 SIXS European Emperor system, it was only a matter of time for him to find the oasis. If he found the oasis himself, he would definitely not come. It's hard to find a supply box outside now. There's no point in you staying outside. And there's no one here yet. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. As soon as he sent this message, Chung Mu regretted it a little. He felt like a bad guy, so he quickly made amends. The rules of the oasis say that players in the oasis cannot harm each other. So don't worry. After 10 minutes, 4396 still didn't reply. It seems that this girl is quite stubborn. Since you don't come, I will go recruit someone else. He typed in the chat channel, recruiting 4 oasis companions. Requirements, female if you are not female. Please don't come. Notes, people with mosquito physique will be given priority. And those who are interested can chat privately. Just when he was about to send this message, 4396 replied. A faint word came. Luckily, with 4390 SIXS temper, if this message was sent out, he would definitely not come. Compared to others, he was more willing to trust 4396. So he sent the coordinates of the oasis to 4396. There is a round, crater-like hillside here. You can see the oasis when you reach the top of the mountain. It will take about 2 hours. After sending the message to 4396, he turned his attention to his Mud King. The originally majestic Mud King was now a little dusty after being blown up by several grenades. Good brother. You have suffered. Wait for me. I will upgrade you now. He took out the materials needed to upgrade the Mud King. 8 power cores, 10 reinforced steel ingots, 10 reinforced alloy ingots, and level 3 vehicle upgrade drawings. The game prompts that the upgrade is available, and he directly confirms the upgrade. Vehicle is being upgraded. The upgrade time required, 5 hours. Player number 9527 has upgraded the vehicle to a level 3 vehicle. Another full screen prompt. What's next? What about the reward? When he upgraded the vehicle to level 2, the system gave him a reward because he was the first player in the game to upgrade the vehicle. This time, he got nothing for upgrading to level 3. This is unscientific. There was another round of praise for him in the chat group. And nothing else. This is unscientific. But he didn't care about it anymore. If the game didn't give him a reward, then it didn't. Anyway, his attribute points and supplies are far better than others. It takes 5 hours to reach level 3. Which is a bit long. But fortunately, there is nothing to do now. And he is absolutely safe in the oasis. He went to see the 5 houses again. Although the houses are not big. They are more than 200 square meters. With kitchens, bedrooms, bathrooms, and everything they need. Especially on the 2nd floor. There is a small balcony. At night, you can enjoy the breeze on the balcony. Drink a glass of fruit wine. And appreciate the stars. TSK. He is looking forward to the arrival of night. He went to the woods to have a look. There were all kinds of trees, including coconut trees and various fruit trees. There was also a bottomless lake in the middle of the woods, which looked a bit creepy. Apart from the lake, this place was a treasure. After he had roughly looked at the oasis, he returned to the car to check the supplies he had obtained from the person who wanted to rob his oasis. He was so busy enjoying himself that he almost forgot about it. The most important thing for him was the 4 blueprints. And the rest were miscellaneous basic supplies. He opened the 4 blueprints. Grenade manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, steel balls *10. Reinforced alloy ingot *1. Gunpowder *1. The other 2 blueprints were the manufacturing blueprints for steel balls and reinforced alloy ingots, both of which he had obtained before. Then, he opened the last blueprint. Gunpowder manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, sulfur *1. Charcoal *1. Saltpeter *1. He flipped through the remaining supplies of the man and found some materials for making gunpowder. This person's luck is extraordinary to some extent. The 4 blueprints he found are all related to making grenades. Even if ordinary people find the blueprints for making grenades, they probably can't make this thing. After all, the 3 materials for making grenades all need blueprints to make them. This thing is not like the Desert Eagle blueprint he found at the beginning. The Desert Eagle only needs the most basic alloy ingots and steel ingots to make it. If this person is allowed to develop for a while, he will definitely become stronger. But it's a pity that Chung Mu showed up halfway. After doing all this, Chung Mu opened the chat group and directly pulled the chat record to the moment when he found the oasis. He wanted to see what the stupid netizen said. Big brother is too awesome. He found the oasis so quickly. Big brother, can you take me in too? Big brother, take me. I will exchange the supplies for a place in the oasis. Oh, brother, can you take me into the oasis too? I really want to enter your oasis. Wow, It must have been very hard for my brother to find the oasis. I feel sorry for you. I'm not like the sister upstairs, who just wants to enter your oasis. Chungmu wanted to laugh when he saw what this Yinging sister said to the person below. But this Yinging sister was not someone to be trifled with. Chungmu still remembered her scolding before. Sure enough, after the person below said this, Yinging's sister immediately turned into a scolding god and started scolding that person in the group. Chapter 44 Yunchi. He continued to look down at the chat records, most of which were bragging about themselves, looking forward to taking them into the oasis. I have to say, this feeling of being admired by everyone is very refreshing. But it is enough for him to be the only man in his oasis. And the other places can only be left to the sisters. So as to balance the yin and yang. He has too much yang energy, and needs yin energy to suppress it. In addition to these people who boasted about themselves, the speech of one of them caught his attention. He remembered this person's game number. 6584. This person had been scolding him since the beginning of the game, wanting to form a team to hunt him down and seize supplies. Today, he was instigating everyone in the group to find his oasis. Chungmu took a look at the game rankings. This person named 6584 also upgraded his vehicle to level 2. It seems that he still has some skills, but not much. He must find a chance to kill him. Although Chungmu did not intend to pay attention to this person at first, it was not a good feeling for him to have someone clamoring to kill him. What he couldn't understand was why this bastard was so hostile to him. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of 6584, a subtitle came. Player XXXX has become the second player to find and enter the oasis, and is awarded 3 attribute points. Current number of oases found, 2/100. Wow! Someone else has found an oasis. He looked at his watch, and it was less than 2 hours since he found the oasis. If he hadn't sent a message to 4396 asking him to come over, he should have found the oasis with his European physique. It is even possible that the oasis was not far away from him, and he would find it in a few more steps, but was interrupted by his own message. Even if this is true, the person who just found the oasis is still a bit good. After a while, the third person who found the oasis also appeared, and the top 3 were quickly taken. Just when Chungmu was about to open the chat group to see everyone's reaction, a huge engine roar came from a distance. On the hillside, a red sports car was rushing towards the oasis at high speed. This should be the car of number 4396. Chungmu was a little excited. He could finally see if he was a man or a woman. The red sports car was driving at a very fast speed. When it was about to reach the light curtain of the oasis, it drifted handsomely and stopped steadily in front of the light curtain. Then the door opened. Chungmu was a little excited. He stared at the door. If it was a man who got out, he would beat him up and throw him out of the oasis. The first thing that stretched out from the door was a pair of beautiful legs. These long legs were tightly wrapped in a pair of light blue jeans. Then, a person who was definitely the most beautiful person Chungmu had never seen in his life. No, in his previous life. Leaned out of the car. 4396 requests to enter your oasis. The game prompt came. Come in. Come in quickly. My oasis has been thirsty for a long time. After getting permission, 4396 entered Chungmu's oasis. After the two looked at each other for a while, neither of them spoke first, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Chungmu had never experienced such a large-scale online dating scene, but he still went up and broke the awkwardness. For this kind of thing, he, as a man, must take the first step. Ahem. I'm 9527. You can also call me Chungmu. Chungmu is my name. 9527 is the code name of the game. Yunchi. Yunchi? What a good name. Chi and Chilua. A cold voice reached Chungmu's ears, and he instantly felt that even the hot air had cooled down a bit. It must be very hard to come all the way here. Do you want to take a shower first? My swimming pool is very big. It was not until this time that Chungmu took a closer look at Yunchi in front of him. That is, for 1396. The tight jeans outlined her curves beautifully, and the upper body was a white short-sleeved shirt that was also tight. Through the clothes, a deep ravine could be vaguely seen inside. The white clothes were slightly dirty, probably caused by the wind and sand in the past few days. Further up was a beautiful face, but the expression on her face was as if everyone owed her 2 million, and she was a little tired. She looked like a big ice block. As for the tiredness, it was probably because she had not rested much in the past 2 days and had been looking for the oasis. Her physical fitness was obviously better than Chungmu, who had not been strengthened so many times. Get lost. Yunqi looked at Chungmu coldly and cursed him to get lost. Oh, you have personality. I like it. Only high mountains can make people want to conquer them. Who would climb a small earthen slope for no reason? After cursing, she walked straight into the oasis, until she walked to the front of the 5 houses. She turned around and asked Chungmu a question. Where should I live? Live in the house next to mine, so that if anything happens, it will be convenient for you to take care of me. He pointed to one of the houses while speaking. After hearing what Chungmu said, Yunqi hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards the house he pointed to. Chungmu felt a little happy in his heart. There was no clear rejection, which meant there was room for development. Although he didn't expect anything to happen, it was very nice to have someone to accompany him on this boring survival journey. Wang Kai, who was standing next to him, saw that Chungmu's attention was all focused on Yunqi, and seemed a little dissatisfied, barking at him a few times. Wang Kai's barking also attracted Yunqi's attention. When she saw the chubby Wang Kai, she couldn't help but smile, and Chungmu was almost stunned by this smile. Women, they all like these furry things. After showing a rare smile to Wang Kai, she returned to her coldness in the next second, turned her head, and said to Chungmu, I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. You can eat by yourself tonight. Then he entered the house. Teacher Chungmu came back to his senses at this time, and then turned to look at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, come here. Wang Kai sat down in front of him obediently, waiting for his next instruction. Wang Kai, how do I treat you usually? Why do you ask this suddenly? It felt a little guilty. Did he know that Wang Kai, peed in his bathing pool last time? Big brother, you are very good to me. You didn't blame me when I secretly peed in your bathing pool last time. You usually give me food and drink as if you were yourself. It can be said that without you, I would not be here today. Big brother, if there is anything I need to do, just ask. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I won't say much. All the words are in this woof. Wang Kai. Woof. Brother, I've encountered some difficulties and need your help. Come closer, and I'll tell you what to do. Wang Kai obediently stretched his head over. You have to do this first, then this, and finally that. Do you understand? Chapter 45 Dog. Wang Kai nodded. Actually, he didn't understand anything. He nodded just because he thought it was cool as a dog. Looking at Wang Kai nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Chungmu patted Wang Kai's head with satisfaction. I'll give you a snack later. Snack. Hearing these 2 words, Wang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't understand other words, but he definitely understood these 2 words. Looking at the excited Wang Kai, Chungmu smiled crookedly and left with his hands behind his back. He went to the lake deep in the oasis again. For some reason, he always felt an inexplicable fear when looking at the calm lake in front of him. Without staying too long at the lake, he began to prepare for today's dinner. At night, there was a small barbecue bar. There were barbecue grills, charcoal, and various kitchen utensils in the house. Although the cooking pots could be used to make barbecue directly, it was obviously not as fun as doing it yourself. After finally having a leisurely day, barbecue and beer must be prepared. He moved the grill and various kitchen utensils in the room to an empty space outside, took out the meat from the storage box, cut it into small pieces with a knife, and then skewered the meat. First, he put the charcoal on the gas stove in the room and burned it red. Then put it in the grill. Then took out the frozen fruit wine from the Mud King's storage box, and started today's barbecue. The environment in the oasis is very different from the outside. It is cooler than outside during the day, but much hotter than outside at night. In the middle of the night, the temperature outside the desert was below 0, and it was dropping very fast. But there was still no sign of cooling inside the oasis until 7 or 8 o'clock. But it didn't matter. There were air conditioners in the rooms, so this temperature was nothing. Come down for barbecue, he shouted to Yunqi's small building. There was no response. Probably she was sleeping, tired from the past 2 days. But it didn't matter. Chungmu had a way to wake her up. He pushed the grill and moved it to the bottom of Yunqi's small building, then increased the fire. The aroma of barbecue blew into her room with the evening wind. Sure enough, she came out of the room after a while. Yunqi looked very unhappy as soon as she went out. as if she was in a bad mood. And then she said to Chungmu angrily, "Why do you have to barbecue downstairs? Since you're down, let's eat together. Anyway, I can't sleep." Yunchi didn't say anything else, but quietly went to the room to get a bench and sat down next to her. Her face was still a little tired, because she didn't rest well, and because her rest was disturbed. She kept pouting in her seat, looking unhappy. Chungmu wanted to laugh when he saw her like this. She was quite different from the iceberg beauty just now. He handed over the grilled skewers, and Yunchi took them casually. Under the breeze, the two of them ate and talked, and gradually became familiar with each other. She was not as cold as she was at the beginning. It seems that there is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. He ate the barbecue slowly, and winked at Wankai frantically. While Wankai was busy eating, Wankai, who was eating frantically, was still wondering why Chungmu kept winking at him. Was he constipated? Chungmu was cursing Wankai in his heart. He was so angry when he saw Wankai was only concerned with eating. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and walked over and kicked Wankai's fat butt lightly. "You dog. You only know how to eat. You completely forgot what I told you to do." But he didn't say this. Originally, his plan was like this. He did this first, then that, and then let Wankai do this. After Wankai did this, he did that again. In the end, things turned out as he imagined. The final result turned out like this. All because of Wankai. "That dog. Why did you kick it?" Yunchi scolded Chungmu, and then punched him lightly on the chest. Chungmu's bones were a little bit broken by this punch, and Wankai saw that someone was backing him up, and he jumped directly into Yunchi's arms. Damn it! Looking at Wankai clinging to the whiteness, Chungmu now just wanted to switch roles with him. "You dog. Just wait. I will help you lose weight starting tomorrow." After chatting for a while, Yunchi felt a little sleepy and wanted to go back to her room to sleep. What was hateful was that she brought Wankai upstairs, saying that there would be a doorman and she would feel safer when sleeping. Damn. There are only two people and a dog here. What sense of security do you want? Are you on guard against me? What do I have to guard against? I am not a good person. Of course, he did not say these words, but smiled and said goodbye to the man and the dog. Chungmu was in mixed feelings now. The man was gone, and the dog was gone too. Just wait for me, dog. Not only will I make you lose weight, but I will also give you some physical training. He looked at his watch. The Mud King would be upgraded in a while. He wanted to see what changes the upgraded Mud King would have. The temperature in the oasis was still a little hot, but this heat was not boring and was within an acceptable range. He opened the game panel while swimming. So far, 7 people have found the oasis, and the numbers of the players who found the oasis have been announced by the game. After tomorrow, the number of people who find the oasis should increase exponentially, and by the day after tomorrow, it is estimated that all the oases will be found by the players. Chungmu carefully looked at the 7 players who found the oasis so far, and there was 6,584's name among them. This person is not simple. He was able to find the oasis so quickly. Chungmu was a little surprised. At the same time, a cold light shot out from his eyes. He had always thought that this person was just talking nonsense. But now, he might have the ability to threaten himself. To use the words from a novel he read in his previous life. That is, this person has already found a way to die. But what puzzled him was why this person had such a strong hostility towards him from the beginning of the game. Is it just jealous of me? Or does he want my supplies? This is unscientific. He has no grudges against this person. But this person always clamors to kill him in the chat group and instigates others in the group to hunt him together. If there is a chance, Chungmu will definitely kill him. It just so happens that he is also very interested in the supplies in this person's hands. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, there are no rules to speak of. Whoever has the bigger fist is the rule. And the current Chungmu is obviously the one with the biggest fist in this game. Want to kill me? Chungmu? You can try. Chapter 46 RV. Before he could think about it, 6584 started to stir up trouble in the chat group again. The message he sent in the group was basically to recruit people to his oasis. But the recruitment conditions were very harsh. Basically, if it was a man, he had to contribute a lot of materials before he could enter. If it was a woman, she not only had to provide materials, but also her body. Seeing this, Chungmu felt a little disgusted. Although he was a little lustful and had some normal needs of men, he still couldn't do such a thing as forcing others. In his mind, this kind of thing has to be done willingly. And he also added that after entering the oasis, you have to hunt 9,257 with him. Looking at this message, Chungmu felt a little funny, and couldn't figure out how this person survived until now and found the oasis. Could it be that he also added all the attribute points rewarded by the game to luck? Team up to hunt yourself? Teaming up is simply a joke in this place. In the oasis, there are game restrictions, and you dare not mess around with each other. After leaving the oasis, I'm afraid the first person to backstab is the teammate. Besides, this person collected so much money to enter the oasis, which would definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. When they leave the oasis, there will definitely be another fight. Thinking of this, Chungmu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Let's not talk about this person first. Other players who get the oasis first will definitely put forward more or less conditions when selecting people who can enter the oasis. With the changes in the game version, the oasis will never exist for a long time, which many people may not realize. And the Lord of the Oasis who first finds the oasis will be a little domineering when treating the people he chooses to enter the oasis, which will definitely leave a thorn in the hearts of others. This thorn will become bigger and bigger as time goes by. When the oasis disappears, I am afraid these people will kill each other immediately. Even without these, the supplies in the hands of 5 people will cause 5 people to persecute each other. This is not an oasis. This is simply a death warrant. Let you live a peaceful life for a few days. When the time comes, without anyone else's help, the people who live together in the oasis will stab you in the back. Chungmu did not deny that during these days in the oasis, the 5 people in it might get along very harmoniously, because the oasis has abundant supplies and everyone might not have any conflicts of interest. But what about when the oasis disappears? It is basically impossible to coexist harmoniously. Where there are people, there will be classes, especially in this world without any legal principles and the law of the jungle. Why should others give in to you? Then what if the Lord of the Oasis kicks all other players out of the oasis before the oasis disappears? This is probably not feasible. Kick out of the oasis only kicks the players out of the light curtain, not teleporting them to other places. The kicked out players will inevitably have greater hatred for the people in the oasis, and they will want to cut the people in the oasis into pieces once the oasis disappears. What if the Lord of the Oasis abandons the others and leaves the oasis in advance? It is not known whether the oasis will become a no-man's land after the Lord of the Oasis leaves. The bigger question is, how can the people who have already obtained the oasis give it up easily? Anyone would choose the former over the days of vacation in the oasis, and the days of being outside in the wind and sun, hungry and full. So the people who enter the oasis will never give up the oasis until the last moment. The best way is that the Lord of the Oasis is the only one in the oasis. But he just looked at the chat group and found that those who found the oasis first are already looking for other people who are willing to enter the oasis in the group, including himself, who was planning to recruit people into the oasis at the beginning. He didn't dare to think further, as it seemed that this problem was a dead end no matter how he thought about it. He seemed to have seen that when the game version was updated, countless players would fall into a fight. This game really understood human nature too well. It didn't take the game to make the environment so bad, and all the people in it would kill themselves. He felt more and more that the game he was in was for some higher level species to play with. A game prompt interrupted his thoughts. The vehicle has been upgraded to a 3rd level vehicle. Vehicle durability increased, 500 of 500. Vehicle chassis reinforced, strong chassis can withstand mine explosions. Body size increased. Body rigidity enhanced. Vehicle fuel consumption reduced. 60-second railman driving mode upgraded to 120-second railman driving mode. Cooling time shortened to 12 hours. And vehicle driving stability will also be enhanced in extreme speed mode. Body glass upgraded to bulletproof glass. Vehicle bed equipped with roof. Car bed equipped with RV package. RV package includes bedroom, bathroom. Water resource collector can automatically collect water. Air conditioner. Kitchen. Looking at the messages in front of him, Chungmu was a little stunned. This upgrade was far beyond his expectations, directly upgrading the Mud King into a giant armored vehicle. And most importantly, the current Mud King has been upgraded to an RV. The back of the car bed and the cab are connected, and the car bed has been transformed into a small house. Although not big, but it has everything. Finally, I don't have to live the life of sleeping in the cab every day and not being able to take a shower. Now Chungmu feels that he can stay on the Mud King all the time without getting off the car. The Mud King can be said to have truly become his home. Looking at the brand new Mud King in front of him, Chungmu walked around it again and again. After looking at the outside enough, he finally entered the Mud King to see his little house. For this little house, it was not easy. In his previous life, he also exhausted his efforts to have a place of his own. Entering the small house from the cab, he touched here and there, and felt that this place was dirty. So he quickly went over to wipe it, and then felt that there was dirty again. So he quickly went over to wipe it again. After a while, he felt that some things were placed in the wrong place. And after going over to put them in the right place, he felt that it was wrong again, and hurried to put them in the right place again. He was like a child who had just got his favorite toy, and he seemed to never get tired of playing with his toys. In this way, Chungmu played happily in the room for more than an hour, and he didn't feel that time was passing quickly at all. After touching this and arranging that, he went to look at the bathroom. There was a sink and a shower area. The bathroom was not big, but it was separated into dry and wet areas. He turned the faucet, and clear water flowed out. Chungmu was a little confused. How did so much water come out of nowhere? Because the game gave Mud King a water resource collection pack? Chapter 47 Yunchi has a fever. This water resource collector is so awesome. Wouldn't it mean that I can use water without limit in the future? Just when Chungmu was thinking about whether there would be no more water shortage in the future, a reminder about the water resource collector came. Water resource collector can produce 20 liters of water every day. The water produced cannot be accumulated, and it is updated at midnight every day. He was a little disappointed, but 20 liters of water was enough for him to use. Washing, taking a shower, etc. It was a pity that the water that was not used up every day could not be accumulated. Having this was enough to satisfy him. In this ghost place, there was a small nest. This was something that many people dared not even think about. Chungmu suddenly felt a sense of happiness surrounding him. After playing in the car for half a day, Chungmu, who was a little tired, finally chose to go back to his room to sleep. Just as he lay down on the bed and prepared to rest, he suddenly heard a burst of noise coming from Yuchi's room. He was a little curious and immediately stood on the balcony to see what was going on. He only saw Wankai lying on the window on the first floor, struggling to climb up, as if he wanted to jump out of the window. Chungmu was a little confused. Why did this dog jump out instead of sleeping in Yunchi's room? Wankai finally climbed up to the window, then jumped, and then fell upside down. Fortunately, Wankai's chubby but cushioned it, so it didn't get hurt. After falling out of the window, Wankai didn't stop, but ran directly to Chungmu's small building. Wankai, I blamed you wrongly. It turns out that you and Yunchi were just playing around, and the love between you and me is true love. Chungmu hurried downstairs to greet Wankai. When Wankai saw Chungmu, he immediately yelled at him, and then turned around and yelled at Yunchi's room. You want me to go to Yunchi's room? Wankai nodded frantically. Not bad. This dog is quite sensible and knows to think about me. But I can't sneak into someone else's room while she's asleep. Chungmu declined Wankai's kindness. He wasn't that hungry yet. Wankai saw him standing there motionless, and he screamed again in a hurry. Then he rushed over and bit Chungmu's trouser leg, and pulled him out with force. Seeing Wankai acting so abnormally, Chungmu also felt a little uneasy. Are you saying that Yunchi is in trouble? Wankai loosened his trouser leg and nodded frantically again. Chungmu saw Wankai nodding, and rushed into Yunchi's room, and rushed to the second floor, only to see Yunchi wrapped tightly in the quilt. In such hot weather, she not only didn't turn on the air conditioner, but also wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and shivered in the quilt. This symptom looks like a fever. Is it because she was too tired these 2 days? He remembered that when Yunchi arrived at the oasis today, there was indeed an unconcealable tiredness on her face, thinking that her sports car had only a small space. She couldn't sleep well, and she didn't have many attribute points. Unlike himself, who had greatly improved his physical fitness, adding to the high-intensity search for the oasis in the past 2 days, it was not surprising that she fell ill. Chungmu knew that if a person was overworked, it would also cause a fever. He reached out and touched Yunchi's head. It was terribly hot. When his hand just touched Yunchi's smooth forehead, he could clearly feel her body tense up. Don't be nervous. It's me. This won't work. Yunchi is so hot that she can't even speak. If she keeps on like this, her brain will burn out. She has to cool down quickly. He quickly took off his clothes, washed them first, then wet them with cold water, folded them into a towel, and applied them to Yunqi's forehead. After a while, even the wet clothes were heated. No, this cooling method is not effective at all. Cheng Mu was a little panicked. If this continues, Yunqi will really get feverish. It's a pity that he didn't study medicine in his previous life, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. Oh, if only there were antipyretics. Yes, antipyretics. It seems that there are even blue pills in the game. So there must be antipyretics. Just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean that other players don't have it. He hurriedly sent a message to the chat group. I'm buying a box of ibuprofen at a high price. If you have it, please chat privately. Oh, I have it. Brother. Oh, sister? She actually has ibuprofen? He quickly chatted privately with sister. Do you have ibuprofen? I'll buy it at a high price. Just tell me what you want. Now it's a matter of urgency for Yunqi's health. As long as it's within his ability to bear. Paying a little more is nothing to him. Brother, can I enter your oasis? I don't want anything else. She wants to enter the oasis? Cheng Mu hesitated a little when he thought about the bad fate of the people inside after the oasis disappeared. But he changed his mind and thought that his current attributes were the highest in the game. And he was equipped with various lethal weapons. No one had the ability to threaten him. At worst, he could just follow the strategy of hiding. If the situation was not right, he could just drive the Mud King away and no one could catch up with him. Although he didn't know what kind of character this Ying girl had. She had been his little licker since the beginning of the game. At least she was more reliable than others. If he trades with others and they all want to enter the oasis, he might as well choose Ying Yingyai. However, he has to confirm whether Ying Yingyai is a man or a woman first. Yunqi is already in the oasis, and he will never let another man enter the oasis. Okay, but I need to know whether you are a man or a woman. Only women can enter my oasis. Of course my sister is a woman. Ying Yingyai didn't know how to reply for a moment. As if she didn't expect Cheng Mu to ask this question. Okay, can you trade me the ibuprofen first? I need it urgently now. I will send you the coordinates of the oasis after receiving the ibuprofen. Okay, brother. Sister trusts you. After all, he 9,527 still has some reputation in the game. And it is easier for him to gain others' trust than others. After getting the ibuprofen, he sent the coordinates of the oasis to Ying's sister. Thank you, brother. But sister is a bit far from this place, and may not be able to reach you until tomorrow noon. Okay. After sending Ying away, he quickly boiled a pot of hot water and went to feed Yunqi medicine. After a while, Yunqi's fever seemed to be even worse. Cheng Mu was sure that if Yunqi hadn't entered his oasis today, she would definitely have a serious illness. He sat down beside the bed and gently patted Yunqi's face. Can you hear me? Don't be nervous. I'll feed you the medicine. You'll be fine after taking the medicine. I'll be by your side. Chapter 48 Treatment. Yunqi was lying on the bed wrapped tightly in the quilt, revealing only her small face. Her brows were furrowed, her face flushed, and she seemed to be enduring great pain. She did not respond to Cheng Mu's words. Seeing that Yunqi did not respond, Cheng Mu called her again. Can you hear me? Still no response. He could only feed her the medicine first. Cheng Mu picked up a pillow and raised her head a little, then put one hand next to her face, put his thumb into her mouth, and gently opened her little mouth. Then he immediately fed her ibuprofen, and then some warm water, fearing that she would choke. Cheng Mu held her in his arms and gently patted her back. Fortunately, Yunqi knew that Cheng Mu was taking care of her and did not struggle. After feeding Yunqi the medicine, Cheng Mu stayed by her side. After more than an hour, Yunqi felt a little better, but only a little better. During this period, her hand was tightly clenched in Cheng Mu's hand. He touched Yunqi's head again, and it was still very hot. Cheng Mu stood up and planned to use wet clothes to cool Yunqi down physically. But Yunqi grabbed his hand tightly and refused to let him leave. Seeing that she refused to let him leave, Cheng Mu could only comfort her softly. No, you still can't lower the temperature like this. Oh, if there is any way to sweat it would be great. Although he didn't know how to cure the disease, he also knew that colds and fevers would be much better as long as they could sweat. Taking medicine can only relieve the situation. Whether it can be cured depends on the patient himself. If only I could exercise, sweat after exercise, and the disease would be almost cured. But in this situation, Yunqi couldn't stand up from the bed, and taking medicine was useless. And she couldn't drink water. This was not a solution. When Chengmu lowered his head and pondered how to treat Yunqi, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his arms. Yunqi suddenly got into his arms. Before Chengmu could react, she hooked her hands around his neck, and her two long legs were wrapped around his waist, tightly wrapped around him like an octopus. Chengmu was also startled by her sudden hug. He fell to the bed without standing firmly, and just happened to press Yunqi under him. Never mind. I'm doing this to cure your illness. Yes, exercise can make you sweat, and sweating can cure illness. This is common sense. 2 hours later, Yunqi, who was sweating profusely, kicked Chengmu off the bed. I'm going to kill you. It seems that she is really well. She has the strength to kick me off the bed. Chengmu thought to himself while pulling up his pants and running out of the room. When he ran to the door, Chengmu turned around and said to the people in the room, "Hey, I'm here to treat you. If it weren't for me, you would have gone crazy. How can you be so ungrateful? Get lost." A pillow flew out of the room at the same time as the sound of rolling, hitting Chengmu's face hard. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chengmu immediately pulled up his pants and ran away. After the exercise, Chengmu was in a good mood, and he was not worried that Yunqi would be angry, because the oasis is a relatively closed space. Well, this kind of place is a bit like the hotel in the previous life. It's like if a girl agrees to go to the hotel with you, but nothing happens, then this situation is very unscientific, and Yunqi has agreed to come to her oasis. So it's only a matter of time before something happens. Tonight is just an opportunity. Besides, I'm here to treat her illness. Thinking of this, Chengmu was in a good mood and walked towards his room, humming a little tune. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Chengmu woke up at around 10 o'clock in the morning. He had consumed too much energy treating Yunqi last night, so he had to sleep a little longer. When he opened his eyes dazedly, he suddenly saw an icy beauty sitting coldly by the bed, holding a knife and fork in her hand, staring at him fiercely. Chengmu sat up in shock. He touched his crotch, and fortunately, the things inside were still there. "Why are you sitting by my bed?" I was scared to death. The person sitting beside his bed was none other than Yunqi. Chengmu was almost scared to death by the way she held the knife and fork. After confirming that he had nothing missing, he shouted to Yunqi. Yunqi frowned slightly when she heard this, but did not say anything. Instead, she stood up and looked down at him with a look as if he was looking at trash. Chengmu felt scared by her look and could not help but said, "Sister, I was treating your illness, and you were the one who hugged me first." Hearing Chengmu's words, Yunqi's cold face flushed, and she quickly turned around and sat down on the chair next to her. Chengmu followed his sight and saw 2 chairs and a table with some food on it. It seemed that Yunqi had made breakfast. Not bad. Not bad. Quite virtuous. But looking at her cold face, Chengmu didn't dare to say this. "Ahem. I'll go wash up." After washing up, he hurriedly returned to his seat with a wry smile, and had this late breakfast with Yunqi. Yunqi sat on the chair with her arms folded across her chest, looking at Chengmu coldly. To be honest, every time Chengmu and Yunqi looked at each other, he felt like a piece of trash being stared at by her. Chengmu could only flatter her by saying, Hey, let's eat quickly. Shall we?" Yunqi didn't say anything, but she didn't stop eating. She stabbed a sausage on the table with a fork, then looked at it, then stared at Chengmu fiercely, and then bit it hard. She chewed the sausage while staring at Chengmu. Seeing this, Chengmu felt a chill in his crotch, and then he didn't dare to speak, and lowered his head to eat. This meal was particularly painful. After finally waiting for Yunqi to finish eating, he hurriedly made an excuse to run away. "Well, I'm going to see Wang Kai." After saying that, he ran out of the door without waiting for Yunqi to react. Fortunately, his attributes are relatively high. Otherwise, he really couldn't run out of this door today. After running outside, Chengmu breathed a sigh of relief, and then entered the Mud King. Mud King is his real happy hometown. After lying in the Mud King for a while, he felt much more relaxed. But then he thought of something. The Yingyin girl from last night seemed to say that she would come at noon today. He hasn't even dealt with Yunqi yet. And here comes another Yingyin girl. Chengmu suddenly feels a headache. Chapter 49. With Yunqi's personality, It's unclear what he will do when he sees Yingyingnai. But he has already promised Yingyingnai. And she will probably be here soon. If he regrets it now, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. If he regrets it now, Yingyingnai will spread the word in the chat group that he is an erratic villain. And then how can he do business in the group in the future? Once a reputation is ruined, it is difficult to make it good again. Besides, if he tells Yingyingnai not to come now, he will not be able to live with his conscience. Yesterday, Yingyingnai traded him ibuprofen without saying anything, which was a big help for him. He couldn't refuse Yingyingnai for reasons of emotion, reason and exercise. Forget it. Just act accordingly. It's useless to think about it now. After putting all these things out of his mind, Jungmu played with Wang Kai for a while, and made a lot of food for him. The amount of each thing was small, but there were many varieties. The dog thing performed well last night. If it weren't for it, Yunqi's brain would have burned out. He must reward it heavily. As a result, Wang Kai ran to find Yunqi after playing with Chungmu for a while. You dog. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I raised you with my own hands. But you abandoned your brother for a woman you just met not long ago. You are not a dog at all. Chungmu was very angry. He must find a chance to punish him severely in the future. Before he could be angry for a while, he received a message from his sister Yingying. Yingying, brother, the oasis is in a round hill. We are almost there. Not bad. Not bad. Yingying's sister's words are so pleasant. I like them very much. Yes, you can see the oasis when you reach the top of the hill. Tell me when you are almost there. I will pick you up at the door. Okay. Brother. Brother. You are so nice. Before the voice fell, there was a roar of the engine on the top of the mountain. Chungmu looked at it, and saw a pink small car. The color of the car body was a little eye-catching. He walked towards the entrance of the oasis without hurrying. At this time, Yunqi also came out of the room. And then a murderous look fell on him again. He could only watch his nose and his heart, pretending not to see this gaze. The pink car had stopped at the entrance of the oasis. And a girl with a very pure face, but a bit of a green tea came out of the car. She was wearing a pair of small white shoes, 2 white knee-high socks on her straight legs, and then a pair of shorts wrapped around her round buttocks. On top, she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that was somewhat similar to a sailor suit. Inside was an airport, which formed a sharp contrast with Yunqi's cleavage. As soon as she saw Chungmu after getting off the car, she jumped up and down and yelled, "Brother 9527. It's me!" At this moment, a chill shot to Chungmu's back. He knew that it was Yunqi's eyes. If eyes could kill, he would have died by now. At this time, there was no other way. He could only bite the bullet and explain this to Yunqi later. Player number 4399 requests to enter your oasis. The game prompt came. Chungmu had chatted with her and knew her number, so he allowed her in immediately. After seeing Yingyingnai coming in, Yunqi snorted coldly, then turned back to the room. And Wang Kai followed her happily. Wow! Brother! You are much more handsome than I thought. Why does this Yingyingnai still speak like a motorcycle? But it doesn't matter. Chungmu is open-minded and doesn't care about these small problems. Brother! Who was that sister just now? She was so fierce and scared me. Does that sister not like me coming here? If this will cause any trouble to you, then I'd better leave. I came here just to take care of you, and don't want to cause trouble to you. Okay. Then go ahead. I won't see you off. Yingying knocked on Chungmu's solid chest with a fist, and then immediately scolded, Brother. You are so mean. You only know how to bully others. By the way, brother, what's your name? My name is Ranqingqing. Chungmu, he replied indifferently. Before Ranqingqing could continue, he hurriedly pulled her into the room, gave her a brief introduction to Oasis, and then hurried to Yunqi's room. The door on the first floor of Yunqi was locked, but this was not a problem for him. If the door was locked, he could just climb in through the window. Otherwise, he could just climb directly to the second floor. With his current physical strength, climbing stairs was as easy as breathing. After entering the building, he gave Wang Kai a piece of dried meat to bribe him, and asked him to go play in the yard and not get in the way in the room. He went upstairs to the second floor and came to the door of Yunqi's room. He gently turned the door handle. Fortunately, it was not locked, which meant that Yunqi was waiting for him to coax her. As he turned the handle, he heard a sound of turning over from inside. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Yunqi lying on the bed with her back to him. Chung Mu closed the door and locked it. The cramped space was helpful for him to apologize. Then he walked to Yunqi's bed and sat down. Ahem. This matter is really not what you imagined. Then, he emphasized how badly Yunqi had a fever yesterday, how anxious he was, and how much he cared about her. He also added some rhetoric. Then, he told Yunqi how much he had paid, how many ways he had thought of, and how many things he had done to save her. He was so anxious that he walked around the room, but didn't know what to do. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and thought of asking someone else to buy medicine. So, he once again used a lot of rhetoric to describe how much effort he had put in to buy medicine for her. He begged for help in the chat group and finally got ibuprofen for her. At this point, even Chung Mu was moved by himself. He felt that his deeds could even be promoted as one of the top 10 people who moved Blue Star. Finally, he emphasized that some of the things that happened last night were just to treat Yunqi's illness. If he didn't sacrifice himself, Yunqi might be in danger of life. For Yunqi, he had no choice but to sacrifice his body. At the very end, he said that Ying Yingmiai was able to enter only because she provided Yunqi with ibuprofen, and he let Ying Yingmiai in as a reward. In the final analysis, Chung Mu did it all for Yunqi. Yunqi listened to Chung Mu's long speech and did not express anything. She just said to him lightly, "Oh. In that case, I won't be polite." Chapter 50. No more enjoyment. Chung Mu walked out of Yunqi's room with endless aftertaste, moved a lounge chair out of the room, and lay by the swimming pool to enjoy the sun leisurely. He opened the game panel and took a look. More than a dozen players found the oasis in the morning. He estimated that all the oases would be found by tonight at the earliest and tomorrow night at the latest. After all the oases are found, the version should be changed in 2 days. He was a little worried about the changes after the second week. If the changes were too big, he would just run away with Yunqi. After all, their pure friendship had already reached a certain level. It would be a bit unreasonable if he ran away without taking her with him. As for little green tea, he had to observe her more. After all, he had just met her for a short time, and Chung Mu didn't know her depth. Bored, he opened the chat channel again to see what everyone was talking about recently. First, a group of people praised him, and then a group of people headed by 6584 abused him. He said something in the group, 9527. "You are the singer, right? If you dare come to my oasis, you will definitely be in trouble." This 6584 is getting more and more arrogant. In the past 2 days, he has accepted 4 lackeys into his oasis. He is getting more and more arrogant. It has become a must for him to belittle Chung Mu in the group every day. Chung Mu has racked his brains these days, but still can't figure out why this person is so hostile to him. Is it just because he is jealous of him? This is not impossible. After all, every screen flash in the game is basically because of him 9527. And he can't guess other people's personalities. There are many vicious and twisted people in this game. So this statement can be justified. But why does this person think he is so easy to deal with? Thinking of this, Chung Mu wanted to laugh. Now, even if he gave others a gun, it would not be difficult for him to kill others with his bare hands. After all, his many attribute points are not a joke. Seeing the dirty word 6584 said in the group, Chung Mu's eyes showed a chill. "Brother Chung Mu." A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Little Green Tea's. It must be said that Little Green Tea looked and sounded like a girl next door. Luckily, Chung Mu had a lot of experience and often learned how to identify green tea online before. Otherwise, he would have been taken advantage of by this little girl. However, this Little Green Tea seemed to have only played this trick on him here so far. She had never seen her do this to other people in the chat group. Chung Mu recalled her temper in the group, which was quite different from her current appearance. And her sweet look now didn't seem to be fake, as if she really had some feelings for him. Is it because he was too handsome? Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise there would be no reason. It's okay that Yunqi has a crush on him. After all, they have been through some things. As for this Little Green Tea, why is she so cute? Chung Mu couldn't help but think of the attribute of charm. Could it be because of this? But if it was just charm, it shouldn't be like this. Charm only plays a supporting role. It should be a subtle attribute similar to luck. Unlike strength, agility, and accuracy, which can be directly felt. No longer thinking about it, he chatted with Xiao Lucha. The two talked a lot. After all, in this place, It is a luxury to find someone to chat. Oasis provides people with this environment. At least here, you don't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by the other party while chatting. Through chatting, I learned that Xiao Lucha was killed by a dump truck on the way home on Blue Star. After opening his eyes again, he came here. He looked at his dump truck king a little embarrassedly. This is the narrow road of enemies. Then he immediately changed the subject. After chatting for a while, he felt a little hungry. He planned to invite Xiao Lucha to Yuanqi's room for dinner. After all, they lived under the same roof and would meet sooner or later. It's better to meet sooner than later. In addition, Yuanqi should be in a good mood now. After all, people will be in a good mood after exercise. After taking out the ingredients and cooking utensils from the storage box, Chengmu took little green tea into Yuanqi's small building. Yuanqi was playing happily with Wang Kai in the living room on the first floor, with a charming smile on her face. But when she saw him walking into the room with little green tea, her face immediately fell. And she gave him a fierce look and then stopped talking. Wow! What a cute dog! Little green tea exclaimed when she saw Wang Kai. And Wang Kai, the dog, saw little green tea waving at him, and ran away from Yuanqi and ran to little green tea. Fortunately, Chengmu was quick-witted and robbed Wang Kai halfway and threw him out of the room. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to take your dog. As she spoke, she pretended to be pitiful. If she was ignored, she would shed 2 tears immediately. Yuanqi's face became colder and colder beside her. Stop! Stop! Chengmu quickly mediated the impending fight. Oh! We are all family from now on. Why are we fighting here? Although it didn't ease the relationship between the two, at least they had a meal together. Although the meal was finished in an awkward silence, it was still the first step. With the first time, it will be much easier later. After the meal, Chengmu sent Xiaoluka back to the room, and then returned to his own small room without stopping. He was a little anxious because he didn't know what the next 2 days would be like after the version update, especially now that he was not alone. But Yuanqi and Xiaoluka were also around. He wanted to go out and look for supply boxes. Finding a few high-level supply boxes would also give him a chance to save his life. Born in adversity, die in comfort. Right. This can't go on any longer. You must dare to step out of your comfort zone. Thinking of this, Chengmu decided that he couldn't stay in the oasis to enjoy himself anymore. He wanted to drive the Mud King out to look for supplies and keep making himself stronger. Even if he left the oasis, he shouldn't lose his status as the Lord of the Oasis. He planned to give it a try. Even if he wasn't the Lord of the Oasis, there were still Yuanqi and little green tea inside. At worst, even if they didn't let him in, he would only lose an oasis. And he would also see clearly whether the two were trustworthy. Chapter 51 Uneasy Premonition. And now his Mud King has been upgraded to a motorhome, which greatly improves its comfort. To some extent, he feels that Oasis is far less cozy than Mud King. After all, Mud King has been with him since the beginning, and has gone through so many ups and downs with him. Before, he wanted to get Oasis to live a comfortable life for 2 days. But now he thinks this thing is a disaster. After all, no one knows what the next update will be like. And this unknown makes him more afraid. He drove the Mud King out of the light curtain of the Oasis. Before he walked out of the light curtain, he sent a message to the 2 people, saying that he was going to find supplies outside and told them not to worry. If the Lord of the Oasis changed, they could let him in. After driving out of the light curtain, the game did not send any prompts. It seems that people in the Oasis can enter and exit the Oasis at will. The Mud King just drove out of the light curtain and received messages from the 2 people. Little Green Tea said that she would wait for him to come back in the room and asked him to pay attention to safety. She would send him messages at any time to confirm safety. Seeing this message, Chengmu felt refreshed. Not bad. Not bad. Little Green Tea is still very much to his taste. Yuanqi's message was relatively simple and crude. She invited Chengmu to go back and exercise. Mud King, turn around. After rushing into the Oasis in a hurry, he hurried to Yuanqi's room. Huh? Why is the door locked? It doesn't matter. I can still climb the wall. Why is the bedroom door locked? Baby, open the door quickly. Why is the door locked? Chengmu shouted into the room. Go away. Go find your green tea. This is too much. You actually played this trick on me. Chengmu. But he really couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just kick the door in. Although this small door couldn't stop him at all. It would definitely scare Yunqi. He couldn't do such a thing. Go find the little green tea? No. I'm in a state of headache now. It would be bad if I couldn't control myself when I saw the little green tea. After thinking about it, I decided to go find supplies. A cold supply box is much more interesting than a warm woman. Chungmu washed his face with cold water and drove out of the oasis in his Mud King. He planned to look for supply boxes around the oasis and come back around 7 in the evening. He had a late lunch today, so he could come back a little later in the evening. After he saw the top of the mountain, he first observed the surroundings and then looked at which direction to look for supplies. He didn't plan to go back in the direction he came from. In addition, he didn't need to look for the person who almost robbed his oasis that day in the direction he drove from. The supply boxes on the roads in these two directions have probably been looted. If the current direction is divided into 4 directions, namely, southeast, northwest, and northeast, 2 directions have been ruled out. He plans to look for supplies in the angle between the other 2 directions. After determining the direction of travel, Chungmu set off immediately. While driving on the road, he suddenly felt that this kind of life in the car was more suitable for him. Although life in the oasis is good, it always feels like something is missing. Maybe it is the lack of the sense of anticipation for the future. Moreover, he now feels that living in the Mud King is more relaxed. There is nothing missing in the car, and it can give him a sense of security that the oasis cannot give. Although the oasis is good, it is just a mirage after all. In this way, he thought about these things while driving. Time passed quickly for more than an hour, and he still didn't find anything. But he was not in a hurry. The purpose of this trip was more to relax and feel the sense of expectation and crisis in the car again. I have to say that the journey without Wonkai is still a bit boring. Before, I could play with Wonkai when I was tired of driving. But now I can only listen to music and enjoy the scenery in the car by myself. The days to come should be more interesting. I will bring Yunqi and Xyluka with me. Thinking of this, Chungmu couldn't help but smile crookedly. However, he was also worried that they would suddenly attack him after leaving the oasis. Alas, I have to be on guard. Although Yunqi and Xyluka seem to have some attachment to Chungmu, no one can guarantee that they will not take action in the face of real interests. In this way, after the oasis disappears, it is better to separate from them. It is also good to chat with them online. At least you don't have to worry about safety all the time. Wait until there is a place like Oasis in the game that can guarantee safety, and then get together again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel helpless and a little sad. Who doesn't want to live a stable life with the person they like? During the time he was out, Xyluka kept sending him messages, and Yunqi would occasionally ask if he was dead. He has a crush on Ranqingqing, the little green tea, and he likes Yunqi quite a bit, but he doesn't dare to gamble with his life. The sun slowly sets with time, lengthening the shadow of the Mud King and Chungmu's sadness. He looked at the slowly setting sun, told him that he was going back, and ended today's search for supplies. After returning to the oasis, Little Green Tea and Yunqi prepared meals and invited him to eat in their rooms. Damn, you're in a bad mood. And you're still playing this trick on me? Either you all come to my room to eat, or you don't. Sure enough, after Chungmu's pretense, the 2 of them came to his room to eat. He had originally planned to go to each of them to eat a little if they didn't come later. Fortunately, this pretense was more successful. The meal tonight was much better than lunch. At least the 3 of them could talk to each other. Although Chungmu was the first to speak in most cases, it was still some progress. Wonkai also played a lot of roles tonight. He went to Xyluka's place for a while, and then went to Yunqi's place to play. This behavior undoubtedly indirectly improved the relationship between the 2. Wonkai is still useful, and it is not in vain to raise him during this period. After dinner, the 2 returned to their own rooms, and Chungmu enjoyed the evening breeze on the recliner. While on the recliner, he suddenly thought of the lake he saw on the first day he came to the oasis. The lake that made him feel uneasy. Curiosity is a human instinct, and Chungmu is no exception. Thinking of the lake, he was a little confused. It should be absolutely safe in this oasis. Otherwise the game would not set a rule that the oasis cannot be broken by others. But why did the lake make him feel uneasy? Chapter 52 Exploring the Immortal Lake. Chungmu decided to go and take a look. He knew that in this game, huge risks are accompanied by huge rewards. After taking a deep breath, he walked towards the lake. The lake was very calm and surrounded by woods. He looked at the lake without any abnormality, and the feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart again, overcoming the fear from the bottom of his heart. He slowly walked forward. The lake in front of him was neither clear nor turbid, and the edge was a not too round circle. If you look carefully under the night sky, you can still see some small fish and shrimp swimming in it. There are living things in it, so it shouldn't be too scary, he encouraged himself, then squatted down and gently swung his hand in the water. The water temperature was not too cold. It was in a normal range. But when everything seemed normal, Chung Mu felt palpitations. He pulled his hand out of the water, and at this moment, a prompt message appeared in front of him, which was sent by the system. System task has been activated. Explore the bottom of the immortal lake. Seeing the task upgrade from the system, Chung Mu was first surprised. The surprise was that there was indeed something in this lake called the immortal lake. This was probably a hidden task of the system, and it must have a rich reward. At the same time, there was some confusion and fear. Immortal Lake? Is this the name of the small lake in front of him? Why is it called Immortal Lake? Does it have the ability to make people immortal? Or, is there an immortal creature in it? Chung Mu looked at the lake in front of him, was silent for a while, then turned back to the Mud King, took out all the equipment from the storage box, and put it on. After loading all the bullets in the gun, he went to Yuan Qi to borrow the helmet of the Qing Dynasty veteran. The defense of the helmet was still good. It was just that when I wore it last time, I always felt someone was singing in my ear. Put on the bag. Yuan Qi asked him what he wanted this helmet for. He just evaded and said he wanted to study this helmet. Yuan Qi was half believing and half doubting, but still handed the helmet to Chung Mu. He took out the sword and the extreme spear from the car, and returned to his room with these things. After returning to the room, he put on all the weapons and equipment, and took a detour that was not easily discovered by Yuan Qi and Xiao Lucha, and came to the lake. Immortal Lake. Immortal Lake. He silently chanted the name of the lake, then squatted down, scooped up the lake water with both hands, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. The water was very clean, tasteless, and seemed to be no different from the water he usually drank. Then he took another big sip of the lake water. Still no reaction. It seems that the water of the immortal lake will not make you immortal if you drink it. Then why is it called the immortal lake? We can only go to the lake to take a look. He took off his shoes and socks, put his guns on his waist, tightened his belt, and then stretched one leg in to see if anything unusual would happen. After repeated attempts, Chung Mu slowly immersed his whole body in the lake. The lake water wrapped around Chung Mu's body, making him feel quite comfortable. He opened his eyes and saw a few small fish swimming by. Because of the attribute point enhancement, he can now hold his breath for a long time, so he doesn't have to worry about breathing for the time being. His eyesight has also been enhanced, so he can see clearly in the lake. He dived down, and it was all pitch black, and he couldn't see what was going on below. At this time, he was a little scared. Confinement, darkness, and the unknown were the most primitive fears of human beings. But thinking that there might be a huge reward below, he still bit the bullet and dived down. After diving about 10 meters, the water became colder and colder. But this was nothing to him, and some larger fish began to swim around him. Fortunately, these fish looked normal and not aggressive. This place was really weird. Although nothing abnormal had happened, Chung Mu still felt his heart beating very fast, as if this place could directly arouse the fear deep in a person's heart. After forcing himself to throw these thoughts out of his mind, he continued to dive. After diving down for a distance, the strong water pressure began to squeeze his body. He felt a sharp pain in his ears. His eyeballs seemed to be squeezed out of his eye sockets, and his internal organs seemed to be constantly hit by someone's fists. Unable to go down any further, he took a final look down and decided to return to the surface of the lake. If an ordinary person had dived to this depth, he would have been crushed by the pressure. He estimated that he had dived at least several hundred meters, but still could not see where the bottom of the lake was. This seemingly small lake was actually so deep. After taking a look and not finding anything unusual, he could not find anything unusual at all. Now the visibility in the lake was only a few centimeters in front of his eyes. He turned around and swam upstream. Suddenly, he felt a water arrow coming at him from behind at a high speed. If it was on land, he could easily dodge it, and his speed was even fast enough to dodge bullets. However, this was in the water, and he could not use even a little bit of his ability. Chung Mu had to slide his hands and feet hard, hoping to dodge the water arrow. But before he could move twice, the water arrow had already shot at his head. Fortunately, he borrowed this helmet from Yunqi, and the helmet blocked the water arrow. But the vibration caused by the water arrow hitting the helmet also made him feel a little dizzy. He couldn't stay any longer. He swam upward with all his strength. Just after swimming a few meters, he felt danger coming from behind. He looked back, and his heart sank. Thousands of water arrows appeared in the dark water, and they were rushing towards him at a very fast speed. It's over. This was the only thought in Chung Mu's mind at the moment. He couldn't avoid these water arrows at all. Even on land, there were too many of them, and it was impossible to hide from them. I just don't know what kind of creature can launch such an attack in this deep lake. And this attack seems to be just a casual attack? I didn't even see the face of this creature. Chung Mu was desperate, and there was nothing he could do. This situation was far beyond his ability. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked Yunqi to borrow this helmet. I'm afraid I can't go back now. The weapons and equipment I brought with me didn't play any role at all. It's better to leave them to Yunqi. He closed his eyes and prepared to give up. Chapter 53 Believe in Brother Chun, and you will have eternal life. After closing his eyes, Chung Mu stretched out his limbs in the water, waiting for death to come. Huh? Suddenly, a desolate and ancient voice passed through the darkness, penetrated the lake, and reached his ears. When Chung Mu heard the voice, before he could react, he suddenly felt a gentle force wrapping around him, and then his body suddenly fell to the bottom of the lake at a high speed. He did not try to resist this force, and resistance was useless. Instead of being shot to death by thousands of water arrows, he might have a chance of survival if he was obedient. As he fell to the bottom of the lake, the voice came through the darkness again. You actually have something left on you. The last few crucial words turned into a low murmur, so he didn't hear clearly what it was. Who is he? Where will he be taken now? What has he left on me? Before Chung Mu could think about these questions, he suddenly became unconscious, and when he regained consciousness, he was in a place similar to an underwater palace. He was surprised to find that he could breathe freely in this palace at the bottom of the lake. His movements were not restricted, and he could even speak. The four corners of the palace were supported by 4 huge pillars, and there was a huge dome on top. He looked at the 4 white jade pillars, on which there were countless lifelike dragons coiled. The coiled dragons seemed to be emitting waves of pressure, which was breathtaking. He looked around and found that there were hundreds of palaces of various sizes at the bottom of the lake. Looking further away, a strange energy wave blurred his vision. The palace he was in was actually the smallest of these palaces. There was a palace of this size at the bottom of the lake? Before he could wonder, the voice sounded again. Leave here. Then Chung Mu's eyes blurred, and when he saw the scene clearly again, he found that he had appeared on the shore of the lake. When he returned to the shore, a huge figure slowly appeared in the huge palace complex, and it was a giant dragon with a length of 1,000 feet. Chung Mu's legs softened when he returned to the oasis, and he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. He glanced at his watch and saw that it had been less than 5 minutes since he entered the lake. This is impossible. Could it be that everything that happened just now was an illusion? Then a subtitle appeared to deny his guess. System task completed. Exploring the bottom of the immortal lake. Task reward. Spring Brother armor bind when picked up. *1. System experience *30%. Chun Gu armor. The armor left behind by a certain ancient powerful man and woman in legend. This armor does not need to be equipped. It is bound when picked up and automatically bound to the host. When the host receives fatal damage, it can be resurrected once on the spot. After resurrection, the host's condition will be restored to the best. After resurrection, this armor will automatically disappear. Note, those who chant my true name can gain eternal life. After the introduction of the equipment was completed, before Chung Mu could be surprised, a stream of light instantly penetrated into his body. When the stream of light entered his body, he felt an uncontrollable force calling him. Finally, he could no longer control himself and roared to the sky. Trust Chun Gu. Get eternal life. With this roar, a prompt about the successful binding of Chun Gu armor appeared in front of him. Looking at the appearance of this information, Chung Mu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and laughed while lying on the ground. Chung Mu did not expect that the reward for this mission would be so rich. With this Chun Gu armor, it is equivalent to having an extra life. After getting this Chungu armor, Chungmu first thought that after the version update and the oasis disappeared, he could take Yunqi and Xiao Lucha to the Mud King. If they were willing. There is no other way. After all, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about that. In this way, if any of them attacks me, I can kill that person directly after I revive on the spot. Of course, this is just a plan for the worst. He sat up slowly, hugged his knees, and now he looked at the undead lake in front of him and lost the fear he had at the beginning. He began to think about the mysterious voice. It was obvious that the owner of the voice saved me. Why did he save me? The first thing I heard was a questioning sound. And then I was in the palace at the bottom of the lake. Then, the voice said that I had something is on me. And it was because of something his that I was able to survive. What is this thing? What is the difference between me and others? Could it be the system? The only thing that is different between me and others is the system. But the voice said that I have his stuff. Chungmu carefully recalled what happened just now. You actually have something he left on you. These were the original words of the voice. But the system thing doesn't look like something left by others. But there is nothing else worth noting on his body. Could it be that katana? Then he denied this idea. Although the katana is very powerful, it is not that powerful. And this knife is just something opened from a supply box in the game. And from what that voice said, it seemed that what he had was beyond the scope of this game. What about the system? But the system seemed to be born from the game. Shua. What on earth was left behind? He couldn't handle this situation with his current ability. What could he do? Should he go find that voice and ask it in the afternoon? Before he even saw the shadow at the bottom of the lake, he was probably killed by those water arrows. There must be something even more terrifying down there. Even if he asked clearly, what could he do? Since he couldn't do anything at the moment, he should stop thinking about these things. Improving his ability is the most important thing at the moment. What's the point of thinking so many empty things? Finding more supplies and equipment is the real thing. After figuring this out, he stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and prepared to go back to sleep. There were too many things that happened just now, and he was very tired both mentally and physically. Just as he was about to go back to his room, Little Green Tea sent him a message. Brother, are you busy? Do you want to come to my room and sit down? Seeing this message, Chungmu suddenly felt that his tired body was instantly filled with endless energy. Well, since they have invited me, let's go and do it. 2 hours later, Chungmu left Little Green Tea's room and went back to his bed to sleep. Walking on the plains and climbing on the mountains have different artistic conceptions and different joys. Chapter 54, Weak Waist and Knees. He slept until noon the next day, and was only awakened by Yunqi's kick on the butt. You dare to kick me? Right. Ahem. I'll let you taste my power after I take a rest. His legs are a little weak now. It's all because he consumed too much energy exploring the Immortal Lake last night. He didn't tell Yunqi and Little Green Tea what happened last night. He planned to keep it to himself. This trump card cannot be known to anyone. What are you looking at? Why don't you go cook for me? Chungmu shouted at Yunqi, who was standing next to him. And Yunqi sneered and turned away. He knew he was pretending. And Yunqi also knew he was pretending. But looking at her like this, she should be cooking for herself. I have consumed too much these 2 days, so I have to eat something good. I wonder if I can catch the fish in the Immortal Lake to eat. Forget it. Forget it. Thinking of what happened last night, he still felt a little scared. If it weren't for that voice to rescue him, he would have died there. Chungmu planned to stay away from this lake in the future. This place is too weird. After getting up, Chungmu simply washed up and walked towards Xyluoka's room. Xyluoka should still be asleep. After all, she added all 5 attribute points to luck, and her body's recovery ability is not as good as Yunqi's. After entering her room, Xyluoka was still asleep. Chungmu walked up to her and pinched her little face. Brother Chungmu, you are so bad. Then, as if she had thought of something extraordinary, a blush quickly appeared on her face, and then she buried her head in the quilt. Seeing her appearance, Chungmu couldn't help but smile, and then told her to get up and eat quickly. After calling Xiao Lucha, he went to Yunqi's room again. Yunqi was cooking for him, so he couldn't ignore her. Otherwise, it would be difficult to coax an angry Yunqi. There was nothing wrong with lunch today, although the 3 of them didn't communicate much. At least, there was no awkwardness at the beginning. Yunqi still ate with a cold face, And Chungmu was used to her like this. If she didn't turn her face away for a day, Chungmu would think something was wrong with her. Little green tea sat aside. Her little face flushed as she lowered her head to eat, without saying a word. And at the same time, she didn't show her tea art. After eating, Chungmu decided to go out to find supplies, and couldn't stay in the oasis every day. The oasis makes people's waist and knees sore. He didn't stay any longer, and left as soon as he said he would, driving the Mud King out of the oasis. On the way, he opened the game panel. When he woke up, more than 80 people had found the oasis. It was estimated that all the oases would be found by tonight. After all the oases were found, the game would also reward all the remaining players with 5 attribute points each. There wouldn't be any idiots who couldn't find the oasis. Right? This possibility could be ruled out. But it didn't mean that every oasis would be found by players, and the version would be updated in a few days. However, this was not important to Chungmu. 5 attribute points would not improve much. And if all players were enhanced, it would be the same as no one being enhanced. Chungmu, who was driving, thought of the faces of Xiao Lucha and Yunqi, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he felt that his luck seemed to have improved today. Let's go in any direction. The supply boxes on the map may have been refreshed. Let's see if we can find a better supply box today. Go. Go. Go! Mud King. After driving for an hour or two, Chungmu wanted to go back, mainly because he felt that his body had fully recovered. His waist was no longer sore, and his legs were no longer painful. The enhanced body is different. However, in order to become stronger, he had to force himself to continue looking for supplies. There were too many mysteries waiting for him to solve. When he became powerful in the future, he would ask what the voice in the undead lake meant. After another hour or two of searching, he finally saw a purple supply box. This harvest was already very good for him now. If it weren't for his high luck attribute, he might not even find a white box. During the time he was out, Little Green Tea had been caring for him, calling him brother, and asking him not to work so hard outside and to come back quickly. TSK TSK TSK. It feels good to have someone care about you. He felt that the game had greatly reduced the chance of refreshing supply boxes in the map, and the main purpose of this behavior was to get players to find an oasis. There were no boxes outside, so you could not go find an oasis. Right? If the chance of refreshing boxes outside was the same as before, I'm afraid many people would choose not to find an oasis. After all, there are still many people who want to lie down. He drove the Mud King and stopped beside the purple box. Purple supply box. Income level, D. Danger level, low. It's been a long time since I saw this line of words. Yes, he was basically immersed in the oasis these 2 days, and didn't find any boxes. The oasis was basically full of white supply boxes, so there was no need for the system to warn of danger. When I go back tonight, I will search all the white boxes in the oasis. But the storage box seems to be insufficient. See if I can buy a 4th level storage box blueprint in the group. Buy a 4th level storage box blueprint. Private chat if you have one. The boss is here again. Come and see. Boss, I don't have a 4th level one. Can a 3rd level one be okay? Only a 4th level one. Boss, is Oasis still short of people? Kuyukalu? Petite, and can warm the bed. Ah. This. Ahem. It's better to private chat with me about this kind of thing. It will damage my image if I say it in the group. Besides, if Xiao Lucha and Yunqi see it, it will have a bad influence. This person is too ignorant and cannot be accepted. In fact, the main reason was that I didn't know how to explain it to them. Yunqi didn't need to say much. She was the first to come to the oasis. As for Xyloka, she let Yunqi in because she provided her with ibuprofen in an emergency, although this reason was not sufficient. It could be justified by using exaggerated rhetoric. As for the others, I couldn't tell them that I was going to bring people back. What could you do? This wouldn't work. The relationship between the 3 people had just started to improve. If more people came in and interrupted at this time, it would be easy to cause trouble. It's better to be safe. And the rest will be dealt with later. Brother, why are you looking for someone else in the group to exchange the blueprint? I have the blueprint of the 4th level storage box here. Not long after he sent the message in the group, he received a message from Xyluoka. Chapter 55 Another European Emperor. Oh my god. Little Green Tea actually has the manufacturing drawings for the 4th level storage box? This is unscientific. Very unscientific. I haven't found it myself. But she actually has it. Where did you get the drawings? I found it when I opened the box before. But I only have the drawings for the 4th level. And I haven't found the drawings for the 3rd level yet. Is your storage box the 2nd level now? Yeah. Yes. Okay. When I get back, I'll make you the 3rd level right away. Fate. What color box did you find this blueprint in? A yellow box. What's the problem? Why can blueprints be found in their yellow boxes? Is she also a European emperor? She must be. Chungmu remembered that she could even find ibuprofen. And he actually overlooked this point. Game. I report someone for cheating. Chungmu was very depressed. He was jealous of Yunqi, a European emperor. And now there was another green tea. He picked up the purple supply box next to him, opened it, and a giant wolf jumped out. Then, he beat the wolf inhumanely, saying something while beating it. I told you not to give me the blueprint. I told you not to give me the blueprint. After beating the unfortunate wolf to death, Chungmu went to check the harvest in the supply box. Fortunately, there was a blueprint and some other supplies in it. The wolf was innocent and depressed. Wasn't there a blueprint in the box? Why do you still want to beat me? What it didn't know was that fortunately there was a blueprint in the box. Otherwise it would have been beaten up today. He picked up the blueprint and looked at it. And the poor wolf could only play dead at his feet, not daring to move. As a wolf, it is not as good as Wonkai. Drawing for manufacturing trailer chain. Manufacturing requirements, alloy ingot *1. Note, each alloy ingot can make a trailer chain. And each trailer chain can be connected to each other. This blueprint may be of no use to others, but it is of great use to him. When the time comes to take Yunqi and little green tea away, their cars can't be abandoned. If there is no towing chain, they can only drive by themselves and follow Chungmu. Little green tea is okay. But if Yunqi is unhappy and drives in another direction, I have to chase her. In this place, this behavior is very dangerous. Now that I have this towing chain, I can let them stay with me in the Mud King, and use the Mud King to tow their cars. From this point of view, I, Chungmu, am also a European emperor. Wow. Ha ha ha. The wolf pretending to be dead beside him opened his eyes, and stole a glance at Chungmu who was grinning. Then quickly continued to pretend to be dead. Damn. It turns out that this guy is a psychopath. I'd better continue to pretend to be dead. This world is too complicated. After getting the tow chain, Chungmu was in a good mood. So he let the unlucky wolf go. Driving the Mud King and whistling, he drove towards the oasis. On his way back, Chungmu was idly looking at the scenery along the way, and a game prompt came to his eyes. All the 100 oases in the game have been found by players. Each of the remaining survivors will be awarded 5 attribute points, including the 5 attribute points he got today. He has already obtained a total of 45 attribute points. And he also added the 5 points he just got today. Now each of his attribute values is 9. Looking at the huge rocks in the desert, he had a thought in his mind. If he was strengthened a few more times, he should be able to blow up these big rocks with one punch. I have to ask them how to add points. Especially little green tea. This little fool should not add all the attribute points to luck again. He quickly sent a message to them. Don't add your attributes yet. Wait until I get back. Yeah. Yunqi only replied with one word. Ah. I was almost ready to add all the attribute points to luck just now. Fortunately, you sent me a message. I will wait for you to come back. By the way, how long will it take for you to come back? Sister Yunqi and I will prepare dinner together and wait for you. Shit. What happened during my absence? How come their relationship has become so good? He remembered that he hadn't mentioned Yunqi's name to little green tea yet. So it must be between the two of them. But why did the change happen so much in just a few hours? During lunch, their relationship had just eased a little. But now it has developed to the point where they have to cook together and wait for him. The development of the matter has far exceeded Chungmu's expectations. He couldn't understand why it suddenly became like this. However, the change in their relationship was also very good for Chungmu. At least, he didn't have to spend time adjusting it. Thinking of this, his mood became lighter again. On the way, he was still thinking about the attribute points of Zailuoka and Yunqi. Also, when he returned, he had to talk to them about his guesses about the oasis, and ask them if they were willing to go with him after the oasis disappeared. There was no problem for his Mud King to accommodate 3 people. And it was also quite cozy. much more comfortable than the broken car they lived in. But this could not be the decisive factor for them to be willing to stay with him. The most critical factor was still him. He did not trust them. And they did not necessarily trust him. In the oasis, it was because of the rules of the game that they could not hurt each other. But what about after leaving the oasis? To be honest, he really hoped that they would be willing to follow him. Mainly because the three of them could talk and take care of each other during the boring journey. The secondary reason is that we can do some exercise together when we have nothing to do. Exercise our bodies and stretch our muscles. This is very beneficial to both the body and mind. But how can I make them believe that I am sincere to them? This is a problem. A very serious problem. Chungmu thought about it, but still couldn't think of a solution to this problem. I can only go back and confess my thoughts to them. If it doesn't work, then we can go our separate ways. This kind of thing can't be forced. Soon, he returned to the oasis. After driving the Mud King into the oasis, Chungmu took a deep breath and called Xyloka and Yunchi into his room. He told them directly what he was thinking. After listening to Chungmu's words, Yunchi didn't say anything. And Xyloka didn't say anything either. Seeing this scene, he was also embarrassed. Fortunately, the awkward scene didn't last too long. After the two of them looked at each other, they didn't say anything, which was considered to be temporarily acquiescing to Chungmu's proposal. Chapter 56. There must be a teacher. Not expressing a clear refusal. It was a tacit agreement. At least Chungmu thought so. After telling them about this, she discussed the issue of attribute points with them. Chungmu wanted them to add all the attribute points they had just obtained to strength and agility, so that if they encountered any danger, they would have a certain ability to protect themselves. As for the other three items, there was no need to add charm. They were already charming enough. As for the accuracy, they are not needed for the time being. Chungmu can handle the fighting in the short term. They just need to protect themselves first. Of course, Chungmu did not tell them about his current attributes. It would be bad if he told them and scared them. The most important thing is that he didn't know how to explain to them that his attribute points were so high. Should he just say that he has a system? So it's better not to say anything about this kind of thing. Anyway, even in the game, he has the highest attribute in the game. So it is reasonable that he is stronger than others. As for the last attribute of luck, the two of them are lucky, and their own luck attribute is also very high. The three of them will probably find a lot of high-level supply boxes together. So there is no need to add any points to this. After telling them what I thought about how to add points, neither of them raised any objections. Especially the little green tea. The sentence, "Brother, I will listen to you," almost made Chungmu lose control on the spot. And Yunchi just said lightly, he said. The difference is obvious. The difference is obvious. After deciding the direction of adding points, the three of them started today's dinner. The table was full of sumptuous dishes, and Xyloka and Yunchi's cooking skills were still very good. After finishing this table full of love, Chungmu decided to explore other corners of the oasis to see if he could activate any more tasks. The current system experience value has reached 80%, and the system should be able to upgrade after completing 1 or 2 tasks. He was looking forward to the changes in the upgraded system. He walked around in the oasis, touched things there, picked some fruits from the trees, and drank some water from the swimming pool. Unfortunately, these stupid behaviors did not trigger any system tasks. When Chungmu was exploring the oasis outside, he saw Wonkai running back and forth between Xyloka and Yunchi's house. He is doing better than me, and this dog seems to have gained weight in the past 2 days. Looking at Wonkai, Chungmu thought of something. "Wonkai, come here," he shouted to Wonkai. Wonkai turned his head to look at Chungmu, and then ran over happily. "Wonkai, tell me the truth. You should be some ancient beast, right? As long as you have a certain opportunity, you can evolve into some powerful species, right? Then I can hold you tightly. Is that right? Tell me quickly." Wonkai looked at Chungmu blankly. "Don't you understand? Wonkai's IQ is quite high." Chungmu is a little confused. "Well, I'll give you something to eat. Do you want it?" Wonkai nodded frantically. "Then I'll help you lose weight now." Wonkai shook his head frantically. "You bastard. You don't understand a word of business. And you're playing tricks on me when it comes to eating you. Right? It must be severely punished." Wonkai saw that Chungmu's expression was wrong, and immediately ran into Yunchi's room. It's no wonder that Chungmu had this idea. He opened a lot of purple supply boxes, and he had never encountered a situation like Wankai. Generally, purple supply boxes contain various supplies, but they also come with certain risks. However, when one size box was opened, the system prompted that both the benefits and risks were the lowest. After all, Wankai was opened from a purple box. It can't be that he is just an ordinary dog, right? Moreover, Wankai has a high IQ, especially when it comes to food. He knows more than anyone else. In the chat group, he has never seen anyone open a pet from a box. All this means that it is not an ordinary dog. But it doesn't admit it. I must have made a mistake. So Chungmu decided to find Wankai to find out the truth. But Wankai had a feeling that he might punish him. So he hid in Yunqi's room and refused to come out. It doesn't matter. Chungmu has a way to get him out. He used the same trick again and set up a barbecue grill downstairs of Yunqi. After a while, Wankai ran out following the smell. Under Chungmu's coercion and the temptation of barbecue, Wankai still refused to admit the fact that he was extraordinary. This behavior is not only shameless. It is simply shameless. Could it be that I made a mistake? Even if it is really a strange beast, it needs something to activate it. The magic core I got from killing the mammoth last time? This thing should be useful. After all, it is written like this in novels. He took out the magic core from the storage box and put it in front of Wankai. Wankai, eat it. Looking at this thing in front of him that is bigger than himself, Wankai didn't know where to start. Isn't it edible? Put it on Wankai and see. Wankai looks even more like a fool with the magic core on his head. Then, he took the magic core and tested it on Wankai countless times. But there was still no reaction. As the only pet in the entire game, you don't have any special features? This is a bit hard to say. Forget it. I won't bother with it anymore. Wankai may really be just an ordinary dog. The plan of clinging to the thighs has since failed before the business is halfway through. Actually, Wankai is not without special features. But Chungmu himself overlooked it. Its most special feature is that it can eat a lot. After being abandoned by Chungmu, Wankai was about to run to Xyluka's room again. Seeing it like this, Chungmu was furious. You bastard. You are not good at serious work. But you are good at eating, drinking and having fun. He grabbed Wankai and left him in the yard. Because he also wanted to find Xyluka. It was late at night, and Chungmu went straight into her room. When Xyluka saw Chungmu, she shyly lowered her head and dared not look at him. Seeing Xyluka like this, he couldn't help but hug her. Looking at the little green tea who was bowing her head in his arms, Chungmu whispered a few words to her close to her ear. After hearing these words, the little green tea's face turned red all the way to her ears, and her head was buried even lower. Chungmu, looking at such a little green tea, also picked her up directly, and then walked towards Yunqi's room. Tonight, Yunqi learned a lot from the little green tea, and the little green tea also learned a lot from Yunqi, and Chungmu learned a lot from them. As the saying goes, when three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. Chapter 57. Drink more. When Chungmu woke up from the bed, Xyluka and Yunqi had already gotten up to cook. He looked at his watch, and it was just past 8 o'clock. He hadn't had breakfast for several days. He wanted to get up and have breakfast today, but he struggled for a long time and still couldn't get out of bed. There was no way. The quilt was too strong. Chungmu was far from being its opponent at the moment. He reluctantly got out of bed until Yunqi came over and lifted his quilt. Fortunately, it was Chungmu whose body had been enhanced so many times. If it was someone else, he would not be able to get out of bed today. After the three of them studied together last night, the relationship between the three of them has made a qualitative leap. After breakfast, Chungmu took a recliner to the yard to rest for a while, planning to go out to find supplies later. Xiao Lucha and Yunqi were playing with Wankai in the room. Time flies so fast. Chungmu sighed in his heart. Today is the 12th day since he came here. In 2 days, that is, until the 14th day, the game should usher in a version update. If nothing unexpected happens, this version update should be related to Oasis. He plans to take them away from Oasis tomorrow morning. The version update should be at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. So he has to run away before that. It's just a small oasis. Just give it up. In his heart, Mud King is no worse than Oasis. Moreover, Mud King is much safer and more reliable than Oasis. Oasis is like duckweed in the water, and it will float away at any time. After telling them about running away tomorrow morning, they both agreed. Although it is still uncertain what the version update of the game will be like, it is always right to be prepared in advance. At worst, if this wave of updates has no impact on the oasis, just run back. As for whether the people in the other 99 oases have this plan, it is not his business. At present, the safest way is to run out first and find a safe place to hide, and then decide whether to return to the oasis according to the situation after the version update. I just don't know how many people would think of this idea, but there must be a few smart people in the game. I won't think about it for now. Chungmu started to prepare to go out to find supplies. Before leaving, he upgraded the storage box with a 4th level storage box blueprint of little green tea. The current storage space is not enough, and the upgrade consumes 2 enhanced alloy ingots. It is equivalent to 10 ordinary alloy ingots. But no matter how many ordinary alloy ingots there are, they cannot be upgraded. You must have the blueprint of the enhanced alloy ingot. The upgraded storage box has 40 slots, and the storage time of some spoiled materials has also been greatly increased. The conditions for upgrading the 4th level storage box are still quite harsh. Apart from him, there are probably few people in the game who can upgrade the storage box to level 4. However, the storage box space of others is also sufficient. After all, not everyone can get so many supplies. After finishing the 4th level storage box, he also upgraded Xiaolu Cha's storage box to level 3. After finishing all this, he started today's journey to find supplies. His goal today was to find another purple supply box. In order to achieve this goal, he told Xiaoluoka and Yunchi that he would not go back for lunch before he set off. After all, going back and forth would waste too much time, and purple supply boxes are not so easy to find at this stage. I don't know if the game will give another chance to open the box without damage when the version is updated again. If it does, he can also open the black supply box that was left behind before, and it is estimated that there will be another top quality prop inside. Unfortunately, there are many restrictions on the use of the props in it. For example, if you just use the dragon blade as a knife to chop people, you can use it at will. However, if you use skills, you need to consume a little bit of dragon soul each time. Chungmu has not figured out what this dragon soul is. He doesn't know how to get it. If there is no dragon soul, then this dragon blade is at most an extremely sharp knife. There are still too many things in the game that he doesn't understand, such as the magic core. Chungmu's intuition suggests that the magic core should not be a simple thing. He has only obtained one when hunting large beasts, but he just doesn't know how to use it. He still needs to keep getting stronger to explore more secrets, especially the palace at the bottom of the undead lake. Thinking of what happened at the bottom of the undead lake that day, he still has lingering fears. I haven't opened the chat group for a long time. I don't know what everyone is talking about in the group now. I haven't made money from doing business for a long time. I miss that feeling a little. I wonder if the wine is still selling well now. Although there are many white supply boxes in the oasis, the looting that day only brought out some basic ingredients, and no wine or beverages. And there are very few steel ingots and alloy ingots. He kept flipping through the chat records in the group and found that someone had already started the air-dried meat business, and the price was lower than his. He didn't plan to compete with this person anymore. Wine and beverages were a better business for him. Then, he started selling alcohol in the group again. This time, he only wanted to exchange some steel ingots and alloy ingots. He had consumed a lot of these 2 basic materials during this period. Based on the number of steel ingots or alloy ingots given by others, he decided how many kilograms of alcohol to brew for others. And he didn't want the 20% profit, which was equivalent to exchanging the profit for these 2 things. Fortunately, the alcohol brewed was relatively low in alcohol. If the alcohol brewed was very high, then 1 bottle would be enough for others to drink for several days. Today's business was more popular than he had imagined. He originally thought that the number of buyers would decrease. After all, there were fewer supply boxes in the map, and everyone had to tighten their belts. However, he ignored the players who found the oasis. There were 100 oasis masters, plus some players entered each oasis. These hundreds of people had a strong purchasing power. They had plenty of food and drink in the oasis, so naturally there were plenty of things to indulge in, and good wine was an indispensable thing for them. These people quickly provided Chungmu with abundant steel ingots and alloy ingots. Chungmu also intentionally lowered the profit of brewing wine, so that he could sell more wine to these people. Drink more, and when you are all drunk and unconscious, You will have less ability to deal with the crisis that may come tomorrow. Chapter 58 continues searching. The more they die, the greater the chance of finding a high-level supply box. After they die, I can also go find their supply boxes and power cores. However, if this version really makes the oasis disappear, then under these people's killing, each oasis may also have a goo king. This goo king may kill everyone else in the oasis and become stronger. If this poison king continues to develop, it may pose a threat to me. My current attribute points are so high and I have so many supplies, most of which are due to the system. And the game will probably not sit idly by and watch a person with strength far exceeding other players appear here, and will definitely balance the strength of other players. Chung-Mu feels that this game should have a certain degree of wisdom, and it is not a rigid program. After all, it will also ban other players. As for whether it is really as he expected, we will have to wait until midnight tomorrow night to find out. He continued to search on the road, and found 2 white supply boxes in the morning. This harvest is not bad considering the current game situation. It is better than no harvest. He missed the first 7 days of the game. At that time, you could find a supply box after a short distance, and the chance of finding a high-level supply box was not small. The most important thing is that he didn't have so many attribute points at the beginning of the game. Now his luck attribute alone is high enough. He felt that the attribute of luck was not very useful in the early stage. It doesn't mean that if you add a few points of luck, you will become extremely lucky. You can easily pick up a supply box, shoot a bullet at someone's head, and the thing shot by others can always accurately avoid you. The improvement of the attribute of luck in the early stage is almost negligible. His luck value is obviously much higher than that of Zailuoka and Yunchi, but his luck is far less than theirs. If he didn't have a system, he might really become a rich woman's thigh. Thinking of this, Chung-Mu immediately turned into a dog. System Dad, you will always be my good brother. Unfortunately, the system still has no response. I don't know if it can speak after the system is upgraded. In Chung-Mu's opinion, the effects of the 2 attributes of luck and charm in the early stage are far less than those of the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and accuracy. The improvement of these 3 attributes is the simplest and most violent. Now Chung-Mu can fight most beasts with his physical strength alone. Not to mention accuracy, Chung-Mu can hit anything he shoots now, except for the shooting in Mud King's rapid mode, which may be a little off. The rest are accurate. As for speed, he can easily dodge ordinary pistol bullets, but he will still be in danger when facing the bullets of automatic rifles. Oh! Automatic rifles. He suddenly remembered that Yunchi had a manufacturing blueprint for AK-47. The manufacturing of AK requires 3 materials: reinforced steel ingots, reinforced alloy ingots, and reinforced wood. He has no shortage of the first 2, but he has not found the blueprint for the third one. I'll go to the chat group later to see if I can buy one. If I can make an AK, it will be a great improvement for myself. And this will also ensure the safety of Yunchi and Zailuka. With such a powerful killing weapon, if there is any emergency in the future, they will at least not distract Chung-Mu. I don't expect them to kill and rob, but they must have a certain ability to protect themselves. And with them, the chances of finding high-level supply boxes in the future will definitely be greater. Thinking of this, Chung-Mu couldn't help but laugh like a fool again. After a simple meal at noon, he drank a bottle of iced fruit wine to cool off. It was getting hotter outside now. Even with the air conditioner on in the Mud King, one could still feel the unbearable heat wave. After searching non-stop until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung-Mu planned to go back. During this time, he found a yellow supply box. He didn't rush to open this supply box. He planned to go back and let Zailuoka or Yunchi open it to see if their European emperor physique could bring him any surprises. He also wanted to test the mechanism of the supply box. Is the content inside determined from the moment it is found, no matter who opens it? Or does the material inside change? Chung-Mu guessed that the content in the supply box should be determined from the moment it is found. For example, the black supply box he still has now. No matter when he opens it, whether he opens it or not, will the content inside be the same? Will there be any changes? Of course, these were just his guesses, and the game did not explain the rules of the supply boxes. However, he had done an experiment 2 days ago. There were many white supply boxes in the oasis. He and she both opened a lot of boxes. Although the items they opened were of different categories, their rarity levels were similar. He took a detour and prepared to return to the oasis. Today should be the last night he and they stayed in the oasis. He had to go back quickly to enjoy the leisure time in the oasis. On the way back to the oasis, Chung-Mu unexpectedly encountered another purple supply box. It seems that his luck today is a bit too good. He thought that picking up 2 more white boxes or yellow boxes on the road would be great. But he didn't expect to encounter a purple one. He hurried forward to check. Purple supply box. Profit level, D+. Danger level, medium. It's a high-level purple box? Chung-Mu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Today's trip was really worthwhile. At the same time, he also felt that his behavior of looking for supplies was not a waste of time. In this place, the more effort you put in, the more you will get. He actually wanted to stay in the oasis. But he still forced himself to go out to look for supplies. And he definitely didn't go out to look for supplies because of back pain, but because he was a hard-working person. I dare not say 100% of other players, but most of them don't want to come out of the oasis after entering it. After all, life in the oasis is indeed many times more comfortable than outside. After the game version is updated, Chung-Mu plans to hunt these people in the oasis as long as there is a chance. They must have a lot of supplies in their hands. Especially 6,584. He must die. This person has been saying in the group that he wants to kill me to steal supplies. And wants to team up with others to hunt me down. Damn. Do you really think I, Chung-Mu, am made of mud? No longer thinking about these things, he got his equipment ready and opened the supply box in front of him. A giant person jumped out of this purple supply box. Chapter 59 Disgusting. Human. This thing that looks like a human is just a monster with 2 arms and 2 legs, a torso, and a head in Chung-Mu's eyes. It is nearly 3 meters tall, and the bright red flesh on its face is falling down bit by bit, blurring its facial features. It is naked, but it is not normal skin. It is dark red, as if it has been skinned alive. Above the dark red, you can vaguely see the white fascia attached to it. The fascia and blood vessels are still beating bit by bit, and it exudes a foul smell. Chung-Mu looked at this thing and almost vomited before he even started playing. He had reason to believe that this thing was made by the game to be disgusting. Before he could complain about the game, the huge monster rushed towards him with disgusting saliva dripping from its mouth. Chung-Mu took out his pistol and shot, and a bullet hit its ugly face. The power of the Desert Eagle at close range was not small, and this bullet also removed most of the skin on its face. But the monster seemed unaffected and continued to rush towards him. He took out another gun from his waist and fired at the monster's head, elbows, knees, and torso with both guns. The dozen bullets from the 2 guns left a dozen not-so-small holes on its body, but it was not affected at all, as if this body did not belong to it, and even the dozen bullets did not slow it down a bit. The monster was very fast, and it came to Chung-Mu in the blink of an eye and grabbed him with 1 claw. This attack speed was not fast for Chung-Mu at the moment, and he had enough time to see the monster's hands clearly. There were still only dark red rotten pieces of meat on the hands, with fascia and yellow fat mixed on the pieces of meat, and then 5 fingers, each of which had black, cracked nails, and the whole arm was still shedding pieces of meat. He looked at the hands in front of him, and his sanity dropped wildly. Damn! This thing was not only attacking his body, but also his spirit. He easily dodged the monster's claws, then endured the nausea and kicked its knee. Its entire calf was bent backwards by Chung-Mu's kick, which made it look even more weird. But it still didn't feel any pain, and jumped on 1 leg to attack Chung-Mu again. Chung-Mu didn't want to kick him again. He stepped back while changing the bullets for his 2 guns. After changing the bullets, he shot at the monster's other leg until it was full of holes, and then it fell to the ground. But the thing lying on the ground didn't stop there. It supported itself with its hands, slowly raised its head from the ground, and stared at Chung-Mu with its empty eye sockets. Then, it bent its hands violently and pushed its upper body forward, and its lower body was bent backward 180 degrees from the waist down. The back of its thighs pressed against its back, and then it lifted its body off the ground with its hands, and used its hands as feet to run towards Chung-Mu again. Chung-Mu really regretted coming out to look for supplies when he saw this thing. It wasn't dangerous, but it was disgusting. He had no choice but to pull out his sword. And the monster bent its hands and exerted force, and flew towards him. It opened its bloody mouth in the air, with no teeth inside, but where it should have been smooth gums. It turned into sharp flesh and blood, biting towards Chung-Mu's throat. He held the sword with both hands, swung it horizontally, and easily cut off the monster's head. The huge head rolled on the ground for several times, but its mouth kept opening and closing, as if it was biting something, and its headless body could actually attack him. Chung Mu had no choice but to chop the body into pieces one by one. After finally getting rid of it, Chung Mu leaned against the car and felt like vomiting. Today's experience should make his mental endurance much stronger. After resisting the urge to vomit, he took water from the storage box and washed the sword and the soles of his shoes several times. After confirming that there was no dirt on them, he walked towards the storage box. This time, the storage box must give me at least 2 drawings to make up for my mental trauma. If I had known, I would have just run with the box instead of dealing with this thing. But he changed his mind and thought that if he didn't kill this thing completely, it might have been following him all the time, and the game might have installed a tracking system for it. What if I opened my eyes at night and found this thing lying on the windshield? This thing today is simply disgusting. Chung Mu couldn't stop feeling nauseous when he thought of its rotten flesh. Let's see what's in the supply box quickly. This monster is not weak, and the things in the box should not be too bad. He walked to the box and looked inside, only to find that there was only one blueprint in the box. Other than that, there was nothing else. No. The system prompted that the profit level was D+. The last time he opened a D+ box, he got 2 blueprints. The system should not be wrong. There should not be only one blueprint in the box, unless this blueprint is a very rare blueprint. 1 is worth 2. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the blueprint in the box. Dragon Soul Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements. Large Magic Cores *3. Note, the so-called Dragon Soul is just a name for a powerful force, not the soul of a real dragon. It turned out to be a Dragon Soul Manufacturing Blueprint. Seeing this blueprint, Chung Mu was overjoyed. Before, he had been worrying about where to find the Dragon Soul, but he didn't expect it to be delivered directly to his door. With this blueprint, as long as he collected enough magic cores, he would have another powerful trump card. If the version is updated and some powerful creatures are added to the game, this trump card will be his life-saving reliance. And he finally knew the use of magic cores. But it seems that magic cores can only be decomposed by large beasts. So far, the only large beast he has seen in the game is the mammoth. Large beasts are still relatively rare. Rare is rare. But having a goal is much better than running around like a headless fly. Before, he didn't know how to find the Dragon Soul. But now, he has a clear goal. This feeling of watching himself getting stronger step by step is very refreshing. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that what he encountered today was nothing at all. Isn't it just a little disgusting? Even if I get a few times more disgusting, I can bear it. Pa! It's better not to set this flag. Chapter 60 Preparations before running away. After packing up, Chung Mu drove the Mud King back to the oasis. Looking at the scattered pieces of meat beside him, he didn't feel so disgusted now. As long as I can get good things, you can be disgusting. The monster I killed today was quite powerful. If someone else were to face it, it would not be easy. The main reason is that this thing has too strong vitality, as if it can't be killed. But if we wait until the AK is made, there should be no problem in killing it with the AK. Right? The AK is a powerful automatic rifle. Dozens of bullets hitting this thing should be enough to smash it into pieces. Even Chung Mu himself cannot guarantee that he can survive the massive AK fire. Although his various attribute points are very high, he is not invulnerable. So the AK must be made. This weapon is a powerful killer even for him now. The sword cannot be used every day, and the current pistols and shotguns also have their own shortcomings. I will go back and see if I can trade for reinforced wood. If I can't trade, I can only look for it through a lot of searching, or kill people and rob. At nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, Chung Mu returned to the oasis. Xiao Lucha and Yunqi had already prepared dinner for her. After dinner, Chung Mu told them that they were going to run away tomorrow morning and asked them to look for any lost supply boxes in the oasis. At the same time, he also emphasized to them that they must not get close to the lake deep in the oasis. Although they were a little confused, they did not investigate further. Chung Mu only told them that there might be dangers in the lake, and did not reveal these details to them. After loading everything that could be taken away from the oasis into the car, he took out the trailer chain manufacturing drawings and made a trailer chain that was long enough. Then he connected Xiao Lu Cha and Yunqi's car to the trailer chain and connected it to the back of the Mud King. preparing for tomorrow's escape. After doing all this, he carefully checked to see if there was anything missing, and then sent a message in the chat channel. Buy a reinforced wood manufacturing blueprint, and also buy magic cores, and buy some rubber and lubricants. If you have any, please contact me privately. The price is negotiable. The boss is here again. Let's take a photo. The boss is awesome. He has started to look for these strange things. I haven't seen reinforced things like this. But I have some ordinary materials here. Do you need them? Boss, what is a magic core? Tell us about it. I have rubber and lubricant. Chat privately. Why do you need rubber and lubricant? What are you going to make? Don't sell anything to 9527. He has so many supplies. And he's still looking for others to exchange for them. There must be some conspiracy. This message was sent by 6584. Chung Mu's face gradually darkened after reading it. However, he did not respond in the chat group. There was no point in arguing like this. When he had the chance, he would make this person speechless. As soon as 6584 finished speaking, someone refuted him in the group. Who are you sending it to? 9527 defeated Baldy Chong for us. We who survived owe him a favor. Who do you think you are? Then, another verbal battle broke out in the group. Chung Mu also traded some rubber and lubricants. So it was not without gain. He remembered that when he first picked up the Durex manufacturing drawings, he almost threw it away out of anger. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away at that time. Otherwise it would have been a waste of effort. It seems that everything is the best arrangement of fate. Watching the quarrel in the chat group, one of the messages caught his attention. I have the manufacturing blueprint of reinforced wood. Let's talk about the price in private. This person initiated a private message to Chung Mu. Hello. 9527. Yeah. Hello to you too. You upgraded the vehicle to level 3. Right? Yeah. The information that he upgraded the vehicle to level 3 once flashed on the screen throughout the game. But why did this person ask this? He wanted to exchange this broken blueprint for my level 3 vehicle blueprint? Is this guy's brain burnt out? He didn't say anything. To see what else this guy was going to say. What do you plan to exchange for this blueprint of mine? What do you want? Chung Mu asked back. An enhanced blueprint of the same type, plus some information about a level 2 or 3 vehicle. I'll think about it. But I won't tell you about the upgraded vehicle. Are you kidding? Chung Mu is now the only person in the game who has upgraded his vehicle to level 3. How could he possibly tell others about the upgraded information? What if others find a way to deal with him after knowing this information? As for the same type of enhanced blueprint he mentioned, it is impossible for Chung Mu to take it out for exchange now. He only has one blueprint of each enhanced steel ingot and alloy ingot. If he takes one of the blueprints out for trading, there will be a gap in the blueprint. Then when the materials are used up, he will fall into the embarrassing situation of having no blueprints again. This behavior is equivalent to eating up all the resources. It's a bit difficult. Let's not trade for now. Wait 2 days to see if we can find the blueprint of reinforced wood. Or find another blueprint of reinforced alloy ingot or steel ingot. And then trade the extra one with this person. He is not in a hurry to make AK in a short time. His current strength is far superior to others. And there is no one who can threaten him for the time being. His only worry at the moment is that the game may release creatures like Balchong again. However, the game changes tomorrow night should be related to Oasis. So there is no need to worry for the time being. As luck would have it, after Chung Mu told them about the transaction, Yuan-Chi said that she happened to have a manufacturing blueprint for a reinforced alloy ingot. Just in time. Take this blueprint and ask that person if he is willing to trade. Reinforced alloy ingot manufacturing blueprint. In exchange for the one in your hand. Okay. But I want to know the information about the upgraded level 3 vehicle. In that case, let's not trade. Damn. What level are you? You still want to know about the information about the level 3 vehicle? I have seen greedy people. But I have never seen such greed. Chung Mu traded with him for the same enhanced blueprint. And this person did not lose at all. If he added some other basic materials, Chung Mu might have agreed to it because he needed the wood blueprint. But this person asked for a huge price. How about making up some fake information to trick him? Everyone's car is different. And the effect after upgrading is definitely different. For example, Yuan-Chi's sports car and his Mud King. Yuan-Chi's car is also a level 2 vehicle. But the effect is different from his and Mud King after upgrading to level 2. Chapter 61 AK-47. He opened the ranking panel of the game and immediately rejected this idea. This person also upgraded the vehicle to level 2. And he also had a certain understanding of the upgraded vehicle. In addition, information does not belong to the category of direct transactions in the game. Other things in the game can be traded directly through the trading system. Information is privately conducted among players and cannot be guaranteed. For the simplest example, Chungmu traded with a person who sold the reinforced wood blueprint. He told him the information first. After telling him, this person did not trade with him. Then Chungmu had no way to deal with him. Or, if he traded the blueprint to Chungmu first and Chungmu chose not to tell him the information, he couldn't do anything to Chungmu, unless the two knew each other's coordinates and directly PK offline. Besides, it was impossible for the two of them to trust each other. One wanted to trade the blueprint after getting the information, and the other wanted to get the blueprint first. If they couldn't reach an agreement, then forget it. Instead of wasting time arguing with him, Chungmu might as well go find it himself. Or see if he could find someone else to trade with. After all, time is precious. He should be more than the only one who has this blueprint in the game. But not everyone is willing to trade it. And many people are just lurking in the group and rarely talk. Chungmu is not worried about not being able to get this blueprint. With his lucky attribute and the two of them being lucky, it is only a matter of time to find this. It's not that there are no guns now, but they are not as powerful as AK. Just when he was about to stop thinking about this matter, the person sent another message. You don't have to tell me the vehicle information. I'll trade with you if you give me 10 more alloy ingots. No. I told you, I only have one blueprint for the enhanced alloy ingot. If you don't want to trade, forget it. If this person had made this request at the beginning, Chungmu would have agreed. 10 alloy ingots were nothing. But now, he didn't plan to agree. It wasn't like he had to get the blueprint today. Besides, this person's inconsistent attitude also made Chungmu very annoyed. After a moment of silence, the other party suddenly sent a message requesting a trade. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. You wasted so much of my time. Chungmu cursed in his heart, and then agreed to the man's transaction request. Since he was willing to trade, he would not put on airs and pretend to be cool. The most real thing was to get the benefits in his hands. After the transaction was completed, Chungmu saw that this person started to buy alloy ingots in the group. It seemed that this person also needed the enhanced alloy ingot blueprint in his hand. The two of them got what they needed and no one lost. After getting this blueprint, Chungmu also bought some wood in the group. All the materials are ready, and we can start making AK. Unfortunately, the bullet blueprint for the automatic rifle has not been found yet. But it's okay. The gun usually has a magazine of bullets when it leaves the factory. Before making AK, he made several Desert Eagles and enough bullets. And these pistols were used for Zailuoka and Yunchi to defend themselves. For guns, the more the better. Anyway, it doesn't take up too much space. After asking Yunchi for the blueprints for making AK, Chungmu was a little excited. After all, this was his first powerful firearm. After spending a lot of materials, 3 brand new AK-47s appeared in front of him, full of martial virtues and full of deterrence. This is how Chungmu described the famous automatic rifle in front of him. With this gun, you can really convince people with reason. Is there anyone who is looking for trouble without eyes? Let's ask if the AK in my hand agrees first. He picked up one of the guns and took aim a few times. The gun fit him perfectly, as if it was made for Chungmu. After restraining the urge to shoot immediately, Chungmu called Yunchi and Zailuka over and asked them to try the guns. After briefly explaining the operation of the guns to them, Chungmu took them to the swimming pool and placed a few empty bottles not far away, asking them to try firing a few bullets first, so as not to panic in an emergency. Fortunately, Chungmu gave them strength and agility in the attribute points given by the game. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the powerful recoil of the gun, and there is a high possibility of accidental injury. Yunchi and Zailuka, who kept aiming at the swimming pool, looked heroic, like 2 veteran warriors. Yes, Chungmu ignored that it was not as easy as it seemed for them to survive in such a place. Women here have much greater difficulty in survival than men, because their physical fitness is not as strong as men. Although Zailuka and Yunchi have excellent luck, it does not mean that they survived only by luck. Chungmu had never seen them in this posture before, which gave him a strange feeling he had never had before. And a fire of evil rose in his body. At around 9 a.m. the next day, the 3 of them slowly got up from the bed. Today is also the 13th day of the game. At 12 o'clock tonight, the game will usher in a version update. After getting up, the three of them simply packed up, ate something, and took a shower. After checking that there was nothing left in the oasis, Chung-Moo asked the two of them to wait for him in the car first. As for himself, he went to the immortal lake deep in the oasis to bid farewell to this lake that brought him great danger and great benefits. If the oasis disappears today, it will be difficult to see the immortal lake in the future. As for the secret hidden in it, no one knows when it will be solved. The lake in front of him still looks calm and deep. For some reason, since he was dragged into the mysterious palace by the mysterious force that day, he no longer feared the place called Immortal Lake at the beginning. Strangely, even when thinking about the water arrows that would kill him, he still didn't feel any fear in his heart. He walked forward, bent down, and gently stirred the calm lake surface with his hand, and ripples instantly appeared on the water surface. "I hope we will meet again," he murmured to the lake surface. Then, he turned and left. After the three people got in the car, Chung-Moo turned the key, started the Mud King, and drove out of the oasis. Yuan-Chi still had a cold expression, while Xiao Lu-Cha was full of expectation and excitement. When the three people just drove out of the light curtain of the oasis, a game subtitle came to Chung-Moo's eyes. Chapter 62 Leaving. It has been detected that all players in the current oasis are about to leave the oasis. If you continue to move away from the oasis, you will lose your status as the master of the oasis, and the oasis will disappear. Any more tips? I don't know how many people in other places will choose to leave the oasis. Most people may not think that there will be danger. Even if they think of it, they probably won't be willing to leave the oasis. They have finally spent a few days of comfortable life inside. If they are asked to go outside and endure the wind and sun at this time, wouldn't it be the end of their lives? Besides, it was just a guess. A game change that might or might not appear. Most people would only deceive themselves into thinking that danger would not occur. So he concluded that few people would choose to leave the oasis early. Chung-Moo ignored the game's prompts and continued to drive forward. When the Mud King drove to the top of the mountain, Chung-Moo looked through the rearview mirror and found that the oasis in the center of the basin had begun to slowly become illusory until it disappeared. He reached out and pinched the face of the little green tea next to him. "Ah!" A scream was heard, followed by a coquettish scolding. "Brother, what are you doing?" "It's okay. I'm just checking to see if you're also fake." As he spoke, he pointed his finger back. Little green tea and Yuan-Chi looked back in the direction of his finger, only to find that the oasis where they had lived for several days had disappeared. Yuan-Chi had a little surprise on her face, but it was still cold, while little green tea covered her mouth with both hands, looking shocked. Hiss! The huge pain from his waist made Chung-Moo take a breath. "Let me see if you're fake." Until Chung-Moo begged for mercy, Yuan-Chi released the little bit of flesh on Chung-Moo's waist that she had pinched with 2 fingernails. The little green tea girl giggled beside Chung-Moo when he saw him being humiliated. "Okay. You two will bully me together. Right. When I'm free, you two will be in trouble." He was a little worried that the three of them would be wary after leaving the oasis. But from the current point of view, they get along well. After all, the three of them also know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Chung-Moo also felt the long-lost warmth. With a faint smile on their faces, the three of them slowly moved away from this place. There were still few supply boxes on the road, but with the blessing of their European physique, they found a yellow and 2 white supply boxes in just 2 hours. Soon it was noon, and they took out the cooking pots and cooked a meal. After the 3 people and the dog finished eating, they just took a short rest and continued to look for supplies. Although the supplies of the 3 people could last them for a long time, they still had to keep looking for supplies. Born in worry, die in comfort. If he is only satisfied with the current situation and does not make progress, then I am afraid that someone stronger than him will appear soon. In this case, his life safety will be threatened. Apart from the game, if there are players who are stronger than him, or whose strength is similar to his, then he will not be able to sleep well. Now, he is completely adapted to this environment, and it is impossible for him to be soft on anyone else. And others will not have mercy on him either. Chung-Moo was driving in the front, while Yuan-Chi and Xiao Lu-Cha went to the back to sleep. He was a little bored, so he opened the chat channel. He found that some people were already discussing the possible game changes that might happen tonight. The people discussing were mainly divided into 2 groups. One group hoped that the oasis would disappear quickly, and the other group shouted that the oasis would never disappear. He carefully looked at the player numbers of the group that shouted that the oasis would never disappear. And through comparison, he found that some of these people were oasis lords, who had recruited people in the group a few days ago. And some were people who requested to enter the oasis a few days ago. These people certainly hope that the oasis will not disappear, so that they can enjoy themselves in it forever. So when someone wants to break their dream, they are the first to stand up and refute. You idiots. Do you really think that this game brings you here for vacation? Changmu wanted to laugh. But then he changed his mind and thought that the more people like this, the better his life would be. He no longer paid attention to these things and continued to focus on finding supplies. After a while, a yellow supply box appeared in front of him. He drove the car to the supply box and stopped. Just as he was about to pick up something and throw it into the car, a prompt from the system interrupted his action. Yellow supply box. Profit level, D. Danger level, none. Profit level D? Generally, this profit level means there will be a blueprint inside. But he has never opened a blueprint in a yellow supply box. The situation of this box can only be because of Xyluoka and Yunchi, even if his luck attribute is much higher than theirs. He has never encountered this situation after picking up so many boxes. Is this the legendary Krypton does not change? I worked so hard for a long time. But it's not as good as the two of them looking for it casually. Changmu felt like crying. It seems that people really can't be compared. He opened the yellow supply box and saw a blueprint inside. Slicer manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, alloy ingot *2. Fortunately, the blueprint that came out was a bit useless. Otherwise jealousy would have made him unrecognizable. He picked up the blueprint, went to the carriage to wake up little green tea, and asked her how many supply boxes she could find every day before coming to the oasis. Fortunately, there weren't many answers. Before, she sometimes couldn't find a white supply box for nearly 2 hours. Hearing this, he felt a little more balanced. Although the boxes you opened were of better quality than mine, the number was not as many as mine. I will work harder to find supply boxes and kill you. Thinking of this, Changmu was full of fighting spirit again and rushed forward at an accelerated speed. With Xyluoka and Yuchi's company, an afternoon passed quickly. Apart from the yellow supply box, only 3 white supply boxes were found in the afternoon. The number of supply boxes has shrunk dramatically. Unlike the first 7 days of the game, when you could find one almost every half an hour if you tried hard. I wonder if the number of supply boxes will return to the original number after tonight's update. If it weren't for the first few days of searching, everyone had some supplies, and many people would have starved to death in the past few days. He opened the game panel and found that not many people died in the second week. One reason is that everyone has supplies to ensure survival, and they have gradually adapted to the environment after the first week. Another reason is that with the expansion of the map, it has become difficult for players to meet each other, which has reduced conflicts. What will this place look like after tonight? Changmu is looking forward to it. Chapter 63 Battle for the Oasis. After dinner, Changmu found a place with a wide view and stopped the car. There were huge dark clouds floating in the distant sky, and it was going to rain heavily tonight. After chatting with Xyluoka and Yunchi for a while, Changmu prepared to take a nap. I won't exercise tonight, so I can keep enough energy to welcome the possible version update. Outside the car, there was a strong wind, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain poured down. Inside the car, the 3 of them hugged each other, warm and cozy. Changmu soon fell asleep in their arms, and he slept soundly. The time on the watch jumped second by second. When the watch pointer turned to 12 o'clock, a game prompt woke up the 3 sleeping people, and also woke up all the players who were currently sleeping in the game. The second 7 days of the Survivor game have passed, and the game version will be updated. Update as follows. 1. Players currently in the Oasis will not be able to leave the Oasis, and the current number of remaining Oases, 85. 2. At 8 a.m. The game will announce the coordinates of the remaining 85 Oases, and the player numbers of the Oasis Lords in the Oases. 3. At 8 a.m. every day, the game will place 1 to 5 purple supply boxes that can be opened without damage in the remaining Oases. The number of supplies placed depends on the number of players in the Oasis. 4. Players outside the Oasis can form a hunting team. The maximum number of hunting teams is 5. Team members cannot attack each other. Otherwise they will be eliminated by the game. 5. When the hunting team successfully captures an Oasis and kills all members in it, Each member will gain 1 attribute point. And when the Oasis team successfully resists a hunting team attack and kills all members of the hunting team, each member will gain 1 attribute point. 6. When the hunting team enters and kills all Oasis team members in an Oasis, the Oasis will disappear after 1 hour. Or the hunting team can choose to inherit the Oasis. 7. When the hunting team attacks an Oasis, multiple hunting teams cannot attack the same Oasis at the same time. When the Oasis team successfully resists an attack, it will get 1 hour of rest time. After the rest time, other hunting teams can continue to attack. 8. This update will last for 7 days. After 7 days, the hunting team that captures the most Oases will receive additional rewards. And the Oasis team that successfully resists the most attacks will also receive additional rewards. System task: form a hunting team to capture 10 Oases and kill all members therein. Or form an Oasis team to resist 10 attacks and kill all members of the hunting team. Looking at these messages, Chung Mu lost all sleepiness. And the chat channel was once again bursting with people talking about the changes this time. And people who were not in the Oasis were also preparing to form a team. The game did receive an update, but the direction of the update was completely different from what he expected. He originally thought that the update would make the Oasis disappear directly, which might cause the people originally in it to kill each other. But he didn't expect the game to directly create this Oasis battle. He read the information one by one, digesting the useful information from it. First of all, there are only 85 Oases left. It seems that other people have sensed that there might be danger and fled in advance. Then, the people in the Oasis cannot go out for the time being. And the game will announce the coordinates of these people at 8 o'clock in the morning. Every day in the Oasis, you will get a purple supply box that can be opened without injury. This is good, but you also have to face the team hunting of other players. From this perspective, the players in the Oasis are still very passive. Although they have the opportunity to open the box without injury, it does not mean that the purple supply box is full of blueprints of lethal weapons. There may also be some relatively useless supply blueprints. Moreover, they have to face waves of players outside the Oasis hunting them, which is the most painful. They just defended one wave and didn't rest for a while, and the second wave came to take their lives. The remaining 85 Oases may usher in a major change of blood. The rich supplies inside will make people outside the Oasis want to fight for it. The game will put purple supply boxes into the Oasis every day according to the number of people. And the purple supply boxes can basically open 1 or 2 blueprints. These blueprints may be weapon type, material type, or functional type. But no matter what type of blueprint, it will definitely help improve the player's strength. What's more, there are also attribute point rewards. Everyone in the game knows how much attribute points can improve themselves. So this is bound to make players crazy about attacking the Oasis. The people in the Oasis will certainly not surrender, but will only fight more frantically. This version change will kill many people. And with this change, I'm afraid no one will think of lying down in the game. Lying down for a day or 2 is fine. Who knows what the next game change will be like? If you just eat and wait for death every day without fighting or competing, then only death will be waiting for them. Only by constantly becoming stronger can you survive here. And those who don't have this mentality have probably been eliminated long ago. Also, after this change, it is almost certain that the game will be changed every 7 days. And no one knows what the next change will be. In order to save his life, he can only keep looking for supplies and make himself stronger to cope with the constant version updates of the game. After digesting this information, Chung Mu has a plan for tomorrow. 6584. Haven't you been scolding me online? I will go to you for a real person offline PK later to see if your head is as hard as what you said. Thinking of this bastard Chung Mu, he was furious. He had no grudges against this guy. But this guy had been constantly insulting and slandering him since he upgraded the Mud King to level 2. Maybe it was because he knew that Chung Mu couldn't do anything to him. After all, the map was so big. Chung Mu didn't know him and couldn't do anything to him. So he dared to act recklessly in the chat group. This behavior of belittling Chung Mu also brought him some pleasure, because Chung Mu never responded to him directly. So he felt that he was so cool and awesome. Look, the most awesome person in the game is just like this. And he dared not say anything back because of my scolding. How awesome am I? And this kind of alternative pleasure also makes his words more and more dirty and worse. It just so happens that Chung Mu uses this person as the beginning of his system task. While doing official business, he can also take revenge on his personal grudges. It's really a two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Chung Mu's mood instantly became comfortable. But now, he needs to sleep quickly, so that he can keep enough energy to hunt people in the oasis tomorrow. Chapter 64 The Spirited Young Man. At about 6 in the morning, Chung Mu woke up from the Mud King's bed. The two of them were still sleeping next to him. He went to wash up and woke them up. Last night, he also told them about today's plan in general. And they agreed. After all, they could get rich supplies and precious attribute points. As for killing people, Chung Mu also told them that he would take care of it. They only needed to protect their own safety. Chung Mu was worried about letting them do this. The three formed a hunting team. And when the coordinates of those oases were announced in the game, they immediately went to hunt them. Although Chung Mu wanted to hunt 6584 first. It also depended on the distance of the coordinates. If he was far away, he could only find the one closer to him first. Time was very precious. And the distance between each oasis should not be too close. So he could only start from the nearest one. He did not plan to inherit the oasis anymore. With their current number of people, although they would get 3 purple boxes without damage every day, the income was not proportional to the completion of the danger. Moreover, he still had to complete the system task. If he killed too cruelly, and others saw his name 9527 and dared not attack the oasis where he was, that would be bad. He still had to complete the system task. And this system task was definitely not easy. First of all, there was the distance between each oasis. Although we didn't know how far it was definitely not close. It took time to find an oasis and get rid of the people inside. After clearing one oasis, we had to immediately look for the next one. After arriving at the next oasis, he would most likely have to queue up again. After all, there were so many people in the game, and they were probably all planning to go hunting. After all, the huge benefits were in front of him. But there were less than 7 days, which was neither short nor long. It might take a whole day to find an oasis. So he had to race against time and not waste a moment. Chung Mu stared at his watch. When the pointer passed the 8 o'clock number, a coordinate map of the remaining 85 oases appeared in front of him. The number of each oasis team leader also appeared on the coordinate map. He quickly took out his coordinate meter and found that the oasis where 6584 was located was the closest one to him after comparison. It seems that God doesn't help you. Chung Mu sneered and began to prepare for today's hunting plan. He looked at the coordinate point and walked along the direction of 6584. There were 3 oases on this route. After these 3 oases, there was a gap around them. The surrounding oases were a bit far away from here, but the situation in other directions was not much better. The oasis in 6584 was relatively dense. He estimated the time based on the coordinates. If he drove faster, he could reach the oasis in 6584 by noon. After getting rid of them, he would immediately go to the oasis around him. If he was lucky, he should be able to reach the oasis around him in the evening. As for the third one, he might have to wait until tomorrow to find it. After confirming the route, the 3 of them set off immediately, driving very fast along the way, basically stepping on the accelerator all the way. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, he looked at the coordinate instrument. There was still about an hour to go. During this time, he also picked up a few boxes of supplies, ate a simple meal, and continued to step on the accelerator to rush forward. Soon, he saw a hill that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The whole hill was like a steep slope, winding all the way, with an oasis on the top of the mountain. Looking further ahead, there was a steep cliff. In other words, if you want to attack this oasis, there is only this one way, unless someone can climb up step by step from the cliff. In the entire game, Chung Mu should be the only one who has enough physical strength and power to climb up from the bottom of the cliff safely. However, there is no need to spend so much effort to deal with these few losers. The 5 people in the oasis also found the Mud King, and immediately picked up their weapons and stood in a row. Some of them looked uneasy, and some looked disdainful, standing in the oasis and looking out at him. Chung Mu looked inside along the outermost light curtain, and found that the outer light curtain was also wrapped in a small light curtain. It was this small light curtain that covered the oasis, preventing the people inside from leaving. After passing the outermost layer of light curtain, it should be considered that the people in the oasis have begun to be hunted. He sat in the car and observed these people. 2 people held 2 pistols in their hands. The other 2 held 2 shotguns. And the one standing at the edge held something that looked like a sniper rifle. Chung Mu couldn't see what model the sniper rifle was, but it didn't look like a good thing. After all, the appearance of this sniper rifle was really not flattering. It looked a bit like the old-fashioned sniper rifle from decades ago. The one standing in the middle, holding a shotgun, should be 6584. He has faded yellow hair, a flowery arm, and 2 legs as thin as straw sticks. He doesn't look like he has any flesh on his body. Chung Mu is a little worried that if he shoots, the recoil will bounce him off. This person, to use the words on Blue Star, is a complete spirited young man. Chung Mu has reason to suspect that he died from playing with Will-O-the-Wisp in his previous life. Only a spirited young man like him can do such a mindless thing as cursing. As for this oasis, it was probably just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. After roughly observing these 5 people, he found that they could not pose any threat to him. The effective killing distance of the shotgun was not far, and the sniper rifle needed to pull the bolt once to fire a shot. This time was enough for Chung Mu to shoot them into sieves. As for the 2 with pistols, with his current speed and reaction, their bullets could not hit him. He roughly estimated the distance from the outermost light curtain to the oasis light curtain, which was about 100 meters, which was enough for him to dodge. As for the 5 people inside, they couldn't dodge with their own accuracy, unless someone added all the attribute points to agility. But it didn't matter. Just fire a few more shots. Anyway, the pistol bullet team was worthless to him now. He didn't plan to use AK, although AK had a fast firing rate and a long range. But he was afraid that if he took it out, he would scare these people and run to the oasis. So he would just take Desert Eagle. Using the familiarity of the terrain in the oasis to defend is an advantage for the defenders. However, the group of people in front of him obviously had not received such training. They just stood in a row like 5 idiots waiting to die. Chung Mu put on his equipment and the helmet of a Qing Dynasty veteran. The familiar BGM sounded in his ears again. He got out of the car with 2 Desert Eagles in his hands. 2 on the front waist and 2 on the back waist. Chapter 65 Forced Confession. The 5 people inside looked at Chung Mu, who walked down from the huge dump truck alone. And their faces were first shocked, and then ecstatic. In their opinion, Chung Mu was going to die. After all, there were 5 of them, and Chung Mu was alone. The man with the sniper rifle moved a small table over to set up the gun, knelt on one knee, and aimed at the outer light curtain opposite. As long as Chung Mu entered the light curtain, he would immediately shoot. Chung Mu walked towards the light curtain step by step, his arms hanging naturally, holding the Desert Eagle in both hands, ready to shoot at any time. The moment he walked into the light curtain, the small light curtain covering the oasis disappeared. First a gunshot was heard, and then bursts of gunshots were heard. A bullet flew towards his head. This bullet was fired by the man holding the sniper rifle. It seems that this person should have focused on accuracy. Chung Mu made a judgment when he saw the accuracy of this bullet. It's no wonder he still has time to think about these things. The bullets fired from ordinary guns now seem like slow motion in his eyes. Following this bullet, there are more than a dozen pistol bullets. But the accuracy of these dozen bullets is much worse. Almost like random shooting. He pushed the ground hard with his feet and quickly rushed to the side, easily avoiding these bullets. While running to the side, he was not idle. He raised his hands and shot with the 2 guns in his hands. He only fired 4 bullets in the first round, and these 4 bullets were all shot at the 4 people next to the yellow-haired energetic young man. His original idea was to fire 4 bullets to test the waters and see how strong this group of people were. What he didn't expect was that 4 bullets hit 4 people's heads directly. Enemies killed in the current oasis, April 5th. The game prompt came to his eyes. Bang. For skull-shattering sounds reached Wang Mao's ears, and the brain and blood from the teammates' head next to him splashed on his face. He was stunned for a few seconds, then touched the red and white thing on his face in disbelief, and then screamed. Chung Mu stood there, looking at him coldly. He didn't kill him because he was still useful. For more gunshots were heard. For bullets fired from Chung Mu's gun hit the left and right wrists and left and right knees of the howling yellow-haired man. The bullets directly broke his wrists and shattered his knees. He lay on the ground, and his 2 arms without palms were scribbling something on the ground. He wanted to crawl away, but he couldn't crawl. He wanted to stand up and run away, but his legs didn't obey him. He didn't feel any pain yet. The secretion of adrenaline made him temporarily ignore all this, leaving only the huge fear in his head. Chung Mu walked forward slowly. and stopped at a place where he could respond in time even if there was any change. He said coldly to the yellow-haired man who was howling on the ground. I ask. You answer. Do you understand? The yellow-haired man on the ground was still howling. He raised his hand and shot the yellow-haired man on the arm. It was not until this time that the yellow-haired man on the ground felt the huge pain. So he wailed even more. Chung Mu frowned, raised his hand, and fired another shot. Answer my question, and you will die quickly. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, another shot was fired. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The pale-faced yellow-haired man finally didn't dare to wail anymore, and struggled to answer Chung Mu. What's your game number? 6,584. Where are all the supplies for you guys? Over there, in the first house. Bang! Another gunshot. The vain Huang Mao howled loudly again after being shot. Where are the supplies? In that hissing house. Bang! Another gunshot. I ask again. Where are the supplies? In that house. You saw it as soon as you opened the door. When Huang Mao saw Chung Mu preparing to shoot him again, he used all his strength to say the last words of his life. You kill me. Okay. This is what you asked for. I have never seen anyone ask for this in my life. After a gunshot, the yellow-haired man's head exploded, and the game prompt subtitles came. Successfully wiped out an oasis team, and all members of the hunting team were rewarded with 1 attribute point. As this subtitle appeared, a hunting ranking panel also appeared in the eyes of all players, and 9527 was ranked first. System task: kill 1/10 of the current number of oasis teams. The oasis team has been wiped out. The current oasis will disappear in 1 hour. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chung Mu is going to check the supplies of this group of people now. The game gave them 5 boxes this morning. It is no problem to get 4 or 5 chapters of blueprints, adding what they already have. This time, they have a lot of harvest. He walked into the house that Huang Mao mentioned, looked inside from the window, and there were indeed a lot of supplies. After kicking the door open, more than a dozen blueprints appeared in front of Chung Mu, as well as various basic supplies. Without saying a word, he packed all these things and took them away. This yellow-haired guy saved him a lot of effort. He should have agreed to collect the supplies of the other 4 people and put them in his own hands. In this way, Chung Mu didn't have to look for them himself. Although the oasis is not very large, it can be found if you look slowly, but it is better to save as much time as possible, because we have to rush to the next oasis later. When they get in the car, let them pick out the good quality items inside. After taking all the supplies, he went to dismantle the vehicles of this group of people. A total of 8 power cores were decomposed from the vehicles of the 5 people. Among them, Huang Mao's car was a 2nd-level vehicle, and he decomposed 4 power cores from it. The other 4 people all had 1st-level vehicles. Looking at the 8 power cores in hand, Chung Mu couldn't help but sigh that this method of getting supplies was still fast. In just a short time, he collected supplies that could not be obtained in many days. In fact, these supplies are still secondary to him. At present, he has nothing to lack, except for some advanced manufacturing drawings. Other things are not in his eyes. The biggest gain today is the power core, which is a rare and important thing. Upgrading the vehicle depends on it. The more you upgrade, the more power cores you need. If you look for it slowly outside, I don't know how long it will take to encounter someone else's car. After packing up, Chung Mu prepared to leave. As he walked out, he thought about the version changes. This change will make those who are already strong stronger, no matter whether they are the attacker or the defender. As long as they win once, they will get rich supplies. With supplies, they will become stronger, and then they can snowball. And this snowball will get bigger and bigger. Chapter 66: A Rich Harvest. When Chung Mu got on the car and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to the oasis. Fortunately, the light curtain did not stop him, because the oasis was about to disappear, and these light curtains became decorations. He didn't pay attention just now, and when he got on the car, he remembered that although this oasis was similar to the previous one, it was not exactly the same. Every oasis in the game should not be exactly the same. He wanted to see if there was an immortal lake or other places similar to the immortal lake in this oasis. Chung Mu was very fast, and soon he had walked around the entire oasis, except for a large swimming pool in the yard. There were no lakes or places that could make him feel daunted. Could it be that only his oasis had something special? Of course. It might also be because he didn't search carefully enough. He would wait until the next oasis to see if there was anything that could trigger the system task. He thought about these things secretly. After finishing these things, he asked Yunchi to drive and asked Zailuoka to count the supplies. Fortunately, the driving of the Mud King is not difficult. And in this desert, even if you close your eyes and drive for a while, you won't hit anything. So Yunchi quickly got the hang of it. If it was on Blue Star, she couldn't control Chungmu's Mud King. He rested on the bed next to him. And it would be another fierce battle when he arrived at the next oasis. Zailuoka quickly sorted out some useful supplies. And Chungmu took the ones she sorted out and looked at them. Among the dozen drawings, 5 are relatively useful. And he also found some gold, which is a necessity for trading. And he was running out of gold. He opened the 5 drawings. Drawing 1, Level 5 Storage Box Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements, Reinforced Alloy Ingots *5. Note, you can upgrade to Level 5 only if you have a Level 4 storage box. Drawing 2, Bulletproof Armor Manufacturing Drawings. Giant Beetle Shell *2. Medium Fur *1. Note 1, can withstand shooting of ordinary pistol bullets. Note 2, this armor cannot block bullets indefinitely. As for its defense limit, the wearer needs to explore it by himself. Drawing 3, Icaros's Wings Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Flight Feathers *20. Wax *2. Note 1, do not use it during the day. The scorching sun will melt the wings. Note 2, don't fly too high. It's easy to fall. Drawing 4, Detoxification Pill Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Snake Gallbladder *1. Snake Blood *1. Note 1, this pill can relieve the symptoms of mild poisoning. If it is a severe poisoning, please go to the hospital for treatment in time. Note 2, for some reason, this pill has aphrodisiac effects. So use with caution if you have weak waist and knees. Drawing 5, Uzi Submachine Gun. Manufacturing Requirements, Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1. Reinforced Steel Ingot *1. Reinforced Plastic *1. Except for these 5 drawings. The other drawings are some relatively useless drawings. They are useless to have. But it would be a pity to throw them away. Chungmu plans to trade the remaining drawings to see if he can get something useful in return. The quality of these 5 drawings is very good. And he has reason to suspect that these people just opened them from the supply box in the game this morning. Because they just got these blueprints. They don't have enough materials to make these equipment. Otherwise they won't be so easy to deal with. We have to hurry up. The people in the oasis will become stronger tomorrow. And maybe they will get some large-scale lethal weapons. He urged Yunchi to speed up and drive to the next oasis. While he closed his eyes and rested for a while. And Zailuoka came over silently to massage him to relax. While lying on the bed, he was also thinking about the 5 blueprints today. He had just upgraded the storage box to level 5. As for the other 4 blueprints, Icaros's wings are not considered for the time being. As there are too many materials missing. He only got 2 flying feathers before. And these wings can only fly at night. They are useless during the day. So they are a bit useless. It would be nice to make this and have an air shock with them at night. But this can be put aside for the time being. You have to make yourself stronger before you are qualified to think about these things. Bulletproof armor must be made. But there is a lack of raw materials at the moment. And the giant beetle has only been seen once in a box. So you can only rely on luck to find the materials later. The main purpose of making this bulletproof armor is to protect Yunchi and Zailuoka. I don't need it for the time being. Ordinary guns can't do anything to him. And this bulletproof armor probably can't stop the guns that can do anything to him. However, if there are extra materials, I can make one for myself. It's better to have more armor. As for the detoxification pill, I have enough materials at present. I will make one first in case of emergency. As for Uzi, don't rush. I don't have so many bullets to waste after making it. The main firearm I use now is Desert Eagle. Although it has certain limitations, there are enough bullets. At most, I can wear a dozen on my waist. That's enough. In general, the benefits of this hunting operation were beyond his expectations. If it weren't for these 5 blueprints, the benefits would only be considered average. Tomorrow, the benefits will be greater, but the risks will also be higher. The purple boxes that are not damaged in the game should all be high-level purple supply boxes. The blueprints that come out of them are also more useful than those in ordinary purple boxes. This can be regarded as balancing the strength of the Oasis team. Otherwise, the people outside would kill the people inside in a round-robin battle. If an Oasis team can hold out until the 7th day, then the supplies they have can only be described as horrible. If there are 5 people in a team, they can produce about 30 or 40 blueprints in 7 days. Just as Chungmu was thinking about this, the game sent another prompt. It was information that an Oasis team successfully annihilated the hunting team. And this team has now risen to the first place in the Oasis team rankings. He looked at the location of the Oasis, which was very far away from him. But if there was a chance, he would try to wipe out the Oasis team. Being able to resist the attacks of others means that their weapons and equipment are quite powerful. And if they can let the snowball roll little by little, it will be a huge threat to him. However, it is still a bit far-fetched to think about these things now. Maybe this team will be wiped out soon. At present, we should put finding the next Oasis first. Chapter 67 Powerful Grenade. The three continued to drive on the road. Chungmu looked at the Oasis closest to his current location. At the current speed, if there were no accidents on the road, they would be able to arrive around 8 o'clock in the evening. After driving on the road for an hour or so, they came across a purple supply box. Unfortunately, no blueprints were found in this purple supply box. But they did kill an animal that jumped out of it and obtained a medium-sized fur. When hunting the beast, Chungmu also asked them to shoot and kill it. The two were not as weak as he imagined. Yunqi drew her gun and shot directly, while Xiao Lucha wanted to shoot again after shooting once. Time passed quickly, and it was 6 o'clock in a blink of an eye. During this period, Yunqi and Xiao Lucha also changed shifts, and they also picked up several boxes of supplies along the way. But they were not open for the time being. At present, it is still the first priority to find the Oasis. And these boxes of supplies can be opened together when we come back. After a simple meal, Chungmu drove to the destination. It was almost 8 o'clock when Chungmu finally saw the Oasis. This Oasis was different from the ones he had seen before. It was not covered by anything but directly exposed in the desert. It could be seen from a long distance. Although he had seen the Oasis a long time ago, it took him a while to reach it. When he arrived at the Oasis and put on his equipment and prepared to enter the Oasis, he found that there was no one in the Oasis, and the outermost light curtain also blocked his steps. A game prompt came, indicating that this Oasis can only be entered after 37 minutes. He opened the game panel and found that the Oasis in this place had just successfully resisted the attack of a hunting team. It seems that the Oasis team here is quite strong, although it is unknown how strong the hunting team that attacked them is. It must be quite strong to dare to hunt others. However, it is not ruled out that this group of people may be ignorant fools, like 6584. Although the people in the Oasis resisted an attack, there should be some casualties. But everyone has gained a few attribute points. After their rest time is over, they will rush in immediately. But from the outside, they can't see the figures of these people. They should be hiding in the Oasis to heal their wounds. These people are much smarter than the group of scumbags like Xiao Huanmao. They know how to use their familiarity with the terrain to fight guerrilla warfare, instead of waiting to die like 5 people like Huanmao. Besides, it was getting dark now. The enemy was in the dark, while Chungmu was in the light. This was a bit tricky for him, and he had to be cautious. He began to formulate his own battle plan. It seemed that he had to take out grenades to attack this Oasis. He planned to throw a few grenades in different directions after entering the Oasis to suppress the enemy with direct firepower. If the grenades could kill them directly, that would be the best. If they could not kill them, he would take advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion to run behind a cover and then find these people one by one, while waiting for them to rest. Chungmu hurriedly bought some basic materials for making gunpowder at a high price in the chat channel. He had no shortage of steel ingots and alloy ingots, but he lacked gunpowder. Unfortunately, the basic materials for making gunpowder were too scarce, and Chungmu spent a lot of money to buy only a little bit of materials. After all, others were not fools, and everyone knew that things were expensive because they were scarce. But it was worth paying these prices. As long as the Oasis team was wiped out, it would be a multiple return, not to mention anything else. The power core inside alone was enough to make a lot of money. After acquiring the supplies, he immediately made some grenades. If the materials for making gunpowder were not so difficult to acquire, he really wanted to make 100 or 80 at a time. He took these with him. and left 2 or 3 for Yunchi and Xyloka for self-defense, and then asked them to be careful in the car to prevent other players from attacking the oasis. As long as they stayed in the car, generally speaking, there would be no danger. Even if by chance, there were other people attacking the oasis at this point, they could just drive up. The current Mud King is not something that ordinary vehicles can resist. Chungmu also specifically explained to them how to use the rapid mode. After arranging all this, Chungmu took advantage of the cover of night and sneaked towards the oasis light curtain. He guessed that once someone entered the outermost light curtain, the oasis team should receive a prompt that someone was attacking. Regardless of whether this guess is true or not, they must immediately run to find cover the moment they enter the light curtain. After taking a deep breath, he quickly stepped across the light curtain. The moment he entered the light curtain, a gunshot was heard. Fortunately, he had a strong vision and saw the direction of a person along the firelight. Fearing that the man would run away, Chungmu threw 2 grenades directly at him. The man looked at the black thing flying in the air, stood up and ran into the woods behind him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chungmu's strength. The grenade flew in the air at a very fast speed and reached the man in the blink of an eye. After a loud bang, a game prompt appeared in front of Chungmu. Enemies in the current oasis have been killed, 1 of 3. There are only 3 people in this oasis? It seems that they may have suffered casualties due to the attack of another hunting team just now. Without thinking about it anymore, he threw a few more grenades in other directions. With the cover of the explosion, he quickly ran behind a house. As he ran behind the house, more than a dozen gunshots were heard. But this time, there was no muzzle flame. It seemed that the guns of these 2 people should be equipped with something like a flash suppressor. Although he did not determine the exact position through the muzzle flame, he also judged the approximate position from the gunshots. The remaining 2 people, one was beside the woods on the other side, and the other should be in the house in the corner. As he ran, he threw 3 grenades at the man near the woods. Even if these 3 grenades didn't kill the man, they would at least cripple him. If the trees in the woods weren't too dense, and he wasn't afraid of not being able to hit the man, he wouldn't have been willing to throw 3 grenades at once. Then he threw 2 more grenades into the building. As the explosion sounded, the game prompted him that he had killed another person. And then a scream came from the building. Don't kill me. I'll give you all the supplies. Sorry. The supplies are mine whether I kill you or not. And I'll feel at ease only if I kill you. Chungmu ignored the scream and threw another grenade into the building. As the explosion sounded, the game prompted him that he had wiped out all the members of the current Oasis team. Chapter 68 Late Night Raid. After getting rid of these 3 people, Chungmu looked at the grenade in his hand and felt a little nervous. He was almost killed by this thing at the beginning. If the person who was fighting with him for the Oasis had a few more grenades, he would be in trouble. This grenade is currently his most powerful weapon besides the sword skill. He doesn't know if others have grenades. If others do, they will throw more than 10 at him at once. Even if he can run away at a very fast speed, he will probably be injured. In other words, the materials for making gunpowder are really hard to come by. Otherwise Chungmu would not have planned to use guns, but to make 100 or 80 grenades and throw them at people. This is much more useful than guns. However, after a while, there should be weapons that are more powerful than grenades. After cleaning up everything in the Oasis, Chungmu decomposed 7 power cores from the cars in the Oasis. There are 7 cars here. As for which side these cars belong to, he doesn't know. Anyway, it's okay to be able to decompose them. After finishing everything, he returned to the Mud King with these things. Seeing that he brought so many supplies back, Xiao Lucha hurried over to ask about his well-being. Yunchi hummed and began to sort out these supplies silently. Chungmu was lying on the bed with his legs spread out to rest, and Xiao Lucha was massaging him beside him. After he came back, he also focused on describing the battle scene just now, and used a lot of exaggerated techniques. He focused on describing how dangerous the battle tonight was, and how he had made tremendous efforts to retreat, and he almost died there. Xiao Lucha explained repeatedly after hearing this, with tears in her eyes. Yunchi was also moved after hearing this. After packing up the supplies, she came over to join the team giving Chungmu a massage. Wang Kai, on the other hand, lowered his head and ate his meal. After resting for a while, he took out the coordinate meter and saw that it was a bit far from the third oasis. So he decided to get closer. Chung Mu drove the Mud King towards the coordinates of the third oasis. It was already dark, but the visibility was still good after turning on the high beam. He had no habit of traveling at night before, but now he had to race against time. After driving for another hour or two, he planned to stop and rest. If he didn't adjust his condition to the best, there might be a big problem. After all, he only had one life. Even if he had Spring Brother armor, he couldn't just waste time. But when he took out the coordinate instrument and looked at it again, he changed his mind. Even if he set out at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, he would have to wait until noon to reach the oasis. This was not easy. After 8 o'clock tomorrow, the oasis would drop supply boxes again. Apart from anything else, if the people inside were lucky enough to collect enough drawings for making automatic rifles, and a few people shot at him with guns, it would be enough to make him drink a pot. Moreover, he opened the game panel and saw that the oasis at that coordinate had successfully resisted the attack of a hunting team. Each of them also obtained attribute points and the materials of those attackers. If they were asked to come up with a few good blueprints tomorrow morning, it would be a bit difficult for him to deal with them. After resisting once, these people must have known how to arrange tactics better. Chung Mu was the only one who could fight. Little Green Tea's attribute points were not suitable for fighting. Although Yunqi was better, if he let her go with him, he would definitely be distracted. So it was better not to bring her. He now feels that this version change seems to be more powerful for the oasis. When he killed the yellow-haired guy, he should have asked them what drawings they got that day. There might not be such a good opportunity to force them to confess later. If the game really releases high-level purple boxes every day, then it will be more beneficial to the oasis. The more people there are, the stronger they will be. The situation he guessed before that many people would hunt the same oasis is probably unlikely to happen. If so many people really gathered outside an oasis, not only inside the oasis, but also outside would definitely fight first. Thinking of this, he felt that it would be the safest plan to raid the oasis tonight. He called Yunqi and Zyluoka over, told them his idea, and asked them to take turns driving while he went to sleep in the back to keep enough energy. After listening to them, they agreed happily. After all, the most dangerous things were done by Chung Mu, and staying up late to drive a car was not worth mentioning. Chung Mu immediately went back to the bed in the back to sleep, resting enough energy to face the challenge tomorrow morning. Chung Mu woke up at just after 7 in the morning and found that he had not yet reached the oasis. But it was almost there. The oasis was already in sight, and he would reach it in about 10 minutes. The oasis in front of him was still directly exposed in the desert, with no shelter around it, although it was easy for others to find it. If you think about it from another angle, people inside could also easily find people outside, like the oasis in the basin before him. It was not easy to be found, but if there was no light curtain to protect it, if someone swooped down from the top of the mountain to attack him, he would also be in a very difficult situation. Everything has two sides. He estimated that the people in the oasis had already noticed the Mud King. After all, it was hard not to be noticed for such a large size. Now little Green Tea was driving the Mud King, while Yunqi was sleeping on the co-pilot seat. He went over to wake Yunqi up, and then switched shifts with little Green Tea. Chung Mu asked them to wash their faces and wake up. After he entered the oasis, the two of them would have to stay on the Mud King to prevent any emergencies, such as another team suddenly attacking the oasis. The probability of this happening is still relatively high. There are still more than 8,000 people left in the game, and there are only more than 80 oases. On average, nearly 100 people attack each oasis, and now several hunting teams have already attacked the next oasis. These teams are ranked second in the game, and Chung Mu's record of destroying 2 oases is temporarily ranked first. However, he looked at the game panel and found that the number of oasis teams that successfully resisted the attack was much greater than those they successfully hunted. He looked at the storage box again. There were not many grenades left. Only 2 or 3. Just now, he tried to buy the raw materials for making gunpowder in the group again, but only one of them was sold. Unfortunately, all 3 raw materials were needed to make gunpowder. The plan of relying on grenades to attack and kill everyone inside was not feasible. But now that they were in front of him, he had to force it. The longer it took, the more trouble it would cause. Chapter 69 Decisive. Chung Mu put on all his equipment, picked up his weapon, and walked towards the outermost light curtain of the oasis. He looked at the time on his watch. 7:37. If he stayed in the oasis until 8 o'clock, would the game also give him a purple supply box? After all, Even if he didn't choose to inherit the oasis after wiping out the people inside, the oasis would disappear after an hour. First, kill the people inside, and only after killing them will he be qualified to think about these problems. He looked through the light curtain into the oasis, but didn't see any figures. It seemed that the group of people were hiding. When he walked past the light curtain, there was no expected gunshot, but a middle-aged man covered in blood crawled out of the room with difficulty. Chung Mu looked at him from a distance, and also observed the surroundings vigilantly. This middle-aged man was estimated to be in his 30s, with ragged clothes and terrible wounds all over his body. Most of these wounds had already coagulated, and he was dragging a broken leg behind him. Before he came out of the room, he shouted to Chung Mu in a weak voice, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am the only one left in this oasis. I will give you all the supplies you want. The supplies are in the room behind me. As long as you don't kill me, they are all yours." After hearing this, Chung Mu raised his hand and shot the man in the head. What a joke. What does it have to do with me if there are a few people left in this oasis? What I want is that there can only be me in the oasis. If I am kind to others, I will be cruel to myself. After he shot and killed the man, he did not let his guard down, but looked around more vigilantly. Sure enough, when he killed the middle-aged man, a game prompt appeared in front of him. 1/4 of the enemies in the current oasis have been killed. It seems that this person must have been seriously injured in the last battle and lost his ability to fight. He was chosen by his teammates to be a bait. After all, with his current injuries, he would die anyway. It would be better to use his remaining energy to have a chance of survival. When he had just dealt with the half-dead middle-aged man, a man stood out from the swimming pool not far from him. The water surface of the swimming pool was not completely level with the edge of the swimming pool, and there was a distance difference of several dozen centimeters. So from Chung Mu's direction, there was also a certain blind spot in vision. The man who stood out was holding an AK in his hand, and then he fired wildly at Chung Mu. At the same time, a man also came out of the house closest to Chung Mu, also holding an AK in his hand, and fired at Chung Mu. Chung Mu looked at the trajectory of the bullets in the air. The firing rate of AK is much faster than that of pistols. He could no longer dodge bullets like in the Matrix. It would be easy to get into trouble. He ran away. Fortunately, there were only 30 bullets in an AK magazine. It took time to change the magazine. Besides, the accuracy of these two people was not very accurate. So even though they had powerful weapons, they could not do anything to Chung Mu. While he ran, he threw a grenade into the swimming pool. There was no cover around the man in the swimming pool. With Chung Mu's throwing accuracy, even if the man hit in the water, he would definitely be blown to death. After throwing it into the pool, he threw another into the building closest to him. With an explosion, the kill prompt appeared in front of him. Enemies killed in the current oasis, February 4th. The man in the building was not killed. Chung Mu was a little disappointed. In his imagination, both of them should have been killed. But even if this person was not killed, he must have been seriously injured. The house was blown open by the grenade, and a person stumbled in from inside. One of his arms was blown off from the elbow, revealing broken bone spurs and flesh residue, and his face was also cut off by the exploding grenade. The whole person was probably unconscious because of the grenade. Otherwise, he would not have run out of the cave in a panic. If he had hidden in the room, he could have survived for a while. But none of this mattered. Anyway, there was only one ending for him, and that was death. After a gunshot, enemies in the current oasis have been killed, March 4th. Chung Mu looked around more vigilantly. There was one last person. Just as he was thinking about how to find the last person, a woman came out of the innermost house. She had 2 pistols in her hands, both of which were pointed at her head. Don't kill me. I still have some use for you." Chung Mu was originally going to kill this woman directly, but after hearing what she said, he asked her, "What use are you to me?" To put it bluntly, it's best not to challenge my patience. You can only get the supplies if you kill me. I have already disassembled the power core of the vehicle and hidden it. She paused, adjusted her breathing, and then continued, "You will never find it without me. If you let me go, I will tell you where the power core is hidden. We have also hidden the supplies separately. You will never be able to find all the supplies if you kill me. If you dare to shoot me and torture me, I will commit suicide, and you will never get the power core." Before the woman finished her words, Chung Mu shot her in the head, and then the game prompt subtitles appeared in front of him. successfully wiped out an oasis team, and all members of the hunting team were rewarded with 1 attribute point. Chungmu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Keeping her would only be a hidden danger. Who knows if what she said is true or not? It is better to search by yourself than to listen to her nonsense for a long time. Time is tight. He doesn't have so much time to listen to this woman's nagging. You hid the things? Okay. Then I'll kill you, and you can go find it yourself. As for the power core, it would be best if you can find it. But if you can't find it, there's nothing you can do. He has to attack at least 7 more oases next. Even if he can't get the power core in this oasis, he will definitely get it in the remaining 7. The oasis is not big, nor is it small. After killing this woman, the game also starts to prompt that this oasis will disappear in an hour. It is still quite difficult to search the oasis carefully in this hour. And I don't know if this group of people really hid the things. He sent a message to Yunchi and Xyluka, telling them to come in and help search if there was nothing outside. After a while, they also entered the oasis, looking at the corpses on the ground in front of them. They also frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Chungmu told them about the situation here, the 3 of them immediately began to search for supplies in the oasis separately. Chapter 70. Oil pills for foot. It must be said that this oasis team is much better than the previous 2 in terms of strength and vigilance. They are even ready to use the hidden supplies as bargaining chips for the final negotiation. Unfortunately, they met Chungmu. Although Chungmu did not have all the supplies, he was not short of supplies, and he had more than a dozen power cores in his hands. He estimated that this group of people used these hidden supplies as a last resort. If the other party was really fooled, they might have a backup plan and even set a trap in advance. He recalled that the woman just now didn't look panicky, as if all this had been rehearsed in advance. Thinking of this, he quickly notified Xyluka and Yunchi, asking them to be careful when searching for supplies, and not to look for them if they really couldn't find them. Life and property are the first priority. If you save your life, you can still slowly look for supplies later. If you lose your life, no matter how many things you have, they will be useless. As time goes on, the remaining oasis team should become more difficult to deal with, whether it is equipment strength or combat experience. Chungmu thought about these things while searching for supplies. While searching for supplies, Chungmu casually looked at the time on his watch. It was already past 8 o'clock. But the game did not drop any oasis boxes in this oasis. It seems that the game will only drop supply boxes when there are members of the oasis team alive in the oasis. If I had known, I would have killed that woman later. This way, I could have gotten an extra supply box for free. And by the way, I could have seen whether the one dropped by the game was a high-level purple supply box. No longer thinking about these things, Chungmu focused on finding supplies and power cores. The people didn't hide the supplies, but they were scattered, and it would take some effort to collect them. He really didn't see the power core. But soon, a piece of disturbed soil caught his attention. This group of people should have hidden a power core here. Right? Looking at the soil in front of him, Chungmu immediately found tools to dig up the soil, but only found a power core inside. These 4 people had resisted the attack of another hunting team once, and with their own vehicles, there should be no shortage of power cores. It seems that they hid the power cores separately. He had to continue looking, but he didn't see any signs of disturbed soil in other places. This group of people is still quite good at hiding things. After a while, Xyluka and Yunchi also sent messages, saying that they had found a power core and other supplies. As the 3 of them continued to search, an hour was about to pass. Chungmu was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. If he was given enough time, he could find everything. But 1 hour was obviously not enough. After putting everything he found into the storage box, Chungmu drove towards the coordinates of the next oasis. He took out the coordinate machine and found that the nearest oasis was more than 20 hours away by car. Even if the 3 of them worked in 3 shifts without stopping, they would have to wait until tomorrow morning to get there. Fortunately, the oasis in that area was densely populated, and it would only take a few hours to get there from other oases. Chungmu was not in a hurry to rush over now. Anyway, no matter how hard he rushed, he would not be able to get there before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the people inside would get the supply box again. In this case, it would be better to go there slowly, so that he could rest up enough energy, and maybe there would be other people who would attack this oasis first to help him grind blood. Thinking of this, Chungmu also relaxed his mood. The 3 battles in the past 2 days were also a big consumption for him. It was a good opportunity to take a good rest. He also asked them to exercise. He asked Yunchi and Xyluka to count the materials they had harvested in the past 2 days. After destroying the oasis last night, they were busy on the road and had no time to check the harvest. From the materials of the past 2 days, a total of 6 relatively useful drawings were found. The main reason was that there were not many things looted from the oasis today. Otherwise the harvest would definitely be more than these. Chungmu was driving, so he asked Xyluoka to read the contents of this better quality blueprint to him. And Xyluoka's sweet voice rang in his ears. Blueprint 1, Level 6 Storage Box Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Reinforced Steel Ingots *10. Note, you can upgrade to Level 6 only if you have a Level 5 storage box. Blueprint 2, Rifle Bullet Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Alloy Ingots *5. Steel Ingots *2. Note, 30 rifle bullets can be made at a time. Drawing 3, Reinforced Puncture-Proof Tire Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Reinforced Steel Ingots *5. Reinforced Alloy Ingots *5. Reinforced Rubber *5. Note 1, Durable puncture-proof tires can even withstand high-speed bullets. Note 2, please don't shoot your puncture-proof tires with a gun. Drawing 4, Extreme Telescope Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Reinforced Plastic *1. Reinforced Glass *2. Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1. Note 1, it allows you to see farther. Note 2, do not use this telescope to peek at women bathing. Drawing 5, Li Mei Incendiary Bomb Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements, Gasoline *1. Gunpowder *1. Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1. Reinforced Steel Ingot *1. Note 1, this incendiary bomb needs to be equipped with a grenade launcher to launch. Note 2, you can also choose to throw it out with your hands, but it will not explode. And there is a high probability of causing others to laugh. Note 3, do not use this incendiary bomb to make barbecue. Note 4, when the opponent uses this incendiary bomb, the damage increases by 50%. Drawing 6, Drawing for Manufacturing Foot Oil Pills. Manufacturing Requirements, Small Magic Core *1. Windgrass *1. Note 1, after taking this pill, your speed will be increased to a certain extent in a short period of time. Note 2, after the increased time is over, your reputation will be greatly enhanced. In short, reputation has been established. Note 3, please take this pill when there is a person of the opposite sex around you. Otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Stop. Read the 6th blueprint again. So little green tea read the contents of the 6th blueprint to him again. Chungmu was shocked after hearing it. There are small magic cores? And what is the swift wind grass? He had killed many small and medium-sized animals before, but he had never seen a magic core. And he had never seen this swift wind grass. If it weren't for this blueprint today, he would have thought that only killing large animals would produce magic cores. From this point of view, the probability of getting a magic core is too low. Right? And the large magic core obtained by killing the mammoth before was just a stroke of luck. Chapter 71 Acquisition of Blueprints. However, it is possible that the probability of exploding a magic core is low now. Maybe after the next version update, the probability of exploding a magic core will rise sharply. He probably can't make this foot grease pill for the time being, but the other blueprints are very useful. Rifle Bullet Blueprint. With this, even if you have unlimited firing rights, the cost of making bullets is still relatively high, so you still have to use them sparingly. There is no rush to make incendiary bombs now. This thing must be used with a grenade launcher to be effective. I can ask in the group later if anyone has the blueprint of the grenade launcher. But no one will sell this thing. But it's not certain. If someone happens to have this thing, and I have the materials he needs, then I can negotiate the deal. I will buy the materials for manufacturing the telescope and the run-flat tire in the group later, and make these too. As for the level 6 storage box, he upgraded it casually. 10 reinforced alloy ingots. Not worth mentioning. After finishing these things, Chungmu continued to drive towards the next oasis. He casually opened the ranking panel, and found that the ranking of the oasis teams had changed a lot. The first ranked oasis team had resisted the attacks of the hunting team 5 times. This team is quite powerful, and it can resist 5 attacks. Although there are some scumbags in the temporary hunting team, there are 5 teams anyway. The second place is tied for third place by 3 oasis teams that successfully resisted 4 attacks. The ranking of the hunting team was that he was ranked first. And the second place was tied by 5 teams that had completed 2 huntings. He opened the coordinate point and looked at the coordinates of the first-ranked oasis team. It was a bit far away from him. It would take 2 or 3 days to get there now. If it weren't for the time problem, Chung Mu would have wanted to hunt this team. Each of them had obtained 5 attribute points. If they let the snowball roll, it would be a big threat to him. He opened the chat group and saw that many people were going to hunt this oasis ranked first. After all, there were abundant supplies in it. Yes, that's the way it should be. You guys go quickly. So many people will kill the other side in a round-robin battle. He really wanted to add fuel to the fire in the chat group. However, many people in the chat group also said that there must be extremely powerful weapons in this oasis. Otherwise it would be impossible to withstand 5 attacks. And the people in it have also obtained so many attribute points. It must be difficult to deal with them. And going in now is just sending them to death. It is better to attack other oases. Seeing these discouraging words, Chung Mu was very angry. Damn. This group of netizens is the worst group I have ever led. He decided that he must add fuel to the fire. But he couldn't do it himself. Because he was too famous. If everyone unanimously asked him to attack the oasis after he spoke in the group, it would be contrary to his expectations. He imagined that everyone would rush up to consume blood. And the last person on the other side would be seriously injured. And then he would go in and take advantage of the leak. But now those who originally wanted to attack have been a little bit discouraged by these people. This generation of netizens is too disobedient. Most people are bullies who are afraid of the strong. If these people in the group continue to talk, I am afraid that no one will dare to attack them. He gave the task of fanning the flames to Xiaoluoka and Yunqi, and asked them to frantically encourage everyone in the group to attack this oasis. Anyway, everyone can only see the player's number in the group chat, and they don't know who is who. Unfortunately, the power of the 2 people is not very strong, and the words they sent out did not cause much waves in this chat group. Although this oasis withstood 5 attacks, it must have suffered certain casualties from these 5 teams. When the system task is completed, if there is enough time, we can try to destroy this oasis. But now we still have to think about how to complete the task. After completing this task, the system should be able to upgrade. He is looking forward to what the upgraded system will look like. Without thinking about it anymore, he sent a message in the chat channel to see if he could get some useful supplies. Purchase reinforced plastic blueprints, reinforced glass blueprints, reinforced rubber blueprints. And by the way, long-term purchase of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, the 3 materials, at preferential prices. I haven't seen you talk for a long time. Is your hunting team still short of people? Can I join your team if I contribute supplies? Brother, I contribute myself. Please let me join your team. I am petite and can warm the bed. You've all rolled up. Right? Okay. I'll roll up too. I'll contribute myself and the supplies. As soon as these 2 messages appeared in the chat group, Chung Mu felt Yunqi's murderous gaze. Of course, these people were just talking nonsense. If they really had ideas, they would have sent him private messages long ago. However, it may be that Chung Mu rarely replied to private messages and didn't see their messages. After all, there were too many people who sent him private messages, 99 plus every day. And he was so busy that he didn't have time to read these messages. Boss, I have the blueprint for reinforced rubber. Let's chat privately. But I have no gold. You have to pay the handling fee. Can anyone give me some food? I haven't eaten for 15 days. I'm starving. I have the blueprint for reinforced glass. I want to exchange it for the blueprint for reinforced steel ingot. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me? I haven't found a team yet. The hunting team is short of 1 person. If you are interested, chat privately. The team is still short of a nurse. Those who can nurse can come. Those who can't nurse, please don't bother. I have a charcoal. It's too hard to open. I opened countless boxes to get this one. I want to use it to exchange for a power core. You exchange your mother's. Fuck. Grandson. If you have the guts, tell me the coordinates. I'll go over and kill you. After not being in the chat group for so long, Chung Mu almost forgot that the atmosphere of the chat group was so joyful. And this group of stupid netizens became even more stupid. Chung Mu also found a person who traded 3 drawings from this information. He now has a variety of drawings in his hand. Except for those that are useful to him. He can take out the other useless drawings to trade. However, he still hadn't collected the raw materials for making gunpowder. It seemed that he had almost bought all the raw materials yesterday. During this period, he asked the man with the charcoal. But who knew that this idiot actually offered a power core? After getting the blueprint, Chung-Mu also collected enough basic materials for making reinforced materials, and then prepared to make the blueprint equipment he got in the past 2 days. Chapter 72 Reebok Shoes with Baskets. He used the purchased materials to make hundreds of rifle bullets, and also made telescopes and explosion-proof tires. As for the incendiary bombs, they could not be used for the time being, so he put them aside. Chung-Mu picked up the telescope and took a look. He had to say that this telescope really allowed him to see farther. No wonder it was called a telescope. The telescope allowed him to more than double his field of vision. With this thing, he could observe enemies farther away. But it would be nice if this telescope had a heat detection function, just like in the movies. In this way, he wouldn't have to look for enemies every time he entered the oasis. He could just use this thing to open a perspective, and then go in and kill them. He felt that as time went on, this kind of thing would appear in the game. After all, at the beginning, he only found some basic supplies and relatively ordinary blueprints in the box. But now, he can find some fancy blueprints. Later, the explosion rate of magic cores after killing beasts should also increase. Otherwise, it would be better not to give blueprints without materials. Then all kinds of powerful weapons should appear. But all kinds of equipment with strong defense should also appear gradually. Otherwise, it will be too unbalanced. If a person finds a big killer, he can just sweep the whole map with this weapon. Chung-Mu is looking forward to what the next game will be like. But now, he has to make himself stronger in order to survive in the constantly updated game. Will the next game version update be related to Oasis? Chung-Mu didn't know. And he couldn't guess. Maybe the game suddenly felt that the Oasis was not fun anymore, and then immediately came up with a good job. The morning passed quickly, and in a few hours of this morning, 2 purple supply boxes were found. Adding the boxes he picked up on the road before, he now has 6 purple supply boxes in his hand. He stopped Mud King. He was busy on the road before and didn't have time to look at these 6 boxes. Now he has enough time. And he is free anyway, so he might as well take a look at what is in these purple supply boxes. There are also 2 high-level items in the 6 purple supply boxes, with AD plus return. Chung-Mu opened the 6 boxes one by one. He first opened 2 boxes with D plus returns, and the first box contained a giant beetle. He remembered that the first time he saw this thing was when it was opened from the box that Yuan-Chi traded to him. This thing also contributed to his completion of the system task. At that time, it caused Chung-Mu a little trouble. But now, Chung-Mu solved it in no time. After dealing with the giant beetle, he also decomposed a giant beetle shell, and the materials for making bulletproof armor were enough. A giant falcon flew out of the second box. Although this falcon was not as big as the giant eagle he had encountered before, it was much faster than the eagle and more aggressive. The falcon in the air could easily dodge the bullets fired by the pistol. Chung-Mu had no choice but to take out the AK and fired a burst of bullets at it when it was about to attack him. Fortunately, his accuracy is high enough. If someone else had tried, it would have been difficult to hit the giant falcon. After killing the giant falcon, 2 flying feathers and some meat pieces were decomposed. However, these 2 flying feathers are just a drop in the bucket for him to build the wings of Icaros. Flying feathers are difficult to obtain. If he wants to build it, he will see if he can buy enough flying feathers later. The remaining 4 boxes were all rotten fish and shrimps. Chung-Mu also asked Yunchi and Xyluka to kill 2 each to exercise their combat skills. 5 blueprints were opened from the 6 boxes. He took a look at them. 2 of them were relatively useful, and the other 3 were useless and could be traded for things in the future. Moreover, these 2 blueprints were beyond his expectations. One of the blueprints could actually directly improve the properties of the things made. Blueprint 1, Reebok Shoes with Basket Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Small Magic Core *2. Flying Feather *2. Reinforced Cloth *2. Reinforced Rubber *2. Note 1. Li Qian finally became a butterfly, and there are no more Reebok shoes in the world. Note 2. Those who wear this shoe will have Agility attribute +2 and Charm attribute -3. Note 3. The dog will not die well. Drawing 2. Feather Arrow Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing requirements: reinforced steel ingot *1. Reinforced alloy ingot *1. Feather *1. Note 1. This is an extremely sharp arrow with a very fast shooting speed. Note 2. Only with a powerful bow can it exert its greatest power. It seems that his speculation should be true. As the game progresses, more high-quality equipment will appear in the box. Apart from the blueprints he sees before. These two blueprints almost prove this point. After all, the high-quality blueprints obtained in the past 2 days were all obtained from the oasis. And it is not possible to conclude only through these. It is possible that the boxes placed in the oasis by the game are special after all. So they have so many strange blueprints. And the boxes opened today were all picked up by him on the road. He had opened boxes with a profit level of D+ before. And there was no equipment like this in them. Especially this Reebok shoe with a basket. It was the first time he had seen something that could directly improve attributes. Although wearing this pair of shoes would reduce some charm attributes, it was not permanent. Moreover, he still didn't know what the charm attribute was used for. When the materials were enough, he would make this Reebok shoe and see if there was any change after wearing it. If they felt that they were not handsome enough, it meant that this attribute was still useful. It is also good for Chungmu to attract more opposite sex. And adding 2 points of agility attribute is a big improvement for him. With these 2 points of agility, it will be easier for him to dodge bullets. It was noon soon. After eating something casually, he continued to head towards the 4th oasis without taking a long rest. He planned to drive non-stop until midnight today, then rest for a few hours, and then continue to set off at 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. In this way, he can reach the 4th oasis around 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. During this time, there should be other teams attacking this oasis. I hope the people in this oasis can hold out for 2 more days. Although the longer they hold out, the worse it will be for him. But if everyone dies before he gets there, it will be even worse for him. However, there is no better choice at the moment. This 4th oasis is the closest to him, and the distribution of this oasis is relatively dense. If he runs in another direction, it will be even more difficult to complete the system task. Chapter 73: Silk Stocking Manufacturing Blueprints. The afternoon passed quickly, and he picked up 3 more purple boxes on the road. He was too lazy to stop and pick up the other white boxes, as they were not worth the effort. Now there were too many basic supplies to put in, and the white boxes could only produce some of the lowest end supplies. This was of no use to him. If he traded it, it would probably not be enough to pay the handling fee. If it was a yellow box, he would still drive over to pick it up. After all, there were 2 people in the car who could get blueprints from the yellow boxes. After driving for an afternoon, Chungmu felt a little tired. It wasn't that his body was tired. His body had been strengthened with so many attribute points. So this strength was nothing to him. This feeling of fatigue was mental. It was too boring to keep driving. The scenery along the way was basically unchanged, which easily caused visual fatigue, and then sleepiness. After being sleepy, you have to concentrate to stop being sleepy. But concentrating will consume more energy. Repeating this many times will make you very tired mentally. Let Yunchi come to the meeting. And he went to play with little green tea in the back. No. He went to play with little green tea. After playing with little green tea, he asked little green tea to replace Yunchi's shift, and then continued to play with Yunchi. But he didn't dare to neglect Yunchi. After a pleasant play, he gave the task of driving tonight to the 2 of them, and he needed to rest. After all, playing was very physically demanding. Lying on the bed, Chungmu enjoyed Yunchi's massage while opening the Oasis ranking panel of the game. He wanted to study tomorrow's opponent and plan the offensive route. Currently, the Oasis team ranked first still successfully resisted 5 attacks. It seems that no one dares to touch it for the time being. There are also several Oasis teams that were not on the ranking list before, but they have recently successfully resisted an attack and won the ranking. He took a look and found that there are more than 50 Oases in the game, and more than 20 have been attacked. These are just numbers on the game panel, but behind each number is a living life. However, Chungmu has no choice. If he doesn't kill others, he may be killed by others. Moreover, he was accompanied by Yunchi and Xiaoluka, so he had to think about them if not himself. If the Oasis continued to disappear at this rate, he might not be able to complete his mission before all the remaining Oases were gone. And now he could only reach the next Oasis tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. So he could only pray that the remaining Oases could hold out for a while longer. at least until he could complete his mission. People are always fickle, and he had hoped that the people in the oasis would not get any good blueprints. Now, he hopes that the game will put some powerful weapons in, but not too much. It would be best if everything is under his control. If the people in the oasis are too weak, their system tasks will be lost if they all die. But this situation should not happen. The game will put another batch of boxes in after 8 o'clock tomorrow. As long as they can survive tonight, it will be fine. Most oases may suffer some casualties after resisting the attack of the hunting team, and the game will release supplies according to the number of people in the oasis. If there are 5 people in the oasis, 5 supply boxes will be placed at a time. If there is only 1 person left, only 1 supply box will be placed. This is unreasonable. The fewer people there are, the more supply boxes should be placed. Otherwise, the strong will become stronger, and the weak will become weaker. However, this should also be the situation that the game wants to create. Although the strong are strong, they may lose everything if they are not careful. Although the weak are weak, they may be lucky enough to get good equipment and change their fate. This is also one of the fun of this game. Full of uncertainty. I wonder what the next update will be like. Chung Mu, lying in bed bored, began to think wildly again. Will there be a new map? Will there be any super creatures? What new gameplay will appear next week? Thinking about it, Chung Mu slowly fell asleep in bed, while Yunchi and Xiaoluka took turns driving to the coordinates of the next oasis. At about 1 a.m., Chung Mu woke up, and Yunchi and Xiao Lucha also got into bed. And then he hugged them and fell asleep slowly. During this period, his little hands were not very honest, and they tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. At about 3 a.m., Chung Mu woke up again. Before completing the task, he kept thinking about these things in his mind, and he couldn't sleep well. In addition, he went to bed early yesterday and recovered his energy well, so he decided to set off now. It was still quite cold outside in the desert late at night. After tucking the quilt for them, Chung Mu started the Mud King and continued to move towards the coordinate point. He looked at the coordinate machine. It was no surprise that he would be able to reach the oasis before noon today. The huge sun slowly rose from the distant horizon. Chung Mu looked at the sun. If he was still sleeping at this time, he should also rise like the sun. Right? After a while, Yunchi got up from the bed first, washed up and started to prepare breakfast. After packing everything, she walked to the bed and lifted up the quilt of Little Green Tea. Little Green Tea then whimpered and reluctantly got up from the bed. Seeing them like this, Chung Mu's mouth corners slowly rose. And then he turned to them and said, "You two should sleep for a while after dinner. I don't need your help here." "No need." "Humph. Stinky Chung Mu. Why didn't you say it earlier? You two should rest for a while now. It's useless to get up now. Take a good rest. I will need you two to pay attention to the surroundings when I enter the oasis at noon." After Chung Mu said this, the Little Green Tea girl rubbed her eyes without even eating and continued to run to the bed, while Yunchi quietly finished her meal and cleaned up everything before going to bed. Looking at the two of them, Chung Mu also felt a warm feeling in his heart. Although they had only been together for a few days, he could feel their feelings. After all, he was not a wooden man. In this place where the strong prey on the weak and everyone only wants to gain greater benefits, it is really unspeakable happiness to have someone who can be sincere to you. While driving, Chung Mu was constantly recalling this feeling of happiness in his heart. When he was happily recalling it and smiling foolishly, a message in the chat group attracted his attention. Selling a stockings manufacturing blueprint. The stockings made are random colors. If you are interested in buying, please private message me. Chapter 74, I want this blueprint 9527. As soon as this message appeared in the group, it caused a burst of scolding and teasing. Fuck. You can sell this rubbish blueprint? Are you crazy about money? Damn. I won't even pick up this blueprint if it falls on the ground. This thing is useless. Even a woman wouldn't buy it. Who would you wear it for? Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 16 days, and I'm starving. If I get something like this from a supply box, I'll smash the supply box. Brother who sells the blueprint. Did you add the attribute points backwards? Did you add negative luck? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This stupid game can actually get something like this? Player No XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. The idiot who was banned above. What's so strange about getting this thing? I got it too. But I didn't expect someone to actually sell this blueprint. This thing can't even be exchanged for a steamed bun. Right? Another warrior died while charging the tower. Let's applaud him. The stockings are too cheap. If it was a blueprint of some kind of clothing, I would buy it. Yeah. Even women wouldn't buy it. It's a mystery whether it's warm or breathable. Hee hee. I want this blueprint. 9,527. I know. 9527 is a woman. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes last time. She is indeed a woman. Not necessarily a woman. He may have bought it to use as a holster. Maybe he bought this blueprint because there are women in his hunting team. Oh! It's so hard to find a woman to team up with. Last time, someone in the group said she was a woman and asked me to team up with her. I invited her and found out that she was a strong man over 2 meters tall. I'm not going to say it anymore. My butt still hurts. Shocked. The #1 player in a certain game actually did this. Shocked. What exactly is the purpose of a certain big guy's behavior? Is it the decline of morality or the extinction of humanity? I give you 50 loaves of bread. I will answer your question. Ignoring this group of stupid netizens, Chung Mu went to that person to buy the blueprint. Because that person also knew that the blueprint was useless. He also bought it at a negligible price. And the group of idiots in the group were still discussing why he wanted to buy the blueprint. What's more, some people have begun to believe that 9527 is a woman, and swear that they have seen 9,527 in person at a certain time and place. Chung Mu opened the blueprint he had just acquired, and the content of the blueprint instantly appeared in front of him. The materials for making stockings were very simple. Just some basic materials. And the colors were also random. He decided to give this blueprint to Yunchi and Xyluka. After all, everyone loves beauty. And it is very reasonable for him to appreciate beauty. Looking at Yunchi and Xyluka sleeping on the bed, he couldn't help laughing. And the sound almost woke them up. Chung Mu quickly became serious and focused on driving. The most important thing now was to find the next oasis as soon as possible. Business is important. Business is important. It was already past 8 o'clock. And the people in the oasis had obtained another supply box. And their strength had been enhanced. They had to hurry up and go there. These people might have only obtained some weapon drawings, which did not mean that they could make them immediately after obtaining them. For example, a grenade. This thing could not be made at all if there was only one drawing. The 4 materials needed to make it also require blueprints to make it, and cannot be made with basic materials. Thinking of the grenade, he sent a message in the chat group to see if he could buy some more basic materials for making gunpowder. But unfortunately no one else had these things. He had to hurry over. Otherwise the time was delayed for too long. If the people in the oasis had gathered enough materials to make powerful weapons, it would be troublesome. And there was more than one oasis. After he wiped out this one, there were still 6 waiting for him. Not only do we have to worry about the enemies in the oasis, but we also have to worry about them being killed by other hunting teams. Thinking of this, Chung Mu stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the target point at a high speed. He wanted to use the real man mode to fly over. But unfortunately, the Mud King could only be a real man for 2 minutes. While driving, he was also paying attention to the movements in this oasis to see if there was anything unusual. If everything went well, he could also complete the system task in this area. When it was past 10 o'clock, they both woke up, and he picked up another purple box. After checking it with the system, he found that it was just an ordinary purple supply box. So he threw it directly into the car. This level of box will be given to Yunchi and Xyluka in the future. It's a good opportunity for them to practice their attack skills every day, so that they won't panic when they encounter any emergency in the future. But don't worry too much about this. They are both the kind of people who, although they look a little weak, will never show mercy when it's time to take action. Just after 10:30, he saw that the oasis he was about to attack had resisted another attack, and had successfully resisted 2 attacks so far. Chung Mu didn't know whether they had obtained some powerful weapons to resist this attack, or whether they just killed the enemy by luck. If it was the latter, the people in the oasis should have suffered heavy losses, which saved him a lot of effort. He could just go over and pick up the leaks. But now, he couldn't be sure what was going on inside. In the car, he also asked Xyluka and Yunchi to take out the materials and drawings for making bulletproof armor from the storage box, and made the bulletproof armor. Although with his current strength, he can dodge ordinary firearms, and even powerful rifles like AK with this speed. But it is better to be cautious. If you have bulletproof armor, but don't wear it, it's pure pretense. No. It should be pure stupidity. Even Wonkai is not so stupid. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Wonkai, who was lying on the ground next to him, frowning and looking at Chungmu with a puzzled look. He laughed at Wonkai's silly look, looking at the desert in front of him. Chungmu took out the coordinate device from the storage box, and saw that he was about an hour's drive away from the oasis. It happened that the rest time given by the game was 1 hour, and he could attack directly after arriving. He asked Zyluoka and Yunchi to take out the weapons and equipment they would bring later, and then check them himself. He didn't know if the guns in the game would jam, but he felt that it shouldn't. But he still asked them to check it carefully. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 75: The Thrust of the Extreme Spear. While the two of them were checking their weapons and equipment, Chungmu was also approaching the coordinates of the oasis. Not long after, another oasis exposed in the desert appeared in sight. He took out the extreme telescope from the storage box and looked around, first observing the surroundings to see if there were other people waiting to attack this oasis. Fortunately, no other hunting teams were found. If there were, it would not matter. Just deal with them as well. After making sure there was no one around, he looked inside the oasis again. There were 2 bodies lying there that had not been cleaned up yet, and there were some bloodstains and traces of fighting. Apart from that, there was no sign of other people. They were probably hiding. In fact, if the strength in the oasis is not strong, it is also a good choice to drive the Mud King directly into it. Use the Mud King to create houses and shelters inside. With the current durability of the Mud King, it is no problem to create a few buildings. But he was afraid that the people inside might have some powerful weapons. If 5 people took AKs and fired a few rounds at the Mud King, it might destroy the Mud King. He didn't dare to take this risk. Soon Chungmu drove the Mud King to the oasis. The oasis was very quiet, and no one could be seen. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground and the mess after the battle, I'm afraid anyone would think that there was no one here. After Chungmu equipped all the weapons and protective gear, he picked up the telescope again to see if there were other people around. The oasis in this area is dense, which means that there will be more hunting teams here than in other places, so we can only face them with more caution. After letting Yunchi and Zyluoka be extremely careful, Chungmu entered the oasis. The moment he crossed the light curtain, he first shot the corpses on the ground twice. Then he felt a cold gaze staring at him, but he couldn't be sure where the gaze came from. It seemed to be in the building on the right, and in the woods on the left. If the people here had been hiding, it would have been a big problem for him. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. If the people in this oasis would attack him as soon as he entered like the previous oases, then this would be exactly what he wanted. But now the people in this oasis were obviously more patient and more sinister. He did not dare to be careless, and slowly followed the light curtain and approached the building on the right side little by little. At the same time, he was paying attention to his feet and surroundings every step he took to prevent any traps. Although this oasis just resisted an attack an hour ago, there should not be time to set traps. But it is better to be careful, because life is only one. Although he has 2 lives and can be resurrected once after death, this thing cannot be wasted and must be used carefully. Following the light curtain, he slowly approached behind one of the houses. There are many bullet holes on the wall of this house, and it seems that it has just experienced a war. The other 4 houses also have more or less damage, and the bullet holes on the wall are also very irregular. This means that there may be 5 members of the Oasis team in the Oasis just now, and each of them hid in a house to fight against the attacking hunting team. Otherwise, no one would waste bullets by shooting at the wall. After all, in the current game, even Chungmu only has enough bullets, and it is not enough to waste like this. However, all this is just his guess. It may also be that the other party is more cautious and fired a few shots at each building to see if there is an ambush. But no matter what the situation was, the hunting team had been killed by the people in the Oasis, and the ranking panel of the game also proved this. Chungmu looked at the holes on the wall and also looked around carefully to prevent someone from suddenly jumping out and shooting him. The holes were of different sizes. Some were small holes made by pistols, and more were made by powerful rifles like AK. Some holes had penetrated the entire wall. At this time, he remembered the benefits of grenades. If he still had grenades in his hand, he could just throw one into a building and blow it down. But even without grenades, He had other ways to destroy these buildings. He asked Little Green Tea to take the extreme spear out of the storage box and throw it into the oasis. Chung Mu raised one hand and shouted, "Spear!" The extreme spear flew into his hand like a stream of light. Chung Mu held the extreme spear tightly and threw it hard towards the wall full of holes in the building closest to him. With his current strength, the extreme spear thrown out is comparable to a bullet fired from a gun. The extreme spear rushed towards the wall at high speed, and the tip of the spear was deeply inserted into it. The wall was also broken into pieces of broken bricks by this insertion. Then he recalled the extreme spear, and as the extreme spear was pulled out, some broken stones were brought out from it. After several times, the wall was pierced by the extreme spear. Then, he aimed at the angle of the wall and threw it out with great force. With a bang, the building in front of him finally collapsed because it could no longer withstand the powerful thrust of the extreme spear. As the building collapsed, 3 bodies appeared in the ruins. Chung Mu immediately took out his pistol and shot each body in the head. After carefully looking around, he did not find anything unusual. He also picked up the extreme spear and continued to walk towards the second house. Aren't the people in the oasis supposed to stay hidden? I'll demolish these houses first, and then go to the car to get gasoline and lighters to burn the remaining woods. Let's see where you can hide. It's no wonder Chung Mu spent so much effort. The people in the oasis team didn't come out, which was very disadvantageous to him. Others could rely on their familiarity with this place to slowly waste time with him. But he didn't have so much time. After he finished this place, he had to hurry to the next one. The system's tasks would not wait for him. Although this behavior would take a little more time, it was indeed the safest. If he went directly into the building to search, he would be easily ambushed by the other party. After all, although his attribute points were much higher than others, he was not invulnerable to swords and guns. He would still die if he was shot. Moreover, in such a small space in the house, he might not be able to dodge if someone shot at him. Dodging bullets at a long distance is completely different from dodging bullets at a close distance. Moreover, there are so many rooms in this building. If he rashly goes in to look for someone, he will easily be ambushed by the enemy. So he also adopted this most reliable method. Chapter 76 Type 95. After destroying the first building, he walked towards the second building with the extreme spear, and looked around the surrounding environment more vigilantly. The extreme spear had some wear and tear after the previous thrusting, but it didn't matter. The materials used to make the extreme spear were just the most common steel ingots and alloy ingots. He would just make a few more for backup. It took a little effort to destroy the second house. He first fired a few shots at the wall with the AK, and then took out the extreme spear and threw it at the hole made by the shot. Soon, the second house was also destroyed by Chung Mu. The people in this oasis were really patient, and they hadn't made any noise until now. Could it be that they were beaten by the last attackers, and could only hide and dare not come out? Chung Mu had a question in his mind, but then he threw this idea behind his mind. What happened to the people inside had nothing to do with him. All he could do was to do everything he should do. Of course, he hoped that the people inside had no ability to resist. But he must not pin his hopes on such things. Over time, this would make him lazy from the bottom of his heart. After clearing his mind of thoughts, Chung Mu picked up the extreme spear and walked towards the third building. After a while, the third building also fell under the continuous thrusting of the extreme spear. Just as he was about to walk towards the fourth house, a strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. He looked around vigilantly, his fingers tightly on the trigger of the gun. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the woods in the distance, followed by flames and thick smoke. Chung Mu only glanced at the woods over there. After all, there was only an explosion and then no movement. And then, he looked around more cautiously. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking, followed by a sound of breaking wind that poured into Chung Mu's ears. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and a nearly 1 meter long steel arrow was flying out of the second floor window at a very fast speed, shooting at him. Everything happened in a flash. Chung Mu had no time to react, and could only roll to the side by instinct. This arrow was the fastest thing he had seen since he came here, except for the teleporting ball Chung. This arrow was even faster than the bullet shot by AK. Fortunately, he was very fast, and the steel arrow almost flew past Chung Mu's arm. He turned his head and saw that the nearly 1 meter long arrow had almost completely sunk into the ground beside him. Before he could make any move, Another arrow was shot out of the window. This time he saw the person who shot the arrow clearly. It was a pale-faced young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He held a huge bow in his hand. Chung Mu looked up from below and only saw half of the bow, and found that this half of the bow was almost half a person's height. There were only some basic anti-slip patterns on the bow, and other than that, there was nothing fancy, unlike the ordinary bows he had seen before, which were covered with exquisite carvings. Chung Mu knew that this ordinary-looking bow was the real killer, and it was much better than those fancy things he had seen in his previous life. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The second arrow, that was as fast as lightning, would not give him so much time to think about this or that. Looking at the oncoming arrow, he rolled to the side again. It was not easy to dodge such a fast arrow at such a short distance. If the man in the building shot a few more times, he would really be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the young man's face became even paler after shooting this arrow, and it seemed that he had no ability to shoot the third arrow. But the young man did not stop. He leaned down and quickly picked up an automatic rifle from the ground and aimed it at Chung Mu. Type 95. Chung Mu recognized this very handsome-looking gun. He had seen this model a lot in the military parade on Blue Star before. This gun has a faster firing rate than AK, and is much more stable than AK. However, it is not as durable as AK. At the same time, because the bullets used by this gun are slightly smaller than those of AK, its lethality is also slightly inferior to AK. But this does not prevent it from being a very classic rifle. And the automatic rifle bullets here seem to be universal. Not every gun is equipped with a dedicated bullet blueprint, so this gun may be ahead of AK in the game. Faster firing rate, longer range, and no less lethality due to universal bullets. So when he saw this young man holding this rifle, he was a little surprised. It seems that the supply boxes dropped in the oasis these 2 days are very good. Bang! After a gunshot, the young man upstairs leaned back and then fell heavily to the ground. Although he pulled out the gun quickly, he was not as fast as Chung Mu. And after shooting the 2 arrows, this man was obviously exhausted. Chung Mu seized this opportunity and shot him to death, just as he was about to look for other Oasis team members elsewhere. A game subtitle appeared in front of him. Successfully eliminated an Oasis team, and all members of the hunting team will be rewarded with 1 attribute point. Is he the only one in this Oasis? Chung Mu's tense nerves also relaxed with the appearance of this prompt. It must be said that this person is relatively strong in terms of supplies and tactics among the Oases eliminated in the past few days. The huge bow in his hand also posed a great threat to Chung Mu. This bow is very good, but it will belong to Chung Mu in the next second. If there are more people in this Oasis, Chung Mu will not be able to easily take this Oasis. Maybe he can only run away and temporarily abandon this Oasis to find the next one. Even if he can't attack it, Chung Mu is still confident in running away. It can be said that no one knows how to run away better than him, according to the rules of the game. It is just that the Oasis team cannot leave the Oasis, and the hunting team can leave even if they fail to attack the Oasis. However, even so, there are still many hunting teams that stay in the Oasis forever, which may be the reason why they ignore this point. This can also be regarded as a loophole in the rules of the game. If a hunting team composed of 5 people attacks the Oasis team, 4 people die inside, and 1 person runs out. In this case, as long as the person who ran out survives, the others can no longer attack the Oasis team. After all, the rules of the game are that multiple Oasis teams cannot attack an Oasis at the same time. Chung Mu has reason to suspect that this loophole in the rules was left intentionally in the game. Chapter 77 Rules Loophole? If this loophole was not left intentionally, then the game should have added a rule when formulating the rules for the Oasis battle. The hunting team can only leave the Oasis when the Oasis team is completely wiped out. It is normal that no one has noticed this rule. After all, everyone in the Oasis has been under high pressure in the past 2 days. I am afraid they are all thinking about how to resist the next attack and what supplies they can use. Who has the mind to think about this? Under the pressure of death, everyone racked their brains to think about how to resist the hunting team, but ignored this point. Also, for example, the hunting team that attacked the Oasis was composed of 5 people, and then the Oasis team killed 4 of them and captured the remaining 1. Does this mean that others can't attack? I guess not many people will think of this, but they haven't thought about it in the past few days. Maybe someone will come back to it later. It's dark under the lamp. It seems that this revision of the game still favors players in the Oasis. But this is not important to him. If he wanted to stay in the oasis, he would not have come out in the first place. Moreover, he could not complete the system task if he stayed in the oasis. The system task said that if he stayed in the oasis, he had to resist 10 attacks. He definitely could not resist 10 times. It was not his problem, but the problem of others. When everyone saw his oasis at 9,527 appear on the coordinate map at the beginning, there would definitely be many people who came to hunt him. After he successfully resisted several times, no one would dare to attack again. The oasis ranked first in the game has resisted 5 attacks. So no one wants to attack it anymore. After all, no one wants to die. Of course, some people think that after resisting so many times, there must be a lot of casualties. Unfortunately, no one knows the specific situation in each oasis, which is equivalent to gambling. When the chips on the gambling table become their own lives, no one dares to take risks to bet. Regarding the version update of Oasis, Jung-Moo still made some mistakes in judgment. He thought that this version update should be disadvantageous to Oasis. Now it seems that as long as this rule loophole can be used well, people in Oasis can easily survive for 7 days. However, this bias may be more severe in the next version update, because this is a survival game, not a vacation game. Do you really treat Oasis as your home? Don't think about Oasis anymore. Anyway, his current identity is a hunting team. Of course, he would never publicize what he thought of in the group. If anyone dared to lead the topic to the rules of the game, he would immediately stand up and change the topic. However, all this was when he had not completed the task. After completing the system task, you can do whatever you want. He was too lazy to care. After all, these days are killing and killing every day, and rushing every day, which is not small for the body and mind. After completing the task, you have to stop and rest. Jung-Moo stood up, patted the mud on his body, and then went to look for supplies and power cores in the oasis. He did not let Xyluoka and Yunchi come in to search together. After sending them a message to let them know he was safe, he went to search alone, because there might be bombs in this oasis. The explosion in the woods just now should be a remote-controlled bomb. While searching for supplies, he thought about the young man just now. His tactics were very good. He hid in the oasis at the beginning, which made Jung-Moo very passive. Then he hid in the room and coldly observed Jung-Moo's whereabouts, until Jung-Moo was about to attack the 4th building. He finally couldn't help but take action. The remote-controlled bomb in the woods also has 2 functions. The first function is that if someone goes directly to search the woods at the beginning, he can hide in the room and observe secretly. And when someone walks deep into the woods, he can immediately detonate the bomb to kill the people inside. Another function is to attract other people's attention. If someone does not search the woods at the beginning, but directly searches for the house, he can also find the right opportunity to detonate the bomb to attract other people's attention, and then take action immediately. Unfortunately, he met Jung-Moo. If it was another hunting team, he might be able to hold on for another wave. Jung-Moo found 5 vehicles that had not been disassembled in the oasis. He immediately disassembled the power cores of these vehicles. Unfortunately, there were no second-level vehicles, so he only disassembled 5 power cores. After looting the power cores, he found a dozen blueprints and some basic supplies in the oasis, as well as the guy's giant bow and Type 95. Soon, an hour would be up. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be only a dozen blueprints in this oasis. The blueprints they have in the oasis, plus the blueprints of the hunting team that has been wiped out, should be much more than this number. The other blueprints should have been hidden in a mess by these guys, and there is no way to find them. One reason is that the time is only 1 hour, after which the oasis will disappear, and the other is that there may be other bombs in this oasis. So he was very careful every time he searched an area, not daring to be careless. Although this bomb is very likely to be a remote-controlled bomb, and the person in charge of the remote control is already dead, Jung-Moo has always been very cautious when it comes to his life and property. This is also the reason why he did not let Xyluoka and Yunchi come in. If he encounters any emergency, he can basically handle it with his attributes. But it is not certain for the 2 of them. Finding more supplies will not make you rich, and finding less will not cause any loss. Anyway, even if you only find a steamed bun, it is already a steamed bun earned. So there is no need to be so greedy. If you are too greedy, you will easily kill yourself. It's almost an hour and Jung-Moo hasn't returned yet. Little Green Tea has been bombarding her with crazy text messages, And Yunqi also sends a message from time to time to ask what she is doing. Looking at these messages, Cheng Mu's heart is also warm. When he was fighting with the people in the oasis, the two of them didn't dare to send him messages, fearing that he would be distracted. After he dealt with the people in the oasis and reported to them that he was safe, the two of them began to send messages asking him to go back quickly. Cheng Mu could sense how worried they were every time he entered the oasis. Thinking of this, he walked back with a lighter step. After bringing all the things back to the Mud King, he also added the attribute points he had gained in the past few days. As the attribute points increased, Cheng Mu felt a warm current injected into him. Chapter 78, The Playful Rat Overlord Bao. After Cheng Mu finished adding points himself, he asked Xyluoka and Yunqi to add the attribute points they had gained in the past 2 days. For the time being, they just need to add strength and agility. They can't compare with Cheng Mu in this respect. Cheng Mu can add points evenly because of the system, while most people in the game should focus on 1 or 2 attributes to add points. The rewards given by the system this time should not be small. Right? After all, the difficulty of this mission is not small. While driving, he was thinking about the system tasks, and asked Yunqi and Xyluoka to check the materials and drawings obtained today. Soon, the two of them found 5 good quality drawings from the pile of materials, and Cheng Mu asked Xyluoka to read the contents of these drawings to him. Drawing 1, Overlord Bao Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Steel Ingot *2. Reinforced Alloy Ingot *2. Reinforced Wood *1. Animal Sinew *2. Note 1. The bow and arrow that was once used by the Shishu Overlord in the legend. Note 2. The stronger the user's power, the more powerful this bow is. Note 3. This bow cannot be used when the strength attribute is less than 5. Note 4. With powerful arrows, it can burst out with more powerful lethality. Drawing 2. Fine Steel Arrow Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Steel Ingots *2. Note 1. This is a powerful arrow. Note 2. Only with a powerful bow can it exert its greatest power. Drawing 3. QBZ-95 Automatic Rifle Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Alloy Ingots *2. Reinforced Steel Ingots *1. Reinforced Plastics *2. Note 1. An assault rifle with good stability, high accuracy and excellent balance. Drawing 4. Remote Control Bomb Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements: Gunpowder *2. Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1. Remote Control Chip *1. Note 1. It is recommended not to detonate the bomb next to the bomb, otherwise you will be killed. Note 2. A remote control is required to detonate the bomb. Drawing 5. Remote Control Bomb Remote Control Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Plastic *1. Remote Control Chip *1. Note: Can remotely control bomb explosion. Yes. With these 5 blueprints, Cheng Mu's strength has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Overlord Bao and Type 95 are both ready-made. The kid in the oasis has already made these 2 things for him. He is very interested in the Overlord Bao. This thing is more lethal than a gun, and it is very fast. The most important thing is that he found the blueprint of the feather arrow before, which can also be used. The feather arrow may not be as lethal as this fine steel arrow, but the shooting speed is definitely faster than it. If you shoot with this bow, I am afraid that no one in the game can dodge it. However, this bow has a poor endurance and is a bit troublesome to use. You just pull the bow, and the other person has already used up a magazine of bullets. Although this bow is not good for direct combat, it is still very good for sneak attacks. And as its attributes improve, the power of this bow will become stronger and stronger. The Type 95 gun is stronger than the AK in this game. Compared with the AK, the disadvantage of lethality has been leveled by the universal bullets, and the remaining stability, accuracy, etc. are better than the AK. He decided to use this gun as his main weapon in the future, and use the Overlord Bao when making sneak attacks. As for the remote control bomb, he is still a little short of gunpowder, and it is not as easy to use as a grenade. When fighting, others may not run towards the place where you bury the bomb. If you throw it directly, you have to take out the remote control to detonate it, and the power is not much stronger than a grenade. Fortunately, the chip for making it can be found directly in the supply box, and there is no need to use a blueprint to make it. Looking at the bomb blueprint, Cheng Mu also thought that if the man in the oasis had a few more bombs, he would be in danger. He buried one here and one there, and hid in the room without coming out. These bombs alone are enough to make Chungmu suffer. The task given by the system this time is a bit difficult. It would be unreasonable if it doesn't give 20 attribute points after completing the task. Chungmu knows that the more difficult the task is, the more generous the system rewards. Even if it can't give so many attribute points, there must be a lot of other rewards. And the most important thing is that after completing this task, the system will definitely be able to upgrade. Thinking of the upcoming system upgrade, Chungmu immediately became full of energy and continued to drive the Mud King towards the next oasis point. He took out the coordinate meter to check his position. The coordinates of the next oasis were not too far away. If he kept driving, he would be there by about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After letting the two of them cook something to eat, Chungmu went back to the bed in the back to rest. In the afternoon, Yunchi was asked to drive, and Xyluka was to massage his tense muscles. I'm afraid there would be another fight in the afternoon. Chungmu also took out the blueprint of the fine steel arrow and made 2 fine steel arrows. Although this thing may not be used in the recent battle, it is okay to make it first and put it aside. He also wants to try how powerful this arrow can be with his current strength attribute. And it is also good to practice with this bow when he has nothing to do. It is also good to play with it as a form of entertainment. Anyway, the arrows shot out are not disposable. As long as they can be picked up, they can be used all the time. To be honest, the cost of using this bow is still quite high. It takes 2 reinforced steel ingots, which is 10 ordinary steel ingots, to make a fine steel arrow. If the arrows were not reusable, he really couldn't afford to use them. He didn't plan to make feather arrows for the time being, because feathers were needed to make feather arrows. He didn't have much of this material at the moment, although he could encounter flying things in the sky every once in a while on the road. He was not in the mood to go hunting now. Completing the system tasks was the first priority, and he had to race against time. He couldn't waste time on such things. Feathers were only a decorative material for him at the moment, not a necessity. Not to mention that people in the oasis may find loopholes in the game rules over time. Even if others capture one more oasis, it will be a huge loss for him. You know, there are only a few oases left in the game, and one less oasis will be captured. If the oasis is gone, he will be in tears, and the system task will not relax the requirements for him because of this. Enjoying the massage of Xiao Lucha, Chungmu also closed his eyes and felt her strength with his heart. Under his training during this period, her skills have become more and more skilled. After today's work is completed, she will be rewarded. He turned around and told Yunchi that if she encountered a white supply box on the road, she should not stop to pick it up. As for the yellow one, she could still pick it up, but the purple one must be picked up. After saying this, he slowly fell asleep. He had to adjust his condition to the best before reaching the next oasis. Chapter 79 Small Magic Core. After sleeping for about half an hour, Chungmu woke up, looking at the little green tea, who was still massaging him gently. Chungmu patted her head and asked her to stop. He got up from the bed and stretched his body. Then Chungmu walked to the driver's seat from the back, patted Yunchi's shoulder and said to her, "If you see any wild animals or birds later, stop." Yes. Yunchi was concentrating on driving. Her waist was straight, and her still cold answer was heard by Chungmu. He would use these things to test the Type 95 rifle and get familiar with it. After all, he would face a life and death battle. If you don't get familiar with the firearms in advance, others won't give you a chance. After a while, Yunchi turned to Chungmu, who was sitting in the back, and said, "There is a wild boar next to the rock in front. Okay, baby. Drive a little further and then stop." Yes. Yes. That's it. Oh my god. Baby. You are awesome. Get lost. Chungmu laughed loudly, and then walked down the Mud King with the Type 95 in his hand. The wild boar in front of him had already noticed the Mud King. After all, it was difficult for the Mud King to not be noticed because of its huge size. Looking at the huge Mud King, the wild boar was a little scared. But when it saw a little man walking down from under the Mud King, it suddenly felt that it was fine. This also destined it to end its pig life with a tragic ending. If it had run away when it saw the Mud King, Chungmu would not have bothered to chase it. It would also be feasible to put a few bottles in the distance to test the gun without using a living creature. After all, there was no need to waste so much precious time chasing a pig. This pig was just encountered along the way. In Chungmu's eyes, This pig was much bigger than the first few days he saw it. It was almost 2 meters long and looked more imposing. It seemed that the creatures in the game also became stronger as the days went by. The front half of this wild boar was very strong, while the back half was much thinner. For tusks appeared in the wild boar's mouth. 2 longer ones arched up from the bottom, and the other 2 short ones grew on top. It bent its right front hoof and kept rubbing it against the ground, just like the bison in the cartoons that run forward to help people. As Chungmu slowly walked towards it, it suddenly rushed towards Chungmu like an arrow. It lowered its head to hide its fangs, and when it reached Chungmu, it would suddenly shake its head and insert the 2 thick and hard things into Chungmu's body. From its perspective, the little man in front of it held up the small black box he had been carrying since he got off the car. Then, it felt as if it had lost something, and then it suddenly flew forward due to inertia. Chungmu raised his gun and easily broke its front hoof. This wild boar, which was estimated to be several hundred pounds, also rushed forward due to inertia. Before it could react, several bullets had already been shot into its head. This is a good gun. Very awesome. The word awesome can best describe the goodness of a thing. After testing the gun today, this Type 95 successfully replaced the AK and became his new favorite. After we finish the next oasis, we will make one for Zailuoka and Yunchi. Anyway, we have seized so many things from the oasis, and there are too many basic supplies to use up. After killing the wild boar, Chungmu walked to its corpse, and a game prompt about decomposition appeared in front of him. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain meat *20. Medium size fur *1. Small magic core *1. Oh my! Magic core. Chungmu quickly decomposed the corpse. Without even looking at the meat and fur, he directly picked up the small magic core. A diamond-shaped object with a crystal texture emitting red light appeared in front of him. The magic core he got from killing the mammoth before was emitting blue light. But no matter what light it emitted, it was a magic core. Chungmu just wanted to practice shooting today, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. Maybe this is because his luck attribute is relatively high. Unfortunately, the attribute of luck is too difficult to feel in daily life. Sometimes you may not think that some things happening around you are due to luck. For example, if Chungmu hadn't known that his luck attribute was high, he would have really thought that this wild boar could decompose a magic core. Luck is not like strength. You can lift something you couldn't lift before, but you can lift it immediately after adding a little. It's not like agility. You can run 100 meters in 10 seconds before, but you can run 100 meters in 9 seconds after adding a little. The role of luck is too vague, but it cannot be denied that this attribute is very useful. He returned to the car with these things in his arms, and a silly smile on his face. Now it was Zailuoka's turn to drive. Yunchi rolled her eyes at him, and went to the back to rest. Brother, what good things did you find? You look so happy. It's okay. Drive well. If you encounter any beasts in front, call me immediately. If you find them, I will reward you with a lollipop. He felt that he had killed so many beasts before, but never got a magic core. It must be that the explosion rate of magic cores was shockingly low. Moreover, the beast that popped out of the box when he opened it 2 days ago did not produce any magic core after he killed it. So he did not think of magic cores when he encountered any beasts on the road these 2 days. He originally guessed that the game would increase the explosion rate of magic cores after the next version update, but he did not expect that he would find one so soon. So now if he encounters any beast on the road, he can no longer ignore it. He must go and kill it. He does not care about meat and fur at all. But now that killing a pig can explode magic cores, he can no longer let go of other things. Anyway, killing some beasts now is just a piece of cake for him. And it is also a good thing to help the beasts. Not only can it help these beasts solve the pain of living in this desert, but it also brings benefits to him. It is the best of both worlds. Everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Sitting in the car, he thought of the Reebok shoe blueprint he had just obtained recently. To make that Reebok shoe, 2 small magic cores are needed. When he gets another magic core, he will make the shoe and see. Adding 2 points of agility is quite useful, although it will reduce 3 points of charm attribute. But the charm attribute seems to be useless. Chungmu still hasn't felt what this thing can do. If it is not very useful, I will not add this item in the future, and add the saved attribute points to other items, so that the improvement is more direct. Chapter 80, an oasis that is easy to defend and hard to attack. However, Regarding this point, I will wait until the equipment is manufactured and put on so that Xyluoka and Yunchi can see the effect. If the charm is reduced, and their favor towards me is reduced, then I have to take it off quickly, and I have to add more points in the future. If they don't like me one day and have a conflict, it will be a big loss. And the high charm should also allow the second brother to enjoy more happiness. So no matter how hard it is, it can't be hard on it. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little more, as long as you live well. Thinking of this, Chungmu was moved by his great dedication, and tears filled his eyes instantly. It's a pity that this game has no decomposition system yet. If the large magic core can be decomposed into several small magic cores, he can make this Reebok shoe with a basket now. I don't know if this system will be available in the future version of the game. Soon, they approached the coordinates of the fifth oasis. Chungmu saw this oasis from a very far distance, because it is not necessarily possible to find this oasis if you are close. This oasis is on a big rock. The rock is not too high, but it is also several dozen meters. If you are near this big rock, you really can't find this oasis without looking up. This oasis is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. But Chungmu has a question. Where did the people in the oasis park their cars? Could it be that the people inside just don't want the cars? That's too wasteful. Or maybe they hid the car nearby. After all, it's impossible for the car to drive onto this huge rock. Right? It's not like Transformers can climb up. He took out the telescope to look at the huge rock. There was indeed an oasis on it. And there was also a light curtain of the oasis outside. It couldn't be fake. It's a pity that the distance was too far, and the light curtain blurred the vision, so he couldn't see the situation inside the oasis clearly. If the distance was closer, because he was looking out from the bottom, the view was blocked by the huge rock, and he couldn't see clearly. There is no place higher than this rock nearby. This oasis is really a bit tricky. He opened the ranking panel and took a look. This oasis has not resisted any attack, which also means that no one has paid attention to it. This also represents one thing. The people in the oasis may have relaxed their vigilance because no one attacked. After all, the geographical location of this oasis is really unique, and the people inside have the capital to relax. Chungmu asked Xiao Lucha to park the Mud King behind a large rock nearby. He decided to sneak over and climb up this huge rock without much difficulty for him. He didn't carry too many weapons and equipment, but only wore the necessary protective gear and carried a few guns. He told them to send him a message immediately if anyone appeared around. He immediately ran all the way over. The reason why he didn't choose to drive was that the huge size of the Mud King and the roar of the engine would definitely attract the attention of the people in the oasis. And he killed it alone, so he could catch the opponent by surprise. Chungmu quickly ran to the bottom of the huge rock. He looked up from the bottom. The huge rock still had many protrusions and indentations. It was not too difficult to climb, but it would take some effort to climb up. Many people probably don't bother to attack this oasis. After all, cars can't drive into it. If you want to attack, you can only park your car nearby and climb up, let alone whether you can attack this oasis. If someone climbs up and the car below is stolen by other players, then this deal will be a big loss. Chungmu climbed up along the foothold of the giant rock, and he took the next step only after confirming that each step was safe. At a height of dozens of meters, even with Chungmu's current physical fitness, it would definitely be uncomfortable to fall down, and he might even break his arms and legs. After climbing for about 20 minutes, Chungmu finally reached the top of the huge rock. He did not climb up immediately, but held the edge of the huge rock with both hands and did a pull-up, only showing a pair of eyes to observe the situation in the oasis. He saw only one person in the oasis at present, and he did not know if there were Tibetans in other places. This man was wearing sunglasses and beach pants, lying on a lounge chair, enjoying the sun leisurely, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. His face was flushed, and it seemed that he had drunk a lot. Maybe this bottle of wine was bought from Chungmu. But Chungmu will not be soft-hearted to others just because they bought wine from him. This behavior is not only irresponsible to himself, but also to Yunqi and Xiao Lucha. He continued to observe this person. There was a gun on the table next to him, but it was not a powerful gun, just an ordinary revolver. It's just that I don't know if there are other people in it now. If there is only this person, then Chungmu can easily get rid of him. The man in the oasis looked a little drunk. He stood up and staggered towards the building behind. Now, let's kill the man inside first. Chungmu pushed down with both hands, flew up and stood steadily on the edge of the huge rock. Although there was a little noise, the man inside did not react. Maybe he was too confident in the terrain advantage of his oasis. It was estimated that he had to work hard to climb up at the beginning. This is understandable. After all, this place is too easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the attackers will easily lose more than they gain. However, if you completely relax your vigilance just because of this advantage, the only outcome is death. Chung Mu rushed directly to the outermost light curtain of the oasis, and in a few seconds he rushed directly into the light curtain. It was not until this time that the drunkard was shocked by the warning that someone was attacking, and then he turned around immediately. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The moment Chung Mu rushed into the oasis, he took out his gun, aimed at the people inside, and shot. Successfully wiped out an oasis team, and all members of the hunting team will be rewarded with 1 attribute point. He is the only one in the oasis? Chung Mu was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, this is reasonable. This oasis is really difficult to get to. This person may have worked hard to climb up when he first found the oasis. After he came in and became the master of the oasis, he may or may not have invited others. If he invited others, they would probably turn around and leave when they saw how difficult it was to get in. If the attribute points were not evenly distributed like Chung Mu, but were mainly added to strength and agility, he could still climb up with some effort. Chapter 81 Level 7 Storage Box Blueprint. But even if people climb up, what about their cars? So even if he invited other players, they might not be willing to enter this oasis, which would be a loss. Chung Mu originally wanted to interrogate this person like he did to Huang Mao and ask him about the whereabouts of his car. But considering that he didn't know how many people were in this oasis at the beginning, he didn't use this method. What if he was concentrating on beating this person, and someone else in the oasis shot him? That would be bad. The main reason why he used the method on Huang Mao before was that the 5 people in their oasis were standing there like 5 idiots waiting to die. After killing the other 4 people, Chung Mu did this after confirming that there was no danger. After getting rid of this person in this oasis, Chung Mu began to plunder the supplies here. Although judging from this person's behavior, it is unlikely that he would set an ambush in the oasis. But Chung Mu still searched very carefully. In such a place, it is always right to be cautious and timid. Those who die are the brave ones. Just like this person just now. Drive the car to this rock and wait for me. Pay attention to the safety around you, and don't take it lightly. He sent a message to Little Green Tea. Yes, brother. Chung Mu estimated that this person should not have any good things in his hands. Although the game has already put 3 supplied boxes into the oasis today. But he was the only one in this oasis. And he only got 3 supplied boxes in total. So there must not be anything good. This person's supplies were not hidden. All the supplies were placed in the lobby on the first floor of the small building. Actually, there weren't many things in total. Chung Mu flipped through them and found a useful blueprint. Level 7 Storage Box Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Enhanced Alloy Ingots *20. Note: Level 7 storage box can only be upgraded to level 7 if it has a level 6 storage box. Chung Mu looked at this blueprint and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Upgrading to level 7 required a full 100 ordinary alloy ingots, which was a bit too expensive. But fortunately, it only required the most basic alloy ingots, and no other fancy materials were required. Chung Mu decided not to upgrade the level 7 storage box for now. 100 alloy ingots was not much for him now. But it was definitely not a small number. He planned to upgrade Zailuoka and Yunqi's storage boxes to level 6 later, which would be more cost-effective. With the 3 people's storage boxes added together, he didn't have to worry about the storage space for the time being. The 1-hour time was about to expire, and Zailuoka was urging Chung Mu to come down quickly. He put all the supplies he could carry on his body, and threw the ones he couldn't fit directly from the rock for Yunqi and Zailuoka to pick up. As for whether it will break, I don't know. Anyway, he just throws it. What he threw down were some basic supplies, such as some materials, such as alloy ingots, steel ingots, cloth, etc., which may not be broken, but other things are not certain. Anyway, Chung Mu is also mentally prepared. This oasis can help him speed up the progress of completing the task. These basic supplies are not important at all. This is the 5th oasis he has destroyed. Today is also the 3rd day after the update. There are less than 4 days left, and the task has just completed half of the progress. The later the time goes, the harder it is to get the oasis. We have to hurry up. It took Changmu only about 20 minutes to climb up from the bottom. And it took nearly an hour to get down from the top of the rock. This oasis did not bring Changmu any special gains in terms of materials. There was only a level 7 storage box blueprint, and other more ordinary blueprints. These can be used in future transactions to see if they can be exchanged for something. As for the power core, he really couldn't find where this person's car was. Just now, he stood on the top of the huge rock and looked around. There was no place to hide the car nearby. Could it be that this guy abandoned his car? Then he is really stupid. Or maybe he drove his car far away after finding this oasis, and then walked all the way here? In any case, Changmu probably couldn't find this person's power core. The main thing is that he still has to keep on going to find the next oasis. So he doesn't have that much time to waste. He looked at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. He could reach the next oasis before 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was just right. Let them drive. And I could rest up and attack the next oasis in the middle of the night. Changmu changed Xyluoka. Let them rest for a while. And drove until 8 or 9 o'clock before letting them take over. He made a plate of barbecue and a few steamed buns. After a simple meal, Xyluoka used the cooking pot to make a pot of tomato and egg soup. After eating and drinking, Changmu felt a little sleepy. And the three of them also rested on the bed for a few minutes. Less than 3 minutes later, Changmu, who had finished his work, jumped up from the bed and walked straight to the cab. There is not much time for him to rest now. Once someone finds a loophole in the game rules, don't even think about conquering the oasis. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed all the way to the coordinates of the next oasis. During this period, he also encountered a huge wild wolf. In order to save time, Changmu drove the Mud King directly up. The wild wolf is not good at speed, so it quickly fell under the front of the Mud King. Changmu got out of the car and decomposed the body of the wild wolf. But unfortunately, he didn't get the magic core he wanted from it. A little disappointed. But the problem is not big. If you create more, you will always create a magic core. Soon, it was 8 or 9 o'clock, and the sky gradually darkened. But the heat wave that had accumulated for a whole day had not completely dissipated, and the air was still slightly hot. Changmu took out a bottle of iced juice from the refrigerator, and after drinking 2 sips, he felt that the irritability of the day had disappeared. Then he took a shower to wash away the fatigue of the day, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Yunchi was driving now, so little green tea came to him to help him relieve the soreness of his muscles. But Changmu waved her off. She also needed to rest more now. Their physical fitness was not as good as Changmu's, and driving every day was tiring. What's more, when Changmu went to attack the oasis at night, they would have to pay attention to any emergencies around them. Time passed second by second, and the three of them were also approaching the 6th oasis to be attacked little by little, as little green tea and Yunchi drove alternately without stopping. The 6th oasis was about to appear in front of them. Chapter 82: The 6th Oasis. It was almost 1 in the morning when the three finally arrived near the coordinates of the 6th oasis. And Changmu had woken up 40 minutes ago. The visibility was poor at night, but Changmu could roughly see the outline of the oasis and the light curtains it emitted. The people inside may not have noticed the figure of the Mud King, and the black car paint was difficult to be spotted in the dark night. He planned to sneak to the side of the oasis first, observe the situation inside, and then make plans. Changmu asked Yunchi and Xyluoka to wash their faces to refresh themselves. After a whole day of running around, it was impossible for them to say that they were not tired. But there was nothing he could do now, so he could only ask them to keep watch. It was better to be safe than sorry. In fact, even if they slept very soundly on the Mud King, it would be difficult for other players to break through the Mud King's defense in a short time. If Changmu did not need to clear the oasis, the three of them would have no problem sleeping on it. After equipping the protective gear and weapons, Changmu asked them to stay on the Mud King, and he went to the oasis in front of him alone. After a while, he found the oasis. During this time, he opened the ranking panel and saw that the oasis had only resisted the attack of the hunting team once. This kind of record can't tell the strength of the people inside. It may be because the attackers are too weak, or it may be because the people inside are too strong. However, since Changmu has come here, no matter how strong the people inside are, he has to go in and take a look. At worst, he can run away if he can't beat them. The oasis in front of him was dead silent, except for a light on the 2nd floor of the innermost building. There was no movement in other places. Although there was a light on there, it didn't mean that there was anyone in the room. Maybe it was just a trick set up by the Oasis team. They created the illusion that there was someone in the room to lure the attackers to attack the building first. But they had already set traps elsewhere. Chung-Moo decided to observe patiently for a while. If the light just stayed on, it would definitely be abnormal. He wanted to see if there would be any other movements in the room. Today, he also traded a material for making gunpowder in the chat group, and got another grenade in his hand. If there is really someone inside, this grenade will be a gift to him. Chung-Moo lay on the sand outside the oasis, quietly observing the house with the lights on. It was cold at this time, and Chung-Moo couldn't help shivering when a cold wind blew. Fortunately, he brought a thick blanket when he came down from the Mud King. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand lying on the ground all the time. He planned to observe for 10 to 20 minutes. And if there was still no movement in the house, he would rush in and ignore it. First, use a rifle to shoot at the other buildings to create some panic, and then throw grenades after determining the location of the people. At that time, the grenade should be able to kill one person. After killing one person, see how many people are there, and then slowly hunt them down. The darkness is an advantage for Chung-Moo. The attribute improvement is not just a single attribute. It can also improve a person's perception. This perception includes vision. His vision must be much better than others. In this darkness, he can see clearly what others can't see, and he can do what others can't do. After a few minutes, a woman appeared behind the French window in the room. Chung-Moo couldn't see her face clearly, but could see her outline. The woman walked to the French window, looked back, and then put her hands on the glass in front of her, and her body bent from the waist to form a graceful curve. And from behind her, a man appeared, with his hands on her waist. To be honest, if it weren't for the system task, Chung-Moo would have planned to watch for a while longer. But now, he didn't have that much time to waste. When the shadows of the two people swaying under the light just overlapped, Chung-Moo dived directly into the oasis. And the moment he just entered the oasis, the man and woman upstairs seemed to be greatly shocked, and the shadows that just overlapped immediately separated in panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. At the moment they separated, a black, round, and slender object had already flown in front of them. First there was a flash of fire, followed by a huge explosion. And then a game prompt appeared in Chung-Moo's eyes. 2 out of 3 enemies in the current oasis have been killed. Only 3 people? What about the last one? Before he could wonder where the last person was, bursts of gunfire exposed his position. But this person obviously hadn't figured out Chung-Moo's position. And these gunshots were just random shots. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand there after throwing the grenade. The moment he threw it, he ran behind the bunker next to him. Chung-Moo followed the fire from the man's gun to determine his position. The remaining man was on the first floor of the house next to the man and woman. There was nothing much to say about the rest. Just fire suppression. The remaining man was killed by Chung-Moo in less than 2 minutes. If it weren't for the house as a cover, the time would be shortened to a few seconds. Successfully wiped out an Oasis team, and all members of the hunting team were rewarded with 1 attribute point. As the game prompt appeared, Chung-Moo immediately reported his safety to Xiao Lu Cha and Yun Chi, and asked them to bring the Mud King to the Oasis to wait for him. There were 5 cars parked in the yard, and Chung-Moo disassembled the power cores of these 5 cars without saying anything. Unfortunately, these 5 cars were all the most common first-level vehicles, and there were no second-level ones. So only 5 power cores were disassembled. There were only 3 people in the Oasis, although they didn't know who the other 2 cars belonged to. It was enough to disassemble the power cores. After disassembling the power cores, he first went to the room of the man and the woman to search for supplies. After searching that building, he went to search the building of the man who shot him. After searching these 2 places, he did not search other places. It was really difficult to search in the dark, and the people in this oasis might not have deliberately hidden supplies. He had found quite a lot of things from the 2 buildings just now, and the 5 power cores were the biggest gain. More importantly, he had to go back to sleep and get enough rest, because there was another oasis waiting for him tomorrow. Chapter 83, Making Reebok Shoes. After leaving the oasis, the 3 drove in another direction for more than 10 minutes. After ensuring that there was no safety around, the 3 were ready to sleep. Little Green Tea was so sleepy that she fell asleep without even taking off her shoes. Chung-Moo smiled bitterly and walked over to take off her shoes and socks. It must be said that little green tea's feet were the most beautiful feet Chang-Mu had ever seen. Slender toes, thin and well-proportioned instep, and fair skin with some pale blue blood vessels if you look closely. For some people with special fetishes, these feet have a fatal attraction. Chang-Mu resisted the urge to play with them immediately, and stuffed little green tea into the bed with her feet. Mainly because he was too tired. Chang-Mu, who was about to go to bed, glanced out the window. It didn't matter that he saw a few familiar green lights. Seeing these little green lights, Chang-Mu was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find something to kill. But you guys came to him. These few green lights were nothing else but the wild wolves that scared Chang-Mu a lot in the first few days of the game. Looking at this group of wild wolves, Chang-Mu didn't even want to sleep. Not for anything else. Just because these wild wolves might explode magic cores. He told Yunqi not to worry. These things were just a group of wild wolves. And asked her to go to sleep first. And he would go to sleep after he dealt with these things. Yunqi seemed to have seen this kind of scene before. And was no longer surprised. She went to bed and hugged little green tea to sleep. As these green lights got closer and closer, Chang-Mu instantly turned on the high beam of the Mud King. And 6 huge wolves appeared not far away. The wolves were also somewhat dazed by the powerful high beam of the Mud King. Their innate intuition also made them smell a hint of danger. The wolves were a little uneasy, and wanted to stay away from this place. But would Chang-Mu let them leave? Of course not. If you want to leave, it's fine. Each of the 6 wolves hand over a magic core, and I will mercifully let you go. The 6 wolves obviously couldn't do what Chang-Mu said. So the 6 powerful bullets quickly pierced their heads. Chang-Mu walked to the bodies of the 6 wolves and decomposed them. Unfortunately, only one small magic core was decomposed from the 6 wolves. But it was better than nothing. If someone else came, I'm afraid even this small magic core would not explode. After collecting the magic core and the decomposed meat and fur, Chang-Mu returned to the car. As soon as he stepped into the car door, a strong sense of sleepiness began to attack him. He was too tired these days. Every day he was either fighting or preparing for a fight. This behavior is simply a double torture of the mind and body. Chang-Mu decided to have a good rest tonight and sleep until he woke up naturally. Zailuoka and Yunqi were already asleep. And Wang Kai, the fool, had already fallen asleep. After staring blankly at the 2 people and the dog sleeping for a few seconds, Chang-Mu also had a warm smile on his face. He simply washed his body, found a gap on the bed, and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. At 10:30 in the morning, Chang-Mu slowly woke up from his dream. In his dream, there was another female member on his Mud King, and the 4 of them soon lived a shameless life. Alas, I don't know when I can live this kind of life again. Chang-Mu, who had just woken up, sighed and whispered to himself, "Brother, you are awake. But why are you sighing as soon as you get up?" "Nothing. Nothing. I had a nightmare." "Where is Yunqi?" "Sister Yunqi is driving in front." "Do you want to find her?" "No." "What time did you 2 get up?" "Where are you driving to now?" "To the next oasis." "How can you become stupid after sleeping?" "Heh. Little girl. You dare to say I'm stupid. Right?" He grabbed little green tea and pulled her into his arms. His 2 hands were even more dishonest, attacking the ticklish spots on her body directly, until little green tea's eyes flashed with tears, and she kept begging for mercy. Chang-Mu let him go. After eating something simple, Chang-Mu took out the magic core from yesterday and took a look. The shape of this magic core is similar to the small magic core he got before, but this one is glowing green. There are enough materials. It seems that I can make the Reebok shoes now. He took out the blueprint from the storage box. Reebok shoes with basket manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: small magic core *2, flying feather *2, reinforced fabric *2, reinforced rubber *2. Just as he was about to manufacture, little green tea came to make trouble again. "Brother, what are you busy with?" "You will know later." Chang-Mu ignored little green tea and focused on making the Reebok shoes in front of him. Soon, a pair of white and shit green mixed color sports shoes appeared in his hand. "It looks no different from ordinary shoes. Try them on." My body became lighter, and I seemed to run faster. This was Chang-Mu's first feeling after putting on this pair of shoes. However, the little green tea girl next to him frowned and looked at him with some doubts in her eyes. So he immediately asked, How do I look? You seem to have become ugly. Oh my god. You always called me brother before. But now you don't even call me brother? Yunqi, who was driving in front, looked back at Chengmu and his face became even colder. Chengmu quickly took off the Reebok shoes. Wow. Brother. You look handsome again. After putting on those shoes, you look like a dog. Chengmu. Chow. It seems that charm is still important. Otherwise it will be bad if they don't love me anymore. Chengmu estimated that it might be because the three of them have been together for a long time. And suddenly the charm attribute suddenly decreased after putting on those shoes, which had a greater impact on the two of them. So they reacted so strongly. It seems that the attribute of charm is also easier to gain the favor of others. Whether you can find other friends to join your Mud King in the future depends on this charm attribute. Must be added. This attribute must be added. Before, Chengmu planned to at some points later, and not add this attribute. But now it seems that this must be added. If nothing else, at least it can make Xyluka and Yunqi more dependent on themselves. With Chengmu as a bond between the two of them, it will be much easier for the two to get along. If they have no feelings for Chengmu, let alone whether there will be conflicts between them. If they both have the idea of leaving, then it will be the end of the game. No, there is no game to play. So, this attribute must be added. And it must be added a lot. Whether you can attract other like-minded, sisters in the future. It all depends on this. Chapter 84 Oasis that takes advantage of loopholes in the rules. Chengmu took out the coordinate machine and looked at it. It was still a few hours' drive to the next oasis. It just so happened that there was one very important thing to do in these few hours. That is, sleep. Let Yunqi and Little Green Tea continue to drive towards the 7th oasis. And Chengmu continued to choose to sleep. I have consumed too much energy in the past few days. And I have to replenish my energy through sleep. Get up. Brother. The sweet voice came into Chengmu's ears. He opened his eyes and saw Little Green Tea lying on him, with his elbows on the bed, his chin supported by his little hands, and looking at him with a smile. Chengmu looked out the window. Still a desert. He gently patted Little Green Tea's butt and asked her, "Where are we now?" "It's about an hour to the next oasis." This voice came from Yunqi, who was driving in front. There was still an hour to go. So Chengmu got up and took a shower. He was a little hysterical when he just got up. After taking a cold shower to wake up, Chengmu began to prepare to attack the first oasis. After checking all the equipment and weapons, he took over from Yunqi and continued to drive towards the next oasis. As time passed, a hill similar to a crater appeared in sight. However, this hill looked like it had been cut off by more than half, leaving only about 1/3 of its body behind the oasis in an embrace. Chengmu wanted to drive the Mud King directly into this oasis and destroy all the houses and messes in it. However, for the safety of Mud King, he still restrained this desire. If anything happened to Mud King, he would not have time to cry. Most of the cars he saw in this game were ordinary models. The Mud King, for example, was not unique in the entire game, but it was definitely extremely rare. This oasis has a good geographical location. It is surrounded by steep mountains behind it, with only a gap in the front. If someone wants to attack the oasis from behind, they need to climb down from the top of the mountain little by little, which is indeed a bit difficult. Chengmu picked up the telescope. The oasis was quiet. The windows of several buildings were covered with a layer of black cloth from the inside to the outside. He had seen the ranking of this oasis on the way to this oasis. So far, it has not resisted a single attack. This shouldn't be the case. Logically, there are only a few dozen oases in the game. It has been several days since the version update. There shouldn't be an oasis that has not been attacked. Chengmu was a little confused. But it doesn't matter. An oasis that has not been attacked doesn't mean anything. It may just be because this oasis is too inconspicuous, or everyone is busy attacking other oases, or the people inside have already made a loophole in the rules of the game. The latter situation is the one he least wants to accept. If this is the case, then he has no way to attack this oasis. He picked up the gun, put on his protective gear, walked down from the Mud King, and walked towards the light curtain outside the oasis step by step. When his body touched this layer of light curtain, the feeling he gave him was completely different from the previous ones. He could pass through the previous light curtains directly without feeling any obstruction. As for the one in front of him, he reached forward and touched it, and indeed felt a substantial energy wall. This energy wall was not as hard as a real wall, but soft. Chung Mu felt like kneading dough when he put his hand into it. Although this wall was soft and felt good to the touch, Chung Mu knew that he could not move forward even a little bit, as his hand kneaded the energy wall. The game prompt subtitles also appeared in his eyes. This oasis is currently being attacked by another hunting team. You cannot attack. The oasis is quiet. It definitely doesn't look like someone is fighting inside. The worst case scenario still happened. The people in the oasis found a loophole in the game rules and took advantage of it. Chung Mu judged that the people inside were more likely to have captured the hunting team and locked them up in the oasis, because the game does not limit the time to attack the oasis, as long as there are people from the hunting team and the oasis team in the same oasis. Then this oasis is considered to be under attack. It is also possible that someone in the hunting team died in the oasis, and then the other members ran out of the oasis. However, this situation does not necessarily make the game determine that the oasis is being attacked. After all, everyone ran out. There is no choice but to retreat. Hurry up and find the next oasis. Chung Mu returned to the Mud King with an extremely heavy heart. What's wrong? As soon as he got in the car, Yunqi saw that Chung Mu's face was not right, and asked him. Chung Mu also sighed, and explained to them about the game loophole. After hearing what he said, Little Green Tea immediately comforted him. That's okay. Sister Yunqi and I are very worried about you when you go to the oasis every day. Just take this opportunity to have a good rest. Listening to Little Green Tea's comfort, Chung Mu was really speechless. He wanted to rest, but the system task was not completed yet, and 60% had been completed. It was impossible for him to give up now. What's more, this kind of thing is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. If he gives up this time, he will think about giving up next time he encounters something else. So he would never give up, as this behavior would disturb his Tao heart. Even if this happened to all the remaining oases in the game, he would try one by one. He opened the ranking panel of the game. Currently, there were only about 30 oases left in the game, and the others had been destroyed. The second-ranked hunting team had successfully destroyed 4 oases, and there were 3 teams that destroyed 3 oases and ranked third. The first-ranked oasis team was still the team that successfully resisted 5 attacks, and the second place was tied by 2 teams that resisted 4 attacks. Chung Mu turned on the coordinate machine and looked at the oasis closest to him. This oasis also successfully resisted the attacks of the hunting team twice, which was considered to be quite powerful. And with the supply boxes released by the game in the past few days, its strength should become even stronger. However, the hunting team that attacked these 2 times should have caused some casualties to the people inside. Right? However, regardless of whether there were casualties inside, Chung Mu had no choice now, and could only drive the Mud King to the oasis closest to him. Chapter 85. Who agrees? Who opposes? He didn't know what was going on in other oases, let alone whether other oases had also discovered loopholes in the game rules. The best solution at the moment was to go to the oasis closest to him first. He flipped through the chat group records. Fortunately, the oasis owner who discovered the loophole in the rules did not publicize it in the group. But whether he had privately chatted with Chung Mu would know. According to common sense, this kind of thing would not be told to others. It was really a pure injustice to get such a big benefit and still act cute. But it is not ruled out that there are such idiots. You can never underestimate the diversity of life. He must quickly go to the next oasis, which is the oasis closest to him, and successfully resisted 2 attacks. After taking a few deep breaths to adjust his mentality, Chung Mu drove the Mud King towards the next oasis to be attacked. He looked at his watch. If there is no special situation, he can reach the vicinity of this oasis at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Chung Mu also made plans. If the next oasis is still like this, he will turn around and leave immediately to find the next oasis. He drove until 6 o'clock, and then Yunqi and Xiaoluka drove. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, adjusting himself to the best state to deal with various situations that might arise later. Yunqi made something, and after eating, Chung Mu drank a bottle of iced juice to clear his inner irritability. It must be said that in this situation, a whole bottle of iced juice was really refreshing. Wang Kai, the silly guy, saw Chung Mu drinking juice and ran over to join in the fun. He raised his head and frowned, looking at Chung Mu pitifully, trying to get the juice in Chung Mu's hand in this way. Chung Mu smiled at its appearance and poured it a bowl of iced juice. After all, Wang Kai is a dog from another world. and his physique is much stronger than that of the dogs on the blue planet. He won't have diarrhea even if he drinks something cold. But until now, Wonkai has not shown any abnormality, which is completely different from the situation of the ancient beast that Chengmu expected. Now it just eats, drinks and has fun every day, and is as happy as a god. It was 8 o'clock soon, and Chengmu looked at the coordinate meter. They were getting closer and closer to the coordinate point of the oasis. More than 20 minutes later, they arrived near the oasis. But this oasis was not what Chengmu had imagined. He picked up the telescope to observe the situation inside. There was an oasis team and a hunting team fighting in the oasis. It seemed that the oasis team was currently in the upper hand. Although the advantage was not very big, as long as they kept calm, they should be able to successfully resist this attack. Unlike what he had imagined, this oasis was also exposed in the desert. But there were more than a dozen people surrounding it. Chengmu counted them. There were 16 people in total, divided into 4 teams. They all kept a relatively safe distance between each other, and watched each other vigilantly. The 4 hunting teams also noticed Chengmu. After all, with the size of the Mud King and the roar of the engine, it was difficult not to be noticed. What's more, the Mud King was dragging 2 cars behind it, which made it even more conspicuous. It seems that these people are also planning to attack this oasis, which is normal. This kind of situation where many people attack an oasis will definitely happen. The oases that Chengmu had destroyed before were too smooth. Looking at these people in front of him, Chengmu's heart sank. He would never give up this oasis. But these people probably wouldn't give up easily. Kill them all? This idea was rejected by him as soon as it came into his mind. Dealing with a dozen people is completely different from dealing with a few people. And these dozen people are not completely dead. Now there is a better way to solve it. But it requires a little benefit. Chengmu is not a fool. Those who only use force to solve problems are pure reckless men. He opened the chat channel. I am 9527. I am speaking to the 4 teams and 16 players near the Oasis No XX. I, 9527, want this Oasis. I hope everyone here will give me some face and not compete with me for this Oasis. In return, I will give everyone here a blueprint, some basic materials, and some food. And by the way, give everyone 2 bottles of wine. The supplies in the oasis are not as abundant as you think. As someone who has successfully wiped out 6 oases, I, 9527, am qualified to say this. Besides, even if someone enters the oasis, who can guarantee that the teams outside will not attack you after you come out? Now, as long as you give me 9527 a favor, give up this oasis and look for the next one. You can get some supplies without any harm. The supplies may not be much, but the price you pay is just to leave this oasis. Even if I don't show up, there are 4 teams on the scene. Who of you can guarantee that you will get the priority to attack? Take my supplies, leave here, and be my friend. I will do you a favor if I have the chance. If you don't take my supplies and continue to stay here, you will be my enemy. If you choose to be my enemy, I am not talented enough. But I would like to ask you about your strength. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes? As Chengmu's messages appeared in the chat channel, the whole group was silent. For a short time, no one dared to answer. After a while, a heated discussion broke out in the chat group. The boss is the boss. What he said is awesome. Call for the boss. 9527, you are so handsome. I want to give birth to your baby. You are worthy of being the boss. Your pretentious posture is different from others. Yeah. I think we can never learn to be pretentious in our lifetime. Is there any boss who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 17 days. As the discussion in the group heated up, the 4 teams present sent messages one after another to express their willingness to leave. After chatting with them privately and asking them to control the vehicle lights according to the instructions to confirm their identities, Chengmu traded the supplies to them. And these people left immediately after receiving the supplies. Chengmu's words made sense. These 4 teams would fight to the death just for who would attack first. And destroying the oasis is also risky. No one can guarantee that they can kill the people inside without any injuries. Besides, there are 3 other teams staring at you covetously after you come out. However, these people can survive until now and dare to destroy the oasis. It can be said that they are also on the edge of a knife. These people are definitely not sent away by a few words. So Chengmu also paid a certain amount of benefits. Chapter 86 The Seventh Oasis. Chung Mu threatened them verbally first. Tell them that anyone who dared not leave would be against him. 9,527. No matter how bold and fat these people are, they still have to consider whether they can earn money and spend it. 9527 is a man who can even defeat Bal Chung. And the record of destroying 6 oases is not a joke. He is very famous in the game. Besides, these people are not united. In addition, no one knows what is in the oasis. But the benefits offered by Chung Mu are real money that can be seen, but not touched. As for the promised blueprints, Chung Mu did trade them to them. However, the blueprints he gave out were all useless. The kind that might not be sold even if they were put on the trading market. Anyway, he only promised each person a blueprint. And didn't say what kind of blueprint they would give. Those people didn't dare to say anything after getting the blueprints. After all, Chung Mu was talking about blueprints. And he did give them blueprints. After confirming that these people had gone away, Chung Mu picked up the telescope and continued to observe the situation in the oasis. Fortunately, the oasis team successfully defeated the hunting team. Otherwise Chung Mu would have suffered a great loss. However, although the oasis team won, it was only a miserable victory. And it seems that there is only one member of the oasis team left. The remaining person is not in a good condition. Covered in blood. Stumbling towards the building. Brother, you must hold on for this hour. You must not die. If you die, everything I did for you before will be in vain. At least wait for an hour until I enter the oasis before you die. Chung Mu paced back and forth in the Mud King. After a while, he raised his hand to check the time. He was very nervous. At this time, it was getting harder and harder to find an oasis. It was not easy to find this one that could be attacked. There must be no mistakes. An hour passed, and he told Xiaoluoka and Yunqi to pay attention to the surroundings. The main thing was to prevent other people from coming over. After all, he had just exposed himself in the group that he was next to the oasis. The coordinates of this oasis are visible to everyone in the game. We must also prevent the 4 teams that just left from ambushing nearby. Although these people should not have the courage to do so, we must be on guard against others. Chung Mu rushed into the oasis as soon as the 1-hour rest time was up, and then began to attack the building that the man walked into. He took out the extreme spear and began to thrust it into the building frantically, while also paying attention to whether there was any danger in other directions. There were 6 bodies lying quietly in the open space of the oasis, plus the half-dead man in the house. A total of 7 people, but only 6 cars. Among the 6 cars, 1 car looked like a second-level vehicle. We will know after we disassemble it. Let's deal with the man in the house first. With the powerful thrusts of the extreme spear, the house collapsed. However, Chung Mu did not find the figure of the man in the ruins. Chung Mu walked forward, and the bloodstains on the ground behind the house caught Chung Mu's attention. It seems that this person also took advantage of the blind spot of the building and climbed out of the window to run to another place. He followed the blood trail cautiously and observed the surrounding environment vigilantly to prevent any accidents. Before he took a few steps, he saw a half-dead person lying on the ground at the corner. Chung Mu raised his hand and shot him to solve the pain. Successfully wiped out an oasis team, and all members of the hunting team were rewarded with 1 attribute point. System task. The current number of hunting oasis teams is 7 out of 10. It seems that this is the only person left in the oasis. This is good, saving me a lot of effort. He hurriedly disassembled the power cores of these vehicles. One of the 6 vehicles was a level 2 vehicle. He also disassembled 8 power cores from these 5 vehicles. In addition to the ones he looted before, he now has dozens of power cores in his hands. These power cores are definitely enough for the Mud King to upgrade to level 4. But I don't know what other materials are needed to make a level 4 vehicle. And the blueprints haven't been found yet. After disassembling the power core, he hurried to search for supplies in the oasis. After searching all the supplies that could be seen on the surface of the oasis, Chung Mu hurriedly put away these things and prepared to run away. His coordinates have been exposed, and it would be bad if a large number of people came to watch. He is a relatively low-key person and doesn't like such a lively scene. More importantly, he is afraid that the crowd will turn into a gang fight, which would be bad. People are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Those who flatter him in the group every day will definitely not show mercy if they have the chance to stab him. He is still self-aware about this. In troubled times, if you believe in others' flattery, You will be the most stupid one. After packing up, Changmu immediately asked them to drive away and leave this broken place as soon as possible. The farther away the better. Because of what happened just now. After today, everyone in the game will probably know that he drives a black mud truck. I still have to be Loki in the future. If Changmu was not sure that he could kill these dozen people today, he would not do this. If he was strong enough, he would make these dozen people shut up forever. Don't say you are cold-blooded and ruthless. In this end times, if you still have mercy, you will definitely die miserably. When he first came to this game, he was still a little hesitant, but the environment soon changed him. After all, if you are not decisive enough in this place, you will only hurt yourself. He learned this very quickly. People can never teach people, but things can teach people once and for all. After driving in another direction for more than an hour, Changmu looked at his watch, and it was already past 11 o'clock. He took out the coordinate meter and looked at it again. There were no oases nearby. If he drove non-stop from now on, he would not be able to reach the nearest oasis until noon the next day. However, there were 4 oases in that area. If nothing unexpected happened, he could also complete his system task in that area. Without further ado, he would not take a break tonight and let Yunchi and Xyluka take turns driving. He would wait until the morning to take over their shifts. Let them rest. And then, they would stay in the car to be on guard when Changmu went to attack the oasis at noon. This was the only arrangement for now. Although Xyluka and Yunchi were very tired from the continuous work in the past few days. However, there was no other way. And Changmu could only become stronger after completing the system task. And strength was the only rule for survival here. With strength, Changmu could better protect the 2 of them. The 3 of them were also clear about this. Chapter 87 Gunshots and Death. Driving away from the oasis just now, Changmu lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep, while Xyluka and Yunchi took turns driving. Before 6 o'clock the next morning, Changmu woke up from his sleep. His sleep quality has always been very good, so just 5 or 6 hours is enough for him to adjust to the best state. Changmu got up from the bed and looked at the driver's seat. Yunchi was sleeping on the co-pilot seat, while Xyluka was driving the car noisily. Fortunately, the desert is very empty, and there are no traffic regulations. Otherwise she would have been sentenced to fatigue driving. Looking at the 2 of them, Changmu felt a little distressed. He walked forward and whispered to Little Green Tea, "Go to the back and sleep." "Ah, brother. You are awake." "I'm fine." Little Green Tea was frightened by Changmu's voice. She was about to be very sleepy, and this shock also gave her a few minutes of wakefulness. "Go quickly. I've rested well. Go and sleep for a while. I need you to help me watch the surroundings at noon." He gently woke Yunchi up again and told her to go to the back and sleep. Changmu drove all morning, and during this time, he also looked at the ranking panel of the game. The next oasis to be attacked had successfully wiped out 3 hunting teams. Their strength should not be underestimated. However, I don't know whether the oasis team here is a one-sided massacre or a back-and-forth fight with the hunting team. If it is the latter, there will definitely be a lot of casualties, which is a good thing for Changmu and will save him a lot of effort. But if the idea of leaving is difficult, then at worst, he can just run away and find the next oasis. It is easy to beat 5 idiots like Wamao. But if he is facing a well-trained oasis team with powerful weapons, he cannot guarantee that he can kill the opponent without getting hurt. Besides, this is not a fight between children with fists. This is a fight with real knives and guns. Even if it is a minor injury, it is probably a matter of breaking arms and legs. If you can't fight, you can't fight hard. If you fight too hard, it is easy to break yourself. It's better to find someone else to fight. At present, 7 oases have been successfully destroyed, and there are 3 left to complete the system task. If everything goes well, the remaining 3 oases can be eliminated tonight. After completing the system task, the ranking of my hunting team should be unshakable. At that time, the game will also have an additional reward for ranking first, plus the attribute points obtained by destroying the oasis. The strength of Xyluka and Yunchi will also be greatly enhanced. In the future, they will have the strength to fight any problem. At least they will not drag Changmu down, because Xiao Lucha put all her attribute points into luck at the beginning. Her strength is not as good as Yunchi. She will have to be trained well in the future to make her have stronger combat capabilities. At about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, an oasis appeared in Changmu's sight. He took out the telescope and looked around. but did not see any living people in the oasis. However, there were more than 10 mutilated corpses on the open ground in the oasis, and some of the corpses had begun to rot. I think the people in the oasis wanted to shock the people outside. These corpses can't scare Chung Mu. Not only can they not scare him, but he can also get some useful information from these corpses. He carefully observed these corpses through the telescope. Most of them were missing arms and legs. Judging from the fractured surface of these wounds, they were at least broken by powerful rifles like AK. This kind of automatic rifle can basically break a person's arm directly with one shot. It's not like in the movies where people can still make their last words after being shot more than 10 times. If he was hit in the torso, one shot would basically kill him. He continued to observe the situation in the oasis. The oasis team inside should be hiding in the room, or somewhere else. Chung Mu decided to enter the oasis from the woods behind the oasis, and then attack the people inside. The people in the oasis should have discovered Chung Mu, but they did not take any action. They just hid in some corner, and stared at Chung Mu coldly. He stopped the car, picked up his weapon, put on his equipment, and rushed straight to the light curtain of the woods behind the oasis. As soon as he entered the light curtain, Chung Mu immediately ran towards the woods, where there were many thick trees that could serve as cover. He hid behind a thick tree, and quietly observed the surrounding situation. In the room closest to the woods, a black, round object was suddenly thrown out. Chow! Grenade! Of course he recognized this thing. He used it frequently before. But he didn't expect that people in this oasis also had grenades. Chung Mu's reaction speed was extremely fast. With his current reaction speed and shooting accuracy, it would be no problem for him to blow up this grenade in the air. But he didn't do it immediately, because he predicted the landing point of the grenade in the air. The explosion point was still a certain distance away from him, and he would not be hurt. If he took action now, he could blow up the grenade in the air, which would inevitably cause greater vigilance among the people in the oasis. He also planned that when this person threw another grenade, if he exploded the one he just threw, he could also cause some damage to him. So he also took back the hand that had just taken out the gun and let the grenade fall to the ground and explode. Boom! A huge explosion sounded near Chung Mu's ears. Several trees in the explosion area had been blown off in the middle. He stared at the building quietly, waiting for more grenades to be thrown out from inside. Within a dozen seconds, another grenade was thrown out from the window on the second floor. The way the person in the room threw the grenade was very tricky. He should have been squatting or half lying by the window, and then threw the grenade with one hand in a single arm big loop. Although the hit rate of this method is a bit touching, it basically depends on faith, but it can also ensure that his arm is not at risk of being hit. Fortunately, he chose to throw the grenade in this way. Otherwise, Chung Mu was confident that he could break his arm with one shot as soon as it appeared. The grenade thrown by the man just appeared in the air, and before it flew out of the window, Chung Mu's gun had already aimed at it. Gunshot. Grenade exploded, and people died. The game prompt was transmitted to Chung Mu's eyes. Enemies in the current oasis have been killed, 1 out of 3. Chung Mu looked at the game prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. If there were 5 people in the oasis, he would be in trouble. After all, as long as the 5 people inside were not waiting in line to die like the people in Huang Mao's oasis, it would definitely be troublesome to deal with them. Chapter 88, the 8th Oasis. There are only 3 people in this oasis now, and he has already killed this one. It is relatively easy to deal with the remaining 2. Chung Mu quickly ran from the tree he was leaning against to the woods near the building. The moment he ran out of the tree that served as a shelter, he heard several gunshots. Chung Mu turned his head while running to the next shelter. All the gunshots came from a building. He saw the source of the gunfire clearly. It was in the building farthest from him. 1 on the second floor and 1 on the first floor. The bullets fired by the 2 people did not hurt Chung Mu at all, and he ran to the woods behind the building of the man who threw the grenade at the beginning in the blink of an eye. He chose a thick tree as a cover, and then looked into the building where the 2 people were. 2 more grenades were thrown out, 1 above and 1 below, and Chung Mu raised his hand and exploded the 2 grenades in the air. With the appearance of the explosion, the 2 people in the building did not dare to throw grenades anymore, and they were also afraid that the grenade would be exploded before it was thrown out of the room. The person who died just now because of Chung Mu's grenade explosion. They may think that Chung Mu was just lucky. After all, they probably didn't see what happened in the building. It was not until the 2 grenades they threw were easily intercepted in the air by Chung Mu. They really felt the fear of Chung Mu. Chung Mu didn't plan to attack the building directly. If he attacked directly, the people in the building would have the terrain advantage. And they still had grenades in their hands. If they attacked rashly, they would probably get hurt. There is a better way to deal with those two people. The room of the man killed by Chung Mu should still have grenades. That is, first pick up the grenades in his room, and then use these grenades to blow up the two people in the building. The big tree behind Chung Mu is just a blind spot for the two people. If they can't see Chung Mu, they will never dare to move their positions easily. After all, under such life and death pressure, it is not something that ordinary people can do to dare to move their positions. He rushed from behind the tree to the building where the first person died. When he was almost in front of the building, he pushed off the ground and jumped easily, and stepped directly onto the window on the side of the first floor of the building. Then he pushed hard, and this kick also made him fly several meters high. Then he grabbed the edge of the second floor window with both hands, and with the force of both hands, he directly flipped through the window into the second floor room. The first thing that appeared in front of him was 2 grenades left on the ground, followed by a rifle and 2 pistols, and a floor full of open food and water. It seems that this person has been waiting on the second floor of this building. Chung Mu quickly walked over and picked up the 2 grenades, and he also did not ignore the rifle that was left beside him. As for the pistol, he did not take a closer look, because the pistol was no longer useful to him now. And just now, after a quick glance, the 2 pistols were not good things. But he did recognize the rifle. But he was not sure of its specific model. This rifle should be M16A4. Or it could be M4A1. Because the 2 guns are too similar. It is difficult to distinguish them if you are not a professional. Coincidentally, Chung Mu is not a professional. His knowledge of guns comes from games and movies in his previous life. And he occasionally checks Baiduqianka. He is not a weapon fan. And these are basically the only ways for him to learn about guns. But no matter what kind of gun it is, as long as it can shoot, it is a good gun. After Chung Mu picked up the grenade, he planned to throw it directly from the window to the building. Anyway, the 2 people did not see Chung Mu running into the house. And they would not guess that Chung Mu would throw a grenade at them from this building. When their position was exposed, the initiative fell completely into Chung Mu's hands. After all, his attributes were much higher than theirs, and he was crushed in all directions. He recalled the location of the windows of the building where the 2 people were in his mind. Then he quickly leaned out of the second floor window of the building where he was, and with a strong swing of his arm, he threw a grenade directly at the window on the first floor over there. The grenade he threw was extremely fast. Whether it was the flying speed or the accuracy of the grenade, the grenade thrown by the 3 people in the oasis could not compare with him. It was a world of difference. The man on the first floor was killed by the grenade thrown by Chung Mu, and a big hole was blown out of the building, which was on the verge of collapse. The subtitles of the game kill prompt just came, and Chung Mu quickly threw a grenade to the second floor of the building. He just leaned out and threw the grenade over there, and a man jumped out of the window on the second floor, holding a gun in his hand and shooting at Chung Mu. Unfortunately, this operation is too difficult. Flying in the air, aiming, and shooting at the same time. With this person's strength, it is obviously impossible to complete this kind of trick. Chung Mu looked at the trajectory of the bullets, ignoring them directly. None of the bullets were flying towards him. As the man shot at Chung Mu silently raised his gun, silently aimed at him, and silently pulled the trigger. The bullet also silently passed through his eyebrows. The game silently set a reminder of the team's wipe, and Chung Mu also began to silently search for supplies in the oasis. First, the power core. He only found 3 cars in the oasis, and only decomposed 3 power cores. You have to know that before Chung Mu attacked this oasis, they had successfully resisted the attacks of 3 hunting teams and killed all of them. They definitely got a lot of power cores, which were probably hidden by this group of people. If they were really hidden, he probably wouldn't be able to find them in an hour, unless he chose to inherit this oasis. But this was obviously impossible for him. Without thinking about these things anymore, he hurriedly called Xiao Lucha and Yun Qian to look for supplies together. Interestingly, after searching for a while, Chung Mu saw a second-level vehicle upgrade manufacturing blueprint. This group of people should not lack materials for upgrading second-level vehicles. They may all want to wait for the oasis to disappear or upgrade before the next version update. Unfortunately, they no longer have this opportunity. If they all choose to upgrade, Chungmu can also decompose several times the current number of power cores. And he doesn't have to search like a headless fly. As time passed, the search of the three people came to an end. A lot of other materials including blueprints were found. But unfortunately, the remaining power cores were not found. Without stopping any longer, after transporting all the things to the car, the three continued to move towards the next goal. Chapter 89 TC50. Sitting in the car, Chungmu looked at his watch. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, the next oasis was not far from here, and could be reached in 3 or 4 hours by car. It must be said that the effect of Reebok shoes is really good, and the side effects are almost negligible. When he attacked the oasis wearing Reebok shoes, he could clearly feel the improvement of his speed and reaction. As long as he took off his shoes when meeting Yunchi and Zailuoka, there would be no side effects at all. Yunchi drove. Zailuoka counted the supplies for the past 2 days, and Chungmu was lying on the bed to rest. He took out the coordinate meter to look at the distribution of the oases. If there is no special situation, the task can be completed tonight. The next 2 oases to go to. One successfully resisted 1 attack, and the other 2. The oasis currently ranked first has successfully resisted 7 attacks. It seems that this oasis ranked first is something. Either they have some powerful weapons, or they have extremely tacit team cooperation. There are only about 20 oases left in the entire game. If the task is not completed tonight, tomorrow will be a bit of a thorn. One is that he is afraid that the oasis will be taken down by others, and the other is that he is afraid that the people in the oasis will take advantage of the loopholes in the rules to prevent him from attacking. Try to drive faster. Thinking of these things, he also shouted to Yunchi, who was driving a car in a somewhat anxious manner. As soon as he said this, he felt that his state was not right. This kind of anxious mentality must not exist, and he needs to face every oasis with caution. Chungmu sat up from the bed and walked straight to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and the cold water poured on Chungmu's body, which slowly cooled his burning heart. This lasted for more than 10 minutes. After Chungmu felt that he had completely calmed down, he dried his body and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Xiao Lu Cha had also counted out the valuable materials. First, there were 6 materials for making gunpowder, which were all found in the oasis just now. It seems that these people are quite rich, although there are not many other things. There is a lot of gunpowder. These 6 materials can make 6 grenades, which will greatly facilitate his attack on the other 2 oases today. If there are enough grenades, he doesn't have to worry about the people in the oasis hiding here and there. He can just use the grenades to start the mopping up mode. Apart from these materials for making gunpowder, the remaining ones are some gold and 3 manufacturing drawings. Drawing 1, Bouncing Bomb Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Gunpowder *1, Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1, Steel Ball *20, Reinforced Rubber *1. Note 1. Bouncing bombs are referred to as ricochets. Note 2. When you throw this bomb, it will bounce 3 times after landing before exploding. Note 3. Most people will treat it as a rubber ball. Drawing 2. Diagram for making a powerful pill. Manufacturing Requirements, Small Magic Core *1, Dragon Power Fruit *1. Note 1. After taking this pill, your strength attribute will be slightly improved for a certain period of time. Note 2. After the improvement effect, you will become very eager to fight. Note 3. Legend has it that this is a recipe left by a charlatan. Drawing 3. TC50 Heavy Sniper Rifle Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Excellent Alloy Ingots *5. Reinforced Plastic *2. Reinforced Rubber *2. Reinforced Glass *2. Note 1. Extremely powerful. Extremely long range. Extremely large recoil. Note 2. This weapon can only be used if the strength attribute is over 5. Chungmu looked at this third drawing and fell into deep thought. Although I don't know what this TC50 Heavy Sniper Rifle is, it feels very awesome just by looking at the description. Moreover, even Chungmu had never heard of this excellent alloy ingot. He originally thought that the reinforced material was the highest grade, but he didn't expect that there would be another excellent grade. When he was on Blue Star, he had watched some documentaries. Some powerful heavy sniper rifles can even break a car in half with one shot. Then this one in this game should be more powerful. After all, this game has always been unconventional. Moreover, the manufacturing conditions of this gun are so harsh. It is not impossible to blow up a car here with one shot. However, Chung Mu probably can't make this gun in a short time. And the alloy ingots consumed are definitely not a small number. As for the ricochet and the powerful pill, he can't make the powerful pill yet, because he lacks the dragon fruit inside. As for the ricochet, he can make one to see the situation. Anyway, the effect is similar to that of a grenade. And this thing is also somewhat confusing. Chung Mu used the 6 pieces of gunpowder he seized to make 5 grenades and 1 ricochet. There is nothing much to say about the grenade. It is just a normal grenade shape. As for this ricochet, it is more like a rubber ball than a powerful lethal weapon. It is indeed very confusing. If someone throws this thing at Chung Mu, he may not think it is a bomb. This thing can really have an unexpected effect. After making this ricochet, Chung Mu has become more cautious. What if there is something like the dumpling bomb in some TV dramas in this game? If you are not careful, you will suffer a big loss. Be careful about everything. Most of the things in this game are normal, and in line with the common sense of coming to Blue Star. However, there are also some things that are completely made up by the game itself. After putting away the 6 grenades, Chung Mu lay on the bed with his eyes closed, waiting for the arrival of the next oasis. As he got closer to the next oasis, Chung Mu became more nervous. He was mainly afraid that the people in this oasis had discovered the loophole in the rules of the game and took advantage of it, even though he only had 2 oases left to complete the system task. If something unexpected happened, the task might not be completed. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, a round hill similar to Chung Mu's oasis appeared in front of them. Seeing this hill, Chung Mu stood up quickly and ran to the cab to look forward. The oasis should be in the middle of the basin of this hill. When the Mud King climbed to the top of the mountain, he looked around and saw an oasis in Chung Mu's sight. What surprised him the most was that a battle was going on in this oasis. Chung Mu was on the top of the mountain, and he could see the scene in the oasis clearly. However, there were 5 cars parked on the hillside opposite him. It seemed that this was also a hunting team. Obviously, they were also waiting to attack this oasis. Chapter 90 Molotov Cocktails. What was dramatic was that the opposing team recognized the Black Mud King as the vehicle of 9527 as soon as they saw it. The people in this hunting team also immediately sent a message to Chung Mu. Give the same supplies to the 4 teams near the oasis as they did last time, and we will leave immediately. To be honest, Chung Mu originally wanted to kill these 5 people directly, mainly because he was afraid that they would expose their coordinates and bring unnecessary trouble to himself. However, considering that there were 5 people and 5 cars on the opposite side, it would be difficult for him to wipe them out if they ran in different directions. The other side did not make any excessive demands, but just wanted some supplies. And those things were just a piece of cake for Chung Mu. More importantly, Chung Mu did not want to cause any more trouble because of these things. So he just used these things to send them away. He had a private chat with the leader of the opposite side, and gave him some supplies to let them leave first, but did not give them the drawings immediately. Chung Mu also told their leader that if they dared to expose their whereabouts, they would not only fail to obtain the remaining blueprints, but would also attract his pursuit. The hunting team on the opposite side was only seeking money, and their desire to attack the oasis was not that strong. Chung Mu looked at the ranking panel of the hunting team, and did not find this group of people on the list. After sending them away, Chung Mu picked up the telescope and watched them leave until their vehicle slowly turned into a small black dot in the distance, and then disappeared. At this time, he began to observe the battle situation in the oasis. There were 4 people in the oasis team, while the hunting team had the advantage of 5 people. Fortunately, the people in the oasis also had a slight advantage due to the terrain advantage. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, the people in the oasis team should be able to win. If they can't beat the hunting team, Chung Mu will be in tears. The people inside were wandering on the edge of life and death, while Chung Mu outside was praying frantically for the people in the oasis. You must win. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. In the oasis, 2 members of the oasis team hid in the room, and the other 2 hid in the dense woods, with their backs against the big trees for cover. Chung Mu stood on the hillside, and with the advantage of the height of his perspective, he could see everything clearly. One person in the hunting team had been injured and fell to the ground. He was hit in the torso by a bullet and was lying behind a bunker, covering his wound in pain. The wound on the man's stomach. His intestines had already flowed out of his body. His internal organs were also seriously damaged, and death was only a matter of time for him. The other 4 members of the hunting team hid behind the bunker and exchanged guns with the people in the oasis team, without any technical skills. Many of them did not even aim. They just shot the bullet out. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, not everyone had received systematic training. In this case, it was good enough to be able to shoot the bullet out. Not everyone has gained as many attribute points as Chung Mu. However, this hunting team is really weak. They basically have no tactics to speak of. And their weapons and equipment are not very good. One of them even has a pistol. At first, Chung Mu was praying for the oasis team, praying that they must resist this attack. But now it seems unnecessary. Now he turned to pray for the hunting team, praying that they would kill 2 more people from the oasis team, so that he could reduce some of the burden later. I don't know if Chung Mu's prayer worked, or if the hunting team was hiding their strength at the beginning. One of them actually took out something similar to a Molotov cocktail from his crotch. He took out a lighter, lit the cloth strip on the Molotov cocktail, and threw it into the building where people were. It's true that this guy is not very good at shooting, but he is quite accurate at throwing things. The Molotov cocktail was thrown right into the room through the window. Then, a fireman rushed out from inside. As soon as the fireman came out of the building, he rushed towards the swimming pool, but was shot dead by the hunting team on the way. This person might not have died. As the first person to find the oasis in the game, Chung Mu knew that there were bathrooms in the buildings here, and the person in front of him was obviously panicking and desperate. It is understandable that it is unrealistic to expect a person on fire to be calm. Also, the Molotov cocktail in this person's hand is pretty good. I don't know if he made it himself or made it from a blueprint. If this person made it himself, then Chung Mu could also make it. He has all the materials to make a Molotov cocktail. Bottles, gasoline, cloth. He has all of them. It's not difficult to make this thing. Pour some gasoline into the bottle. Stuff it with a piece of cloth, and then light the lighter and throw it when you use it. However, because gasoline is very volatile, it is difficult to preserve what you make yourself. If you make it through game drawings, there should be no such problem. After all, this game is not in line with common sense. There are some things that you can't do yourself, but it can do it without any problem. When the person who threw the incendiary bomb tasted the sweetness, he took out another incendiary bottle from his crotch, lit it, and threw it towards the woods. If he threw the Molotov cocktail into the woods, it would have caused a fire. Perhaps because Chung Mu forgot to pray for him. The Molotov cocktail was not thrown into the woods, but exploded halfway. The remaining 3 members of the Oasis team saw this guy constantly taking out Molotov cocktails, and they also fired wildly at the bunker where this guy was. Through fire suppression, the 2 people behind the bunker could not throw Molotov cocktails at all. The 2 people behind the other bunker could not provide high-quality fire support to their companions because of their weapons. After all, one of them was holding a pistol. The 3 people in the Oasis team obviously cooperated better than this group of people. The order of each person shooting was different, which also avoided the firepower vacuum period. The bunker soon couldn't withstand the 3 people's attack in turn. The bunker was already riddled with holes, and was on the verge of collapse. The 2 people behind the bunker had to move their positions, but they didn't have Chung Mu's speed, so moving their positions would only mean death, unless they added all the attribute points they got to agility. Only in this way could they have the possibility of escaping.